Slap! Before Enluo could even react to what was happening, the woman in front of him gave him a fierce slap across the face. Hand over this month's crystal core. Didn't you hear me? She demanded coldly, glaring at him with a face full of disgust. Enluo clutched his burning cheek, bewildered, and glanced around. Was this a transmigration? His name was Enluo, the same as the original owner of this body. He had been a sailor, with a hobby of watching anime, especially a fan of One Piece. He had just finished the final episode when the sky suddenly turned dark, thunder roared, and a blinding flash of light enveloped him. The next thing he knew, he found himself in this place. Enluo quickly accepted this reality as the memories of the body's original owner surged into his mind like a tidal wave, instantly making him aware of his current predicament. This was Hylan Star, a planet where everyone awakens superpowers. These abilities were ranked from lowest to highest across 8 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Unfortunately, the original owner had only awakened an E-level power, an ordinary fruit tree, which didn't even bear fruit. Its bare trunk and sparse leaves were profoundly disappointing. He had a father but no mother. His mother had passed away shortly after his birth, with a mysterious smile on her face even in her final moments. After her death, his father, and Xiong, had quickly remarried. The woman before him, Pan Yun, was the new wife. Not long after marrying Xiong, Pan Yun gave birth to a son named Ming, who awakened a B-level power, Lightning Flash. Clearly, Ming had a bright future ahead of him. But Enluo, with his E-level ability, was fated to have no place in this family. Every month, the school distributed a first-level crystal core to students to help them enhance their abilities. Crystal cores were produced by exotic beasts, extracted after slaying them. However, with the family struggling financially, Pan Yun had set her sights on Enluo's crystal core to help Ming improve his power more quickly. The original Enluo, starved for his father's love and possessing a weak personality, would always obediently hand over the crystal core whenever Pan Yun demanded it. Just as he returned to his senses, Pan Yun's impatience was evident. Stop wasting my time. Hand over the crystal core now. Enluo stared at her arrogant face, took a deep breath, and steadied himself. Then he raised his hand abruptly. Slap! A loud slap landed on Pan Yun's face. She stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Holding her cheek, her face was filled with disbelief. You! Enluo! You useless wretch, how dare you hit me? I'm your stepmother. Enluo snorted coldly, humph. You wretched hag, get lost. If you want my crystal core, have my father come ask for it himself. With that, he turned and walked back into his room, leaving Pan Yun frozen in place, fury and disbelief flashing in her eyes. Pan Yun grew angrier the more she thought about it. She quickly dialed her son Ming's number. Hello? Son. That useless Enluo refuses to hand over his crystal core and even hit me. Come back tomorrow and teach him a lesson. Show him his place. On the other end of the line, Ming chuckled sinisterly. All right, Mom. I've been waiting for a chance to deal with him. After hanging up, a cold glint appeared in Pan Yun's eyes as she turned and left. Enluo stepped into his room and glanced at the sparse and shabby surroundings, feeling a wave of helplessness. What kind of father was this? The room only had a dilapidated bed, with no table or chair in sight. Sleeping here in winter would undoubtedly lead to illness. In the original owner's memories, every illness he had ever endured was overcome through sheer willpower. And Xiong had never cared for him, not even offering him a glass of water. Sitting on the creaky old bed, Enluo looked at his reflection in the window. His black hair was thick, his skin fair, and despite his plain clothing, his handsomeness was undeniable. However, years of malnutrition had left him pale. Oh, heavens, grant me a powerful system. The moment the words left his mouth, a panel that only he could see suddenly appeared before him. Demon Fruit Tree. Quality, E-level. Can bear demon fruits, 0/3. Evolution conditions, requires 5 second-level exotic beast crystal cores to evolve to D-level. Ability description, after absorbing energy from crystal cores, the tree can randomly produce various demon fruits. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the better the resulting demon fruit. Consuming a demon fruit will awaken the corresponding superpower and enhance the user's ability level. There are no side effects, and the fruits can be consumed infinitely. Note: once the tree bears a demon fruit, it cannot be changed. The type of fruit produced depends entirely on luck. Please choose the exotic beast crystal core quality carefully. Demon fruit tree? Demon fruits. Enluo's eyes widened. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he sprang up from the bed. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, let's gamble on this. Raising his hand, he offered the crystal core to the sapling. Instantly, the crystal core vanished. On one of the tree's branches, a demon fruit quietly formed. The panel updated. Can bear demon fruits, 1/3? Luo stared at the demon fruit and searched his memory for information about it. This is the pawpaw fruit. The pawpaw fruit was the ability of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in One Piece. It granted the power to repel anything, an ability that defied logic. And Luo froze, overwhelmed with joy. He hadn't expected a first-level exotic beast crystal core to produce such a powerful fruit. Without hesitation, he quickly ate the pawpaw fruit. Surprisingly, the fruit tasted excellent, with no strange flavors, only the natural sweetness of fruit. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged through him. This was the sign of awakening a superpower. A translucent, flesh-colored bubble formed from within him, gradually enveloping his body before vanishing. And Luo excitedly assessed himself, discovering that he had indeed awakened a power akin to the pawpaw fruit. By eating a demon fruit, I can awaken a corresponding superpower. This is incredible. He thought to himself, doesn't this mean I can awaken an infinite number of powers? Though he didn't know the exact level of the pawpaw ability, he was confident it was no lower than S level. With proper development, it might even reach SSS level. Wait! My power level has increased significantly. Carefully examining himself, and Luo realized he had leapt from the 3rd stage of the power realm to the 8th stage, a jump of 5 whole levels. In this world, superhumans were divided into 10 realms, each with 9 stages. From lowest to highest, they were Power Realm, Transcendent Realm, Noble Realm, Transformative Realm, Supreme Realm, Skywalker Realm, Blessed Realm, Favored Realm, Chosen Realm, and Starcaller Realm. Now, Luo was at the 8th stage of the Power Realm. Compared to his peers, he was practically a prodigy. Most of his age group were at the 7th stage of the Power Realm at best. Even Ming, despite taking his crystal cores, was still stuck at the 7th stage. As long as I have a devil fruit, I can leap 5 ranks in one go. With another one, wouldn't I directly charge into the Transcendent Realm? And Luo thought to himself smugly, holding a mysterious-looking fruit in his hand. He knew he had to be cautious and find a higher quality beast core. After all, every single devil fruit would determine the ceiling of his power. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As expected, ever since awakening the meatball ability, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed, proving that this ability was undoubtedly of a high grade. At school, everyone knew he had awakened an E-rank ability. For this newly emerged meatball ability, and Luo had already prepared an explanation, he was a dual ability user. Indeed, there were rare cases of dual ability users in this world, and their cultivation speed far surpassed that of single ability users. Now, with his devil sapling ability and the meatball ability, he was undoubtedly a dual ability user. But this was not his limit. He would continue to awaken new abilities, and his speed would only increase. Just as he was immersed in cultivation, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door disrupted his thoughts. Opening the door, he found his father, and Xiong, standing there with a stern expression. Without asking about Luo's situation, and Xiong directly commanded, Xiao Luo, hand over that crystal core. Xiao Ming is about to take his college entrance exams and needs it urgently. And Luo's expression instantly darkened. He couldn't believe his father would say such words to him. Dad, do you think so highly of Ming? Am I not also your son? He said coldly, suppressing his anger. And Xiong, however, was utterly indifferent, as if he hadn't even heard him. He continued firmly, stop wasting time. If you don't hand over the crystal core, you won't even have this bed to sleep on. At that moment, fury burned in Luo's heart, and his father's coldness shattered the last shred of warmth he felt inside. He shoved in Xiong hard and roared, get out of my way. I'm not coming back. From now on, we're no longer father and son. And Xiong was pushed back, hitting the wall and momentarily stunned. And Luo's defiance made him furious, and he pointed at Luo, shouting, if you dare step out of this house, don't bother coming back. I'll pretend you were never my son. And Luo paused mid-step, turned back to look at Xiong, his gaze icy. He knew he no longer wanted to stay in this house. Turning his back, he strode away, leaving Xiong frozen in place. Walking out into the night, and Luo looked up at the pitch-black sky and thought, might as well spend the night at an internet cafe and look up ways to make money. He found a nearby cafe, rented a computer for the night, and browsed through local job postings. Eventually, he locked onto one, looking for a private combat sparring partner, ability rank around tier 9. Must have a strong physique. Payment negotiable. He knew he didn't meet the requirements, but the unique properties of his meatball ability allowed him to minimize incoming damage. He added the poster's contact info and worked hard to sell himself. Finally, he he received a reply, "Alright, here's the address. Come tomorrow for a one-day trial." Luo noted the address and soon fell asleep at the desk. After a difficult night, he used his last few coins to buy some buns before heading back to Tianshui High School. As he entered the classroom, he immediately noticed Ming sitting at his desk with a smug grin, his gaze full of malice. And Luo's lips curved into a mysterious smile as he walked over. "What's this? Ming, seeing your big brother, and no greeting?" Ming was momentarily stunned, puzzled by how Luo had suddenly grown so bold. Suppressing his doubts, he spoke in a commanding tone, "Luo, it's been a while since we sparred. How about a match at the combat platform today?" Around them, the students turned to watch. Ming's already at Tier 7, while Luo's only at Tier 3. "Isn't this just bullying?" one whispered. "Aren't they family? Why are they picking fights with each other?" another questioned. "Luo probably gets bullied a lot at home by Ming. Who'd have thought he'd have to endure it at school too?" "Poor guy," someone else added. Ming stared directly at Luo, a sly confidence in his eyes, as though he already knew Luo would agree. "Fine," Luo sighed with mock resignation, shaking his head. Ming smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice. "In that case, let's not waste time. Let's go now." The two left, one following the other, and quickly arrived at the combat platform. By this point, a crowd of students had already gathered to watch the spectacle. Many pulled out their phones, eager to record this clash between an E-rank and a B-rank ability user. A fight between siblings, with such a stark power gap, was bound to attract attention. "That Ming, isn't he the guy who awakened the B-rank Thunder Flash ability?" one student whispered. "Yeah, he even went out with his team to hunt beasts just a few days ago. He just got back today," another added. "A B-rank ability, and it's even a rare lightning element. Talk about luck." The crowd buzzed with conversation. "How long do you think Luo can last?" someone asked, starting a betting pool. "The gap's too big." "I'd say 10 seconds max," another replied with a shake of their head. 10 seconds? 5 would be generous, the crowd speculated, their voices overlapping. The fight began. Ming glared viciously at Luo, a smirk playing on his lips. "Last night, you slapped my mom and called her a dirty B****ch. Today, I'm going to make you pay." Luo smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Ming, everyone can see your mom's a dirty B****ch. If you want to punish me, let's see if you're up to the task." Before the words fully settled, Ming's expression twisted with rage. Sparks of electricity flickered around him as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly closing the distance to Luo. He raised his hand, aiming to deliver a brutal slap to avenge Pan Yun. But Luo remained composed. Flipping his palm, he redirected the force of the air around him, condensing it into a powerful blast that shot straight at Ming. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the platform and stunned the audience. Ming was sent flying, the sheer force of the blast shattering the edge of the stage's railing. Fragments scattered in all directions. Ming crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his chest caved in clearly, his ribs were broken. Gasping for air, he looked on in disbelief. Around him, the students instinctively backed away, their faces filled with shock as they stared at Luo, who stood tall on the stage, expressionless and proud. "Luo, how did he become so strong?" murmurs rippled through the crowd. At that moment, the voice of the school's dean, Wang Yu, rang out sharply, "What are you all doing here instead of being in class? Disperse immediately." Wang Yu, standing at 1.7 meters tall, wore a black professional outfit typical of teachers. The gaze behind her glasses exuded a strong and mature aura. She pushed through the crowd, and her eyes immediately landed on Luo, a flicker of surprise crossing her expression. She was well aware of Luo's background and his strength, third stage in the ability realm. She hadn't expected him to not only engage in a duel here but also emerge victorious. Her eyes shifted to the barely breathing Ming lying on the ground, and her heart tightened. She quickly dialed the hospital's emergency line to request an ambulance. After Ming was taken away by the ambulance, the crowd, realizing there was no more drama to watch, dispersed one by one. Just as Luo was about to head back to the classroom, Wang Yu called out to him. "Luo, don't leave just yet. Come here, I need to talk to you." Luo walked up to her, puzzled. "Director, life and death are not accounted for in these duels. Are you here to stand up for Ming?" Wang Yu shook her head. "Life and death are indeed not accounted for, the rules are rules, and I won't break them. However, I'm curious, how exactly did you manage to beat Ming like that?" Luo nodded and, without holding back, demonstrated his ability. He activated his flesh sphere power, causing the air in front of him to erupt outward. With a loud boom, a distant stone wall was blasted open, leaving a massive hole. Wang Yu froze, her expression filled with shock. Is this still an E-level ability? This is my other ability, and Luo replied nonchalantly. What? Wang Yu was stunned for a long moment before she processed his words. Grabbing in Luo's shoulder in excitement, she asked, "You're a dual ability user?" "That's right," and Luo replied casually with a nod. "That's amazing!" Wang Yu exclaimed, patting his shoulder enthusiastically. "And Luo, what's your current strength level?" "Ability realm, 8th stage," and Luo answered. Wang Yu muttered to herself under her breath, "Ability realm, 8th stage? If you work hard, you might just break through to the extraordinary realm, 1st stage, before the college entrance exams." She reached into her pocket, retrieved a first-level beast crystal core, and handed it to Luo. "This is a crystal core I'm giving you personally. I hope it helps." And Luo accepted the crystal core, his expression puzzled. "Director, why are you giving me this crystal core?" Wang Yu sighed. "In recent years, not a single student from our school has been admitted to a top-tier ability university. Meanwhile, other schools in the city have students getting in every year. On top of that, our school doesn't even have an S-level awakened ability user. And Luo, if you break through to the extraordinary realm, with your dual ability potential, you're guaranteed admission to a top-tier ability university." And Luo's lips curved into a slight smile as he feigned helplessness. "Director Wang, this task is heavy. I think just one crystal core might not be enough." Wang Yu shot him an annoyed glance, her tone cold. "I'll apply to the school board to allocate you 2 crystal cores per month. Will that suffice?" "More than enough. Thank you for your support, Director Wang. I promise I won't let you down." And Luo responded enthusiastically. "By the way, Director, there's actually a small favor I'd like to ask of you," and Luo hesitated slightly. Wang Yu frowned. "You little rascal, what else do you want?" "One should be content and not greedy," and Luo quickly waved his hands, explaining. No, Director Wang, you've misunderstood. I just need to borrow some money. I had a falling out with my family, and I don't even have money for food right now," and Luo admitted, visibly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. A man wouldn't usually ask to borrow money unless he had no other choice. It seemed, and Luo was truly out of options. Wang Yu took out 300 yuan from her wallet and handed it to Luo. "Here, take it. Make sure to eat something decent. Most importantly, don't forget to keep training." "Thank you, Director Wang." And Luo quickly accepted the money, feeling an immediate surge of security. 300 yuan, it was like a fortune falling from the sky. "If there's nothing else, head to class." With that, Wang Yu turned and walked away. Back in the classroom, his classmates stared at him with curious and peculiar eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. And Luo ignored their gazes entirely. He wasn't much of a talker to begin with, and silence was always the best way to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The day passed quickly. After school, Luo hailed a taxi and headed to the address he had memorized the night before. Stepping out of the car, he found himself in front of a luxurious villa. Though shocked, he wasn't entirely surprised. Anyone who could afford to hire an ability user as a sparring partner was bound to come from a wealthy family. He rang the doorbell, and a clear, melodious female voice came from inside. "Are you here to be the sparring partner?" "Yes, we agreed on this last night," and Luo replied. "All right, I'll open the door. Come on in." With a click, the gate unlocked. And Luo entered the courtyard and headed straight for the villa's entrance. Just as he arrived, the girl stepped out from the house. She looked about 18, brimming with youthful energy. Her skin was a healthy wheat tone, her high ponytail swayed as she moved, and her combat-ready attire, shorts and a fitted t-shirt, made her appear both vibrant and athletic. The pink shoulder strap on her top added a touch of playfulness. "Are you the guy who obliterated his opponent in a single move on the duel platform this morning?" she asked, astonished. "That's me. My name's Luo. Are you also from Tianshui High?" Luo inquired. "Yep, my name is Shinhuayue," she replied, motioning for him to follow. "Let's head to the backyard. I need to test you out first, to see if you're qualified to be my sparring partner." The two moved to the backyard and assumed their combat stances. Shinhuayue took a deep breath and said, "I'm at the 8th stage of the ability realm, and my ability is an A-level power, Tornado. Be careful not to get cut by my wind blades." As soon as she finished speaking, several wind blades materialized out of thin air and shot toward Luo. He raised his hand, and the wind blades were effortlessly deflected, scattering in all directions. The flowers and plants in the backyard were instantly shredded. Shen Huayue was stunned. "What kind of ability is that? How do you have such power?" And Luo smiled slightly and snapped his fingers, releasing a blast of air that shot into the sky. "This is a completely new ability, one that's no less than S level. I call it the flesh sphere ability. As the name suggests, it can repel everything. The more Shin Huayue listened, the more astonished she became. So, you're basically unbeatable against others at the same level? And Luo thought for a moment and nodded. In theory, yes, unless I encounter a truly extraordinary genius. Shin Huayue's competitive spirit flared up. I refuse to believe there's such an invincible ability. Take this wind blade barrage. Countless wind blades came at him from all directions, but none could penetrate in Luo's defenses. As the sky darkened, Shin Huayue stood panting, staring at him. Alright, you're hired. Until the college entrance exams, you're my sparring partner. I refuse to believe I can't crack your ability, she said through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with determination. One session, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan. Deal? Deal. And Luo grinned. Shin Huayue gestured for him to take out his phone for the transaction, but it was only then that Luo realized his father had never bought him a phone. Embarrassed, he looked at her. Miss Shin, could you pay me in cash? Shin Huayue, puzzled but obliging, nodded and went back into the villa to fetch the money. Before long, she took out 1,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Luo. Are you coming back tomorrow? Yes. Luo nodded in response. After leaving Shin Huayue's house, he held onto the 1,000 yuan, first heading to a mall to buy a cheap phone and set up a SIM card. Then, he casually found a roadside stall and had a hearty meal. Once full, he checked into a hotel close to the school. Meanwhile, in a hospital emergency room, a man wrapped entirely in bandages and in a coma was finally wheeled out. Pan Yun and In Xiong, who had been anxiously waiting outside, immediately rushed forward upon seeing In Ming being pushed out. Pan Yun's tears streamed uncontrollably as she looked at In Ming's miserable state, crying bitterly. And Xiong was shocked as he stared at In Ming, unable to believe how Luo, who was far weaker than In Ming, could have beaten him like this. Doctor, how is my son? And Xiong asked urgently. The doctor shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. The bones in his body show signs of fractures, especially severe damage to the ribs in his chest. His lungs have also been punctured by bone fragments. As things stand, he won't be able to sit for the college entrance exams this year. Let's talk about it next year after he recovers. Upon hearing this, Pan Yun's tears flowed down her face as she gritted her teeth. Xiong, this is the kind of son you raised. That little bastard dared to beat Xiaoming like this. I will never let him go. Pan Yun's curses were sharp like blades, stabbing into Luo's ears. And Xiong's face darkened as he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unconscious In Ming, his heart churning with turmoil. Xiong, you must make Luo kneel and apologize to Xiaoming in person. And he must take care of Xiaoming until he's fully recovered. Pan Yun's eyes were swollen red, her voice filled with anger and despair. And Xiong immediately nodded. Don't worry, I'll bring Luo back. He's out there alone, with no money for food or a place to stay. He'll surely want to come home now. The next morning, Luo leisurely ate his breakfast as he walked to the school gates. At a glance, he noticed In Xiong waiting there. Anger flared in his chest, and just as he was about to step forward to lecture him, Luo, surprisingly, walked past him as if he didn't exist. And Xiong, panicked, hurriedly blocked Luo's path. Luo, I'm your father. Do you not even recognize your own father anymore? Father? What father? And Luo sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. From the day I was born, I only had a mother. And that mother is long gone. You ungrateful brat. You disrespectful child. I raised you all these years for nothing. And Xiong furiously pointed at Luo. Raised me? Are you referring to the leftovers I ate? And Luo smirked mockingly. And that paper-thin blanket? Don't worry, I'll repay you for all of it. And Xiong was left speechless, his emotions a mix of anger and helplessness. And Luo, we're family, he tried to suppress his emotions and continued, you've gone too far, beating Xiaoming like that. I have to work, and so does your Aunt Pan, he attempted to reason with Luo. Why don't you take a year off school to help care for Xiaoming? Maybe Pan Yun will forgive you. We're family, after all. Don't you think? And Luo clenched his fists, his rage bubbling to the surface, yet he restrained himself from lashing out. And Xiong, listen to yourself. He sneered coldly. Do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting? Have you ever treated me like family? Let me tell you what happened to In Ming. I did that on purpose. The fact that he's still alive is just his luck. If you come looking for me again, I'll do it again. And Luo's icy gaze pierced through. And you? We have no ties anymore. Don't bother me again, or I won't hold back. With that, he turned and walked into the school gates without hesitation, leaving In Xiong standing there, speechless with rage. Inside the classroom, The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. As Luo walked in, the surrounding students avoided his gaze. Just then, the school's PA system crackled to life. "Will student Luo please report to Director Wang Yu's office immediately?" And Luo's heart tightened. He stood up at once and quickly made his way to Wang Yu's office. "This is for your request, here's a Tier 2 Beast Crystal Core." Wang Yu smiled as she handed him the crystal core. And Luo took it, stunned and incredulous. "Director Wang, wasn't it supposed to be 2 Tier 1 crystal cores? How did it turn into a Tier 2 core? The value of this Tier 2 core exceeds that of 10 Tier 1 cores." Wang Yu chuckled lightly. "I reported your situation to the school, and the principal decided to provide you with a Tier 2 core each month to aid your training. Work hard to improve your ability level. Don't waste the school's support." And Luo nodded, his heart brimming with joy as he left the office. Calming his excitement, he carefully pocketed the Tier 2 core and casually returned to the classroom. After school, he once again headed to Shen Huayue's house for training. "Ha!" Shen Huayue executed a high kick toward Luo's head, her leg wrapped in sharp wind blades. And Luo smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. Shen Huayue was instantly sent flying, landing flat on her back in the garden. "Pft, pft." She spat out the dirt in her mouth, frustrated. "Luo, don't you know how to show even a little compassion?" "Compassion? Miss Shen, do you think a beast would spare you just because you're pretty?" And Luo asked calmly in return. Shen Huayue snorted but reluctantly admitted he had a point. "Humph. I refuse to believe it. Let's go again." She leapt up and once again engaged in a bout with Luo. As the sun gradually set, another day came to an end. "Come with me. I'll get you your money," Shen Huayue said, wiping her sweat as she prepared to take him to get paid. "Wait, Miss Shen, I have a phone now." Luo pulled out his phone. Shen Huayue glanced at it and immediately saw through him. "This is a cheap knockoff you just bought." After transferring the money, Luo hurriedly left and returned to the hotel, skipping dinner entirely. He took out the Tier 2 crystal core, the highest quality core he'd ever obtained so far. Tier 3 cores were far too rare, only dropping from Tier 3 beasts, whose strength was equivalent to the noble realm of humans. Luo wasn't capable of handling them yet. Without overreaching, he handed the Tier 2 core to the demon sapling. As it absorbed the energy, the sapling instantly produced a demon fruit. However, Luo didn't recognize this particular fruit. Frowning, he plucked the demon fruit. "A demon fruit I've never seen before? Whatever. As long as it can enhance my ability level, it's good enough." Crunch, crunch. He ate the demon fruit in one go. That familiar sensation returned. It felt as though something invisible was added to his body. "This is the gravity fruit. The gravity fruit. I can't believe I got it so easily." And Luo was astonished, tentatively releasing the gravity around him. Creak, creak. The floor beneath his feet suddenly emitted a strained groan, as if it were on the verge of collapsing under the weight. And Luo immediately withdrew his strength, silently thinking to himself, if the floor caves in and crushes innocent civilians, that would be terrible. At the same time as he obtained his gravity-based superpower, his ability level finally broke through to Transcendence level, Stage 1, officially making him a true extraordinary superhuman. His physical attributes had been greatly enhanced, and the effects of his bouncing sphere ability had also improved significantly. Through experimentation, Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover that what was once only capable of deflecting air and attacks could now repel fatigue and pain. "Let's give it a try." He condensed the fatigue of an entire day into a transparent balloon, pushed open the window, and gently sent it floating. The balloon drifted aimlessly in the air. Whoever it landed on would be unlucky. Lying back on his bed, he glanced at his phone and suddenly realized that tomorrow was Sunday, no classes at school. But he couldn't afford to idle. With his parents not around, he had to earn enough money to cover his college living expenses. Now that he had reached Transcendence level, Stage 1, combined with his bouncing sphere and gravity powers, he was strong enough to venture outside the city alone to hunt exotic beasts. "Tomorrow, I'll head out." Having made up his mind, he sent a message to Shen Huayue, letting her know he wouldn't be able to meet her tomorrow due to other commitments. Shen Huayue replied with an okay, clearly understanding. At the break of dawn, with the sun yet to rise, Luo stood ready at the city gate. Exiting the city, he followed a forest trail that led to the Tiger Roar mountain range, a place rumored to harbor a level 6 exotic beast that commanded all the others in the region. However, no one had seen this legendary beast for years, and most believed it to be nothing more than a myth. Upon entering the forest, it didn't take long before he spotted 5 cat-like level 1 exotic beasts gnawing at something. Striding forward, Luo raised his hands, unleashing his gravity powers in an instant. The 5 beasts were pressed to the ground, struggling to breathe. As he approached, he realized with a jolt that they were feasting on a human corpse. A wave of nausea surged within him, but he reminded himself that in this world, stepping outside the city meant risking one's life. He had to adapt quickly. The 5 beasts, sensing his approach, tried to pounce on him but were unable to move under the crushing weight of gravity. 10 times gravity! And Luo commanded, and the beasts were instantly crushed to death, their blood and entrails splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. Crouching down, he drew a small knife and cut open the beasts' skulls, only to discover 3 energy cores inside. "What luck!" he exclaimed. Generally, the chances of finding energy cores in level 1 exotic beasts were only 30%, and yet he'd found 3 in one go. Venturing deeper into the mountain range, he passed by numerous human remains, torn apart by exotic beasts. Luo understood that these people might not only have been killed by beasts but could have also been betrayed by their companions. This was why he preferred not to team up with strangers who could tell if they were trustworthy. Now that he had advanced to transcendence level, his speed was roughly 5 times that of someone at the ability level. Coupled with his bouncing sphere ability, which allowed for rapid movement, he could sweep through the area in no time. Before long, and Luo had collected over 10 level 1 energy cores. At the market price, a level 1 core was worth around 20,000, while level 2 cores fetched 200,000. In just a short time, he had made the equivalent of a level 2 core. Making money is the ultimate goal, everything else is just fluff. A faint smile tugged at Luo's lips as he continued hunting exotic beasts across the mountain peaks. Time passed quickly, and by dusk, Luo gazed at the setting sun, knowing it was time to return to the city. He hefted his backpack, its weight bringing him a deep sense of satisfaction. Time to head back. Just as he made his way down, the tranquility of dusk was broken by a piercing scream. Luo froze, his entire body tensing as his eyes darted around, trying to locate the source. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the forest ahead. Luo approached cautiously and spotted a girl in a tight combat suit with a high ponytail rushing through the woods, her expression betraying fear as if she were fleeing from something. Luo noticed that the girl's ability level was at ability level, stage 8, a promising talent. No sooner had she disappeared from view than 3 men followed in pursuit. "Keep chasing her. Don't let her escape," one of them roared. Another, with fury in his voice, added, "That little wench stabbed me in the eye. I'll skin her alive for this." Luo quickly assessed the situation. The 3 men were at transcendence level, stage 2, clearly thugs who preyed on ability level hunters, stealing the energy cores they worked so hard to obtain. Scum like this didn't deserve to live. Observing closely, he noticed that the men carried large backpacks, likely filled with loot. A grin spread across his face. "Eliminating threats to society? That's my duty." He silently followed. The fleeing girl suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. The 3 men, with their superior speed, quickly closed the gap. One of them lunged forward, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her off the ground. "Trying to run? How naive," he sneered, while the other 2 watched with malicious glee, as though they had already decided her fate. The girl struggled defiantly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. As the grip on her neck tightened, her breathing became labored, her eyes rolled back, and her legs kicked frantically. Just then, a powerful air cannon shot forth, striking the man holding her with immense force. The man's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, the impact sent him flying. His head collided heavily with a tree trunk, and he fell unconscious. The girl collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for air. The remaining 2 men immediately went on high alert, standing back to back as they scanned their surroundings warily. "Who's there? Show yourself. Come out if you've got guts. Sneaking around doesn't make you a hero." As their words faded, Luo emerged from the bushes, facing them directly. Upon seeing his youthful face, the 2 men burst into laughter. "Kid, playing hero? Do you even know your own strength?" One of them noticed Luo's backpack and a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. "Hand over your energy cores, and maybe we'll let you go." Luo smirked, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. "Ha, you think you can take my energy cores? What a joke. Drop your backpacks and scram." Luo's voice boomed like thunder. The 2 men exchanged a glance, their expressions hardening as they realized he was no ordinary opponent. "Kid, you're trying to rob us? Your life ends here." Without further warning, one of them conjured a flame in mid-air, a clear display of a C-rank fire manipulation ability. The other drew a blade from his waist and charged forward, evidently skilled in weapon-based abilities. 2 attacks came at him from different directions, but Luo remained motionless, his eyes glinting coldly. "Gravity," he growled. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended like a meteor. The flames extinguished in an instant. The attackers' faces contorted in agony as they were slammed to the ground with a resounding crash, unable to move. And Luo walked toward the man holding the knife, raised his foot, and stomped on the man's head, grinding it harshly. I gave you a way out, and you didn't take it. Don't blame me for what happens next. He increased the pressure, and a horrifying grinding sound echoed, as if bones could shatter at any moment. Please spare us. We'll hand over the crystal cores immediately, the two men begged in terror. Tisk, TSK, you still don't see reality for what it is. And Luo shook his head disdainfully. If I kill you, the crystal cores will still be mine anyway. Under their despairing gaze, the two were crushed into bloody, unrecognizable piles of flesh under the overwhelming force, dying without experiencing any pain. The girl witnessed everything, her eyes wide with horror as she stared at Luo. Trembling, she cupped the crystal cores in her hands, knelt on the ground, and pleaded, Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the crystal cores, just spare my life. Luo glanced at the crystal cores in her hands and showed a look of disdain. Relax, I'm not interested in such small stuff. Here's a piece of advice, your strength is too weak. Without a team to back you up, don't venture outside the city lightly. Otherwise, you won't even be able to save your life. With that, he ignored the girl and walked toward a man who had already fainted. Just as he crouched down to check for breathing, the man suddenly opened his eyes and thrust a knife toward Luo's neck. But the man had clearly underestimated Luo's reflexes. And Luo activated his fleshball ability instantly, deflecting the knife. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo raised his hand and delivered a thunderous slap. The sheer force snapped the man's neck, twisting it 360 degrees into a grotesque shape. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief as blood gushed out, and he died on the spot. Without hesitation, Luo weighed the man's backpack. The heavy feel of it brought a smile to his face. Trying to ambush me? How ridiculous. Consider this bag of crystal cores my mental compensation. Sweet dreams. The girl, having witnessed Luo's ruthless methods, trembled uncontrollably, imagining the terror she would have faced if it had been her meeting such a fate. As twilight descended, Luo checked his phone for the time, it was already past 6. He needed to return to the city. Passing by the girl, he cast her a glance. Her features seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The girl, noticing his gaze, quickly lowered her head, trembling in fear. Luo paid no further attention and continued walking, idly pondering how much money the crystal cores would fetch. The girl staggered to her feet, looking around at the desolate surroundings and the 3 corpses. Summoning her courage, she followed behind him, hoping he wouldn't be angered by her presence. When the two returned to the city, Luo turned to glance at the girl. Go home quickly. Until you reach the transcendent realm, don't venture outside the city so easily. The girl timidly nodded and then turned to run. Watching her silhouette disappear, Luo turned and approached a merchant specializing in crystal cores. He pulled out 4 bags of them. The merchant's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't that he hadn't seen crystal cores before, it was the sheer volume brought back by a single person that left him immensely curious. Sir, in total, there are 75 first-tier crystal cores here. At the market price of 20,000 per core, that adds up to 1.5 million. Would you like to purchase anything with this amount? If not, I can directly transfer the money to you. For a moment, Luo's mind went blank, but he quickly composed himself. 1.5 million? No need to get too excited. He remembered the devil fruit he had on hand, which required 3rd-tier crystal cores to mature. Those cost around 2 million, meaning he couldn't afford it yet. He needed to keep saving. I don't need to buy anything. Just transfer the money to me. After receiving the 1.5 million, Luo returned to his hotel room. Using his fleshball ability, he expelled the fatigue from his body. As usual, he opened the window and let loose a balloon. Whoever touches it is out of luck. Meanwhile, back in the city, the girl stumbled into a villa. It was Shin Huayue's home. Hearing the commotion, Shin Huayue immediately came out. Seeing her sister, Shin Huayu, covered in dirt and looking utterly disheveled, her heart sank with a sense of foreboding. Huayu, what happened? Take your time and tell me everything, Shin Huayue said, helping her sister to the sofa, her eyes filled with worry. As soon as Shin Huayu saw her sister, she broke into tears. Sis, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your warnings. I'll never venture outside the city on my own again. Shin Huayue's anger erupted instantly. Without mercy, she shoved Shin Huayu away. You wretched girl! How many times have I warned you not to leave the city alone? And yet, you never listen. What would I tell mom and dad if something happened to you? Faced with her sister's fury, Shin Huayu cried even harder. She slowly crawled toward Shin Huayue, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her pitifully. Sister, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. But Shin Huayue pushed her away again, her voice icy. Stretch out your hand. Shin Huayue timidly stretched out her trembling hand. Shin Huayue, her anger still blazing, grabbed a bamboo stick from the table and struck her sister's hand mercilessly. Swish! Thwack! Swish! Before long, Shin Huayue's hands were covered in bloody welts. Ah, ow! Despite the pain and the wounds on her hands, Shin Huayue gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face as she clenched her fists tightly, hoping her silent endurance would appease her sister's anger. Seeing the injuries on her sister's hands, Shin Huayue's heart ached. She fought back tears, threw the bamboo stick aside, and forcibly lifted Shin Huayue's tear-streaked face to make her look her in the eyes. Huayue, ever since Mom and Dad went missing in the Tiger Roar Mountains, I've warned you time and time again, you can go out to play, but never leave the city. It's too dangerous out there, and you're not strong enough. If you need crystal cores, the money Mom and Dad left behind is more than enough to buy them. But you just wouldn't listen. You ignored my warnings. And now, after facing danger, you finally know fear? Where was this fear before? After delivering her stern lecture, Shin Huayue collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Sigh? Now you've even lost your innocence to a stranger. What man would want you now? Hearing this, Shin Huayue immediately panicked and quickly clarified, Sister, I wasn't defiled. Shin Huayue listened to her recount the events and finally relaxed a little. Phew! At least you weren't defiled. Who was the man who saved you? Where does he live? Shin Huayue shook her head, still crying. I don't know who he is. And I have a feeling he doesn't want our thanks. Shin Huayue shot her a glare, making Shin Huayue lower her head in fear. Now, go back to your room. You're not allowed to use your healing ability to treat yourself. And as punishment, you're not allowed to eat tomorrow. Reflect on your mistakes properly. Shin Huayue immediately got up and hurried to her room. Alone on the sofa, Shin Huayue shook her head, utterly exhausted. Sigh, my foolish sister. If something happened to you, leaving me alone in this world, how could I go on living? In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. And Luo finished a day of hunting and returned to the city. Today, he hadn't encountered any bandits, but his harvest was pitifully small. If he had run into some, he wouldn't have minded killing a few more. After a day of rushing around, and Luo had only managed to collect a little over 30 crystal cores. What surprised him was encountering a level 2 mutant beast outside the city this time. Its strength was astonishing. While he could crush a level 1 beast with one hand, a level 2 beast required both hands and considerable effort. With yesterday's earnings added to today's, his total assets finally surpassed the 2 million mark, allowing him to purchase a level 3 crystal core to feed his devil fruit tree. However, after buying the level 3 core, his savings plummeted to just over 200,000, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Out with the old, in with the new, he silently reminded himself. Returning to the inn, he immediately took out the level 3 crystal core and fed it to the devil fruit tree. For some reason, this time, after absorbing the level 3 core, the devil fruit tree emitted a dazzling light, as though something extraordinary was about to happen. When the light dissipated, a gourd-shaped blue devil fruit, like a comet, shot into Luo's heart. This is it. The most powerful paramecia-type fruit, the tremor fruit. Unable to contain his excitement, he reached out, plucked the tremor fruit, and took a bite. The power of vibration surged through his body, causing tremors that affected the entire inn. Glasses on the table were shattered into pieces by the tremors. Seeing this, Luo immediately held his breath and calmed his mind, retracting the tremor power within him. At the same time, his ability level ascended to the 4th tier of the Transcendence Realm. Within just 1 week, he had leaped from the 3rd tier of the ability realm to the 4th tier of the Transcendence Realm, a remarkable breakthrough. School starts tomorrow, he muttered to himself. No time to hunt for crystal cores outside the city anymore. I'll just stick to being a sparring partner, earning $1,000 a day isn't bad. The next day, after finishing his classes, Luo, as usual, rang the doorbell at Shin Huayue's house. Confirming it was him, Shin Huayue opened the door. Luo headed straight to the backyard, preparing to wait for Shin Huayue. As soon as he reached the backyard, a sudden attack descended from above. With his current Transcendence Realm strength, such petty moves couldn't harm him in the slightest. Using his meatball ability, he repelled the air beneath his feet, instantly teleporting above the would-be attacker, Shin Huayue. Shin Huayue's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend how Luo had vanished so suddenly. Suddenly, a powerful pressure bore down from above her. With a loud crash, Shinhwaiyue was pinned to the ground by gravity, unable to move. She struggled desperately but found she couldn't even lift her legs. What kind of power is this? At that moment, and Luo's voice rang out beside her ear, "This is the power of gravity." Gravity? Your ability can do this too? Shinhwaiyue was utterly astonished. You could say that, and Luo said after a moment's thought. Hearing his reply, Shinhwaiyue felt helpless, silently marveling at how godlike his all-encompassing ability was. And Luo added matter-of-factly, "This is 5 times normal gravity. Once you adapt to it, your physical fitness will improve significantly, especially your speed, which will increase 4 or 5-fold. Hearing this, Shinhwaiyue's interest was piqued. Great idea. This is indeed a great idea. But the gravity was pressing down on her so hard she couldn't speak, her hands barely supporting her body as sweat soaked the ground. And Luo watched her struggle in silence. Just maintain the gravity, he thought to himself. Just then, a scream pierced the stillness. "You! What are you doing in my house?" Shinhwaiyue stood at the window, covering her mouth, her eyes full of fear as her gaze darted between Luo and Shinhwaiyue. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, and Luo swiftly withdrew the gravitational force he had applied to Shinhwaiyue. Shinhwaiyue immediately felt a weight lift from her body, quickly standing up. She looked up to see Shinhwaiyue's expression, then glanced at Luo, understanding the situation. "Well, it seems we're truly fated to meet," Shinhwaiyue said with a light laugh. "Huayu, come down here. Thank Luo for saving your life," she said to her younger sister in a tone that brooked no argument. Shinhwaiyue bit her lip, lowered her head, and walked downstairs. Standing before Luo, she bowed deeply. "Savior, thank you for saving my life." And Luo waved his hand with a faint smile. "Stand up, there's no need to be so formal." Shinhwaiyue straightened up, and Shinhwaiyue quickly introduced them, and Luo, "This is my younger sister, Shinhwaiyue. Sister, this is the sparring partner I hired last week," and Luo. The two shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Noticing the bandage on Shinhwaiyue's hand, and Luo couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your hand? You weren't injured yesterday, were you?" Shinhwaiyue froze for a moment, pouting as she stole a glance at her sister. And Luo turned to look at Shinhwaiyue, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "I hit her. She wouldn't listen and insisted on going outside the city alone. If I don't teach her a lesson, how will she learn?" Shinhwaiyue said self-righteously. "Oh, well, she did deserve it," and Luo nodded in approval. Hearing this, Shinhwaiyue grew increasingly aggrieved, turning away in a huff. And Luo stepped forward and grabbed Shinhwaiyue's hand. Under the confused gazes of the two sisters, a balloon suddenly floated out of Shinhwaiyue's hand. At that moment, Shinhwaiyue was shocked to discover that her hand no longer hurt. "Why? Why doesn't my hand hurt anymore?" She quickly unwrapped the bandage and found that her previously scarred hand had completely healed. Seeing this, Shinhwaiyue's temper flared. She grabbed her sister's face. "I told you not to heal yourself without permission. How dare you ignore me? I'll teach you a lesson." Shinhwaiyue was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Sister, I didn't heal myself, it was Luo who just healed me." "And Luo?" Shinhwaiyue turned to Luo in surprise, utterly baffled as to how he could possess healing abilities. And Luo smiled faintly and pointed to the balloon. "Miss Shin, did you forget that my meatball ability allows me to repel anything? Injuries are no exception." "You can even repel injuries? What kind of overpowered ability is this?" Shinhwaiyue exclaimed in shock, releasing her grip on her sister's cheeks. Shinhwaiyue, teary-eyed, rubbed her face, staring blankly at Luo. "The injuries I repelled are all contained within this balloon. If anyone touches it, they'll experience the pain your sister endured," and Luo explained as he let the balloon drift away. "Whoever touches it will suffer." Shinhwaiyue, still rubbing her face, asked hesitantly, "What were you two doing just now?" "I was helping your sister train her body," and Luo replied as he unleashed 2 times the gravity. Instantly, the two sisters felt a heavy weight pressing down on them, nearly causing them to collapse. "So heavy. Even walking feels difficult." Shinhwaiyue cried out. "Perfect. Huayu, this is a rare opportunity. You should train with me too," Shinhwaiyue said, patting her sister on the shoulder, her face full of enthusiasm. "And Luo, don't worry, I'll pay you double," Shinhwaiyue confidently said to Luo. And Luo nodded, feeling relieved. He had no pressure dealing with the two of them. Shinhwaiyue, on the other hand, wanted to refuse. As a healer with supernatural abilities, what use was physical training to her? But seeing her sister's resolute gaze, she bit her lip and braced herself for the challenge. Time flew by. The two sisters were now sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, completely disregarding their image as they gasped for breath. Shin Huayue exclaimed in delight, "This workout method is so effective. From now on, we'll do this every day." Shin Huayu was on the verge of tears. "Every day? Won't that kill us?" Testing the waters, she timidly asked her sister, Sister, can I, skip it?" A cold glint flashed in Shin Huayue's eyes. "Skip? Then you can enjoy a daily bamboo stick meal instead." Sister, I was just joking. How could I possibly skip it?" Shin Huayu forced a smile. The day's sparring session ended successfully, and Luo earned another 2,000 yuan, more than enough for his needs. Back at the hotel, while eating dinner, he picked up his phone to check the latest news from Huaqing Nation. Huaqing Nation and Songying Nation, tensions between the two nations continue to rise. The number one in Huaqing Nation, Zhang Tai, revealed to possess 3 SSS-level supernatural abilities. Mo Qinghuan, daughter of Mo Tua, one of the 3 supreme powerhouses, mysteriously disappears without a trace. 3 SSS-level abilities? Luo was puzzled. Could anyone really be that overpowered besides me? He didn't believe the news, dismissing it as media hype. Turning off his phone, Luo shifted his focus back to the demon fruit tree. He no longer had any opportunities to harvest demon fruits, he had already used up all 3 chances. Now, he could only work hard to earn money, buy Tier 2 crystal cores, and upgrade the demon fruit tree to Tier D before proceeding to his next plan. A week quickly passed, and Luo's supernatural ability level had reached Transcendent Tier 5. The school principal had spoken to him once, mainly to assess his ability progression. Whether it was worth giving him a Tier 2 crystal core every month was under consideration. But when Luo demonstrated his level, the principal immediately decided to provide him with an additional Tier 2 crystal core each month to ensure his steady progress. This time, Luo planned to venture outside the city to hunt for crystal cores and stay out for 2 days. With his meatball ability now capable of expelling fatigue, he intended to delve deeper into the Tiger Roar mountain range to hunt for more crystal cores. He had already gotten permission from Shin Huayue, who sent him a message urging him to be cautious. Not long after entering the Tiger Roar mountain range, a deafening tiger's roar echoed from the depths of the mountains, freezing Luo in place and making his hair stand on end. It was a sound that sent shivers down to his very soul. He had a premonition that the owner of this roar was overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed that there were indeed Tier 6 beasts in the Tiger Roar mountain range, and Luo realized that his plan to explore the deeper regions of the mountain range needed to be approached with greater caution. As night fell, stars twinkled in the sky. Luo pulled out the tent he had prepared earlier and quickly set up a temporary shelter in a tall tree. While he was busy, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears, instantly putting him on high alert. Climbing swiftly up the tree, Luo scanned the direction of the sound with hawk-like eyes, his gaze fixed on the bushes. The rustling gradually faded away, and the surroundings returned to silence. Heart tightening, he decisively jumped down, pushed aside the bushes, and discovered a stunning yet pale-faced woman lying weakly in the undergrowth. Her luxurious clothing was torn to shreds, and deep claw marks marred her shoulders and back. Cautiously, Luo checked her breathing and confirmed it was faint but present. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and leapt back into the tent. Pressing his palm gently against her body, he attempted to use his meatball ability to expel her injuries. However, to his confusion, his ability could only expel about 30% of her wounds, leaving the rest untouched no matter what he tried. After some thought, Luo surmised that the gap in their power levels might have limited the effectiveness of his ability. Even so, expelling 30% of her injuries was enough to save her life. Her complexion improved, and the pain on her face eased slightly. He quickly pulled out alcohol and medicine, carefully disinfected and dressed her wounds, and covered her with a piece of clothing. Once everything was taken care of, he lay down in the tent and fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the tent window. The warmth of the rays gently woke the woman, who groggily opened her eyes. Her first sight was of Luo. Her mind went blank for a moment before she quickly sat up and examined herself. Her clothes, though torn, showed no signs of violation, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She lay back down, her gaze unintentionally returning to Luo. The faint rustling woke Luo. Opening his eyes, he saw the woman staring at him. Smiling faintly, he said, "Good, you're awake. Just so you know, I didn't do anything inappropriate to you." The woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I know. Thank you for saving me. What's your name?" "Luo. I'm here to hunt for crystal cores," he calmly replied while getting dressed. The woman curiously studied him. "Aren't you curious about who I am or why I was here?" Not at all, and Luo replied firmly, shaking his head. Your power is immense. Whoever hurt you must be serious trouble. I don't want to get involved, nor will I ask questions. Listening to his response, the woman nodded inwardly. This young man was smart enough to recognize danger beyond his capacity and wisely avoid it. Kid, I'll repay your kindness. Where do you live? I'll send someone to deliver your reward later. And Luo waved his hand dismissively. I don't have a home, I live in a hotel. Besides, I don't need your reward. It was fate that I happened to save you. Don't dwell on it. No home? Are you an orphan? How old are you? The woman asked, surprised. I am an orphan, and I'm 18 years old this year, and Luo answered truthfully. The woman glanced at his supernatural ability level and was astonished to find that, at such a young age, he had already reached Transcendent Tier 5, more impressive than many offspring of powerful families. And Luo, which university are you aiming to attend as your first choice? She suddenly inquired. Why should I tell you? And Luo frowned, responding indifferently. Her question left the woman momentarily stunned. From a young age, everyone had treated her with utmost respect. Yet, this brash young man dared to respond to her so casually. Under normal circumstances, she would have retaliated immediately, but considering he was her savior, such actions would have been inappropriate. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and the corners of the woman's lips lifted slightly as she spoke slowly. And Luo, do you know who the 3 strongest figures in Huaqing Nation are? The strongest in power, Mo Tuo. The strongest in control, Xin Han. The strongest in transformation, Wu Chongxiao. And Luo answered without hesitation, his gaze resolute. The woman nodded in satisfaction. Then, do you know who Mo Tuo's daughter, Mo Qinghuan, is? And Luo was about to shake his head when he suddenly remembered the news he had seen last night. You're Mo Qinghuan? The missing person reported on television, he asked in surprise. Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan's expression faltered slightly. I didn't go missing for no reason. I was just bored and decided to hunt a powerful mutant beast for fun. I heard there was a level 6 mutant beast here, so I came. But I didn't expect that the beast had advanced to level 7. I couldn't defeat it, so I had to flee. After listening, and Luo gained a general understanding of her situation. Her arrogance and pride were a result of her childhood experiences, but she still maintained proper manners in critical moments. A level 7 mutant beast? What kind? He asked curiously. It's a completely jet black tiger called the Ghostly Phantom Tiger, Mo Qinghuan replied. And Luo nodded, recalling the tiger's roar he had heard that morning. When I was leaving the city, I heard a tiger's roar from a great distance. It sent shivers down to my very soul. I can imagine only a level 7 mutant beast could have such a presence. And Luo, now that you know my identity, what do you feel? Mo Qinghuan asked with anticipation in her eyes. Feel? What should I feel? And Luo frowned, looking at her, puzzled. Mo Qinghuan was taken aback. She had expected Luo to bow and scrape before her, but instead, he remained utterly calm, as if her identity was insignificant in his eyes. You don't feel even a hint of the urge to curry favor with me? She raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in her gaze. Curry favor with you? Why would I do that? And Luo frowned further, his eyes flashing with defiance. Because of my status. Mo Qinghuan lifted her chin, her gaze sharp and proud. Hearing this, and Luo shook his head lightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Miss Mo, forgive me for being blunt. No matter how high your status is, it means little to me. Because in the near future, my status will undoubtedly surpass yours, even surpass everyone else. Mo Qinghuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she sized up and Luo seriously, silently contemplating, where does this young man's confidence come from? And Luo, what gives you such confidence? She asked, her tone tinged with disdain. And Luo pointed to himself, a confident smile playing on his lips. I am my own confidence. With that, the 4 abilities within him manifested one by one, radiating brilliance. Mo Qinghuan stared at him in shock, her mind churning like a storm, a quad ability user. And not only that, but aside from the tree ability, the other abilities were of high rank. A quad ability user, something she thought only existed in legends. Even Zhang Tai, the number 1 in Huaqing Nation, only had 3 abilities, and their levels were unconfirmed. Yet here, in the middle of nowhere, she encountered a real quad ability user. And Luo, come to my university. She finally couldn't hold back and revealed a sincere smile. I'll make sure you have access to the best educational resources. With your talent and the best resources, you could become the number 1 among the younger generation. And Luo froze for a moment, thinking to himself, your university? What does she mean? Mo Qinghuan took out a business card and handed it to Luo. Besides being Mo Qinghuan, I'm also the vice president of Huaqing Nation's Giant Ability University. The president is my father, Mo Tuo. He carefully examined the card, shock rippling through him. Huaqing Nation had 3 world-class ability universities, each founded by one of the 3 strongest. Figures. Mo Tuo founded the Giant Ability University, Xianhan founded the Ice Flame Ability University, and Wu Chongxiao founded the Artifact God Ability University. Miss Mo, if I agree now, do I still need to take an exam? And Luo raised an eyebrow, asking. No need for an exam. You'll be admitted as my special recruit, with full tuition waived. Mo Qinghuan smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Alright. I agree. Thank you, Vice President Mo. And Luo said gratefully, taking out some water and canned food to offer her. Mo Qinghuan accepted the water and canned food gracefully, eating as she spoke. Give me your address and phone number. Once I return, I'll send you the special admission notice. And Luo quickly wrote it down and handed it to her. After putting it away, Mo Qinghuan tried to stand but crouched back down due to the pain, wincing in discomfort. Ugh, she sighed softly. I can't. I still need to rest. And Luo, if you have something to do, just go ahead. Don't worry about me. And Luo immediately refused. That won't do. Let me take you back to a hospital in the city first. This is the wilderness, and I don't have much medicine with me. You're injured all over. If scars are left behind, it wouldn't look good. Hearing this, a rare blush crept onto Mo Qinghuan's face. Not look good? Tell me, how much have you peaked at, you brat? And Luo froze on the spot, his gaze darting nervously to her figure for a split second, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. She's going to beat me up now. Seeing him still daring to glance around, Mo Qinghuan raised her hand and flicked his forehead hard. Stop looking. Ouch. And Luo winced, grimacing as he rubbed his forehead. I didn't mean to. Blame your, development. Hearing this compliment, Mo Qinghuan snorted lightly and turned her head away, but the redness of her ears betrayed her true feelings. This matter is not to be mentioned again. Going forward, I'm your vice president. Remember the rules of seniority and respect. Just as Luo was about to change the subject, a fatal question popped into his mind. Vice President Mo, how old are you? Mo Qinghuan's gaze turned icy as she stared directly at him. And Luo, how old do you think I am? 21? And Luo ventured, though he didn't believe it. Judging by her ability level, she had to be at least 23 or older. But seeing her cold, proud gaze, he felt that if he guessed wrong, she might beat him senseless. Sure enough, when she heard him say she was only 21, Mo Qinghuan's face lit up with a bright smile. Not bad. Your guess is close to my actual age. But let me warn you, don't ever look up my information online, or you'll face the consequences. And Luo nodded repeatedly, assuring her he wouldn't. Then, he packed up his belongings and covered Mo Qinghuan's face with a piece of clothing to avoid drawing attention in the city. Upon arriving at the hospital, he spent money to secure her a private room to avoid unnecessary trouble. Throughout the day, and Luo stayed by her side, fetching water and medicine and taking care of her diligently. At night, he fell asleep on the sofa, too lazy to return to his hotel. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and the corners of the woman's lips lifted slightly as she spoke slowly. And Luo, do you know who the 3 strongest figures in Huaqing Nation are? The strongest in power, Mo Tuo. The strongest in control, Xianhan. The strongest in transformation, Wu Chongxiao. And Luo answered without hesitation, his gaze resolute. The woman nodded in satisfaction. Then, do you know who Mo Tuo's daughter, Mo Qinghuan, is? And Luo was about to shake his head when he suddenly remembered the news he had seen last night. You're Mo Qinghuan? The missing person reported on television, he asked in surprise. Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan's expression faltered slightly. I didn't go missing for no reason. I was just bored and decided to hunt a powerful mutant beast for fun. I heard there was a level 6 mutant beast here, so I came. But I didn't expect that the beast had advanced to level 7. I couldn't defeat it, so I had to flee. After listening, and Luo gained a general understanding of her situation. Her arrogance and pride were a result of her childhood experiences, but she still maintained proper manners in critical moments. A level 7 mutant beast? What kind? He asked curiously. It's a completely jet black tiger called the Ghostly Phantom Tiger, Mo Qinghuan replied. And Luo nodded, recalling the tiger's roar he had heard that morning. When I was leaving the city, I heard a tiger's roar from a great distance. It sent shivers down to my very soul. I can imagine only a level 7 mutant beast could have such a presence. And Luo, now that you know my identity, what do you feel? Mo Qinghuan asked with anticipation in her eyes. Feel? What should I feel? And Luo frowned, looking at her, puzzled. Mo Qinghuan was taken aback. She had expected Luo to bow and scrape before her, but instead, he remained utterly calm, as if her identity was insignificant in his eyes. You don't feel even a hint of the urge to curry favor with me? She raised an eyebrow, curiosity gleaming in her gaze. Curry favor with you? Why would I do that? And Luo frowned further, his eyes flashing with defiance. Because of my status. Mo Qinghuan lifted her chin, her gaze sharp and proud. Hearing this, and Luo shook his head lightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Miss Mo, forgive me for being blunt. No matter how high your status is, it means little to me. Because in the near future, my status will undoubtedly surpass yours, even surpass everyone else. Mo Qinghuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she sized up and Luo seriously, silently contemplating, where does this young man's confidence come from? And Luo, what gives you such confidence? She asked, her tone tinged with disdain. Luo pointed to himself, a confident smile playing on his lips. I am my own confidence. With that, the 4 abilities within him manifested one by one, radiating brilliance. Mo Qinghuan stared at him in shock, her mind churning like a storm, a quad ability user. And not only that, but aside from the tree ability, the other abilities were of high rank. A quad ability user, something she thought only existed in legends. Even Zhang Tai, the number 1 in Huaqing Nation, only had 3 abilities, and their levels were unconfirmed. Yet here, in the middle of nowhere, she encountered a real quad ability user. And Luo, come to my university. She finally couldn't hold back and revealed a sincere smile. I'll make sure you have access to the best educational resources. With your talent and the best resources, you could become the number 1 among the younger generation. And Luo froze for a moment, thinking to himself, your university? What does she mean? Mo Qinghuan took out a business card and handed it to Luo. Besides being Mo Qinghuan, I'm also the vice president of Huaqing Nation's Giant Ability University. The president is my father, Mo Tuo. He carefully examined the card, shock rippling through him. Huaqing Nation had 3 world-class ability universities, each founded by one of the 3 strongest figures. Mo Tuo founded the Giant Ability University, Xianhan founded the Ice Flame Ability University, and Wu Chongxiao founded the Artifact God Ability University. Miss Mo, if I agree now, do I still need to take an exam? And Luo raised an eyebrow, asking. No need for an exam. You'll be admitted as my special recruit, with full tuition waived. Mo Qinghuan smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with expectation. All right, I agree. Thank you, Vice President Mo. And Luo said gratefully, taking out some water and canned food to offer her. Mo Qinghuan accepted the water and canned food gracefully, eating as she spoke. Give me your address and phone number. Once I return, I'll send you the special admission notice. And Luo quickly wrote it down and handed it to her. After putting it away, Mo Qinghuan tried to stand but crouched back down due to the pain, wincing in discomfort. Ugh, she sighed softly. I can't. I still need to rest. And Luo, if you have something to do, just go ahead. Don't worry about me. And Luo immediately refused. That won't do. Let me take you back to a hospital in the city first. This is the wilderness, and I don't have much medicine with me. You're injured all over. If scars are left behind, it wouldn't look good. Hearing this, a rare blush crept onto Mo Qinghuan's face. Not look good? Tell me, how much have you peeked at, you brat? And Luo froze on the spot, his gaze darting nervously to her figure for a split second, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. She's going to beat me up now. Seeing him still daring to glance around, Mo Qinghuan raised her hand and flicked his forehead hard. Stop looking. Ouch. And Luo winced, grimacing as he rubbed his forehead. I didn't mean to. Blame your, development. Hearing this compliment, Mo Qinghuan snorted lightly and turned her head away, but the redness of her ears betrayed her true feelings. This matter is not to be mentioned again. Going forward, I'm your vice president. Remember the rules of seniority and respect. Just as Luo was about to change the subject, a fatal question popped into his mind. Vice President Mo, how old are you? Mo Qinghuan's gaze turned icy as she stared directly at him. And Luo, how old do you think I am? 21? And Luo ventured, though he didn't believe it. Judging by her ability level, she had to be at least 23 or older. But seeing her cold, proud gaze, he felt that if he guessed wrong, she might beat him senseless. Sure enough, when she heard him say she was only 21, Mo Qinghuan's face lit up with a bright smile. Not bad. Your guess is close to my actual age. But let me warn you, Don't ever look up my information online, or you'll face the consequences. And Luo nodded repeatedly, assuring her he wouldn't. Then, he packed up his belongings and covered Mo Qinghuan's face with a piece of clothing to avoid drawing attention in the city. Upon arriving at the hospital, he spent money to secure her a private room to avoid unnecessary trouble. Throughout the day, and Luo stayed by her side, fetching water and medicine and taking care of her diligently. At night, he fell asleep on the sofa, too lazy to return to his hotel. Early in the morning, the phone rang. He woke up and looked at Mo Qinghuan, who was lying on the hospital bed, and said, "Principal Mo, I'm heading to school now. I'll come back to see you in the afternoon." Mo Qinghuan seemed not fully awake yet. With her eyes closed, she groggily raised her hand and waved, signaling that she understood and Luo could leave. Returning to school, Luo thought it would be yet another long and dull day. Just as he was feeling bored, the broadcast suddenly interrupted his peace. "Student Luo, please come to the dean's office. Your family has something urgent to discuss with you." And Luo rubbed his temples and thought to himself, it's Xiong causing trouble again. This time, he resolved that if Xiong started talking nonsense, he wouldn't hold back, even if they were blood-related. Knocking on the door to enter Wang Yu's office, the moment he stepped inside, a sharp, grating voice he detested reached his ears. "Luo, you injured Xiaoming. You must compensate us." Pan Yun stormed in with fury, pointing a finger at Luo's nose with an expression full of displeasure. A cold glint flashed in Luo's eyes as he began calculating in his mind how to make Pan Yun disappear quietly without leaving any trace that could lead back to him. Sensing the tension, Wang Yu quickly intervened, saying, "Miss Pan, according to the rules of the combat platform, both parties voluntarily step onto the stage, and regardless of life or death, neither bears responsibility for the other. And besides, you're all family, there's no need to make things unpleasant." "Director Wang, I am no longer family with them," and Luo replied coldly, his tone resolute. Wang Yu's expression changed slightly at his words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. She hadn't expected the tension between Luo and his family to have escalated to the point of severed ties. Pan Yun, emboldened by Wang Yu's presence, showed no restraint in berating Luo. "Luo, you unlucky wretch born to bring misery. I bet your mother was cursed to death by you." Pan Yun spat venomously. "You always fight recklessly, and now Xiaoming is bedridden because of you. I have to clean up after him every day. As his brother, don't you feel a shred of guilt?" Hearing Pan Yun's vile words, and Luo's anger surged. He could no longer hold back. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room as Luo's palm struck Pan Yun's face with tremendous force, sending her flying. Her head hit the wall, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. Clutching her face in terror, Pan Yun suddenly tasted blood in her mouth. She spat out several teeth mixed with blood onto the floor. At the same time, a faint cracking sound came from the bones in her face, a sound like the whisper of death, sending her fleeing the room in overwhelming fear. Luo's eyes burned with fury as he watched Pan Yun's retreating figure. He looked down at his hand. In that slap, he had used his vibration ability, carefully controlling the force. Pan Yun wouldn't die, but her face was irreparably destroyed. Though she would live, it would be a life of despair, haunted by her disfigured appearance. Wang Yu sighed at the sight and spoke with a tone of helplessness, "And Luo, she is, after all, your father's remarried partner. Don't you think you went a bit too far?" "Absolutely not," and Luo replied without hesitation. He then recounted the years of torment he had endured, revealing the truth to Wang Yu. After listening, Wang Yu angrily slammed her desk. "How can people like that exist? She's nothing but a vile woman. And your father, what scum? Remarrying right after your mother passed away, treating women as disposable. Honestly, I think you went too easy on her. You should have hit her a few more times." And Luo was taken aback by Wang Yu's reaction. He hadn't expected her to get so worked up. He glanced at her and patted her back with a smile. Director Wang, calm down. There's no need to get angry over someone like her. It's not worth it. I have some incredible news. Do you want to hear it?" And Luo teased. Wang Yu's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly replied, "Of course I want to hear it. Spill it." Luo pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yu. "I've been accepted as a special recruit by the Giant Ability University." Wang Yu froze, staring in shock at the card. "This is Mo Qinghuan's card. Didn't she go missing? Where did you meet her?" Anticipating her question, and Luo briefly described his encounter with Mo Qinghuan in the Tiger Roar Mountains and how he became a special recruit. He intentionally omitted the fact that he was a quadruple ability user, only mentioning that he was a dual ability user. After hearing his story, Wang Yu was as excited as a child and exclaimed, "Mo Qinghuan. She was my idol when I was younger. As one of the strongest, descendant of the giant mottos, and possessing SSS-level abilities, the unparalleled god of strength. But I never had the chance to see her in person." And Luo couldn't help but silently wonder, "Director Wang, she was your idol when you were young? Principal Mo, just how old are you? You're much older than I imagined. And Luo, can you take me to meet her?" Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Sorry, she's recovering from injuries right now. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to bring someone to see her without permission," and Luo refused indifferently. Wang Yu pouted in disappointment but understood that her request might have been unreasonable. "But I can ask her for you and see if she's willing to meet you," and Luo added. Yes. Just ask for me. If she says no, I'll understand." Wang Yu clapped her hands in excitement. After school in the afternoon, and Luo headed to Shen Huayue's house. Both sisters had advanced one level in their abilities, reaching the 9th tier. With their growing strength, they could endure increased gravity. And Luo adjusted the gravity accordingly, based on their physical conditions. "And Luo, are you going outside the city to hunt for crystal cores this weekend?" Shen Huayue asked, panting. "Yeah, why?" And Luo replied, puzzled. Shen Huayue pulled out a photograph and handed it to Luo. "This is a picture of my parents. Since you go outside the city every week, I hope you can help us investigate their whereabouts." Taking the photo, and Luo saw a happy family of 4. A trace of envy flickered in his heart. "All right, I'll help you look into it. If I find anything, I'll let you know immediately." "Thank you, Luo," the two sisters said in unison. "No problem. I still have things to do, so I'll head out first." And Luo pocketed the photo, waved goodbye, and left the sisters' home. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Huayu teased her sister with a mischievous smile. "Sister, why don't you try getting together with brother Luo? I think he likes you. Plus, he seems to like the way you smell. I read online that only people whose bodies are compatible find each other's scent pleasant." Hearing her sister's words, Shen Huayue's face instantly turned bright red. Bang! 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 She flustered, hurriedly slapped her younger sister's back a few times, and angrily said, "Nonsense! What exactly is going on in that head of yours? You're craving the bamboo stick combo again, aren't you?" Shen Huayu quickly raised her hands to shield herself from her elder sister's blows, hurriedly admitting her fault. "Sister, I was wrong, stop hitting me." "Humph. Go back to your room and take a bath," Shen Huayue ordered coldly. Pouting, Shen Huayu reluctantly shuffled her steps, with Shen Huayue following closely behind. She had bought some food and returned to the hospital. Opening the door, she saw Mo Qinghuan struggling to sit up, and Luo immediately stepped forward to help her sit properly. "Principal Mo, don't move around if you're not fully recovered." At that moment, Mo Qinghuan's stomach let out a loud growl. "I'm starving," she said weakly. Realizing immediately that Mo Qinghuan hadn't eaten, and Luo unpacked the food and handed it to her. Watching her devour it ravenously, she saw her finish a rice ball in no time. Carefully attending to her, and Luo made sure she ate and drank enough, then helped her lie back down on the bed. "Not bad, and Luo," Mo Qinghuan said with a smile. "Why not just become my secretary? Having the future strongest in the world as your secretary? What a dream you have," and Luo replied while peeling an apple, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan playfully scoffed, "Humph. Don't be so full of yourself, and Luo. Confidence is good, but don't let it turn into arrogance." She took the apple and rolled her eyes at him. "I told our academic director, Wang Yu, about you being specially recruited. She admires you and wants to meet you. What do you think?" "I won't meet her," Mo Qinghuan replied without hesitation. "All right," and Luo nodded, and the two fell silent. Finally, Mo Qinghuan couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to ask me why? You've already said you won't meet her." "I won't go against your wishes," and Luo said casually. Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan smiled in satisfaction. "But I can give her a signed autograph. Hand it over for me, will you?" She picked up a piece of paper, quickly signed her name, and handed it to Luo. And Luo took it, pulling out his phone to add Mo Qinghuan's contact information. The two passed the night in silence. On the third day of Mo Qinghuan's hospitalization, and Luo was in class when his pocket suddenly vibrated. He received a message. Taking out his phone, he saw it was from Mo Qinghuan. "I've been discharged and am back home. Your special recruit notice will reach you soon. See you at university." The corners of Luo's lips lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. "See you at university," he murmured. Time flew by, and Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Even though he was now a special recruit, he was still short on money and crystal cores. To advance the devil fruit tree, he needed a large number of high-level crystal cores. The first advancement alone required 5 Tier 2 crystal cores. Who knew how many it would need next time? So, with time on his hands, and Luo decided to quickly gather some funds to buy crystal cores later. After a day of hunting, he had only managed to collect over 20 Tier 1 crystal cores, but not a single Tier 2 core. The rewards on the outskirts of Tiger Roar mountain range were becoming increasingly scarce, leaving him anxious. Guess I'll have to go deeper. At night, he set up a tent in a clearing, crawled into his sleeping bag, and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the temperature around him plummeted. Luo opened his eyes in confusion and exhaled, seeing steam rise into the air. What's going on? He wondered, preparing to wrap himself tighter in his sleeping bag. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure standing by the small window of the tent. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was no one. Feeling slightly relieved, he lay back down. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a zipper being pulled startled Luo, who had been on the verge of sleep. He sat up, his eyes wide, staring at the tent entrance. The zipper had inexplicably been pulled open a little. Alarms rang in his mind. In this desolate wilderness, the chances of encountering another human were almost zero. The temperature in the tent dropped to freezing. He scanned the surroundings nervously, unease building within him. Holding his breath, he silently released gravity. Ah! A sharp scream rang in his ears. Gathering vibrational energy in his right hand, Luo swung violently behind him, shattering a translucent ghostly figure with a single punch, causing it to vanish instantly. Witnessing this, Luo's pupils contracted, and he was deeply shocked. There really are ghosts. He rolled out of the tent, quickly surveying his surroundings, and applied tenfold gravity, instantly pinning any hidden specters to the ground. Scattered throughout the area were dozens of ghosts, all immobilized by the gravity. As Luo continued to intensify the gravity, more and more ghosts were crushed and dissipated. The surrounding temperature gradually returned to normal, until the last ghost was obliterated by his punch. He looked around in confusion, unable to understand why such creatures would appear. Suddenly, a thunderous tiger's roar echoed from deep within the mountains. Luo grew alert, turned back to the tent, grabbed his phone, and slung his bag over his shoulder before sprinting away. The other items didn't matter, he could always buy them again. Using his meatball ability, he propelled himself by compressing and releasing air beneath his feet, quickly gaining distance. Not long after Luo left, a massive, pitch-black tiger descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into the forest with a loud boom, toppling trees. Roar! Roar! The tiger lowered its head, sniffing the tent Luo had inhabited. Finding no one, it let out a furious roar, swiping its paw to flatten the tent. With a disinterested turn, it padded back into the dense forest, ghostly figures swirling around it, following the giant tiger as it left. From a distance, Luo watched the forest crushed by the tiger's presence, his heart still pounding. That must be the level 7 beast Mo Qinghuan mentioned, the ghost-wielding dark tiger. No wonder it's called the ghost-wielding dark tiger. These specters must be its slaves, likely the souls of those it killed. The thought made his heart sink. The Shin sisters' parents disappeared in the Tiger Roar mountain range. Could it be that they were killed by the ghost-wielding dark tiger and turned into specters? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But until the truth was confirmed, he decided to keep this to himself, holding on to a sliver of hope better than despair. Marking the location in his mind, he resolved to avoid it in the future. Without camping gear, he had no choice but to return to the city. Under the cover of night, Luo quietly made his way back into town. The moment he stepped into the hotel, exhaustion washed over him. Without hesitation, he collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, it was already noon. While enjoying his lunch, an unfamiliar call came in, urging him to come downstairs to collect some documents. A surge of excitement filled his heart. It must be his special recruit notice. He hurried downstairs, received the document from the courier, and rushed back to his room to open it. As expected, it was his special recruit notice. Congratulations, Luo. You have been admitted as a special recruit to Titan University of Supernatural Abilities. The semester begins on August 2nd. Please take any train to Titan City on August 1st. Upon arrival, a designated representative will meet you. Simply hand over this notification to them. After reading the letter, Luo gently closed it and carefully put it away. It was mid-May, with a few months left until the semester began. He silently vowed to dedicate himself fully during this time, pushing beyond his limits. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office at Titan University of Supernatural Abilities, Mo Qinghuan sat leisurely in her office chair, a soft smile on her face, her gaze fixed on Mu Xiaoyu before her. Xiao Yu, why the long face? She asked gently. Mu Xiaoyu crossed her arms angrily, her fury evident. Mo Qinghuan, you betrayed me. You promised we'd grow old alone together. Betrayed? Mo Qinghuan replied with a faint smile, lifting her teacup calmly. Don't play coy with me. Mu Xiaoyu pointed at her, her face full of disdain. I can tell. Ever since you came back from that trip, you've been smiling more. That's the obvious sign of someone in love. Who's the lucky one? Mo Qinghuan froze for a moment before dismissing it with a wave of her hand. Nonsense. I'm just in a good mood. Mu Xiaoyu snorted coldly and pulled out a sheet of paper. On it was detailed information about Luo. You specifically arranged special admission for this guy, didn't you? Mo Qinghuan took a light sip of tea, glancing at the sheet. Her eyes flickered briefly. His talent is extraordinary. If I don't bring him in as a special recruit, it would be a loss for Titan University. Extraordinary talent? I don't see it. Mu Xiaoyu read the information aloud one word at a time. And Luo, 18 years old, from Tianshui City. An E-level ability user with a useless fruit tree ability. His mother passed away, his father remarried, and his stepmother often abuses him. As of 1 month ago, his ability level was still at stage 3. I really don't see what's so extraordinary about him. Mo Qinghuan listened, a hint of doubt surfacing in her mind. The information didn't match what she had personally observed of Luo. After a moment of thought, an idea flashed through her mind, and Luo must be hiding his true strength. The human heart is unpredictable, and she wasn't sure what exposing his talent might invite. After a long silence, she leaned forward slightly, looking into Mu Xiaoyu's eyes with a serious expression. She spoke softly, Xiao Yu and Luo, he's a quadruple ability user. The 4 words struck like a clap of thunder. Mu Xiaoyu trembled, collapsing into her chair, murmuring in disbelief, that's impossible, that's impossible. How could there be someone like that? She couldn't believe it. I know. You're lying to me, aren't you? Mu Xiaoyu stared intently at Mo Qinghuan, searching for any sign of guilt, but she was disappointed. Mo Qinghuan smiled calmly, her gaze unwavering. I wish it were a joke, but this is reality. A quadruple ability user, a historical miracle. I cannot let him slip away. It would be a loss for Titan University. Mu Xiaoyu nodded numbly, still lost in shock. Mo Qinghuan waved her hand in front of her. Xiao Yu, snap out of it. That's the end of this conversation. Be mindful and don't go spreading this around, got it? Mu Xiaoyu nodded stiffly and left the vice principal's office, still dazed. As the door closed, Mo Qinghuan let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why did she feel such relief? She stood up slightly, picking up Luo's file. Seeing the hardships he endured at home filled her with rage. She clenched her fist tightly and suddenly swung it towards the window. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the window and part of the wall were blown out, leaving a massive hole. A gust of wind swept in. On campus, teachers and students panicked, thinking it was an earthquake. This is Vice Principal Mo Qinghuan. The noise just now was me accidentally punching through the window. Sorry for the disturbance, her voice announced over the PA system. The teachers and students exchanged looks before returning to normal as if nothing had happened. After all, with Mo Qinghuan's SSS level ability, her destructive power was well known. A bit of collateral damage was nothing unusual. After venting, Mo Qinghuan sat back in her chair, glancing out at the sunlight streaming through the now open space. She began to plot how to deal with Luo's father and stepmother. And Luo, unaware of all this, went to Shinhuayue's house after school to train as her sparring partner. And Luo, which university are you aiming for? Shinhuayue asked, a bit shyly. Beside her, Shinhuayu smiled knowingly, as if she saw through everything. I don't need to apply. I've already been admitted as a special recruit to Titan University of Supernatural Abilities, and Luo replied calmly. A special recruit. The sisters stared at him in shock, unable to believe it. But recalling Luo's unfathomable strength, it seemed reasonable. Shinhuayue snapped out of her shock, biting her nail as if deep in thought. And Luo Ge, you're amazing. Not really, and Luo responded modestly. You two have great potential too. With effort, it's not impossible for you to get into one of the top 3 supernatural universities. At that moment, Shinhuayue made up her mind. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. And Luo, can you take us out of the city to hunt beasts? Her voice carried a tone that brooked no argument. Us? Who's us? Shinhuayu looked confused, glancing around. You want more combat experience? and Luo raised an eyebrow, as if catching on. Exactly. Combat is the fastest way to improve. Shen Huayue nodded vigorously. All right. This Saturday 7 a.m., meet at the city gate, and Luo agreed decisively, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Sis, I'll stay behind. I can only heal, I'm useless in a fight. I just hold you back, right? Shen Huayu looked at her sister expectantly. Shen Huayue shot her a cold glance, frowning slightly. Her tone was icy. Keep dreaming. You're coming, no arguments. Shen Huayu instantly deflated, like a wilting flower. She looked at Luo for help, but he avoided her gaze, pretending not to notice. Left with no choice, Shen Huayu pouted, grumbling under her breath, henpecked husband. Shen Huayue, standing nearby, naturally heard her. She raised her hand and smacked Shen Huayu's head lightly. Brat, stop talking nonsense. Say what? And Luo asked, confused. Shen Huayue quickly covered Shen Huayu's mouth, smiling nervously at Luo. Ah, nothing at all. And Luo, you can head out. We're good here, she added quickly. And Luo frowned slightly, glancing between the two sisters. He felt something was off but decided not to press further. All right, I'll get going. See you tomorrow, he said, turning to leave. Shen Huayue let out a sigh of relief, then turned to glare at Shen Huayu with a murderous look. Shen Huayu's heart skipped a beat. She bolted to her room, locking the door as fast as she could. Seeing her sister's reaction, Shen Huayue snorted coldly, feeling a sense of triumph as she returned to her own room. At Tianchuwei City Hospital. And Xiong sat silently beside In Ming's hospital bed, his eyes lifeless, hair disheveled, face covered in stubble, and his clothes unchanged for days, emanating a pungent odor. In his right hand, he held a cigarette that was nearly burnt out, his entire being exuding exhaustion, as if the weight of life had left him gasping for breath. His son, In Ming, once the pride of his life, now lay paralyzed in bed, sometimes conscious, sometimes in a coma, all because of another son he had always disdained. Meanwhile, his wife, Pan Yun, despised him for his incompetence and had gone behind his back to demand compensation from Luo at his school. The result? She was slapped so hard by Luo that her facial bones shattered, leaving her face grotesquely swollen like a pig's head. Though not fatal, for a woman, disfigurement was the cruelest punishment. And Xiang's company had suddenly laid off employees, and he was one of the unlucky ones. No reasons, no explanations, just a notice of termination. Enraged, he caused a scene at the company, smashing expensive equipment, only to lose his severance pay as compensation. All of this plunged his family into an abyss, their lives so difficult that he began to wonder if he had somehow offended the gods. At that moment, a nurse walked in. Family of patient in bed 95, and Xiong, you've been overdue on medical bills for a week. If payment isn't made within 2 days, we'll have to stop treatment. The nurse hurriedly left, leaving Xiong stunned and bewildered. What's going on? I clearly gave money to Pan Yun. He immediately dialed Pan Yun's phone number. Hello, Pan Yun, the money I gave you, did you pay the hospital? And Xiong's voice was filled with anxiety. Pan Yun seemed flustered, her tone evasive. I already paid it a while ago. It must be the hospital's mistake. Have them check again. Oh, then it must be the hospital's fault. And Xiong hung up, suspicion clouding his mind. He got up and left the ward to confirm with the nurse. Time quickly passed, and soon it was Saturday morning. The Shin sisters had both advanced to the first rank of the extraordinary realm and were now following Luo into the roaring tiger forest. At this stage, Luo found first-level beasts utterly unchallenging. He could defeat them with a single move. However, for the Shin sisters, first-level beasts were perfect for practice. Whenever they encountered a beast along the way, Shen Huayue would take the lead in attacking, while Shen Huayu provided support to sustain her sister. Their teamwork was seamless and surprisingly effective. As agreed beforehand, Luo was responsible for protecting them, and the spoils, beast cores, would be split 80-20, with Luo taking 80% and the sisters 20%. Luo stood on higher ground, observing the battle and occasionally scanning the surroundings for signs of second-level beasts. He still needed 2 second-level beast cores to upgrade the demon fruit tree to a D-level ability and continue obtaining devil fruits. Currently, the 3 devil fruits in his possession were all of the Paramecia type, but he was eagerly anticipating the emergence of a Logia-type fruit. As Luo was lost in thought, the battle below was nearing its conclusion. The number of beasts in front of Shen Huayue had dwindled. She was panting heavily and shouted, Huayu, restore me. Shen Huayu raised her hand, releasing a wave of healing energy that instantly rejuvenated Shen Huayue. Storm dance! Shen Huayue roared, and a ferocious whirlwind enveloped the remaining beasts. Sharp wind blades, like a meat grinder, shredded the beasts into a bloody mess, leaving them lifeless on the ground. She stepped forward to collect her spoils, harvesting 3 first-level beast cores. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the forest. Boom, boom, boom. The Shin sisters exchanged puzzled glances and turned toward the source of the noise. And Luo squinted his eyes, gazing at the falling trees in the distance. Evidently, a massive creature was charging in their direction. Why you, fall back. I'll handle this. And Luo shouted. The sisters looked at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation. They decided to follow in Luo's instructions, curious to see his true strength. With a light leap, they perched on a large tree behind them, ready to witness the intense battle that was about to unfold. Boom! Boom! As trees toppled one after another in front of Luo, a beast with a gleaming black body emerged, a beast known as the Obsidian Boar. An Obsidian Boar! A third-level beast! Shin Huayue exclaimed in shock. The Obsidian Boar's tusks were made of hardened obsidian, and its body was covered in thick obsidian armor, giving it incredible defense. It could even hold its own against higher-level beasts without faltering. At this moment, the Obsidian Boar was panting heavily, its eyes fixed on Luo as if he were a delicious meal. Drool dripped from its mouth onto the ground. And Luo smiled faintly, a spark of battle intent igniting in his heart. He adjusted his stance and clenched his right fist. From their perch, the sisters exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend Luo's intentions. The Obsidian Boar let out a deafening roar and charged at Luo, its mouth wide open as if to swallow him whole. And Luo took a deep breath, and a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped his fist. The sisters' eyes widened in shock, they had never seen Luo display such overwhelming power. Shatter! And Luo shouted, his fist hurtling forward with immense force. Crunch! When his fist collided with the Obsidian Boar's tusk, the sound was as if space itself had been torn apart, shaking them to their core. The sisters gasped, their minds racing. Could Luo really match a third-level beast with just one punch? Crack, crack. Cracks spread from the point of impact, and the Obsidian Boar's tusk shattered like fragile glass. Fear flashed in the Obsidian Boar's eyes as it stared dumbfounded at its broken tusk. Then, without a second thought, it turned and fled, its previous arrogance completely gone. And Luo leapt forward, blocking its path, and provocatively beckoned it with a finger, signaling for it to come at him again. The Obsidian Boar, humiliated as never before, unleashed its primal rage and charged at Luo in a frenzy. Luo calmly raised a single finger, and an immense gravitational force pinned the Obsidian Boar to the ground. It struggled to rise, each step arduous, but it continued pressing toward him. Under the relentless gravity, the Obsidian Boar eventually collapsed, struggling and gasping for breath. And Luo slowly approached it, lightly touching its tusk with his hand, a mocking smile on his lips. What a pity! I should have kept it intact, it could have sold for a good price. These words completely enraged the Obsidian Boar. Gathering all its strength, it tried to stand once more. And Luo smirked coldly, leapt atop the creature's head, and raised his fist high. Bang! With a resounding blow, his fist crushed down, and the Obsidian Boar let out a final, pitiful wail. Blood streamed from its 7 orifices as its head caved in, its life draining away completely. Standing over the beast's corpse, Luo released the gravity holding it down, then casually leapt to the ground. He extracted its tusk and effortlessly dug out a third-level beast core. He had initially set out to hunt second-level beasts, but fate had led him to a third-level one instead. Such was life, he thought. Up in the tree, the Shin sisters stared in stunned silence, their minds filled with questions. Why was it that among their peers, Luo could effortlessly slay a third-level beast, while they struggled even with first-level ones? Damn it! Why is this world so unfair? Shin Huayue looked up at the sky, trying hard to hold back her tears. And Luo, having finished tidying up, waved at them. Hey, come down already! The two sisters suppressed their emotions, jumped down from the tree branch, and followed Luo as they continued forward. After a day of combat training, they had a clearer understanding of their roles in battle. They had their own ideas about what to do and how to act during a fight. As the sky darkened, Luo hurriedly called them back to the city. The Tiger Roar mountain range at night hid dangers they couldn't possibly handle. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the college entrance exams. The exam site for Tianshui City was set at the giant wood fortress. In the south, built from the body of an 8th-level beast, the giant divine tree, spanning an area of 30,000 square kilometers. The strongman of Huaqing Nation, Zhang Tai, had discovered this beast on an island and ultimately killed it. Using its high-quality timber, he constructed the fortress to fend off beast tides. This year's college entrance exams would be conducted as an elimination tournament in teams of 3. Each team would parachute into any location of their choice within the giant wood fortress. Over the course of 3 days, they were to eliminate as many other teams as possible to earn points. Final rankings would be determined by the points accumulated. However, none of this concerned Luo. During his time with the Shin sisters, they had become both his students and close friends. In a casual conversation, Shin Huayue learned that Luo had been living in a hotel all this time. She went out of her way to prepare a room for him to stay in. Deeply grateful, Luo offered to train them for free, utilizing gravitational simulations to enhance their physical strength. Through this period of training, the two sisters were often left gasping for air from exhaustion, but their abilities advanced rapidly, reaching the 6th stage of the extraordinary realm. And Luo was confident that, working together, the sisters could overpower anyone below the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm. However, since this exam required a 3-person team, the addition of a stranger to their group left Luo feeling uneasy. The 3 days of exams flew by, and by the afternoon of the 4th day, the sisters returned home, bursting with excitement the moment they entered. Luo Ge. We got 2nd place. Shin Huayu's voice boomed like thunder, her face full of exhilaration. Giant Ability University, here we come. Shin Huayue followed closely behind, so thrilled she could hardly contain herself. Luo, who was sitting on the sofa, felt genuinely happy for them upon hearing this good news. He stood up, walked over to them, and smiled. Congratulations on achieving such a great result, 2nd place. At that moment, Shin Huayue suddenly lunged at Luo, hugging him tightly. Thank you, Luo. Without you, we never could have achieved such a high rank. Taking their backpacks from them, Luo slung them over his shoulder and said with a smile, haven't had lunch yet, have you? I just finished cooking. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. The sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with delight. Ever since Luo had moved in, he had taken over all the cooking. They had grown so accustomed to his culinary skills that they had lost interest in restaurant food. His dishes, with their vibrant colors, tempting aromas, and incredible taste, were utterly irresistible. After washing their hands, they happily sat down at the dining table. Luo brought out one dish after another, filling the room with warmth and laughter. Soon, the sisters were so full they could barely move, slumping back in their chairs to rest. Luo got up to clear the table and, after washing the dishes, returned to sit across from them. With a serious expression, he asked, why only 2nd place this time? Tell me about it. The sisters' expressions froze immediately. Ever since Luo had devised their special training plan and personally taught them combat techniques, their relationship with him had become a blend of teacher-student and friendship. His question felt like a teacher asking about a mistake, making them slightly nervous. It was really close, we almost got 1st place, Shin Huayue said, closing one eye and making a small gesture with her fingers. Yeah, and Luo Ji, that opponent was way too sneaky, Shin Huayu complained, rubbing her stomach in frustration. When there were only 3 teams left, the other 2 actually ganged up to ambush us. But we still gave it our all and eliminated one of the teams, only for the last group to swoop in and take the prize, Shin Huayue added angrily. After hearing their explanation, Luo understood what had happened. Who was the 3rd person in your team? He asked. It was our school friend, Lu Yuni. Her ability is A-rank sword mastery, Shin Huayue replied. Yuni's swordsmanship is amazing, she can take on 3 opponents all by herself without breaking a sweat, Shin Huayu said excitedly. Luo nodded in approval. With similar ability levels, the fact that Lu Yuni could use her swordsmanship to fight 3 people simultaneously marked her as a true prodigy. If she's your friend, how come I've never seen her come over to hang out with you too? Luo asked curiously. Yuni is obsessed with swords. When she's home, she's either practicing or studying sword techniques. She doesn't have time to visit us, Shin Huayue said with a sigh and a shake of her head. Luo nodded silently, deeply admiring Lu Yuni's dedication. Without rigorous training, how could one achieve strength beyond one's peers? After the meal, the sisters went to take a bath while Luo relaxed on the sofa, watching TV. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Luo frowned slightly, puzzled. It was the first time he had heard the doorbell ring since moving in. He walked to the door to check, and the screen displayed the image of a girl in a black, form-fitting combat suit with a long sword at her side. Her high ponytail swayed as her sharp eyes scanned the courtyard, exuding a heroic air. Are you Lu Yuni? Luo asked tentatively. The girl outside, hearing a male voice, narrowed her eyes slightly. That's right. I'm Lu Yuni. After confirming her identity, Luo opened the gate. Lu Yuni gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she entered the courtyard. She walked to the front door and knocked. Luo opened it, stepped aside slightly, and gestured politely. Miss Lu, you're here to see them, right? They're bathing right now. Please come in and have a seat, I'll make you some tea. Lu Yuni silently observed Luo, her eyes brimming with battle intent. It's good they're not here. I didn't come to see them. I came to see you. And Luo, duel me, she declared, drawing her sword and pointing it at him. And Luo was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, letting out a chuckle. Miss Lu, may I ask why? Because they said you're strong, and I want to see just how strong someone needs to be to get a special admission to Giant Ability University, Lu Yuni replied with unwavering confidence. That's the only reason? And Luo asked, puzzled. Lu Yuni snorted and added, of course not. You're a grown man living in the home of 2 girls, it's inappropriate. If I win, you have to move out immediately. And Luo carefully sized up Lu Yuni, fully understanding her intentions. The Shin sisters were both beautiful, each with their own unique charm. As their close friend, Lu Yuni naturally couldn't feel at ease knowing they were living with a man. Afraid that something inappropriate might happen, she had rushed over as soon as the college entrance exams were over, intending to drive Luo out. Fine. I'll take you on. Luo agreed without hesitation. Let's move to the backyard, it's more spacious there. The two of them headed to the backyard and took their positions. Lu Yuni's eyes gleamed with ferocity. She slightly bent her knees to steady her footing, gripping the hilt of her sword as she prepared to strike. In contrast, Luo stood with his arms crossed, his face relaxed and smiling, as if he didn't take Lu Yuni seriously at all. Watching Luo's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Yuni's fingers instinctively tightened around the sword hilt. A powerful sense of pressure swept over her. As if the moment she made her move, she would be obliterated instantly. Her heartbeat quickened, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. What's going on? Lu Yuni, where's your fearless swordsmanship spirit? You haven't even started fighting, and you're already breaking into a sweat. How pathetic. At that moment, a strong gust of wind howled through the backyard, whipping their hair and clothing into a frenzy as if heralding the impending battle. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound of a sword unsheathing broke through the air. Utilizing the wind, Lu Yuni darted forward in an instant, thrusting her sword straight at Luo's shoulder. She had assumed Luo would dodge, but to her surprise, he remained completely still, letting the sword pierce through. What shocked her even more was that the sword's tip emerged from the back of Luo's shoulder, yet not a single drop of blood spilled. What's happening? Lu Yuni was filled with confusion and momentarily forgot to withdraw her sword. And Luo smiled faintly, grabbed the blade, and with a light exertion of force, a loud boom erupted. The impact sent Lu Yuni flying backward, slamming her into a wall before she slid to the ground. Rubbing her throbbing head, she burned with anger, though her mind remained clouded with questions. What kind of ability does Luo have? She had asked the Shin sisters before, but their answer was vague, merely describing it as some sort of new ability. She had no choice but to figure it out through battle, seeking answers as she fought. Gripping her sword instinctively, Lu Yuni suddenly realized it was still lodged in Luo's shoulder. Just as she thought she had inflicted a serious wound, Luo smiled once more, grasped the sword's hilt, and slowly pulled it out. To her astonishment, not a single drop of blood appeared as the sword was withdrawn, as if Luo's body contained no blood at all. Once the blade was completely removed, a cyan flame suddenly ignited around the wound. In an instant, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Yuni's eyes widened in shock, a chill running down her spine. What kind of ability is this? Such an incredible self-healing ability. At that moment, the Shin sisters, who were taking a bath in the second-floor bathroom, heard the commotion in the backyard. Unable to resist their curiosity, they opened the window and leaned out to look. Seeing Lu Yuni below, they excitedly called out, Yuni. Sister Yuni! They only noticed Lu Yuni by the wall and completely overlooked Luo on the other side. Hearing their voices, Luo turned his head, his pupils dilating instantly as 4 soft mounds bounced uncontrollably before his eyes. He quickly averted his gaze and turned his back to them. Hearing the sisters' voices, Lu Yuni looked up, intending to greet them. But as soon as she saw their state, her heart tightened, and she shouted, "Get back inside!" The sisters were momentarily confused. It wasn't until they looked down to see Luo's turned back and then glanced at their own state that realization dawned on them. Ah! 2 ear-piercing screams rang out as the sisters immediately crouched down, their faces red as tomatoes, their ears burning with embarrassment. The bathroom fell into silence. Lu Yuni leaped up to the second-floor window and peered at the 2 crouched figures beneath the sill. Without a word, she closed the window, giving them some time to calm down. Hearing the window shut, Luo turned back around and, seeing Lu Yuni's furious expression, couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Want to kill me? Scoundrel! How can you still laugh? Lu Yuni shouted angrily. You've ruined the innocence of two young girls. And Luo waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, No, don't pin this on me. If you hadn't challenged me to a duel, they wouldn't have opened the window and let me see. So, the real culprit of this little accident is you. It has nothing to do with me. You, Luo. You're shameless. Lu Yuni pointed at him, her face flushed with rage. Ha, isn't this just the way I am? Luo replied with a smile. Arg! Give me back my sword. Lu Yuni yelled as she charged at him. With a mere thought, Luo released a wave of gravity. Instantly, Lu Yuni was pinned to the ground, unable to move. She struggled desperately but couldn't even lift a finger. Luo sighed and shook his head. Lu Yuni, stop struggling. You're no match for me. Just admit defeat. Lu Yuni raised her head stubbornly, glaring at Luo. Ever since awakening her A-rank ability and becoming a master of swordsmanship, she had never suffered such humiliation, her sword taken, her body pinned, and even being subjected to his taunting words. Luo, I swear I'll defeat you someday, she declared resolutely. Luo's lips curled into an amused smile. He reached out and lightly touched Lu Yuni's ear, whispering, Those who've fallen to me no longer qualify as my opponents. I'll give you time to catch up, though you'll soon find yourself unable to even see my shadow. Lu Yuni's face turned beet red, unsure if it was his arrogance or his provocation that had flustered her. Before she could respond, Luo retracted the gravity binding her, placed her sword beside her, and walked out of the backyard. After Luo left, Lu Yuni slowly got up, calming herself. She bent down to retrieve her sword and let out a deep sigh before also leaving the backyard. When she entered the villa's living room, Luo tossed her a can of chilled beverage. Here, drink this to cool off. No, I can't drink cold things, Lu Yuni replied, shaking her head and placing the can back on the table. Luo paused, then seemed to understand. Oh, no wonder you're so fiery. Don't worry, I'll make you some ginger tea with brown sugar. Everyone says it's great. No need. Lu Yuni stammered, her face flushing as her voice quickened. Luo grinned, stood up, and headed to the kitchen, waving his hand. No need to be polite. Just wait. A few minutes later, Luo returned with a steaming bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar, placing it in front of Lu Yuni. Don't be shy. He turned away, his attention shifting to the television, hoping to catch news of any emerging prodigies with extraordinary abilities during the Huaxing Nation's college entrance exams. Looking around, this year's number of SSS level ability awakeners truly seemed abundant. However, despite the media's reports of these so-called geniuses, he found them utterly lackluster, dismissing them with disdain in his heart. Even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. He sighed helplessly and turned his head, only to see that Lu Yuni had already finished her bowl of ginger tea. A satisfied smile adorned her face as she gently rubbed her slightly warm stomach. Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Standing up, he poured her another bowl. There's more ginger tea, no need to rush. And don't do anything strenuous at this time, it's bad for your health. This gentle care formed a stark contrast to his usual arrogance, leaving Lu Yuni puzzled and curious. Luo, why is your demeanor now so different from how you are in battle? She couldn't help but ask. Isn't it natural to take your opponents seriously and defeat them in battle? What's wrong with that? Luo replied with genuine confusion. Lu Yuni was left speechless, recalling how brutally he had defeated her not long ago, only to now be so considerate and caring. It truly was baffling. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. It seemed the two sisters had finished getting ready and were coming down. The sisters, now dressed and presentable, stood at the staircase landing with flushed faces, hesitant to approach the sofa where Luo and Lu Yuni were seated. Luo let out a sigh and walked toward them, speaking with sincerity. Huayu, I know you must feel awkward right now. If you're uncomfortable, I can move out immediately. Lu Yuni's heart leapt with joy, confident that the two sisters would no longer allow him to stay. Despite the earlier mishaps, the outcome seemed to be turning in her favor. Before his words had even fully settled, the sisters exchanged a glance. Suppressing their embarrassment, they mustered the courage to look at Luo. Shen. Huayu spoke earnestly, we've thought it over. The accident was mainly our fault. It happened because we were careless. Luo, we don't blame you. Shen Huayu quickly followed up, stammering, and Luo Ge, let's put this behind us. No one is allowed to bring it up again. She even shot a pointed glance at Lu Yuni. Including Yuni Jie, no one is allowed to mention it again. Lu Yuni nodded blankly, collapsing powerlessly onto the sofa. Inside, she was utterly confused. After what had happened, how could these two still tolerate this man staying in their home? Were they not afraid of the awkwardness? The sisters' heartfelt words warmed in Luo's heart. "All right, I promise. No one will bring this up again." The living room fell into silence. Seeing this, Luo immediately said, "I'll head back to my room. You all can relax." Without waiting for a response, he quickly retreated to his room, leaving the sisters and Lu Yuni some privacy. The sound of the door closing brought a sense of relief to the sisters. They glanced at Lu Yuni with slightly embarrassed smiles. "Yuni Jie," they called softly. But Lu Yuni, unmoved by their greetings, stood up and walked toward them. Observing them carefully, she thought to herself, "Are these two really my closest friends?" After a long moment, Lu Yuni suddenly asked, "At school, you two are notorious for disliking boys. Why are you so lenient with this and Luo?" The sisters looked at each other, momentarily speechless. And Luo, Xinhuayu's cheeks turned red as she fidgeted, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Xinhuayu stepped forward. "If it weren't for Luo Ge's training, the two of us wouldn't have improved so quickly. That's why we're so lenient with him." Lu Yuni nodded in understanding. Over the past 3 days of teaming up, she had indeed noticed the sisters' rapid progress. Not only had their physical fitness improved, but their combat abilities had also grown significantly. She had initially thought they were only capable of assisting in battles, but reality had proven she had underestimated their potential. That explanation makes sense. Lu Yuni smiled at the nervous sisters. Hearing her acknowledgement, the sisters finally relaxed, secretly relieved that Lu Yuni wouldn't press them further. Back in his room, Luo pulled aside his shirt, revealing a smooth shoulder. A mysterious smile spread across his lips. With a thought, he summoned the Demon Fruit Tree panel. Demon Fruit Tree, D level. Requires 10 level 3 energy cores to advance. Pending Demon Fruits, 4/6. Currently obtained Demon Fruits, Paw Fruit, Gravity Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Phoenix Fruit. 1 level 3 energy core for a Phoenix Fruit? Totally worth it, he thought gleefully. Using a level 3 energy core obtained by killing the obsidian boar, he had fed the Demon Fruit Tree, successfully acquiring the Bird Fruit, mythical type, Phoenix. This fruit granted its user powerful regenerative abilities. Even if the heart and brain were destroyed, they could regenerate. However, the process consumed the user's stamina, with heavier injuries requiring more energy to heal. After consuming the Phoenix Fruit and training diligently over the past few days, his ability level had already reached the 5th stage of the Noble Realm, leaving his peers far behind. It wasn't until evening, when it was time to prepare dinner, that Luo finally emerged from his room. By then, the 3 girls were lounging leisurely on the sofa, with the television broadcasting an urgent news report. A large-scale plague has erupted in a southern city, leading to a full lockdown. Investigations reveal that the mastermind is SSS level ability user Ivan Hafs, a member of the world-class evil organization Star Deity Society. Ivan Hafs was defeated by a coalition of powerful fighters in the city but has since disappeared. Standing behind the sofa, Luo silently watched the broadcast, his brow furrowing slightly. World-class evil organization, Star Deity Society. The words echoed like thunder in his mind. He had already learned about this enigmatic group online, knowing that their headquarters location remained unknown to this day. With members scattered across the globe, they struck fear into the hearts of all. At the top of the Star Deity Society were 13 demon generals, each extraordinarily powerful. Their weakest had reached the Heaven's Favor realm, and 1 or 2 were rumored to possess the terrifying Heaven's Chosen Realm abilities. Using their immense power, they orchestrated sinister schemes across nations, only to be repeatedly suppressed. To this day, their ultimate goal remained a mystery. Luo glanced down at the 3 sisters, now asleep on the sofa, and began to ponder. He then turned and walked into the kitchen, quietly closing the door behind him. The crisp click of the door closing startled the 3 sisters awake. They immediately sat upright, their expressions turning serious. "What's Luo doing?" Xinhuayu cautiously turned her head toward the kitchen, a wave of sweetness inexplicably rising in her heart. Xinhuayu also kept her eyes fixed on the kitchen, a gentle smile forming in her gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Yuni sipped her ginger tea, secretly observing the Shin sisters. A bold guess suddenly crossed her mind. Could these two possibly have feelings for the same man? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the absurd idea. Such a melodramatic scenario wouldn't happen in her life, surely not. Before long, the fragrant aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen. And Luo called out loudly, "Everyone, wash your hands and come eat." The Shin sisters, hearing this, immediately dashed toward the bathroom to wash their hands. Lu Yuni, however, walked over to the dining table, carefully examining the delicious-looking dishes that were both colorful and aromatic. She earnestly remarked, "And Luo, you should really consider becoming a chef." And Luo laughed heartily at her comment. "This is the highest praise you've ever given my cooking." After the meal, the three sisters collapsed weakly onto the sofa. Shin Huayu clutched her stomach in distress. "Ugh! I'm so full, but I just couldn't stop eating." "You always eat the most." "Of course, you're full. Be careful, or you'll eat yourself into obesity," Shin Huayu teased. "Now I finally understand why the two of you have gained weight," Lu Yuni said softly. The two sisters were stunned by her words. Shin Huayu asked in disbelief, "Yuni, do you think I've gained weight?" Shin Huayu, on the other hand, looked at Lu Yuni with a face full of curiosity. "Yes, both of you have put on quite a bit of weight. I'd estimate at least 10 pounds, Lu Yuni said firmly. The two sisters exchanged a glance before immediately heading to the storage room. They pulled out a scale from a cabinet that had been left untouched for ages. Shin Huayu hesitantly removed her top and stepped onto the scale. The number that appeared made her heart sink. "How is this possible? I've gained so much weight." Seeing her reaction, Shin Huayu's expression darkened as well. She always ate more than Shin Huayu, so her situation was probably even worse. After a moment of acceptance, Shin Huayu stepped off the scale. Shin Huayu took a deep breath, removed any extra weight she was carrying, and cautiously stepped on. When she saw the number, it was as if the color drained from the world. Only that glaring number was etched deeply into her mind, haunting her. The two of them walked heavily out of the storage room. When Luo saw them emerge, he waved them over. "Come on. I made your favorite caramel pudding." On the table were 2 plates of sweet, fragrant caramel pudding. Lu Yuni had already dug in, her face radiating happiness as she savored the dessert. Shin Huayu and Shin Huayu exchanged glances before shaking their heads in pain. "And Luo, we don't want to eat." "Yeah, brother and Luo, we don't want it at all," Shin Huayu added, her voice choked with emotion. "Ha? You two used to love this. What's wrong today?" And Luo asked in confusion. Lu Yuni chimed in, "They're afraid of gaining weight, so they don't want to eat." And Luo scrutinized the two sisters' figures carefully before saying seriously, "What weight gain? You're both full-figured and well-proportioned. You were too skinny before. You look much better now." His words were like the morning sun, warming the hearts of the two sisters. "Really?" they said in unison. "Really?" And Luo nodded firmly. Hearing this, the corners of their mouths gradually lifted into bright smiles, and their cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. "Come and eat," and Luo beckoned. The two of them approached the table, letting go of their concerns about weight and indulging in the dessert. Lu Yuni watched as the sisters were easily comforted, a subtle and complex emotion flickering in her heart. By evening, it was time for Lu Yuni to leave. As she stepped out of the house, she glanced down at the sword hanging at her waist. And sighed. "There's always someone better out there. I never expected to encounter such a monstrous talent among my peers." Shaking her head, Lu Yuni walked away from the Shin family's doorstep, gripping her sword more tightly than before. A few days flew by. Even though the Shin sisters had completed their college entrance exams, they knew they couldn't relax just yet. At Giant Ability University, talent was abundant, and A-rank ability users were everywhere. Only through continuous training could they hope to stand out among the many prodigies. Interestingly, during this time, Lu Yuni had also joined their training sessions. She endured gravity training, strengthened her body, and sparred closely with Luo, gaining substantial benefits. Ding dong! Just as everyone was training, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hearing it, Luo sprouted fiery blue wings from his back and flew to the door instantly. There, a delivery man handed him 2 letters through the gap in the door. "These are for Miss Shin Huayu and Miss Shin Huayu. Please sign here." Taking the letters, Luo immediately recognized the sender, Giant Ability University. He thought to himself, these must be their acceptance letters. After signing for the letters, Luo flew back to the backyard and handed them to the sisters. Huayu, letters from Giant Ability University." The two sisters tore open the envelopes and, in an instant, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. "Acceptance letters from Giant Ability University," they shouted excitedly, the shining letters in their hands almost glowing with brilliance. They jumped and hugged each other tightly, as if the entire world were celebrating their success. Watching this scene, Luo and Lu Yuni couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth in their hearts, smiles spreading across their faces. A moment later, the sisters calmed down and turned to Luo. Bowing deeply, they spoke in clear voices, "Thank you, Luo." "Thank you, brother Luo," they said in unison. Luo hurriedly stepped forward, gently lifting their heads. Smiling, he said, "This is all thanks to your hard work." "No need to thank me." At that moment, Lu Yuni suddenly interjected, "And Luo, my acceptance letter should have arrived too. I'll head home to check." "Alright, come back quickly," and Luo replied with a nod. As the day turned to dusk, Luo finished dinner, prepared some dessert, and left it on the table before heading out for a walk. The three girls, however, preferred to stay home, cozily watching TV, too lazy to move. Exiting the villa complex, Luo took a car to a nearby supermarket, deciding to browse and restock the fridge. Pushing a small cart, Luo wandered through the supermarket. When he passed a snack aisle, his eyes flickered as he unexpectedly spotted his biological father, Xiong. Xiong was standing by the snack aisle, enthusiastically promoting products, his expression revealing a hint of determination. Although their relationship had been severed, the bond of blood was not so easily discarded. Not wanting to dwell on it, Luo pushed his cart and walked past Xiong indifferently. "Xiao Luo." Xiong called out in surprise, his voice trembling with complex emotions as he laid eyes on his long-lost son. Luo pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. Seeing that Luo was about to leave, Xiong abandoned his post and chased after him. "Xiao Luo, how can you be so rude? Who taught you this?" "Xiong, if you call yourself my father again, I won't hold back," Luo said coldly, gripping the cart handle tightly, a glint of frost in his eyes. Xiong's furious expression immediately turned into one of panic. He quickly loosened his grip, not daring to argue further with Luo. "Xiong, step aside. Don't block my way. If I file a complaint about you, don't blame me," Luo said disdainfully, his gaze icy. Xiong listened, suppressing his anger with difficulty. He sighed and said in a low voice, "Xiao Luo, come home. The family needs you. I've lost my job. That wench Pan Yun took the medical expenses and ran off. Now I'm by myself, earning money while taking care of Xiaoming. It's really tough." Hearing his complaints, the corners of Luo's mouth curved up slightly, and an unexpected sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. "Xiong, this is all your own doing. Pan Yun only stayed with you when you were useful. Now that you've lost your job, of course she's abandoned you. Your relationship with her was doomed from the start. She was only ever interested in sharing wealth, never hardship. Unfortunately, you were blind and chose the wrong person. Serves you right." After finishing, Luo disdainfully pushed past Xiong, wheeled his cart forward, and left while humming a tune. Behind him, Xiong's expression was complicated. Deep down, he knew that everything Luo said was true. He had indeed cheated during Luo's mother's pregnancy and had been deceived by Pan Yun's hypocrisy. "I deserve it," he muttered bitterly, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. He returned to his stall and resumed shouting for customers, though his voice now carried a hint of melancholy. Carrying bags full of groceries, Luo exited the supermarket and noticed a homeless man leaning against the wall. The man's clothes were in tatters, and his face was obscured by messy hair. Luo took a loaf of bread and a few bottles of milk from one of the bags and gently placed them in front of the homeless man before turning to hail a cab and leave. The homeless man lifted his head, his green eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He stared at Luo's departing figure, a trace of disbelief flashing across his gaze. Upon arriving home, he found the three sisters sound asleep on the couch, with the dessert on the table still untouched. Luo placed the food he had bought into the refrigerator and washed the plates. The sound of running water in the kitchen woke the sisters. Groggy, Lu Yuning glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 9. "It's so late. I should head home." "Don't go, Yuninjia. Stay here for the night." Shin Huayue and Shin Huayu pleaded enthusiastically. Faced with their warm invitation, Lu Yuning couldn't refuse. "Alright, I'll stay." From the kitchen, Luo overheard their exchange and asked, "Three beauties, how about some late-night snacks?" Initially, none of them felt hungry, but as soon as Luo mentioned it, their stomachs growled in unison. The three exchanged glances and replied in chorus, "Let's eat." Joyful moments always seemed fleeting. Before they knew it, it was already mid-July. The opening of Giant Ability University was just around the corner, and Luo's ability level had reached the 9th tier of the Noble Realm, only one step away from the Transcendence Realm. The Transcendence Realm signified breaking the limits of humanity, with a significant boost in power. In battle, as long as vital organs weren't harmed, even lost limbs could regenerate. As the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains into his room, Luo was already dressed and prepared for another expedition into the Tiger Roar mountain range. His eyes were resolute as he silently calculated, given his strength, hunting a 4th-level beast would be no problem. The 4th-level crystal core he sought would serve as nourishment for the demon fruit tree. Before the semester started, he planned to consume the fruit it bore. Whatever it turned out to be, it would surely propel him into the Transcendence realm. An 18-year-old in the Transcendence realm, a genius like this was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence on Azure Blue Star. Only by achieving this could he garner enough attention at Giant Ability University to secure more crystal core resources. And Luo, please be careful and stay safe, Shen Huayue said, her voice full of concern. And Luoji, since you won't let us go with you, we'll stay behind, but you must promise to be careful, Shen Huayue added, her eyes filled with reluctance. I'll be back soon, don't worry, and Luo said with a gentle smile, patting the sisters on their heads to comfort them. As he left the city, the familiar sight of the Tiger Roar mountain range gradually unfolded before him. With azure flames igniting behind him, wings of fire emerged from his back. Luo transformed into a streak of light, flying deeper into the mountains. By now, first-level beasts were worthless to him, only second-level beasts or higher merited his attention. After flying for some time, and Luo looked back to find that Tianshui city had vanished from view. A winding river appeared ahead. Just as he was about to descend for a break, angry roars echoed from the distant forest, suggesting a beastly confrontation. After a moment's thought, and Luo decided to proceed stealthily. He landed quietly and followed the sound. Hiding behind a large tree, he saw a cave from which the roars emanated. Holding his breath, he waited patiently, planning to strike when the moment was right. Time passed, and the sun ascended high in the sky. The commotion within the cave had ceased for nearly half an hour, and Luo leapt lightly toward the entrance and carefully observed. The cave was about 7 or 8 meters high, clearly home to a large creature. Switching on his flashlight, the darkness inside revealed nothing. He cautiously ventured in, remaining vigilant. Before long, he felt the ground beneath his feet grow slippery. Looking down, he saw pools of blood and drag marks. It was evident that the beast within hadn't gone far. As he delved deeper, the temperature rose, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Eager to find his target, he suddenly heard heavy breathing nearby. He quickly turned off his flashlight and held his breath, sensing that the beast was close. A faint azure flame flickered at his fingertips, casting a dim light around him. Scanning the area, he spotted 2 third-level beasts, a pair of armored lion tigers lying peacefully in a nest of grass, sound asleep. Nearby were several skeletons and the mangled remains of other beasts. Third-level beasts? How disappointing, and Luo thought with a sigh. He had hoped to achieve his goal of hunting a 4th-level beast in one go, but it seemed he would have to keep searching. Still, he couldn't waste the chance to collect 3rd-level crystal cores. They would help nourish the demon fruit tree. Stepping closer to the sleeping armored lion tigers, and Luo's mind began to race. Could these 2 beasts possibly be descendants of the legendary ghostly phantom tiger? As he pondered, one of the armored lion tigers slowly opened its eyes. And Luo's heart tightened, but his resolve was firm. Clenching his right fist, he struck down hard. The force of the blow shattered the beast's skull instantly, killing it before it could even make a sound. The other armored lion tiger awoke in a rage upon seeing the intruder in its lair. It roared and lunged at Luo. He smirked, 3rd level. Beasts no longer posed any threat to him. He effortlessly grabbed hold of the tiger's long fangs and hurled it against the cave wall. Seeing its companion's fate, the remaining armored lion tiger finally understood fear. And Luo couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. To think you'd show fear, that's truly a rarity. But anger soon overcame its fear, and the beast charged at Luo once more. He emerged from the cave and looked up at the sky. The sun was gradually setting. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was already past 4 o'clock. He decided to wait another 2 hours. If there was still no sign of a Tier 4 beast, he would have to return to the city immediately. The Tiger Roar mountain range was far too dangerous at night, and lingering was not an option. And Luo glanced back at the cave behind him, silently pondering. Powerful beasts always have territorial instincts. If there's a Tier 3 beast's lair in this area, then a Tier 4 beast probably wouldn't appear here, would it? A burst of blue flame ignited, surging skyward. His gaze was fixed on the forest below, hoping to spot a Tier 4 beast. However, 2 hours passed, and there was still no result. The sun sank further toward the horizon, and the night was about to fall. As expected, Tier 4 beasts are hard to find, he sighed softly. As he flew over a small river, he suddenly spotted a tiger-like beast lowering its head to drink. It was larger than an armored lion tiger, and its mane was entirely black. Suspended in midair, and Luo observed carefully and was shocked to discover that this tiger-like beast had a 3rd eye on its forehead. This is a Tier 4 beast, the 3-eyed nether tiger, he thought to himself. The 3-eyed nether tiger, with its 3 eyes, could release a mental shockwave attack from the eye on its forehead, enough to cause excruciating headaches for its enemies, even disrupting their judgment and perception. If the enemy's mental state was weak, they might even be reduced to a fool. More importantly, the third eye of this beast could be crafted into a highly valuable mental attack artifact. Seeing that the three-eyed nether tiger was still drinking water, and Luo quietly flew behind it. Raising his hand slightly, he gathered vibrating energy and dove downward with full force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as his fist struck the tiger's spine, sending it crashing into the small river. The three-eyed nether tiger tumbled before regaining its footing. It turned its head, bearing sharp fangs, glaring angrily at its assailant. At that moment, the third eye on its forehead opened. And Luo was startled. He hadn't expected the Tier 4 beast to be completely unharmed. He knew that, in most animals, damage to the spine would either cripple them or render them immobile. Yet this punch seemed to have done nothing. The physical resilience of a Tier 4 beast was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the tiger's third eye emitted an invisible energy beam. Caught off guard, and Luo was struck by the attack. His mind roared, and intense pain surged through his head. He instinctively clutched his head. A mental attack, how disgusting, he muttered through gritted teeth. Internally, he thought, but once I dig out your eye, I won't feel the slightest bit guilty. He quickly utilized his own abilities to construct a protective barrier, effectively deflecting the mental assaults. The three-eyed nether tiger, realizing its attack was ineffective, roared angrily and prepared to strike again, but this time, its attack was entirely blocked by Enluo's shield. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Enluo's lips. Three-eyed nether tiger, that eye of yours, it's mine now. Enraged, the three-eyed nether tiger leaped into the air, its massive jaws wide open as it lunged at Enluo. Simultaneously, it continued to fire mental attacks, but they were all deflected. Enluo focused his thoughts, and a powerful force of gravity suddenly pressed down. Bang! The three-eyed nether tiger was forced to the ground, creating a large crater. But it quickly adapted to the gravity and stood back up. Enluo inhaled sharply. A Tier 3 beast wouldn't have been able to withstand his gravity, yet this Tier 4 beast had recovered so swiftly. It seemed that Tier 4 beasts were akin to the human transcendence realm, their lifeforms having undergone a significant leap, drastically enhancing their abilities. Three-eyed nether tiger, fight me, he shouted, provoking the beast. Under the enhanced gravity, the tiger roared and charged at him. Blue flames ignited around Enluo as he leaped and landed directly on the tiger's head. The three-eyed nether tiger tried desperately to claw him off, but Enluo wouldn't give it the chance. With both hands, he concentrated his vibrating energy and struck down fiercely. His punch shattered two of the tiger's eyes. The excruciating pain caused the beast to let out an ear-splitting roar, shaking the forest. This roar disturbed the true overlord of the Tiger Roar mountain range, a Tier 7 beast, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger. While perched on the three-eyed nether tiger's head, Enluo continued to pound away, trying to incapacitate it. The tiger fought back desperately, ramming into trees in an attempt to throw him off. However, Enluo held tightly to its head, refusing to let go. Even when tree branches scratched his skin, blue flames emerged from the wounds, healing them instantly. This turned into a test of endurance. In the end, the three-eyed nether tiger couldn't hold on any longer. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Enluo waited silently until he could no longer hear its heartbeat and finally let out a sigh of relief. Pulling out a knife, he carefully extracted the intact third eye. A smug grin appeared on his face. This single eye could fetch a price of tens of millions, not to mention the Tier 4 crystal core. This one three-eyed nether tiger had brought him immense rewards. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sense of life-threatening danger. In an instant, blue flames enveloped him, and he shot off toward the city like a streak of light. Moments after Enluo's departure, a black light shot down from the sky, landing beside the corpse of the three-eyed nether tiger with a thunderous boom. As the dust settled, the true overlord of the Tiger Roar mountain range revealed itself, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger. Standing next to the body of the three-eyed nether tiger, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger seethed with rage and let out an earth-shaking roar. Roar! The roar was like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire forest. Then, to Enluo's astonishment, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger began to speak. Three-Eye, my most gifted child. I will avenge you. The human who killed you, I will turn him into a wandering ghost, never to find peace, it growled coldly, its voice filled with endless hatred. With that, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger leaped into the air, sniffing for the scent of humans. Locking onto a direction, it transformed into a streak of black light and sped off. Meanwhile, as Enluo flew through the air, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Thinking quickly, he rummaged through his bag and pulled out several jars of seasonings, cumin, pepper salt, chili powder. Originally meant to enhance the flavor of his bread. Now, they were about to become life-saving tools. Pinching his nose, he opened the jars and quickly scattered the seasonings over himself to mask his scent. Then, with all his strength, he threw the empty containers in different directions and resumed his escape. Moments later, the ghost-wielding phantom tiger arrived, only to find the air thick with mixed and confusing odors. Furious, it realized this was a human trick to disrupt its sense of smell and waste its time. Even so, it remained determined. Its bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings as it tried to catch the faintest hint of human scent. Seconds turned into minutes. Finally, relying on its keen sense of smell, it locked onto a direction and sped off in pursuit. It revealed a cruel smile, its figure flickering before vanishing from the spot in an instant. As Enluo flew with all his might, a black flash suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, the ghost-taming shadow tiger was already above him. Enluo only felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. Just as he was about to look up, a tiger claw struck down fiercely. Bang! With an enraged strike, the ghost-taming shadow tiger sent Enluo plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground like a comet and creating a deafening explosion. Boom! The immense impact caused a tremor, with dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Enluo lay powerless on the ground. His bones were shattered, his limbs broken, and blood gushed from his mouth. This single blow left him gravely injured. Fortunately, Enluo possessed the body of a phoenix, which kept him clinging to life. Anyone else would have been dead beyond saving. The ghost-taming shadow tiger descended from the sky, staring at the near-dead Enluo, as if savoring his suffering as life slowly drained from him. Gravely wounded, Enluo closed his eyes and gradually slipped into unconsciousness. Seeing him lose consciousness, the ghost-taming shadow tiger raised its claw, ready to deliver a fatal strike. But at that moment, a peculiar man wearing tattered clothes and exuding a foul smell suddenly appeared a few meters away. Strangely, the ghost-taming shadow tiger hadn't sensed his arrival at all. Ouya, the man spoke, his voice low and eerie. Little tiger, you'd better back off now, while I still don't feel like killing you. The ghost-taming shadow tiger's pupils trembled slightly, feeling humiliation for the first time. Yet it understood that now was not the time to act recklessly. Who are you? The ghost-taming shadow tiger asked cautiously. The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a piece of bread and began chewing it leisurely. Little tiger, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all. Then, the man released a faint trace of his aura. The ghost-taming shadow tiger felt the overwhelming power, its body trembling. Without hesitation, it transformed into a black flash and fled into the distance at its fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, the ghost-taming shadow tiger's figure disappeared. The man lowered his head, looking at the severely injured Enluo, and let out a deep sigh. Though I've saved your life for now, with injuries this severe, you probably won't make it. But at least I've kept you from becoming a vengeful ghost. Consider this repayment for that meal you once gave me. With that, the man turned to leave. But just as he was about to walk away, Enluo's body suddenly ignited with a cyan flame, shocking the man. What kind of ability is this? Such an unusual flame. The fire burned on Enluo's body, yet it didn't scorch his clothes. The man tentatively reached out, and upon touching the flame, he felt a powerful healing energy, leaving him utterly astonished. What incredible healing power! This is nearly equivalent to regeneration. Even that Ares fellow's healing abilities aren't this terrifying. After contemplating for a moment, the man squatted down, sitting cross-legged beside Enluo. He placed his hands above Enluo's body, trying to sense the flame's power. Before long, under the cyan flame's treatment, Enluo's body recovered quickly. His eyelids and fingers twitched slightly. Seeing that Enluo was about to wake up, the man quickly stood up and left in haste, ensuring he left no traces behind. Enluo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the gradually darkening sky. Suddenly snapping back to his senses, he sat up with a start. The ghost-taming shadow tiger was nowhere to be seen. He patted his body from head to toe, confirming that he was still intact, feeling a sense of confusion. Where did the ghost-taming shadow tiger go? How did I not get torn apart and turned into a vengeful ghost? His body had fully recovered. Although this wasn't surprising, given his phoenix-like constitution, he couldn't understand why the ghost-taming shadow tiger hadn't finished him off. Could it be that a passing expert saved me? He looked around but found no signs of a fight between a strong individual and the ghost-taming shadow tiger. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it. The sky was getting darker, and this place was not safe to stay in for long. If the ghost-taming shadow tiger comes back for another attack, that would be bad, he thought to himself, flying into the air and continuing his journey to Tianshui City at full speed. Behind a large tree not far away, the peculiar man watched as Enluo's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. A faint look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Kid, let's meet again sometime. Who knows, we might even become co-workers one day." After flying quickly for half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and Luo could see the brightly lit Tianshui City from afar. Returning to Tianshui City, a strong sense of safety instantly washed over him. "I almost died, but the heavens haven't abandoned me." This trip had been quite fruitful for Enluo: 2 level 3 energy cores, 1 level 4 energy core, and over a dozen level 2 energy cores. After selling the level 2 energy cores and the three-eyed underworld tiger's eyes, Enluo's wallet was bulging. The level 2 energy cores sold for over 2 million, while the three-eyed underworld tiger's eyes were appraised as genuine by a merchant and sold for 15 million. Enluo didn't hesitate to close the deal. "Now I have over 20 million. After some brief consideration, Enluo decided to buy 8 level 3 energy cores straight away. Adding the 2 he already had, his demon fruit tree could be upgraded to the C-grade quality. However, when he asked to buy 8 level 3 energy cores, the merchant gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Dear customer, level 3 energy cores are very rare. I only have 4 in stock. Do you want them?" Enluo paused for a moment. It was true that level 3 energy cores were scarce, so it made sense that there wasn't enough stock. Without hesitation, he paid for the 4. "Boss, if you get more level 3 energy cores, save them for me. I'm even willing to pay 10% more. I'll come back in a few days." The boss nodded repeatedly, agreeing to the deal. After taking a taxi back to the Shin household, Enluo pulled out his key and opened the courtyard gate. Pushing the door open, he saw the 3 sisters sprawled out on the couch, fast asleep, with instant noodle cups strewn across the dining table. "Honestly, I'd better tidy up," Enluo muttered, shaking his head. He began cleaning up the table and then went to take a shower. On the taxi ride home, the smell of seasoning powder and blood had made the driver look at him with disdain. After his shower, while drying his hair, Enluo took out the level 4 energy core and gently fed it to the demon fruit tree. Before long, a familiar pink demon fruit appeared before him, a smooth fruit. Renowned for its powerful beauty-enhancing properties, it made the skin silky smooth. "After all that effort, and I get this?" Enluo shook his head in exasperation, feeling frustrated for a few minutes. "Well, I might as well eat it. At least it can boost my ability levels." He plucked the smooth fruit and ate it without hesitation. As the fruit's power surged through him, Enluo felt his body heating up. He quickly dashed into the bathroom, setting the water to the coldest temperature to rinse himself off. As the heat intensified, his body expelled some unknown impurities. Under the effect of the smooth fruit, Enluo's body quietly transformed. His previously pale complexion was now radiant, and his already handsome appearance had reached a level where he was constantly approached by girls on the street. With this fruit, his looks and physique were about to climb even higher. After an unknown amount of time, the heat within his body gradually dissipated, and the transformation brought about by the smooth fruit was finally complete. Enluo lowered his head to glance at the black filth covering the floor, a look of disgust flashing across his face. Checking his ability level, he realized he had advanced to the first stage of the shedding mortality realm. The body has shed its mortal shell, life has transcended. Although his ability level had only increased by 1 stage, the qualitative leap in his physical stats was undeniable. After taking another shower, Enluo sat by the bed, pulled out a knife, and made a small cut on his skin. Instantly, the wound healed without leaving a trace. "Looks like I'm no longer an ordinary human being." He reached out to pinch the muscles on his arm and then glanced at the 8-pack abs on his abdomen. The muscles are denser, but the change doesn't seem too significant. Just as he was about to look in the mirror, Shin Huayue's voice came from outside. "Enluo, are you back?" Enluo's hand froze mid-air, and he quickly responded loudly, "It's me. Hold on, I just got out of the shower. I'll be out in a moment." After getting dressed, Enluo walked out of his room and saw the 3 girls sitting on the sofa. They were stunned, clearly shocked by his transformation. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Enluo asked, puzzled. "Girls, instant noodles aren't good for you. Let me make you a proper meal," he said, turning and heading to the kitchen to search for ingredients. The 3 girls on the sofa let out a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the cushions and burying their faces in sink. 10 minutes later, Enluo was busy in the kitchen. Luyuni was the first to lift her head, her eyes as limpid as autumn water, her face as delicate as a peach blossom. She sneakily tiptoed toward Shin Huayue's room. Shortly after, she emerged quietly, washed her face to cool down, and let out a silent breath of relief. Meanwhile, the other two sisters, who had been lying flat on the sofa, had also slipped away unnoticed. Lu Yuni, fully aware of their whereabouts, cast a glance toward the kitchen, wherein Luo was busily cooking. She then nonchalantly returned to the sofa and turned on the television. Half an hour later, Luo brought out a table full of delicious dishes and called out to the three beauties on the sofa, "Ladies, wash your hands and come eat." His call thundered through the air, striking the three girls like a bolt of lightning. All of them froze on the sofa, exchanging awkward glances, none daring to be the first to turn around. In the end, it was Lu Yuni who mustered the courage to stand up, her head lowered, as she walked toward the dining table. The other two sisters had no choice but to follow her lead, their heads bowed as they trailed behind, eventually reaching the table. And Luo, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with you all?" That question left the three girls both embarrassed and indignant. Their hands, gripping the chopsticks tightly, trembled as they resisted the urge to lash out. "You, of all people, have the audacity to ask what's wrong? Don't you realize it? How dare you come back looking this dashing, making us lose face like this, and then act like nothing happened? Unforgivable." They raised their hands, intending to throw their chopsticks at him to teach him a lesson. But when they saw Luo's genuinely confused expression, their resolve faltered. They quickly lowered their heads, placed the chopsticks back on the table, and silently chanted mantras of forgiveness in their hearts. After all, it wasn't his fault for being good-looking. Being attractive wasn't a crime, and there was no need to vent their frustrations on him. Shin Huayue exhaled deeply, trying to steady her emotions. And Luo, you seem much more handsome than before." Luo froze for a moment, realizing this must be the effect of the smooth fruit. However, he hadn't yet had the chance to see just how much more handsome he had become. Judging by the girls' reactions alone, it was likely more than just a little change. "That's probably because I've advanced to the shedding mortality realm," and Luo replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, the three sisters were dumbstruck. They hadn't even reached the noble realm yet, and Luo was already at the shedding mortality realm. Was he even human anymore? But then again, thinking about it, Luo had always been exceptional. His advancement to the shedding mortality realm was simply in line with his usual monstrous pace. After all, everyone knew that ascending to the shedding mortality realm meant shedding one's mortal shell, and an increase in physical appearance and stature was only natural. With that thought, the three girls felt a sense of relief. However, the moment they glanced up and saw Luo's warm smile, they once again recoiled like startled birds, lowering their heads in unison. "Brother Luo, could you, maybe cover your face with something?" Shin Huayu asked shyly, fidgeting with embarrassment. And Luo chuckled helplessly. "All right, you all go ahead and eat. I'll step into my room for a bit." With that, he turned and left, heading back to his room. The three girls, seeing that he was gone, finally let their guards down and fully immersed themselves in the meal. Back in his room, Luo went straight to the bathroom. When he caught sight of himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. He reached up to pinch his face in disbelief. "Is this me?" He had anticipated that the smooth fruit would enhance his appearance, but he hadn't expected the transformation to be this stunning. His face was now so flawlessly perfect that it seemed unreal, so perfect, in fact, that he began to question his own existence. "With a face like this, I could live off of others' generosity for the rest of my life," Luo muttered to himself, unable to suppress a laugh. The thought of seeing Mo Qingwan's shocked expression when they met again brought a smirk to his lips. Leaving the bathroom, he rummaged through his bedside drawer and found a few masks. These were leftovers from the times he had to wear them during the pandemic. Now, they would serve a new purpose. Donning a mask to conceal most of his newfound charm, he walked out of his room. The three girls were nearly finished with their meal but had thoughtfully saved him a portion. Sitting down at the table, Luo was about to remove his mask when the three girls immediately stopped him. "Don't," they said in unison. "Wait until we're done eating." A few seconds later, they simultaneously put down their bowls and chopsticks and retreated to the sofa, avoiding even glancing in the direction of the dining table. After cleaning up the kitchen, Luo noticed the girls were engrossed in their television show and decided not to disturb them. Feeling tired from the day, he returned to his room, removed his mask, and fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, the door to his room quietly creaked open. Shin Huayue peeked in, confirming that Luo was sound asleep. She tiptoed inside, pulled out her phone, turned off the flash, and snapped a photo of his face. She quickly retreated to the living room and sent the photo to the two eagerly awaiting girls, speaking with a serious tone, "The photo's been sent. Get yourselves used to it. If you can't even look him in the eye, don't even dream about anything else. Hearing this, Shin Huayu and Lu Yuni nodded earnestly before returning to their respective rooms to begin their adaptation training. Morning came in the blink of an eye. As usual, and Luo got up early to prepare breakfast. After they had eaten, the group began their morning training session. However, the condition of the three girls was unusually poor that day. During breakfast, they spoke weakly, and despite having grown accustomed to the gravity training, they were now struggling to even stand upright. Wearing his mask, and Luo furrowed his brows in confusion. What's wrong with you three? Did you stay up all night playing games? Why are you all so drained today? At his question, the trio was reminded of the events from the previous night. After a brief silence, Lu Yuni muttered softly, "We did pull an all-nighter. We promise it won't happen again." As the group had just entered training mode, the doorbell suddenly rang, shattering the silence. At Luo's command, he sprinted to the door. A regal-looking woman stood at the door, holding a large thermal flask. A flicker of anger crossed her face, and her gaze, sharp as a blade, focused directly on Luo. "May I ask who you are? And who you're here to see?" And Luo frowned slightly and asked. "I'm Lu Yuni's mother, Xiingqiu. Tell her to come out right now." Her voice was filled with anxiety and displeasure. "Very well, please come in. I'll go get her." And Luo opened the door, inviting Xiingqiu into the courtyard before dashing toward the backyard. "Yuni, come out. Your mother, Xiingqiu, is here." And Luo's voice boomed like thunder. Hearing the news, Lu Yuni felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body froze, and her mind plunged into chaos. As she was contemplating her next move, Xiingqiu had already stormed into the backyard, dropping the thermal flask and glaring fiercely at Lu Yuni. "Yuni, you said you wanted to stay at a classmate's house, and I was fine with that. But you promised not to live with boys. What is this all about? Explain yourself." Lu Yuni was momentarily speechless, guilt weighing heavily on her. She had indeed concealed Luo's presence, but she hoped to rely on his strength to grow stronger. The Shin sisters exchanged glances, sighed, and gestured for Luo to come closer. As Luo approached Shin Huayue, she unexpectedly raised her hand, yanked off his mask, and shoved him toward Xiingqiu and Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni couldn't help but lower her head in shame. Xiingqiu's gaze shifted to Luo. She was ready to reprimand him, but the moment she saw his face, she froze. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Cough, cough, cough. Xiingqiu finally broke the silence, struggling to suppress her strange feelings. Forcing a smile, she asked, "Child, what's your name?" And Luo smiled faintly and replied, "Auntie, my name is Luo. Please don't misunderstand. We're just good friends." Xiingqiu's smile instantly disappeared. She turned her sharp gaze toward Lu Yuni. "Misunderstand? You let me believe you're staying with him. Explain." Lu Yuni's heart tightened, and she found it difficult to respond. "Mom, I was wrong. I won't stay here anymore. I'll go home," she said in a low voice. Xiingqiu pointed at her furiously. "How could you do this? I always thought you wouldn't be interested in men, but I didn't expect you'd meet someone this exceptional. But you've actually left him for those two sisters. They're bound by blood and will devour him to the bone sooner or later." Lu Yuni felt contempt in her heart, believing such a thing would never happen to her. "Mom, we're just friends. I'm here because I hope Luo can help me become stronger," she argued. Xiingqiu pursed her lips. "As if I'd believe that. Do you think I can't see it? And Luo is the same age as us, but his ability level has already reached the transformation realm." "What? The transformation realm?" Xiingqiu turned to Luo in shock, trying to discern his power, but to no avail. All the more reason to hold on to him tightly. Xiingqiu gripped Lu Yuni's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "Find a chance to be alone with him. Just the two of you, man and woman, it's only natural for sparks to fly." Lu Yuni's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Mom, I'm not some random stray you picked up. How can you teach me this?" Xiingqiu sighed and spoke earnestly, "I'm doing this for your benefit. And Luo is destined for greatness, and I don't want you to miss this opportunity." Every word she said was like a blade piercing Lu Yuni's heart, leaving her deep in thought. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Xiingqiu gently embraced her. "Sweetheart, think it over carefully." Turning back, Xiingqiu waved at Luo and the Shin sisters. "Auntie's leaving now. Xiao Yu, remember to drink the soup." With that, Xiingqiu turned and left the backyard. A hint of struggle flickered in Lu Yuni's eyes, but in the next moment, she acted as if nothing had happened and returned to her training. After a day of training, Luo walked into the kitchen, only to find the refrigerator empty. "I'm going to the supermarket. Anyone want to come with me?" Hearing this, Lu Yuni's heart stirred. She recalled her mother's advice to find a chance for alone time. I'll go with you. And Luo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Yuni to be so enthusiastic, thinking she would prefer to stay with the sisters in front of the TV and let him go alone. Alright, let's go. The two quickly changed clothes, donned masks, and hailed a taxi to the supermarket. Upon entering, they noticed that all the staff and customers were wearing masks. And Luo pushed the shopping cart, with Lu Yuni walking beside him. The two chatted and laughed as they weaved through the aisles, picking out various items. Before long, the cart was filled to the brim with all sorts of goods. Just as they were heading to the checkout, a familiar voice reached their ears. Xiao Luo? And Luo turned around and saw An Xiong. His expression instantly grew cold. An Xiong? What do you want? His voice was icy, like frost. Lu Yuni froze, witnessing An Luo's cold demeanor for the first time. Normally, he was always amicable, only displaying confidence and pride in battle. But today, this side of him felt unfamiliar and tense. And Xiong awkwardly rubbed his hands together, stammering, Xiao Luo, to pay for Xiaoming's treatment, I've decided to sell that house. While clearing out the basement, I found something your mother left behind for you. Do you still want it? From his pocket, he pulled out a peculiar white stone necklace and held it out to An Luo. Hearing the word mother, An Luo froze as distant, hazy memories surfaced in his mind. He reached out to take the necklace, running his fingers over its textured surface. It emitted no energy, seeming like an ordinary stone. Slipping the necklace into his pocket, An Luo glanced at An Xiong and decisively tossed him a second-tier crystal core. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Let's go our separate ways. Yuni, let's go. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Yuni quickly responded, okay. She smiled politely at An Xiong before catching up with An Luo. Watching An Luo's retreating figure, An Xiong let out a bitter smile. In recent days, he had reflected deeply, revisiting everything about An Luo from his birth to the present. His heart was filled with guilt. He knew he had failed as a father, and his indifference in the past had caused An Luo to endure far too much. As long as Xiao Luo was happy, he murmured to himself. Standing at his stall, his voice choked as he called out, snack gift packs. Cheap sale. After checking out, An Luo and Lu Yuni walked out of the supermarket, carrying large bags. Standing on the bustling street, Lu Yuni hesitantly asked, An Luo, was that your father? He used to be, An Luo replied coldly. Then, can you tell me why? Lu Yuni pressed curiously. An Luo took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. As the story unfolded, Lu Yuni's anger gradually intensified. Such an incompetent father, it's simply unimaginable. If it were me, I would have stabbed that woman to death long ago. Under such immense pressure, An Luo had managed to persevere and become so mature and composed. Her admiration for him deepened. It seems coming out alone really does help, she thought to herself. Just as the two were chatting happily, the taxi arrived. After getting home, An Luo quickly started cooking. After all, there were still two little sisters at home who were eagerly waiting to be fed. After the meal, An Luo lay on his bed and thought about that white stone necklace. He gave it a quick wash and put it around his neck. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and energetic. As he was brushing his teeth and washing his face, the doorbell suddenly rang urgently. An Luo got dressed, put on a mask, and walked to the electronic doorbell screen. He saw two young men holding flowers. They looked about the same age as him, well-dressed, like children of wealthy families. Who are you? An Luo asked. The twin brothers outside froze, seemingly not expecting to hear a man's voice. We are Miss Huayue's suitors. We came today to deliver flowers. Are they home? An Luo frowned. Suitors were coming directly to the door? Wait here, I'll call them, he said. He knocked on the sisters' door to wake them up and told them that some suitors had come. The two sisters instantly woke up and rushed to the door, glaring angrily at the two men on the screen. Xian Hai. Xian Yang. You two despicable guys aren't even worth a glance. Get lost immediately. Mrs., we're just here to deliver flowers, that's all. The smiles on the two men's faces gradually disappeared, not expecting to be treated with such disdain. And Luo, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, heard the sisters' heated argument and was filled with confusion. This was the first time he'd seen them so furious. At that moment, Lu Yuni, rubbing her eyes, walked out. Seeing the sisters fuming, she couldn't help but ask, Huayu, what's wrong with you two? Come and look. Shin Huayue pointed to the screen with a grim expression. When Lu Yuni took a closer look, her face also darkened, and anger surged. Why is it those two shameless guys? How did they find this place? Who knows? We've already blocked them, but they still dared to show up at the door. Shin Huayue said, her face full of frustration. Pulling such unreasonable tricks and still thinking they could court us? So naive. Shin Huayu clenched her fists in rage. And Luo, listening from the side, was utterly puzzled and interrupted. You three, what exactly did they do to make you so angry? They're the ones who bribed other teams to gang up on us. Lu Yuni said indignantly. Exactly. Otherwise, we would have taken first place in the exam long ago. Shin Huayu said, furious. A rank bot with money is no real skill. How could we tolerate that? Shin Huayu said bitterly. She then turned on the doorbell's intercom and scolded sternly, leave here immediately. Or we'll call the police. Outside, the Qian brothers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance and embarrassment. In the end, they silently turned around, got in their car, and drove away. Watching the two men finally leave, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuni immediately said, Huayu, they won't give up easily. They'll definitely use the Qian family's influence to investigate your address. You need to be mentally prepared, harassment could happen at any time. The sisters' faces turned grim. Shin Huayu muttered softly, that's indeed possible. Those guys are so annoying. They used to pester us online every day, constantly changing accounts to add us as friends. Shin Huayu said angrily. But the Qin family is a powerful clan in Tianshui City. We can't afford to provoke them, so we can only deal with this cautiously, Shin Huayu said seriously. After venting their frustrations, they went back to their rooms to freshen up, with Lu Yuni following closely behind. And Luo watched their irritated backs, pondering how to solve their problem. Finally, he returned to his room and made a phone call. At that moment, Mo Qinghuan had just arrived at her office and was about to check her computer when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Luo calling, a faint smile appeared on her lips. And Luo, what made you think of calling me? She asked, her tone laced with a hint of coquettishness. And Luo responded softly, nothing much, just wanted to hear your voice. In an instant, Mo Qinghuan's heart raced, her face flushed slightly. She quickly turned off the speakerphone, picked up the phone, walked to the door to check the hallway, and, confirming no one was around, locked the door before sitting back in her chair. Luo, what do you mean by that? She asked nervously. Nothing special, just that I miss you and wanted to hear your voice. Is that a problem? Luo said innocently. Don't say such things casually in the future, understand? Mo Qinghuan said, her face still red and slightly angry. And Luo obediently replied, alright, I understand. I won't say it so casually again. Humph. Mo Qinghuan snorted coldly, though a strange sense of displeasure lingered in her heart. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up, she said, eager to shift the topic. Actually, there is one thing, Luo said. I'm currently staying at a friend's house, but someone has been harassing her. And that person's family seems to have considerable influence, so. He trailed off, but Mo Qinghuan immediately understood. Humph. I knew it. You must have something to ask me for, otherwise why would you call? She said angrily. You're such a scumbag. And Luo chuckled helplessly. We're just ordinary friends. She's troubled, so of course, I want to help, he explained. Mo Qinghuan was half convinced. She was well aware of Luo's charm and couldn't help but think of the women who might surround him. A surge of inexplicable jealousy rose in her heart. Scumbag. Don't bother me anymore, she snapped and hung up the phone without hesitation. As he listened to the beeping tone on the other end, Luo smiled wryly. Such a temper. Looks like I'll have to wait for her to cool down before calling back. After hanging up, Mo Qinghuan felt irritated, waiting for Luo to call again. But after half an hour, the phone remained silent. Ugh. He doesn't care about my feelings at all. What a waste of time, she muttered bitterly. At that moment, there was a knock on her office door. Qinghuan, why did you lock the door? Mu Xiaoyu asked curiously from outside. Mo Qinghuan composed herself, opened the door, and let Mu Xiaoyu in. As soon as Mu Xiaoyu entered, she stared at Mo Qinghuan's face, as if trying to discern something. Why are you staring at me? Do I have money on my face? Mo Qinghuan glared at her. No money, but plenty of desire. Mu Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. Mo Qinghuan rolled her eyes in exasperation, annoyance flashing across her face. Get out of here. I still have work to do. If you have nothing else, leave. Mu Xiaoyu gazed at the phone on the table, a strange glint flashing through her eyes. Who was the person you were just chatting with? Mo Qinghuan's hand trembled slightly, almost dropping her pen, but she quickly let out a sigh of relief. I don't know what you're talking about. Say it again. I need to get back to work. Seeing that Mo Qinghuan refused to admit anything, Mu Xiaoyu could only shake her head helplessly, standing up to leave. Just then, and Luo's phone rang. After a brief conversation, Mo Qinghuan finally seemed to calm down. I'll make sure the Chen family in Tianshui City knows their place. And you, be mindful of yours as well. Mo Qinghuan's words sent a chill down in Luo's spine. I will. See you at the university. After hanging up the phone, and Luo felt a swirl of complex emotions. He vaguely sensed that Mo Qinghuan was a bit jealous, but he didn't dare ask, fearing it might anger her. Time flew by, and the day of university enrollment quietly approached. Before leaving, and Luo made a point to visit his homeroom teacher, Wang Yu, to say goodbye and thank her for her guidance. He also went to his mother's grave to pay his respects, silently reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, the three sisters successfully advanced to the first tier of the noble realm just before the school term began. During the break, Shen Huayuet and Shen Huayu were filled with uncertainty about the future. They had expected to be pestered by those two from the Qian family, but unexpectedly, the other side showed surprising restraint and didn't bother them again. The four of them stepped off the train and exited the station. In their line of sight stood a majestic city, Giant Ability University. Reception staff had already been waiting for them. Hello, my name is Li Shan. Welcome to Giant Ability University. Please hand me your admission letters so I can verify your identities. The three sisters handed over their admission letters, while Luo presented his special admission notice. Li Shan took one glance at the notice and was utterly shocked. This year, there are actually 3 special admission students. This was an unprecedented event in recent years. He carefully studied Luo. Although Luo wore a mask, his extraordinary presence could still be felt. After verifying the authenticity of the notice, Li Shan gave a slight bow, his demeanor respectful. And Luo, you are one of this year's special admissions students. A designated guide will take you to the university. Are these 3 young ladies your friends? Yes, they are, and Luo nodded. Very well. Please follow me, all of you, Li Shan said with a friendly smile, leading the way. The group followed Li Shan to an open area where 3 luxury RVs were neatly parked. These luxury RVs are prepared specifically for special admissions students. Complete with food, drinks, and entertainment, they ensure a pleasant journey for you. Luo gestured for the 3 sisters to board first, then turned to thank Li Shan. Thank you, Senior Li Shan, for guiding us. Li Shan, slightly flattered, quickly responded, it's no trouble at all. Go ahead and board. Inside, the RV was lavishly equipped, with various beverages, snacks, and even an oversized movie screen. Once the door was closed, the RV slowly started moving toward Giant Ability University. 2 hours later, the light inside the RV abruptly dimmed, and the surroundings plunged into darkness. Peering out the window, they saw an enormous wall towering into the clouds. It was several hundred meters high, likely a marvel only a giant among giants, such as Moto, could construct. Legend had it that Moto possessed an SSS grade ability, allowing him to transform into a giant and amplify his attributes 100-fold, firmly securing his position as one of the 3 strongest individuals. The RV entered the university square, where a crowd of students was already waiting. Unlike the special admissions students, the others had to arrange their own transportation to get there. Who's that? Why did they get a special RV? You don't know? That must be one of the special admissions students. Special admissions? A genius then. I heard there are 3 special admissions students this year, each more extraordinary than the last. Extraordinary? How extraordinary? They're likely all SSS grade ability awakeners. Wow, that's insane. The RV stopped beneath a high platform, seemingly designed for the special admissions students. The driver informed the 4 to disembark. Just as they stepped out, a teacher approached them. You must be Luo, the special admissions student? Luo nodded. That's correct. I'm Luo. How should I address you? My surname is Mu. You can just call me Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu, is there something I need to do? Mu Xiaoyu pointed to the 3 stone seats atop the high platform. Those 3 spots are reserved for special admissions students. Choose one to sit in while you wait for the test to begin. Test? What kind of test? The 4 asked simultaneously. As per tradition, newly admitted students undergo a test to evaluate the level and quality of their abilities. That stone monument over there is the testing device. Mu Xiaoyu gestured to a stone monument nearby, then continued, not all the students have arrived yet. Once everyone is here, the testing will begin. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Alright, and Luo, go ahead and pick a spot that suits you, Mu Xiaoyu urged. And Luo exchanged glances with the 3 sisters before resolutely stepping onto the platform. Climbing over 30 steps, he reached the 3 stone seats. Without glancing to either side, he confidently seated himself in the middle position, resting his hands on the armrests and gazing down at the crowd with an air of pride. The students below were awed by Luo's aura, whispering among themselves. The murmurs continued until another RV slowly pulled up beneath the platform, drawing everyone's attention once again. The vehicle came to a stop, and a fair-skinned girl gracefully stepped out. Her presence immediately dimmed the radiance of all the other girls around. She wore a flowing purple gown, her eyes concealed by a mysterious violet fabric. A female attendant by her side cautiously assisted her as she disembarked. With a mere thought, the girl took in her surroundings in an instant. She raised her head to look at Luo on the platform, momentarily pausing. Mu Xiaoyu quickly walked over to her, offering a concise explanation of the situation. The girl turned to signal her attendant to step back before confidently stepping toward the platform herself. Though her eyes were covered, her strides were steady and decisive. Each step exuded a commanding presence, enough to instill a faint sense of dread in those watching. Reaching the 3 stone seats, the girl carefully observed Luo, as if contemplating something. And Luo, in turn, studied this enigmatic girl. "Hello, I'm Luo," he said, extending his right hand. The girl smiled softly, reaching out her hand as well. Her voice was as gentle as a mountain spring. "Hello, I'm Kongyu." The two exchanged pleasantries, marking their first meeting. After a brief moment, Kongyu decisively chose not to vie for the center seat. Instead, she gracefully sat on the stone seat to the right. The crowd below was momentarily at a loss. The anticipated confrontation seemed to have dissipated, leaving the atmosphere unexpectedly dull. Mu Xiaoyu smiled faintly, thinking to herself that this girl was no ordinary individual. Her willingness to introduce herself and shake hands suggested she held Luo in high regard. Just then, the final RV entered the square and stopped beneath the platform. Emerging from it was a man dressed in black and red. He looked up at the two seated figures with an air of disdain. Mu Xiaoyu was about to step forward to introduce the situation, but the man suddenly leaped forward, landing directly in front of the 3 stone thrones. He glanced at the empty seat on the left, locked his gaze on Luo, and arrogantly said, "Get up! You're sitting in my seat." The audience below instantly became excited, eagerly anticipating a fierce confrontation. And Luo looked at him, resting his chin on his hand with a faint smile at the corner of his lips, thinking to himself, "Noble realm, 9th tier. Not bad." Even though Luo was wearing a mask, the man could still sense the disdain in his eyes, which ignited his anger. "How dare you look down on me? If you want me to take you seriously, show me your strength to prove it," and Luo said unabashedly, his tone dripping with contempt. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the man suddenly spat out a ball of black flames, aiming straight for Luo's face. With a slight movement of his fingers, Luo deflected the black flames effortlessly. Then, a powerful gravitational force pressed down on the man. With a loud boom, the man was crushed to the ground, unable to move. And Luo smiled coldly, raising his foot to step on the man's head. "You're too weak, so weak you're like an ant. I only need to exert a little pressure to crush you on the spot." The audience below was stunned by the scene. What they had expected to be an intense battle turned out to be such a one-sided display of disparity. The man, now pinned to the ground, felt Luo's foot on his head. His eyes turned blood-red, his fingers trembled slightly, and black flames began to erupt uncontrollably from his body. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man's body began to expand rapidly. His arms transformed into dragon claws, wings sprouted from his back, and a long tail grew from the lower half of his body. Within moments, a massive black dragon appeared before everyone, dominating the entire platform with an aura of sheer power. The dragon's wings blocked out the sky, its gaze fixed intently on Luo. Thick smoke rose from its mouth, as though it could unleash scorching flames at any moment. Luo looked at the dragon, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes, and thought to himself, "This guy does have some capital after all." An SSS level ability, the Netherflame Dragon. After transforming into a dragon, his strength had increased significantly, and Luo's gravity could no longer suppress him. Mu Xiaoyu initially thought Luo might feel pressured, but she quickly realized she was mistaken. And Luo's expression remained calm, his disdainful smile unchanged. She turned to glance at Luo's 3 friends, only to find not a trace of worry on their faces, only unwavering confidence in him. At this moment, the dragon raised its massive claw, aiming to smash Luo with a single blow. Luo stood up, clenched his right fist, which suddenly began to glow with a bright white light. Bang! The dragon's claw collided with Luo's small fist, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave swept through the audience below, forcing them to shield their eyes. Strangely, amidst the sound of the impact, there was also a distinct crack, like shattering glass. A few seconds later, the dragon let out a pained roar. The crowd turned to look and saw that the dragon's claw, along the seams of its scales, was slowly cracking open, with blood oozing out. Meanwhile, Luo's fist remained completely unscathed. The arena fell into a dead silence, and everyone collectively drew a sharp breath. Is this guy even human? They thought. The dragon stared incredulously at its injured claw. The intense pain combined with the sight of its own blood drove it into a frenzy. Roaring with rage, it opened its giant maw, intending to swallow Luo whole. Luo, however, had lost his patience. With a light push of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of the dragon and delivered a heavy punch to its face, sending the dragon flying off the platform. The dragon crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, reverting to its human form. The man was now unconscious, his face fractured and bleeding profusely. With just 2 punches, Luo had completely conquered the audience. In their hearts, there was no doubt, Luo was the rookie king of this year's recruits. Mu Xiaoyu, unsurprised by the outcome, quickly arranged for the man to be carried away for treatment. Every year, special recruits would get injured fighting over the center stage, so she was long accustomed to such incidents. Luo casually returned to his seat in the center position, his expression as calm as ever, as though none of it had anything to do with him. Kongyu sat quietly beside him, her face showing no hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated this result all along. Mu Xiaoyu scanned the surroundings and, seeing that all the students had arrived, walked toward the square stone monument and announced loudly, "Now, we will begin the ability grade and quality assessment. Students, listen carefully. When I call your name, step forward immediately for testing. Don't waste time," she continued firmly, pulling out a list containing the names of several hundred new recruits. "Chen Xiao," she called out. Here, a male student responded loudly. The testing for approximately 300 students was completed quickly. During this time, Lu Yuni, Xin Huayue, and Xin Huayu also went up one after another, effortlessly completing their assessments. As the final student finished their test, all eyes turned toward the stage. Mu Xiaoyu smiled slightly. "You too. Which one of you will go first?" Kongyu stood up first. Her body floated lightly in the air, gracefully drifting toward the monument. When she landed, she slowly raised her palm. The moment her hand touched the monument, a surge of purple energy erupted like a tidal wave, shooting straight into the sky and stirring the clouds above the square. This was the exclusive effect of an SSS level ability, leaving the entire crowd in awe. Moments later, the purple energy gradually dissipated, and the information on Kongyu appeared on the monument. Ability quality, SSS level ability, Mind Communion with the Divine. Ability level, Noble Realm, 9th tier. Noble Realm, 9th tier. This result instantly outclassed everyone else. However, among the special recruits present, none were ordinary individuals, so the result did not surprise them. What did shock everyone, however, were the 4 words Mind Communion with the Divine. This was the ability of the Kong family, one of the founding contributors to the Huaxing nation, and the legacy of Confucius himself. Since the nation's founding, the Kong family had remained elusive, with little information known to the public. This girl before them was clearly a descendant of the Kong family, and with such an ability awakened, the position of future family head was likely already hers. Mu Xiaoyu, having anticipated this, waved her hand to signal Kongyu to step down. Kongyu nodded slightly, floated back to the platform, and took her seat. Now, only Luo remained untested, and all eyes were on him. Everyone was eager to see just how strong this guy really was, especially after witnessing how effortlessly he had defeated another special recruit earlier. Amidst the crowd's attentive gazes, Luo spotted a familiar figure. It was the long-lost Imo Qinghuan. He wanted to wave at her but decided against it, given the seriousness of the occasion. Imo Qinghuan noticed Luo's gaze and immediately gave him a thumbs up, her eyes brimming with reassurance, as if to say, "Show them everything you've got. I've got your back." And Luo smiled faintly, pushed off lightly with his foot, and instantly appeared before the monument. Mu Xiaoyu's sharp gaze fixed on him, unable to hide her eagerness to unveil Luo's information. Lu Yuni, Xin Huayue, and Xin Huayu were equally filled with curiosity. They had privately asked Luo about it, only to be told that it was a secret. At this moment, they were fully focused, eagerly awaiting Luo's specific information. Luo slowly raised his hand and placed it on the square monument. But to everyone's surprise, no strange phenomenon occurred, only a deathly silence. Just as the crowd began to suspect that the monument was malfunctioning, several streams of energy, each a different color, suddenly shot into the sky. The immense energy fluctuation instantly cleared the skies above the plaza of all clouds. The monument seemed unable to withstand this force, and cracks began to appear on its surface, as if it might collapse at any moment. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she stared unblinkingly at the cracks on the monument. This was the first time she had seen the monument unable to withstand the powers within someone like Luo. Fortunately, a few seconds later, the energy began to subside, and the cracks on the monument slowly disappeared. And Luo lowered his hand, waiting quietly for the monument's feedback. The audience below was utterly silent, every pair of eyes fixed on the monument. At last, the monument recovered and began to display Luo's information. Ability quality, sea level, strange fruit tree. Sea level ability? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves. Sea level ability? Even my grandmother's ability is better than that. Exactly, my family hasn't seen a sea level ability in 3 generations. A special recruit? With this? Special recruit? More like a nepotism case. But here's the weird part, how could a mere sea level ability defeat another special recruit with just 2 punches? Maybe he hired an actor? If you can find an SSS level ability user with Abyss Flame Dragon powers as an actor, I'll believe you. Forget about me believing you, how about you go help an old lady cross the street? The 3 sisters couldn't help rolling their eyes. These people clearly had no idea what they were talking about. They knew Luo definitely didn't just have one ability, there was also the gravity ability that suppressed them, the elasticity ability that repelled everything, the vibration ability that shattered space, and the azure flame ability that healed wounds rapidly. The monument simply hadn't displayed them yet. Sure enough, the monument began displaying more text. The crowd eagerly awaited Luo's ability rating, only to be shocked once again. Ability quality, SSS level, elastic meatball. As soon as the words appeared, the entire audience froze. What was going on? How had it suddenly turned into an SSS level ability? Mu Xiaoyu quickly recorded this rare ability. The plaza was silent for several seconds until a voice broke the stillness. Is he a dual ability user? Only then did the crowd realize Luo was one of those incredibly rare dual ability users. With this explanation, everyone began to regain their composure. Dual ability users were uncommon, but they were not unheard of, it was just that none of them had ever seen one before, which was why they were momentarily stunned. Just as the crowd nodded in recognition of this fact, the monument displayed yet another message. Ability quality, SSS level, gravity manipulation. Hiss. The words had barely appeared when the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. The monument had revealed yet another ability, meaning Luo was actually a triple ability user. Triple ability users existed only in legends. A few days ago, there had been rumors that Zhang Tai, the number 1 figure in Huaqing Nation, was a triple ability user, but there was no concrete evidence. Now, a living, breathing triple ability user stood before them, forcing them to believe that such beings truly existed. Just as everyone thought that a triple ability user was already the pinnacle, the monument displayed yet another line of text. Ability quality, SSS level, sky-shaking vibration. Another SSS level ability. At this moment, the plaza fell into complete silence. Some people even pinched their thighs, trying to wake themselves from what they thought must be a dream. Standing beside Luo, Mu Xiaoyu trembled all over. 4 abilities, 3 of which were SSS level. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone so defiant of the natural order could exist. This moment would go down in history. A living, breathing quadruple ability user had appeared at Titan Ability University, shocking everyone present. Mo Qinghuan's eyes gleamed as she clenched her fists in excitement, thinking to herself, my luck is incredible to have discovered such a monstrous talent. The hundreds of people in the plaza were utterly silent, unable to believe what they were witnessing. And Luo, seeing the crowd's silence, allowed a faint smile to play on his lips and softly said, let me give the world a little shock. Mu Xiaoyu was stunned, puzzled in her heart, a quadruple ability user isn't shocking enough? Just then, the monument displayed yet another line of text. Ability quality, SSS level, Azure Flame Phoenix. From bottom to top, neatly arranged, 5 abilities. 1 sea level, and 4 SSS level abilities. The audience below had already become numb. Even if Luo revealed another ability, they wouldn't be surprised anymore. Even Mo Qinghuan was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be a quadruple ability user? How had he become a quintuple ability user? Mu Xiaoyu turned to look at Mo Qinghuan and saw the same bewildered expression on her face. She instantly realized that even Mo Qinghuan hadn't known Luo was a quintuple ability user. And Luo had only shown Mo Qinghuan 4 of his abilities. Although Lu Yuni, Xin Huayue, and Xin Huayu had mentally prepared themselves, they were still shaken. A quintuple ability user, the only one in existence, and Luo's name would undoubtedly go down in history, remembered for all eternity. At this moment, Kang Yu sat calmly on her stone seat. Although her eyes were covered, her ability to perceive with her mind allowed her to see everything around her clearly. From the moment she first saw Luo, she had known he was no ordinary person. The fact that she couldn't discern Luo's ability level indicated that his power far surpassed hers. Standing before Luo, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, so much so that she didn't even have the courage to resist. Thus, she hadn't competed with him for the central stone seat. As it turned out, her instincts hadn't been wrong, a monster with 5 abilities. Even she could only serve as his foil. Finally, the monument displayed Luo's ability level. Ability level, Transcendent Realm, 9th tier. The 9th tier of the Transcendent Realm, a full 2 major realms above ordinary students. This was strength no freshman should possess. The man who had been knocked out by Luo earlier had now recovered and walked into the plaza. Seeing the information on the monument, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart trembled. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, confirming he hadn't misread, as bitterness surged in his heart. His name was Zhou Yan, and he came from an ordinary family. Ever since awakening his SSS level ability, Abyss Flame Dragon, his life had been smooth sailing. Relatives and friends visited his home frequently, his parents received promotions and raises, and countless women pursued him. He had thought his ability would help him shine in the tests, but he hadn't expected to be completely overshadowed by this monster. 5 abilities, 4 of which were SSS level, all in one person. He wasn't even qualified to hold a candle to Luo. Thinking back to his earlier posturing in front of everyone, Zhou Yan just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. And Luo stood there quietly, wearing a mask. The kingly aura he exuded made his peers feel nothing but despair. Sharing the same era with someone like him, it was, indeed, a tragic fate. At this moment, a resonant voice rang out, "Luo Shen, take off your mask. We want to see your true face with our own eyes." With this shout, the audience below erupted into chaos. "Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!" Seeing the crowd stirring up, and Luo raised his hand slightly, and the scene immediately quieted down. He slowly removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. His eyes were like deep pools, shining with a brilliant light. The corners of his lips curved slightly upward, revealing a devilish smile that exuded a deadly charm. Everyone below the stage was struck speechless by his extraordinary handsomeness. Among all present, Mo Qinghuan's astonishment was the most evident. Luo's transformation was so dramatic that she could hardly recognize him. Mu Xiaoyu's gaze was dazed as she raised a hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, an inexplicable surge of emotion rising in her heart. As people gradually returned to their senses, they began pulling out their phones, snapping photos furiously. Whether it was Luo's supernatural talent or his otherworldly looks, both were worth documenting. As the testing ceremony concluded, Luo, with his absolute dominance over his peers, was crowned the title of Rookie King. Online discussions about Luo began fermenting. Many found it hard to believe that such a person existed in the world, leading some to accuse Giant Ability University of fabricating results. But none of this concerned Luo. At this moment, he was in Mo Qinghuan's office, being sternly questioned by her. "You little trickster! How dare you lie to me and claim you only have 4 abilities? Do you know how serious the consequences of deceiving me could be?" Mo Qinghuan glared at him, her eyes filled with anger. And Luo laughed heartily, thinking to himself, "There's so much about me that you don't know. Everyone's entitled to a few secrets. Wouldn't you agree, Principal Mo?" Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan silently agreed. Indeed, everyone should have some secrets, not everything needs to be laid bare. Regaining her composure, she asked seriously, "Then, do you have other secrets?" And Luo gazed at Mo Qinghuan quietly, pondering to himself. "If you don't wish to say, I won't press further." Mo Qinghuan turned around, pulling a map of the planet Hylan Star from her drawer and spreading it out before them. And Luo had seen maps of Hylan Star online before. To the north was the human continent, and to the south stretched an endless ocean. However, the map before him now was vastly different. Hidden in the south was an unknown continent, one that had no record online. "Notice anything different?" Mo Qinghuan broke his train of thought with a faint smile. "Why is this map different from the ones online?" And Luo frowned, puzzled. "Because this is the real map of Hylan Star. The ones online are just a facade," Mo Qinghuan said, her voice laced with mystery. "Why go to such lengths to conceal it?" And Luo looked down at the map, his curiosity piqued. "This continent is called the Beast Continent," Mo Qinghuan said, pointing to the vast expanse of land, her eyes sparkling. "Beast Continent." and Luo had never heard of this name before. That's right. It is massive, twice the size of the northern human continent. It's rich in resources, teeming with exotic beasts, and the environment is extremely dangerous for humans. That's why the nations agreed to never disclose information about the beast continent. Only students who get into top-tier universities are privy to this secret. And Luo's heart filled with questions. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Mo Qinghuan stood up, walking to the window and gazing out at the serene campus. And Luo, do you think the campus of Giant Ability University is big? And Luo froze, recalling the scale of the university. It indeed didn't match the standards of a top-tier institution. The towering hundreds of meters high wall at the entrance seemed unusually conspicuous, while other facilities were relatively sparse. At that moment, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be? Seeing his reaction, Mo Qinghuan no longer concealed the truth. The headquarters of Giant Ability University is not here. It's on Beast Continent. ZZZT and Luo was shocked. Despite having guessed, the confirmation still left him reeling. Then how do we get there? By ship? Absolutely not. The oceans are full of powerful beasts. If a ship sinks, it's far too dangerous, Mo Qinghuan said, shaking her finger playfully. The school has a special portal that leads to the university's headquarters. A portal? Such a thing actually exists in this world? And Luo asked in astonishment. Mo Qinghuan pointed to a portrait of Zheng Tai on the wall, her eyes glimmering with reverence. All of this is thanks to the first person of Huaqing Nation, Zheng Tai. He is the only individual with spatial abilities. To unlock the potential of Beast Continent for the nations, he established teleportation portals at the world's top universities. And Luo gazed at Zheng Tai's portrait, a sense of admiration rising in his heart. Now that's the demeanor of a true powerhouse, he remarked. Tomorrow, you all will pass through the portal and enter the headquarters to begin your training, Mo Qinghuan continued. Make sure to pack clothes for all seasons. The weather on Beast Continent is extremely unpredictable. You're not coming to the headquarters with us? And Luo asked. Mo Qinghuan shook her head. I'm staying here. The Star God Society has been restless lately, and the giant capital needs someone to oversee things. I saw on the news that the headquarters of the Star God Society has always been a mystery, and Luo said, unable to suppress his curiosity. Do you think their headquarters could be hidden somewhere on Beast Continent? Mo Qinghuan froze, then quickly placed a finger over in Luo's lips, signaling him to stop talking. If the Star God Society's headquarters truly were on Beast Continent, wouldn't that imply a connection to Zheng Tai? And Luo, you must never say such things. Her expression was stern. You're indirectly slandering Zheng Tai. If you provoke trouble, it'll be a huge mess. Realizing his slip-up, and Luo quickly covered his mouth, silently resolving to be more cautious. After leaving the office, and Luo returned to his temporary dormitory. This dorm was specially prepared for exceptional recruits and was fully equipped. Just as he entered, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found the familiar trio of sisters. We came to visit you, they said in unison. And Luo smiled slightly and let them in. Shenhuayu curiously scanned the room, ensuring there were no suspicious individuals, before finally relaxing. Brother and Luo, where were you just now? We came looking for you, but you weren't here, Shenhuayu asked, tilting her head. And Luo detailed the secrets Mo Qinghuan had shared with him, reminding them to keep it confidential and not tell their families. After all, everyone would know tomorrow, so it didn't make much difference to know early. The three sisters were utterly shocked. Learning that they would soon set foot on a continent absent from all maps, their excitement was palpable. I knew it. A world-famous university couldn't possibly be this small. So this isn't the actual headquarters at all. Lu Yuni exclaimed joyfully. A new journey is about to begin. Shenhuayu clenched her fists, her face brimming with excitement. We need to buy some clothes. Shenhuayu suggested. Didn't Luo say that the weather on the exotic beast continent is highly unpredictable? The clothes we brought definitely won't be enough. Let's go, and we can grab a meal while we're at it. And Luo stood up and put on a mask, not wanting to be recognized. The four of them passed through towering walls, walked out of the school, and entered the giant district. On the unfamiliar streets, the combination of three beautiful girls and one young man attracted a lot of attention. Passers-by stopped to get a glimpse of Luo, curious to see his demeanor. Completely immersed in the joy of shopping, the four paid no mind to the gazes around them, visiting store after store. However, in a luxury car parked across the street, a pair of eyes were fixed intently on Luo. As the four walked out of a shop, a stranger approached them head-on, blocking their path without hesitation. Good day, Mr. Luo. My master wishes to have a word with you, the man said, pointing to the luxury car across the street, a hint of urgency in his eyes. And Luo frowned and replied without hesitation, not interested. With that, he turned to leave. The man's expression froze, clearly not expecting Luo to be so dismissive. He hurriedly stepped forward to block him again. Mr. Luo, perhaps you don't know who my master is. He is. I'm not interested in who your master is, and Luo interrupted firmly. I'm very content with my current life and have no intention of joining any family organization. Excuse me, goodbye. With that, he gave the three sisters a glance, signaling for them to move on. The man was taken aback, standing there speechless. Watching the four of them walk farther and farther away, he turned back to the car and spoke softly to the man inside. Master, it seems Luo has no desire to join any organization. What should we do? The man inside the car raised his wineglass and smiled faintly. If he doesn't want to, then let it be. A genius like him is full of pride and won't easily submit. Inform Ren Ao at the university headquarters to keep an eye on him. If an opportunity arises, make sure he owes us a favor, that way, we can establish some connection with him. The man outside nodded respectfully. Understood, master. The next day, the new students, led by Mu Xiaoyu, arrived at a secluded square within the campus. In the center of the square stood a tall platform, atop which was a spatial portal that allowed for dimensional travel. As they walked, Zhou Yan dared not meet Luo's gaze, his fear of the young man shadowing him and keeping him immobilized. Mu Xiaoyu stepped up onto the platform and raised her hand to quiet the crowd. Students, please line up and enter the spatial portal in an orderly manner. Luo. Here. Luo raised his right hand without hesitation. You go first. Mu Xiaoyu pointed to the spatial portal behind her. Luo ascended the steps and approached the portal. The moment he reached out to touch it, he felt a strong, invisible pulling force. Without hesitation, he stepped through. His vision brightened, and in an instant, he found himself on another platform. Looking around, Luo realized he had arrived at a city's central square. Roads extended in all directions, leading to different areas. The city's vastness and grandeur left him in awe. As he took in his surroundings, people began to emerge from the portal one after another. Within moments, hundreds were gathered. Mu Xiaoyu, as their instructor, was the last to step out. Surveying the area, she began to explain, this city is the headquarters of the Giant Ability University and is divided into 5 main zones. The commercial zone, where you can trade all kinds of goods, weapons, crystal cores, and cultivation insights from fellow ability users. The training zone, offering various combat technique training. The ranking zone, the school has a ranking reward system, the higher your rank, the better the benefits. The combat zone, where you set foot on the exotic beast continent to hunt exotic beasts and acquire crystal cores. However, the cores you collect must be handed over to the school. And this is the living zone, where students can rest and relax. Now, follow me. I'll assign your accommodations. The hundreds of students followed Mu Xiaoyu as she weaved through tall buildings. Referring to her list, she assigned living spaces one by one. Coincidentally, the three sisters were placed in the same apartment. As they prepared to head upstairs, Shen Huayue turned back and made a calming gesture to Luo, reminding him not to forget to keep in touch. Luo smiled and nodded, giving her an okay hand signal. After assigning rooms to the ordinary students, only the 3 special admission students and Luo, Kongyu, and Zhou Yan remained without accommodations. You 3, come with me, Mu Xiaoyu said, lightly waving her hand. A stream of water appeared beneath her feet, carrying her as she glided toward the villa district on the other side of the high-rise buildings. This villa district is reserved for special admissions students or exceptionally outstanding individuals. Each villa comes with a personal butler to take care of your meals, and cleaning services are also provided. However, if your performance fails to meet the school's expectations, the villa will be reclaimed. Mu Xiaoyu pulled out 3 keys and handed them to each of them. And Luo looked at his key and saw the number 66 engraved on it, feeling a small surge of delight. Thank you, Teacher Mu, and Luo said softly. Mu Xiaoyu smiled faintly before taking her leave, her task completed. And Luo began to search for Villa 66 in the district, while Kongyu and Zhou Yan dispersed to find their own accommodations. Walking through the villa district, and Luo carefully examined the numbers on the doors until he finally found his residence. He opened the gate and stepped into the courtyard, where a long path flanked by trees and flowers led to the house. Following the path, he arrived in front of the villa. Looking up, he saw it was a 3-story building, which seemed excessively spacious for just one person. He pushed open the door and entered the grand living room, where the air carried a faint fragrance, evidence that it was regularly cleaned. After exploring the villa, Luo chose the largest bedroom on the third floor to settle in. Then, he went downstairs to the backyard, where he was surprised to see a swimming pool with crystal clear water. Just then, he heard the sound of the front door opening. Someone had entered. Returning to the living room, Luo saw a beautiful girl in a maid's outfit standing straight with her hands clasped in front of her abdomen. Beside her were her luggage and fresh groceries. Upon seeing Luo, she bowed and greeted him. "Mr. Luo, I am your personal butler, Yuzi. From today onward, I will be responsible for your daily needs." And Luo was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, the school actually found someone like her to serve as a personal butler? How surprising. However, he didn't dwell on it, as this was someone else's arrangement. Clearing his throat, he said warmly, "Yuzi, please raise your head. We'll be living together daily, so there's no need for so many formalities. Aside from the room on the third floor, you can choose any other room." Yuzi was momentarily stunned. This was her first time doing this kind of work. During training, her instructors had told her that her client was an extraordinarily talented special admissions student, and she was to do everything in her power to please him. She had expected someone arrogant and difficult to deal with, but it seemed she had been overthinking it. "Thank you, Mr. Luo. I'll go put away my luggage first and then prepare a meal for you," Yuzi said before heading upstairs, as if she had already decided which room she would stay in. After lunch, Luo nodded in satisfaction. As expected of someone professionally trained, Yuzi's culinary skills were remarkable, almost rivaling his own. Standing beside him, Yuzi still hadn't recovered from her astonishment. Luo had been wearing a mask the entire time, leaving her unable to discern his appearance. When he removed it during the meal, she froze in shock. Her client wasn't just gentle but also exceptionally handsome. "Yuzi, I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with many things. Sit down and tell me about them," Luo said, pointing to the sofa across from him with a smile. Yuzi snapped out of her daze, calmed herself, and sat down. "Mr. Luo, what kind of information would you like to hear?" Start with the important matters," Luo replied. Yuzi frowned slightly, deep in thought. "Important matters? In that case, let me tell you about the top 5 prodigies at the academy." Luo's expression immediately turned serious as he gestured for her to continue. Ranked 5th is Song Xunyan, male, with an SSS level ability called Devouring Black Hole. He has reached the Transcendent Realm and is known as the most troublesome opponent. Ranked 4th is Lu Wuyan, female, with an SSS level ability called Mechanical Armament. Also in the Transcendent Realm, she is recognized as the most enduring fighter. Ranked 3rd is Fengyak, female, wielding an SSS level ability known as Annihilation Thunderstorm. Another Transcendent Realm powerhouse, she's infamous for her explosive temper. Ranked 2nd is Moa, male, possessing the SSS level ability Behemoth Beast. In the Transcendent Realm, he's considered the toughest to take down. Ranked 1st is Jian Bubi, female, with an SSS level ability called Swordsmanship Mastery. Her level remains unknown, and she is deemed absolutely invincible. Jian Bubi? That name sounds like it belongs to a man, Luo remarked, puzzled. Yuzi patiently explained, Jian Bubi is the adopted daughter of Principal Moto. As for why her surname is Jian, I'm not sure. Then Moa, ranked 2nd, must be Principal Moto's biological child, right? Luo inquired further. Correct. Moa is Principal Moto's youngest son and resembles him the most, Yuzi confirmed. Luo pondered for a moment before asking, is this ranking based on the results of the ranked battle zone? Yes, Yuzi nodded. And what rewards does the ranked battle zone offer? Luo asked curiously. Crystal cores, money, weapons, the higher the rank, the richer the rewards and the higher the status, Yuzi replied. Luo fell into silent contemplation, planning in his mind, with his current strength, breaking into the top 5 would be challenging. He needed more high-quality devil fruits and a wider variety of abilities. Tomorrow, he would head to the combat zone to hunt for crystal cores. This was the continent of beasts, a land teeming with high-quality beasts unlike before, where finding a suitable target could take an entire day. As he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, he asked, "Hello, who's this?" "This is Moto," came a deep voice from the other end. Luo felt a jolt in his chest. "Ah, Principal Moto, what can I do for you?" "Luo, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you." Beep, 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 the call ended before Luo could respond. He stood there, bewildered, but quickly got up to prepare to leave. After taking a few steps, he realized he didn't know the way and turned to Yuzi. "Yuzi, do you know where Principal Moto's office is?" Oh, it's in the tall building at the southernmost end of the villa district. There's a sign at the entrance, UZ pointed southward. And Luo nodded and left the villa, heading south. Following the signs, he finally found the building. Once inside, the reception staff led him all the way to Moto's office door. He raised his hand and knocked. "Principal Moto, it's Luo." "Come in," a voice responded. The door opened, and as soon as Luo stepped into the office, an overwhelming pressure engulfed him, almost suffocating him. However, the sensation only lasted a few seconds before dissipating. He looked up at the man seated behind the desk. His physique was balanced, muscular, and perfectly proportioned, though the gleaming bald head slightly marred the aesthetic. "Principal Moto," and Luo greeted with a bow. Moto didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pointed to the chair opposite him, signaling for Luo to sit. And Luo stepped forward and sat down, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity. "When are you marrying my daughter?" Moto asked abruptly. And Luo nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. "Principal Moto, what do you mean by that? My relationship with Mo Qinghuan is absolutely innocent. There's nothing romantic between us," and Luo quickly clarified. Moto's eyes widened. "Are you telling the truth?" "It's absolutely true." And Luo nodded emphatically. Hearing this, Moto finally smiled and laughed heartily. "Good. I thought my daughter had already fallen for someone. What a relief it was just a false alarm." And Luo was speechless, so Moto was a doting father after all. But before he could fully process this, Moto's expression turned serious. "And Luo, would you like to become my disciple?" And Luo's body stiffened, his expression freezing in place. "Why?" he asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why Moto, whom he had just met for the first time today, would suddenly want to take him as a disciple. Moreover, their abilities were completely unrelated, making the idea of apprenticeship seem pointless. "Ha ha ha." Moto laughed thunderously, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. "And Luo, your talent is the most extraordinary I've ever seen. It would be a waste if you went astray without proper guidance." With that, Moto opened the drawer in front of him and took out a thick book, handing it to Luo. And Luo accepted it with both hands. The cover bore 3 bold-inked characters, "Ninefold Heavens." "Ninefold Heavens," he murmured, his eyes reflecting his confusion. Moto smiled faintly and explained slowly, "Every strong warrior in this world has their own unique, self-created techniques. This Ninefold Heavens is the culmination of my profound understanding of power. I've reviewed your file, an astonishing 5-ability wielder, with 4 SSS level abilities. Among them, your SSS level ability, Skyquake Tremor, particularly interests me. The violent tremor force can easily shatter space. If you master this Ninefold Heavens, your combat strength will skyrocket." And Luo couldn't wait and immediately opened the first page, excitement building in his heart. Ninefold Heavens. 1 force, 1 heaven, each heaven, a new realm. Once mastered, each punch will carry hidden explosive energy, with power escalating like a rocket. At its peak, the ninefold energies overlay each other, unleashing a destructive force capable of obliterating everything in its path. The more Luo read, the more thrilled he became. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. He immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Moto. "I am willing to become your disciple, Master. Thank you for bestowing such a precious technique upon me." Moto beamed with delight, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. From now on, you are my second disciple. The undefeated swordmaster ranked first in the academy is my first disciple and also your senior sister. Train hard and don't slack off." "Yes, Master." And Luo bowed respectfully, then asked, "Master, where is senior sister now?" "Her? She can't sit still. She's probably off hunting exotic beasts somewhere," Moat replied helplessly. And Luo suddenly understood, his curiosity about his senior sister growing even stronger. "And Luo, there's a tower in the training zone called the Illusion Tower. It houses the phantoms of various exotic beasts. When you have some time, go give it a try. With your strength, you should be able to reach the 90th floor or so. It'll also help build your reputation in the academy." And Luo nodded vigorously, his heart ignited with determination. After exchanging contact information, and Luo left Moat's office. Just as he reached downstairs, he saw a man who bore an 80% resemblance to Moat. This must be Moat's son, Moa, ranked second in the academy. If Moa were bald, he'd look exactly like Moat. "Hey, bro! You must be Luo, the legendary 5-ability wielder, right?" Moa walked over with a grin and threw an arm over Luo's shoulders. Caught off guard, and Luo felt a bit uncomfortable and broke free, steadying himself before looking at Moa. "That's right, I'm Luo. You must be Moa." "Correct. I'm Imowa, the strongest among the students. Imowa confidently gave a thumbs up, his smile radiant. The strongest? Isn't the Academy's #1 sword undefeated? And Luo asked, puzzled. At the mention of sword undefeated, Mo's expression froze for a moment. Then, forcing a smile, he patted Luo on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Don't take it seriously. I was just joking. Keep it a secret for me, alright? Luo nodded helplessly, thinking to himself that this guy really seemed to fear sword undefeated. Back to the point, Luo, what brings you here? Mowa asked. Luo took out the 9 Heavens technique manual and told him about being accepted as Moat's disciple. 9 Heavens? That's not an easy one. It took me ages to just get the basics, and even now, I've only reached the 5th level, Mowa said with a tinge of regret in his eyes. But its power is definitely worth the difficulty. Keep at it. I'll head upstairs now. With that, he briskly ascended the stairs. Luo returned to his villa and carefully stowed away the 9 Heavens manual, something so important couldn't be lost. Just as he was heading downstairs, he ran into Yuzi. Yuzi, I'm heading out. No need to make lunch for me this afternoon. Yuzi nodded obediently with a sweet smile, indicating she understood. After stepping out, Luo took out his phone and called Shinhuayue, asking if they wanted to join him in the training zone. We're coming, we'll head down right now. Shinhuayue replied excitedly. Luo flew to the dormitory area and waited idly for the trio to come out. While scrolling through the news on his phone, he suddenly felt a hand grip his shoulder. Startled, he turned around swiftly, only to see a stunning girl dressed in purple with a baseball cap. She was smiling brightly at him, her gaze filled with intrigue. Feeling uneasy, Luo instinctively stepped back a few paces. Yet the girl followed without hesitation, as if determined to approach him. Excuse me, what do you want? Luo asked with a wry smile, raising his hand to block her path. You're Luo, aren't you? The freakish 5 ability wielder. The girl stared at him intently. Luo's heart tightened. Was she here to cause trouble? That's right. And who might you be? What do you want? He replied, his face calm and unflinching. The girl's lips curled into a cold smile. Humph. I'll only say this once, you've got trouble coming your way. Luo frowned, puzzled. What had he done to provoke her? Do we know each other? When did I ever offend you? He asked, bewildered. The girl pointed an accusatory finger at his face, her tone furious. It's because of your face. My girlfriend dumped me because of you. Tell me, do you deserve a beating or not? Hearing this, Luo was utterly dumbfounded. Girlfriend? He glanced down at his chest, slightly puffed from his toned physique, and confirmed again that the person before him was indeed a girl. But girlfriend? What did that even mean? Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. His eyes widened as he gasped. Could there really be such a bizarre way of offending someone without even trying? Yuri, he muttered under his breath. The girl, instead of being embarrassed, seemed even prouder as she looked at him. What? Got a problem? She challenged, raising an eyebrow. No, just surprised, Luo quickly waved his hands to dismiss the topic, though his mind was racing with thoughts. The girl stared at him coldly and said, Luo, tell me, how do we settle this? My girlfriend saw your face online and insisted on breaking up with me, she said angrily. She even wants me to introduce her to you. How humiliating is that? Listening to this, Luo was at a complete loss for words. Listen, this is between you and your girlfriend. Don't drag me into it. Just have a proper talk with her. Maybe things can still be worked out. To his surprise, the girl's eyes widened in fury, her hair practically standing on end as if electrified. I never take back what I throw away. If she wants to leave, so be it. There are plenty of women in this world, she growled, clenching her fists in genuine anger. Just then, Shinhuayue and the other two arrived. Seeing a woman standing in front of Luo, they assumed she was there to flirt with him. The trio immediately formed a protective barrier around him, completely blocking the girl. Who are you? Shinhuayue pouted angrily. Shinhuayue and Lu Yuni merely stared at the girl curiously. The girl, seeing Shinhuayue's anger, felt her heart skip a beat. She crouched slightly, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. Was this love at first sight? Luo looked down at the girl squatting on the ground and thought to himself, this girl must have a screw loose. Maybe even a case of intermittent insanity. Alright, let's go. Leave her here to deal with her own issues, he said, wrapping an arm around the trio and leading them forward. Following the map, the 4 of them arrived at the Academy's training zone. The training zone was a large area designed for student sparring. In the center stood a tall tower, the illusion tower that Moat had mentioned. Let's try out that illusion tower first, Luo suggested, pointing at the structure. The trio looked at him with puzzled expressions, unsure why he wanted to go there. As they walked, and Luo explained, and the three of them grew increasingly excited. A combat simulation facility without any real danger? It was perfect for them. At the base of the tower, a guard stood at the entrance, indicating that access wasn't free for all. And Luo stepped forward and asked, "Hello, we're new students this year and would like to take on the tower trial. Could you explain the process?" "Hello, I am the intelligent tower guard robot, serial number 0956. Please register here," the robot said, holding out a touchscreen. The four people were stunned, staring at the robot in front of them in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that something so lifelike could be machine-made. Nevertheless, shock was shock, but the process had to be followed. The four of them signed their names on the touchscreen, and the robot recorded their information into the system. Afterward, it gestured toward the tower's gate. With a creaking sound, the tower's gate slowly opened. The four looked toward the entrance and saw nothing but pitch-black darkness inside the tower. "The tower's gate is now open. You may enter," the robot said respectfully. And Luo stepped forward first, entering the tower, with the other three following closely behind. In an instant, and Luo felt the world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the scenery around him had undergone a drastic change. He was now alone, standing on an island. The salty sea breeze gently brushed against his face, feeling incredibly real. In front of him appeared a level 1 turtle beast, something he had never seen before. He casually waved his finger, and gravity instantly bore down, crushing the beast into pulp. In just a split second, the beast was dead without even having the chance to let out a scream. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Congratulations to the tower challenger for clearing the first level. You will enter the second level in 10 seconds. When the time was up, he was automatically transported to the second level. The surroundings shifted from an island to a forest. The second level's beast was also a level 1 beast, which Luo dispatched without mercy. At this rate, he ascended level by level, reaching the 11th floor, where the first level 2 beast appeared. But even then, it was no match for him and was instantly defeated. 11, 38, 59, 89. No one knew how much time had passed, but Luo had fought his way up to the 90th floor. The beast on the 90th floor was a level 5 elephant beast, towering tens of meters high, with tusks over 10 meters long and clad in regenerative rock armor. Its armor was incredibly thick and resilient. If it couldn't be defeated in one strike, this beast would regenerate endlessly. For an average cultivator at the mortal transformation realm, defeating this creature would be nearly impossible. But for Luo, it was a piece of cake. His fist radiated vibrational energy as he launched himself into the air, delivering a heavy blow to the giant elephant's forehead. Crack, crack. That was the sound of space fracturing. The powerful vibrations rippled through the giant elephant's body. And Luo propelled himself off the ground, landing atop the elephant's head. After a moment of eerie silence, clink, clink, the elephant's rock armor began to crack all over its body, and its tusks shattered into pieces, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Congratulations to the tower challenger for clearing the 90th floor. The 91st floor is extremely difficult. Please decide whether to continue. Continue, Luo said without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings instantly transformed into a massive arena. Why did the environment change so drastically? Luo muttered to himself. While he was puzzled, a colossal head suddenly descended from the arena's sky. Luo looked up and froze in shock. Isn't that my master's head? How could it be here? Two enormous hands descended from the heavens, slapping straight toward Luo. Reacting quickly, he spread his wings and flew away, narrowly evading the strike. The entire arena was reduced to ruins under the force of the blow. Hovering in mid-air, Luo stared at the colossal figure in astonishment. This is my master's ability. An SSS tier ability, Titan form. Luo looked up, overwhelmed with awe. The giant stood 800 meters tall, its muscle-bound body radiating intense heat, suffocating those nearby. Luo felt that if he got too close, he might be incinerated by the heat. Did my master set himself up as a trial boss? He wondered aloud. The giant had no consciousness, only an endless drive to attack. It clenched its massive fist and swung it viciously at Luo, who was hovering in the air. Luo flapped his wings, dodging with all his might, forced into a defensive position. Occasionally, he managed to get close enough to land a punch, but the damage he inflicted was negligible. Whenever he used his vibrational power to attack, the giant's body would emit a green glow, instantly healing its injuries. What a cheat! The longer he fought the giant, the more Luo realized its overwhelming power. Its ability level was at least at peak transcendent realm, far beyond his reach. After what felt like an eternity of fighting, and Luo was utterly exhausted. The giant's regenerative abilities and defenses were far too strong, far surpassing what an SSS tier ability should entail. If given the chance to reclassify it, and Luo would have gladly upgraded it to UR tier. He flew to the back of the giant's head, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful punch. He thought this would at least disrupt the giant's movements temporarily. To his surprise, the giant remained unscathed. Instead, it became even more reactive, spinning a full 360 degrees and slapping Luo with a massive hand. And Luo plummeted like a meteor, engulfed in the phoenix's blue flames. Just as he prepared to rise and fight again, the giant stomped down with its colossal foot. Boom! Every bone in his body shattered instantly, and a wave of suffocation overtook him. In his mind, the mechanical voice rang out again. "And Luo, you have been defeated. Your highest achievement is the 90th floor. Your data will be stored in the database for future tower challenges. 3, 2, 1. Buzz! A blinding white light flashed as the surroundings began to shift. When Luo regained his senses, there was nothing in front of him except a virtual screen floating in mid-air, displaying his information. Name, Luo. Ability level, Mortal Transformation Realm, 9th tier. Highest achievement, 90th floor. School ranking, 11th. In 3 seconds, you will exit the simulation tower. Please prepare yourself. Buzz. When he opened his eyes again, he had exited the simulation tower and was standing at its entrance. Turning around to leave, he saw Xin Huayue and her 2 sisters already waiting outside. Seeing Luo emerge, Lu Yuni waved her hand toward him. "What floor did you reach?" And Luo asked. "I made it to the 59th floor, where I encountered a level 4 beast and was instantly killed," Xin Huayue said with a frustrated bite of her lip. "Same here, I stopped at the 60th floor. The strength of level 4 beasts is on a completely different level compared to level 3 ones, Lu Yuni said nonchalantly. At that moment, Xin Huayu suddenly spoke up. "I'm a healing type ability user, so my tower challenge was a bit different from yours. I teamed up with a virtual character of the same level as me to fight the beasts. The main test was my ability to dodge and heal my teammate. Unfortunately, I also stopped at the 60th floor. That beast slapped my virtual teammate to death in one hit. Without a teammate, I had no combat power and was also one-shot," Xin Huayu said angrily, clenching her fists. And Luo listened and nodded unsurprisingly. The 3 of them were stuck on the 60th floor. A level 4 beast was equivalent to a human at the transformation realm. Between the transformation realm and the noble realm lay an immense chasm. Only by advancing to the transformation realm could one undergo the first leap of life, extending their lifespan from a century to 500 years, with all attributes experiencing explosive growth. "Brother Luo, how many floors did you make it through?" Xin Huayu asked curiously. Luo did not hide the truth. "The highest I reached was the 90th floor." At that moment, everyone around froze. Even passers-by preparing to enter the Tower of Illusion stopped in their tracks, turning to stare at Luo with incredulous eyes. It was clear they didn't believe this stranger could have reached the 90th floor. "The 90th floor? Brother Luo, you're so strong!" Xin Huayu exclaimed in amazement. Xin Huayue and Lu Yunin were also dumbfounded, and their doubts instantly vanished. Luo would never joke about such matters, what he said must be true. "And Luo, so this means you were stuck on the 91st floor?" Xin Huayue asked. "Yes." And Luo nodded, his thoughts involuntarily returning to the powerful giant he had encountered. "What kind of beast is on the 91st floor? Level 5? Lu Yunin asked curiously. Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, it was a human." "A human?" Everyone's faces immediately showed confusion. And Luo continued, "The 91st floor features the phantom of Principal Moto, a giant hundreds of meters tall, radiating heat all over his body. His strength is at the 9th rank of the Transcendent Realm, possessing immense recovery, reflexes, and defense. With my current strength, I can't inflict any effective damage on him. If I'm not careful, I get crushed under his foot." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. They hadn't expected the Tower of Illusions to feature not just beasts but also phantoms of powerful humans. Luo took a step forward, signaling to the 3 that it was time to leave. The 4 of them left the training area and headed to the commercial district, where they found a place to eat before strolling through the market for various combat manuals. Thunderstorm Pill, Training Requirement, Thunder Element Ability User. One Stroke / Training Requirement, Sword Specialized Ability User. Fireproof Shield Training Requirement, Water Element Ability User. And Luo, already in possession of the manual Ninefold Heavens, showed no interest in these ordinary combat manuals. He turned to look at the other three and noticed that they were each intently focused on the manuals displayed on the counter, their eyes glimmering with excitement, clearly having found techniques that suited them. He walked over to Shin Huayue first, following her gaze. What appeared before him was a manual titled Wind Refinement Treasure Manual, which immediately caught his attention. Looking closer, the description of the technique was clearly visible. Wind Refinement Treasure Manual. Creator, unknown. Training requirement, Wind Element Ability User. Manual effects, enhances all attributes of Wind Element ability users, with a particular boost to destructive power and speed. Conclusion, a tornado that destroys parking lots. Note, there is a chance during training to enhance the quality of one's abilities. Do not be alarmed. The manual consists of 5 levels. First level price, 50 level 3 beast cores. Second level price, 30 level 4 beast cores. Third level price, 20 level 5 beast cores. Fourth level price, 10 level 6 beast cores. Fifth level price, 5 level 7 beast cores. All things considered, this manual seemed tailor-made for Shin Huayue. The mere possibility of enhancing the quality of abilities was enough to tempt anyone, not to mention the other bonuses. He turned to see Shin Huayue staring at the display case with longing in her eyes, and he felt a surge of warmth. This Wind Refinement Treasure Manual is perfect for you, and Luo said softly. Hearing his voice, Shin Huayue snapped out of her thoughts and said ruefully, yeah, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it right now. Seeing this, and Luo immediately reassured her, don't worry. This is the Beast Continent, we're not short on beast cores. Tomorrow, we'll team up and head to the combat zone to hunt cores. We should be able to gather enough for the first level in a day. Shin Huayue's face lit up, her eyes curving into crescents as she nodded. Okay. The two then walked over to Lu Yunin, who was closest to them, intending to inform her of their plan for the next day. Yunin, let's go hunting for beast cores together tomorrow, Shin Huayue said, patting Lu Yunin on the shoulder. Lu Yunin snapped out of her daze and, upon seeing it was Shin Huayue and Luo, let out a breath of relief. Sorry, I got a little distracted. What were you looking at? And Luo asked curiously. Unyielding sword technique. Creator, sword unyielding. Training requirement, sword specialized ability user. Manual effects, contains various sword techniques uniquely developed by sword unyielding, enhancing the wielder's indomitable will. Conclusion, with one swing of the sword, I stand undefeated. Note, there is a chance during training to enhance the quality of one's abilities. Do not be alarmed. The number of levels in this manual is still to be determined. First level price, 50 level 3 beast cores. Second level price, 30 level 4 beast cores. Third level price, 20 level 5 beast cores. After reading the manual's description, and Luo was stunned, his eyes fixated on the name Sword Unyielding, his heart filled with questions. What realm had Sword Unyielding reached? Moreover, she didn't seem to be very old, how could she have created her own manual? Calming himself, he suppressed his curiosity and told Lu Yunin about their plan to hunt beast cores the next day. Alright. I happen to need cores to buy this manual. Lu Yunin's eyes immediately lit up. The three of them then walked toward Shin Huayu, who seemed so excited she was practically bouncing. Sister Yunin, brother and Luo. I found a manual that's perfect for me. Shin Huayu exclaimed. Oh? Which one? Shin Huayue asked curiously. Shin Huayu pointed to a manual in the display case and said with delight. Palm of the Celestial Healer. Creator, Enin. Training requirement, healing type ability user. Manual effects, greatly enhances the healing capacity of healers. In critical moments, it allows the user to sacrifice some of their own life force to forcibly extend the life of the person being healed. Conclusion, my life for yours, it's worth it. Note, there is a chance during training to enhance the quality of one's abilities. Do not be alarmed. The manual consists of 5 levels. First level price, 50 level 3 beast cores. Second level price, 30 level 4 beast cores. Third level price, 20 level 5 beast cores. Fourth level price, 10 level 6 beast cores. Fifth level price, 5 level 7 beast cores. After reading the description, everyone agreed that this manual was the pinnacle for healing type ability users. Not only did it significantly boost healing power, but it also allowed the user to sacrifice their own life force in critical moments to protect their teammates. What team wouldn't want such a healer? Impressive, right? Shin Huayu beamed, looking at the three with anticipation. The three exchanged glances and all nodded. And Luo said seriously, the effects are indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, Shin Huayue informed Shin Huayu about the plan to form a team tomorrow to hunt for crystal cores. After hearing this, Shin Huayu excitedly grabbed Luo's hand and said, "Brother Luo, how about meeting at the dormitory entrance at 7 tomorrow morning?" Luo nodded without hesitation. After buying some supplies at the shopping mall, the four walked the three sisters back to the dormitory entrance. As the sky grew darker, it turned into a deep and profound black. Unfolding his azure flame wings, Luo flew directly back to the villa district. As he passed by one of the villas, he inadvertently noticed what seemed to be a figure standing on the balcony. But when he looked again, the figure had vanished. "Maybe I just imagined it," Luo muttered to himself. Just as he flew past the villa, a shadow silently appeared on the balcony. Its gaze locked onto Luo's retreating figure with a glimmer of sharp light in its eyes that quickly turned into greed. 5 ability users, 4 of them SSS level. Truly a group to envy and despise. People born with SSS level abilities deserve to die. Unlike me, who climbed all the way from the lowest E-level ability to SSS level through sheer effort. If I devour his 5 abilities, my power quality will surely surpass SSS level and step into a completely new realm. The figure's lips curled into a sinister smile. At that point, defeating that freakish woman Jin Booby will be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. Jin Booby, I can't wait to see the look on your face when I defeat you. It'll be such fun. When Luo returned to the villa, he was greeted by Yuzi, who was cleaning the living room. Seeing him come back, Yuzi immediately asked, "Mr. Luo, welcome home. Would you like a bath?" As it happened, Luo wanted to relax for a bit. "Sure," he replied. After the bath, Yuzi lay down on a soft bed, and a wave of sleepiness washed over her like a tide. She fell into a deep sleep almost instantly. Once she finished her tasks in the villa, she returned to her own room. Just after she had finished freshening up and sat down, the phone on her bedside table suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her mother calling and answered. "Hello, Mom, how are you?" Yuzi asked. Her mother's voice on the other end was filled with reproach. "You little girl, what should I even say about you? We're just B-level ability users. Wouldn't it have been better to honestly attend some second-rate university? Why did you insist on going to Giant Ability University to be a maid? Do you regret it now?" Yuzi's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Mom, I was just a little short of qualifying for 3 top-tier universities. How could I settle for a second-rate university? I wouldn't be content. When I received the call from Giant Ability University offering me a position as a maid, I was initially furious and disdainful. But after seeing the resources a top-tier university offers, I made up my mind. Even as a maid, I refused to stay in a second-rate university as a top student," Yuzi said with firm determination. "I signed a confidentiality agreement, so there are many things I can't say, but the resources here are beyond your imagination. I know you're worried someone might bully me, but this is the price I must pay to move upwards." The other end of the line went silent. After a long pause, Yuzi's mother sighed. "Ah, you're just like your father. Once you've made up your mind, there's no turning back. If that's what you've decided, I'll support you. But remember, don't come to me with a belly full of trouble." Yuzi's face flushed red. "Mom, what are you even saying? A lonely man and woman, dry wood and fire. What resistance can a little maid like you muster?" her mother teased. "Just remember, take proper precautions. Don't come back pregnant, only for them to deny responsibility." Yuzi was furious. "Mom, he's a gentleman, not some scoundrel. You can't just insult him like that." Hearing the anger in her daughter's voice, Yuzi's mother quickly backtracked. All right, I won't say any more. You should rest." After hanging up the phone, Yuzi sighed. Having such an unreliable mom is seriously exhausting. She silently vented in her heart, then lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, sunlight spilled across Luo's face as the sound of her phone alarm went off. She quickly got up, freshened up, had breakfast, and carried her supplies as she flew toward the dormitory entrance of the high-rise. Before long, the 3 sisters appeared in her line of sight. She noticed that Shin Huayu seemed particularly troubled. "Huayu, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" Luo asked curiously. Shin Huayu looked around nervously, seemingly embarrassed. Shin Huayu, seeing her sister struggling to speak, answered on her behalf. "Luo, do you remember that strange woman from yesterday afternoon?" Luo immediately recalled her. The impression was vivid. "I remember. What about her?" She confessed to Huayu in public, asking her to be her girlfriend. Lu Yuni revealed startlingly. Luo was taken aback, his gaze falling on the shamefaced Shin Huayu. His heart jolted as he suddenly understood. So, Huayu, did you agree? Shen Huayu quickly shook her head. No, I'm not that kind of person. And Luo let out a breath of relief. That's good. She gives off a vibe like the calm before a storm. Stay away from her. Shen Huayu nodded, and the four decided to avoid that woman as they followed the signs toward the farthest combat zone. After nearly 3 hours of walking, they finally reached the combat zone. Hundreds of spatial gates were lined up there, and at the center stood a counter. Greetings, students. I am an intelligent robot, number 0957, the robot said with a smile. Please sign here. After signing their names, the robot handed them 4 mechanical wristbands. These are spatial transition wristbands. Press the button, and it will open a portal back to this location. Remember, do not damage them. The 4 of them marveled at the wristbands, amazed that the university had such advanced technology. The robot reminded them, please be cautious. They selected one of the spatial gates and stepped through without hesitation. A flash of white light, and they found themselves in a dense forest. Surrounded by tall grass and a gentle breeze, the air carried the scent of blood. Instantly alert, the 4 stood back to back, ears perked to catch any sound. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Then, an ear-piercing ape screech shattered the stillness, and the ground began to tremble as though something was about to emerge. Screech! With a sharp cry, countless ape-like beasts rained down from the trees. Crash! Crash! In no time, the 4 were surrounded by black ape-like beasts. A rough glance estimated their numbers to be at least 300. Luo carefully observed the apes. To his surprise, they each had a varying number of tails, some with just 1, others with 2. A few larger apes had 3 tails, exuding a powerful aura that clearly marked them as third-level beasts. As the 300 apes encircled them tightly, suddenly, a deafening ape's cry reverberated, like a summoning call. The apes seemed to receive an order, automatically retreating to either side and leaving a wide pathway. Then, a massive ape slowly emerged from the end of the passage. Its face bore 4 eyes, its body was cloaked in white fur, and 4 whip-like tails lashed behind it. 4-tailed white ape! Lu Yuni exclaimed in shock. Hearing her cry, the other 3 were left stunned. Yuni, how do you know about this beast? Shen Huayuai asked curiously. It's not mentioned in the textbooks, is it? Lu Yuni calmly explained, I read about it in a book called The Strange World. The description of the 4-tailed white ape in the book matches this one exactly, but the book said it only had 2 eyes. The book mentioned that if a normal ape-beast tribe were to be favored by the heavens and produce a 4-tailed white ape, their intelligence would increase, and their societal structures would become more advanced. As Luo listened, his curiosity about the 4-tailed white ape grew. The creature merely stood there, staring at them greedily. The oppressive aura of a 4th-level beast made the 3 sisters feel suffocated, yet Luo remained calm and unshaken. Don't panic. I'll handle this, and Luo said softly. As soon as his words fell, his eyes flashed with a purple glow, and he slammed his palm downward forcefully. Millionfold gravity. Boom! The purple gravitational energy instantly swept across the surroundings. The 4-tailed white ape instinctively felt a wave of unease. A deafening crash echoed as the ground trembled violently, the pressure akin to a comet striking the earth. Ordinary trees were crushed in an instant, and the surrounding forest became barren in moments. The weaker first-level apes were pressed flat to the ground, their organs shattered as they perished instantly. Second and third-level apes fared no better, collapsing to the ground, vomiting blood, and struggling even to lift a finger. And Luo's move left the 3 sisters behind him utterly shocked. They had expected a fierce battle but hadn't anticipated that Luo would clear the field in an instant. A strange sense of exhilaration filled their hearts. Under the immense gravity, the 4-tailed white ape barely managed to remain standing, its rage and agony intertwined. Its 4 eyes turned blood red as it glared at Luo, baring its teeth and swinging its steel-like tails wildly as it charged forward. You take care of the 3rd-level apes. This one's mine. And Luo turned slightly and addressed the 3. Shen Huayue and Lu Yuni quickly divided their roles and darted to either side. Shen Huayu focused on healing, ensuring the 2 maintained peak condition. And Luo raised his hand, aiming at the oncoming 4-tailed white ape. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as an air cannon shot out like a meteor, striking the 4-tailed white ape head-on. Splurt! Blood sprayed as the creature was blasted away, crashing heavily into the dense forest. Seeing this, and Luo exhaled lightly and turned to check on the 3 behind him. Shen Huayue and Lu Yuni each handled their respective sides, easily dispatching the 3rd-level apes, most of which had already been incapacitated by Luo's initial gravity attack. Shen Huayu worked tirelessly to provide healing, ensuring the 2 remained energized. Before long, all the third-level apes were slain, their cores extracted. The injured second and first-level apes were deemed unworthy of further attention. "Follow me," and Luo beckoned, waving for the three to catch up. They followed closely behind, arriving at the spot where the four-tailed white ape had been struck down. At this point, it was unconscious, its body riddled with wounds, incapable of awakening anytime soon. And Luo leaped lightly, preparing to investigate. Just then, the four-tailed white ape's four eyes suddenly snapped open, emitting an eerie glow. As Luo locked eyes with it, his body stiffened instantly. Taking advantage of the moment, the four-tailed white ape raised its fist and struck down fiercely. And Luo reacted swiftly, raising both arms to block. Though uninjured, the force still sent him flying backward. Seeing this, Shen Huayue tensed, ready to join the fight at any moment. The four-tailed white ape flipped itself upright, took a deep breath, and let out a piercing howl toward the sky. In the distance, a massive black ape heard the call. Instantly, it leaped into action, racing madly toward the four-tailed white ape's location. Standing nearly 50 meters tall, its body was covered in black fur, with 5 long tails behind it like weapons. Each step it took caused the entire forest to quake. Sensing the tremors in the ground, the four-tailed white ape revealed a cunning smile, and Luo's gaze sharpened. Despite the four-tailed white ape's dire condition, he couldn't help but smile radiantly. With a sudden push off the ground, he teleported directly before the four-tailed white ape. The grin on the four-tailed white ape's face froze instantly, its pupils dilating in shock, unable to react. And Luo's fist, imbued with the power of vibrations, struck ruthlessly at the creature's 4 eyes. Crack, crack, crack. The air seemed to tear as the 4 eyeballs burst like watermelons, blood spraying everywhere. The immense pain caused the four-tailed white ape to faint on the spot. And Luo cast a cold glance at the creature, confirming it could no longer resist. Just as he prepared to extract its core, the ground beneath him suddenly began to quake violently. He and his companions instinctively sensed an overwhelming danger and quickly retreated backward. Crash, crash. The ground shook incessantly, the heavy thudding of footsteps echoing like thunder. Following this came the sound of countless trees collapsing. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously, only to see a colossal black ape, its breath heavy, its vacant eyes fixed on the unconscious four-tailed white ape. A flicker of rage crossed the giant ape's eyes. Witnessing the blood-drenched scene, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar sent dust flying in all directions, a terrifying pressure instantaneously enveloping the 4, causing their hearts to tremble. This black ape was undoubtedly a 5th-level beast, equivalent to humanity's transcendent realm. The giant ape's heart was overwhelmed with an indescribable anguish. The four-tailed white ape was its most exceptional offspring. This white ape had mutated from an ordinary black-furred ape, gaining heightened intelligence. Not only could it elevate the intelligence of the entire tribe, but its 4 eyes could also paralyze other creatures. It was because of the four-tailed white ape that their tribe had thrived until now. But today, everything had been destroyed. The four-tailed white ape's eyes were ruined, its body severely injured, rendering it nearly lifeless. The giant ape was consumed by fury. Turning its head toward Luo and the others, it unleashed an explosive wave of hatred, roar. Raising its forelimbs, it pounded its chest furiously before slamming a fist into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and cracks spread rapidly. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo immediately unfurled wings of azure flame from his back, carrying the 3 into the air. The giant ape, seeing this, leaped forcefully, swinging its massive fist toward Luo mid-air. Luo reacted with lightning speed, enveloping the 4 of them in the azure flames. The giant ape's fist struck the protective barrier heavily, sending the 4 flying into the dense forest, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. After ensuring their safety, Luo let the azure shield gradually dissipate, revealing the 4 of them unharmed. The giant ape, witnessing this, slammed its chest in rage. Luo settled the 3 companions and gave them a reassuring glance before charging toward the giant ape. As he closed the distance to a few meters, Luo clenched his fist, gathering the power of vibrations, and swung fiercely. The giant ape, unwilling to back down, met his strike head-on with its massive fist. Boom! A deafening roar shook the air, forcing the 3 to instinctively cover their ears. A violent shockwave rippled outward, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The dense smoke obscured their vision, making it impossible to discern what was happening inside. Crack! Crack! Amidst the swirling dust, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Was it Luo or the massive ape? No one could tell. After a brief silence, the dust cloud was suddenly pierced by the rapid sounds of combat, like the patter of heavy raindrops, crack, crack, pop. The 3 listened as the pace of the fighting quickened, until Luo emerged from the dust, soaring into the sky with her wings outstretched. Her fists were wrapped in a flickering green flame, and it was evident she had sustained injuries in the fierce battle. Her gaze remained calm as she stood in the air, quietly sensing the movements within the dissipating dust. As the haze settled, the scene revealed itself, a massive ape, its forelimbs limp and useless. The giant ape's arms hung loosely, its hand bones shattered and dripping with blood. Fragments of pulverized bone were faintly visible through the wounds. The ape looked up, its eyes locking onto Enluo, whose arm had just healed under the green flame, returning to its smooth, unblemished state. The ape's eyes widened, as if struck by a profound shock. It couldn't comprehend how this human before it could be so overwhelmingly powerful. The humans who trespassed into its territory were usually effortlessly defeated or simply disappeared. But Enluo, she was a phenomenon. Faced with Enluo's calm and unyielding gaze, the giant ape was overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. So this was what it felt like to be utterly crushed. It was unbearable. Seeing that the giant ape no longer had the strength to fight, Enluo wasted no words. In an instant, she teleported in front of it and delivered a single punch, shattering its skull. The ape's consciousness faded completely, and its massive body collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Enluo retrieved the fifth-tier core from the giant ape and slipped it into her pocket. She turned to the three onlookers, gesturing for them to come over. At that moment, Shin Huayue and her companions were still immersed in the shock of Enluo defeating a fifth-tier giant ape unscathed. They couldn't help but marvel in their hearts, how could the gap between humans be so vast? Then again, it wasn't the first time Enluo had left them stunned. Composing themselves, the three began walking in her direction. By now, Enluo had reached the dying four-tailed white ape. Its breath was faint, as if it might perish at any moment. A trace of pity flickered in Enluo's heart. Seeing its suffering, she ended its pain with a single punch to its head. The four-tailed white ape instantly lost all signs of life. Just as Enluo was about to reach for its core, a small white worm, only a few centimeters long, suddenly crawled out of one of the white ape's eyes. Its appearance resembled a smooth, lifeless caterpillar. Enluo frowned, puzzled. Why would this worm appear in the white ape's eye? As she reached out to grab it, the worm suddenly leaped and landed right on the center of her forehead. Hiss! Enluo felt a sharp pain between her brows and was startled. This worm was trying to burrow into her brain. She quickly pinched the worm between her fingers and yanked it away. Touching her forehead, she found blood seeping out, along with a small crack in her skin. Had she reacted even a second later, who knew what kind of disaster might have occurred if the worm had made it into her mind? The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. Furious, she glared at the weakening worm in her hand, her fingers tightening to crush it. Just then, an urgent cry resounded in her mind. Wait, wait, wait. If you squeeze any harder, I'll really die. Enluo froze, her expression stiffening in surprise. Her brows furrowed deeply as she stared at the worm in her fingers, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her hand paused. You can talk?" she asked. The worm drooped weakly, as though in great discomfort. "Dear human, could you loosen up a bit? Being pinched like this is rather unpleasant." Enluo snorted coldly, her eyes glinting dangerously. "Oof. You almost burrowed into my brain, and now you want me to let you go? Aren't you naive?" Despite her words, she slightly relaxed her grip, curiosity stirring within her. She didn't want to crush the worm just yet. Relieved, the worm let out a tiny sigh. By now, the three sisters had arrived behind Enluo, exchanging bewildered looks. "Enluo, why are you holding a worm?" "It looks disgusting," Shin Huayu said, her tone full of disdain. The worm, clearly offended, retorted angrily, "You rude female creature. Don't lump me in with the ordinary worms of this planet. Don't think I won't teach you a lesson just because you have a powerful mate." Shin Huayu's face flushed red at the comment. Avoiding everyone's gaze, she looked away awkwardly. Enluo lightly flicked the worm with her finger, signaling it to watch its mouth. "Enluo, why is this worm talking? Where did you find it?" Shin Huayu asked curiously. "It crawled out of the four-tailed white ape's eye. I don't know why it can talk either," Enluo replied, his gaze shifting back to the worm. "Hey, what's your deal?" The worm huffed arrogantly. "Humph, my background is not something you lowly beings have the right to know." Lu Yunin, irritated by its attitude, immediately drew her sword and pointed its tip at the worm. "Enluo, should I just stab it and be done with it?" Feeling the chill of the blade, the worm panicked and quickly pleaded, Wait. Don't get so worked up. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Put the weapon away, and I'll explain properly." Enluo chuckled coldly. "Cut the nonsense and spill it. Waste any more time, and I'll crush you right now." Sensing the killing intent in Enluo's eyes, the worm realized it had no choice. Inwardly, it thought bitterly, I am a supreme species of the stars, yet I'm being threatened by these primitive beings. With a resigned sigh, it began, I hatched over a decade ago in an underground cavern. As soon as I emerged, the racial inheritance of my species flooded my mind. I am one of the 7 great demonic worms of the cosmos, a pupil worm. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of confusion. The 7 great demonic worms of the cosmos? A pupil worm? You're an extraterrestrial creature? And Luo asked, astonished. Indeed. But I don't know why I was born on such a backward planet, the worm admitted, its tone puzzled. Shin Huayue, unwilling to accept the insult, demanded, You dare call us backward? How are we backward? The worm patiently explained, a planet's civilization is judged by whether its lifeforms can traverse the stars, whether through physical prowess or technological means. Only with the ability to cross the cosmos can a civilization interact with others beyond its own planet. Hearing this, the 4 couldn't help but feel a jolt of realization. So, there were other species beyond the stars. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, and Luo quickly changed the subject. You mentioned the 7 great demonic worms earlier. Besides the pupil worms, what are the others? The little bug immediately perked up with enthusiasm. Besides us pupil bugs, the other 6 races are, the mystic dragonfly, the thunder centipede, the undying cicada, the star-eating ant, the ghostly butterfly, and the hive mother spider. Each magical bug has a long lifespan and incredible abilities. As long as a magical bug bonds symbiotically with a living being, it can enhance its host. For instance, I can evolve a host size once I'm bound to them. Depending on the host, the evolved abilities can vary. Take this talentless white ape, for example. After binding with it, it grew 2 extra eyes that can emit psychic shockwaves, stunning opponents for several seconds. There was a hint of pride in the little bug's words, and the 4 couldn't help but develop a deep interest in its abilities. Listening to its explanation, Lu Yuni frowned, a trace of doubt surfacing in her mind. Wait a minute. If all of you have such powerful abilities, why do you need to bond with hosts to survive? The little bug froze, its body stiffening for a moment before it shyly explained. Actually, among the 7 magical bug species of the cosmos, only us pupil bugs have almost no combat abilities. Our powers only manifest when we form a symbiotic relationship with other creatures. If we don't find a host to bond with, we can't survive on harsh planets. So, among the 7 magical bug species, only we are constantly searching for hosts. The other 6 types of magical bugs have no interest in bonding unless they encounter a lifeform they're particularly drawn to. As soon as the little bug finished speaking, the 4 turned their deadpan stares on it, as if they were looking at a useless piece of trash. No! Don't look at me like that! You 4 lowly creatures! Why? The little bug squirmed on Luo's fingertip, venting its frustration. And Luo, you picked this thing up. What do you think we should do with it? Shin Huayue turned to Luo for her opinion. And Luo pondered for a long time before taking out a transparent glass jar and putting the little bug inside. We'll keep it for now and see if we can sell it for a good price when we get back to school. She pinched the little bug, ignoring its violent protests, and tossed it into the glass jar. She then twisted the plastic lid tightly, poking a few small holes in it to keep it from suffocating. Next, she took out the 4-star core of the white ape with 4 tails and tucked it into her pocket. Let's keep moving. Besides these ape-like beasts, there shouldn't be any other exotic creatures in this forest, and Luo said, gesturing for the 3 to hold her hand. The 3 obediently extended their hands, and Luo gripped them tightly. With azure wings of flame sprouting from her back, she shot into the sky, taking them far away. After the 4 left, the surviving 1st and 2nd tier apes dragged their heavily injured bodies away in silence. Their king was dead, and the forest would soon be taken over by other beasts. Choosing a new leader and finding a new habitat was now their top priority. And Luo flew at an incredible speed, soaring through the sky with the 3 for hours, yet the forest's edge was still nowhere in sight. The surrounding dense trees blurred together, creating a dizzying visual fatigue. Just then, a vast lake appeared in the distance, immediately catching Luo's attention. The lake was enormous, with an estimated diameter of several kilometers, its end not visible to the 4. Let's rest here for a while, grab something to eat, and maybe wait for an opportunity, and Luo suggested. The 3 exchanged glances and found the idea brilliant, nodding in agreement. They landed on a clearing by the lake and were surprised to find over a dozen tents already set up. Though the tents were intact on the outside, their entrances had been violently torn open, as if they'd been attacked. The campfire had long since gone out, leaving behind only ashes. The 4 approached to investigate and found the tents stocked with all kinds of living supplies, yet not a single living soul was present. All the equipment and supplies are here, but no people. This is seriously creepy, Shinhuayue said with a heavy expression. Either these people were ridiculously wealthy, or they're already dead. I leaned toward the latter, Lu Yuni said, gripping the hilt of her sword and scanning the surroundings warily. If all 10 plus of them were killed by beasts, then why isn't there a trace of blood? And why is the entire campsite so clean? Shinhuayue asked in confusion. Just then, and Luo frowned slightly, as if she'd noticed something. She walked straight to the lakeshore, crouched down, and reached out to touch an unidentified liquid on the ground. Raising her hand, the sticky substance on her fingers made her frown. What is this stuff? Shinhuayue asked curiously. Some kind of mucus from an unknown beast. It seems there's a deadly danger lurking beneath this lake, and Luo replied with a slight smile. Are we really going to wait here? Shinhuayue asked nervously. High risk, high reward. Besides, we have our space-saving life rings to teleport back to school if things go south. No need to worry too much, and Luo reassured her with a calming smile. Alright, let's do it, the three sisters said in unison. The four relit the campfire and used their food supplies to cook a big pot of porridge. The aroma wafted through the air, disturbing the beasts lurking beneath the lake. The lake-dwelling creatures woke from their slumber, waiting quietly for their body temperatures to adjust before taking action. Meanwhile, the four ate their fill on the shore, gazing at the calm lake surface, which showed no sign of danger. Afterward, they selected a spacious spot to set up their tents, placing them close together in case of an emergency. Gathered around the campfire, the four chatted to pass the time. Suddenly, the sky turned dark with thick clouds, and raindrops began to fall on their necks. It's raining! Quick, back to the tents! Lu Yuni shouted, standing up. The four quickly retreated to their respective tents, zipping them up to keep the rain out. Listening to the rain grow heavier, the pattering on the tents grew louder. The four couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictable weather of the beast continent. In just a minute, the clear skies had turned into a stormy downpour. As time passed, the rain only intensified, showing no signs of stopping. Lying on her mat, and Luo listened to the rain outside, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. To keep herself awake, she pulled the glass jar containing the little bug out of her backpack, intending to chat with it and shake off the sleepiness. The little bug, seeing daylight again, immediately stood upright and angrily tapped on the glass jar with its tiny limbs. Let me out! Let me out! You lowly creature! Do you even know what kind of existence you've provoked? The little bug raged, but Enluo merely watched coldly, silently observing the spectacle. Before long, the little bug tired itself out, collapsing onto the jar's floor. It gazed up at Enluo with innocent eyes, as if contemplating something. Tired? Then let's talk, Enluo said, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint smile. Humph. I don't want to chat with a lowly creature like you. The little bug raised its head arrogantly. Enluo wasn't offended. Instead, she asked curiously, why did you want to burrow into my brow? To form a symbiotic bond with me? That's right. The little bug answered without hesitation. Why? And Luo continued to press, his eyes glimmering with a probing light. The small insect's tone grew serious in an instant. From the moment you effortlessly defeated that white ape, I had my eyes on you. And then, you even managed to kill a lifeform one level higher than you without sustaining a single injury. Such talent is exceedingly rare. I can sense it, there are multiple powerful forces hidden within your body. You are a genius, a rarity even among the stars. It would be a great pity not to coexist with someone like you. Enluo fell into deep thought upon hearing this. You said you had a symbiotic relationship with that white ape. So, when I killed it, why were you completely unharmed? Enluo asked sharply, his gaze piercing. The small insect's voice faltered awkwardly. Well, that, And Luo immediately saw through its tricks. I knew you weren't being entirely honest. There's no way you'd so easily establish a true symbiotic relationship with any creature. That white ape wasn't truly in a symbiotic relationship with you, was it? You were just using it, finding a safe place to wait for your next suitable host. Exposed, the little insect fell silent, lying there quietly. Since you figured it out, there's no point pretending anymore. What you said is exactly the truth, it admitted. This entire forest is filled with low-intelligence creatures. I could barely find one that was slightly smarter, so I had no choice. I sneaked into its eye while it was sleeping and triggered some benign evolution within it. Over the years, it never realized my presence, thinking all along that its evolution was its own doing. I thought I could just live like this until the white ape grew old and died, and then I'd look for my next host. But who would have thought a freak like you would appear, capture me, and lock me up? And Luo nodded subtly, gaining a clearer understanding of the little insect's situation. If you want to coexist with me, how do you plan to do it? And Luo asked. The small insect immediately perked up with excitement. Then I will truly coexist with you and provide the maximum assistance possible. And Luo looked skeptical. I can't trust your words so easily. What if you sneak into my eye and refuse to truly merge with me? I wouldn't be able to forcibly pull you out then. The insect huffed indignantly. We can establish a symbiotic bond first, and you can judge for yourself whether I'm being truthful. And Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, let's do it. He opened the glass jar and placed the small insect in his palm. The insect glowed brightly, and a strange energy chain extended from it, piercing into the center of Luo's forehead. And Luo felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body, a tingling sensation washing over him. Soon after, an ancient and solemn energy of a higher dimension enveloped him. Within seconds, the energy chain connecting the two abruptly disappeared. And Luo lowered his gaze to look at the small insect, and in that moment, their eyes met, a sense of trust naturally emerging between them. From this moment onward, they would grow together and Luo becoming stronger, and the little insect growing stronger alongside him. Please take care of me. Since we're going to be together from now on, I'll give you a name, and Luo said gently, stroking the small insect. A name would indeed be convenient. The predecessors in my inherited memory all had names, the insect agreed with a nod. How about Anton? My name is Luo, so you can share my surname, and Luo suggested. The insect thought for a moment before showing a satisfied expression. Not bad. From now on, I'll be called Anton. Since we've achieved symbiosis, I want to know what kind of eye style do you prefer? Anton asked. 3 eyes, 4 eyes, 6 eyes, compound eyes, heterochromatic eyes, what's your preference? While I can't determine the ability, I can decide the style. Images of himself with 4 or 6 eyes flashed through Luo's mind, and he shuddered at the thought. Anton, which one is the least conspicuous? He asked. Only the 3-eye style. A thin slit in the center of your forehead, it's barely noticeable when the eye isn't open, Anton replied. Then 3 eyes it is. Let's do it. I'm ready, Luo said resolutely. Anton leapt up and gently carved a thin slit, transforming into a cluster of energy and merging into it. Before long, Luo felt an itch at the center of his forehead, followed by a tingling, swelling sensation. As he slowly opened his eyes, strange energy surrounded him. He tried to sense it but to no avail. Clearly, this was a higher dimensional energy, far beyond his current capabilities to comprehend. Looking down, he saw his reflection in the glass jar. There, in the center of his forehead, was a third eye. It looked no different from a regular eye, except its pupil shimmered with a black-gold luster, like golden light piercing through the night. Kind of cool, actually, Luo murmured, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. At that moment, Anton's voice suddenly rang out. Luo, this eye of yours isn't just for show. Oh, what can it do? Luo asked eagerly. When activated, the unknown energy emanating from the eye nullifies energy-based attacks, Anton explained. In other words, any energy-based attacks aimed at you will be rendered ineffective. You'll be in an absolutely invincible state. Luo was stunned, hardly able to believe it. That's insanely overpowered. As long as my opponent relies on energy attacks, I'll be untouchable. In principle, yes. However, activating this eye will rapidly drain your stamina, significantly increasing the energy cost of battle, Anton continued. If your stamina runs out, the eye will automatically close. Save it for critical moments. Luo felt a slight fatigue setting in, understanding that it was best to use it sparingly. With a single thought, the eye on his forehead closed instantly, leaving only a faint slit that was barely noticeable upon close inspection. Not bad, the concealment is excellent. It can serve as a trump card, he remarked with satisfaction. Just then, a panicked cry came from outside. Ah, there's a snake. Luo's expression shifted, and he quickly stood up, summoning a protective barrier around him. The rain was immediately repelled, leaving him completely dry. Rushing out of the tent, the scene before him became one he'd never forget. A massive amphibian beast, blue and green in color, stood 3 to 4 meters tall, leaping from the lake toward the shore. Its target was clearly the group of 4. Looking toward the 3 sisters, Luo saw Shinhuayu timidly standing behind Lu Yuni and Shinhuayue. Nearby lay a severed snake tongue and the corpse of another amphibian beast, evidently freshly killed. The moment the 3 saw Luo, they immediately found their anchor. Luo walked over to the trio, his heart softening as he saw their pale faces. With a wave of his hand, the rainwater around them was repelled, and he enveloped them in a protective barrier. Their soaked clothes dried instantly, and their body temperatures gradually rose. Joy lit up their faces. And Luo asked softly, "Who knows anything about these amphibian beasts?" "They are called rain-summoning toads. As the name implies, their species possesses the ability to summon rain. This heavy downpour is their handiwork," Shen Huayue explained. And Luo nodded, carefully observing the rain-summoning toads, and realized they were all level 1 beasts with no real value for hunting. Shaking his head in disappointment, he muttered, "All level 1 beasts. How boring. The awakened in the tent couldn't possibly have been killed by level 1 beasts. There must be stronger ones behind this," Shen Huayue said seriously. "I'm going in first. Once we deal with these nuisances, the big ones are sure to show up." "Huayu, keep an eye on my status," Lu Yuni declared before drawing her sword and charging forward swiftly. Her sword danced like a rainbow, slicing, stabbing, thrusting, and cleaving in the rain, fighting with unrestrained exhilaration. And Luo's protective shield allowed her to fight without a care. Watching Lu Yuni's battle with such intensity, Shen Huayue leaped into action as well, summoning a ferocious whirlwind. Within the water twister, sharp wind blades swirled, capturing and instantly shredding the rain-summoning toads. Shen Huayue, fully focused, occasionally cast stamina restoration spells on her 2 elder sisters. Meanwhile, Luo observed without blinking, nodding silently to himself. The trio cooperated seamlessly, as if they were one entity. Moments later, the shoreline was littered with the foul-smelling blood of the level 1 rain-summoning toads. Those that had intended to come ashore hesitated at the sight of their slaughtered kin, retreating into the water and disappearing. But the group knew the real challenge was yet to come. As expected, it wasn't long before several larger rain-summoning toads surfaced from the lake, clearly level 2 and level 3 beasts. With their arrival, the rain intensified once more, though it had no effect on the group. And Luo calmly analyzed the situation. The rain-summoning toads opened their massive mouths, extending long tongues that shot toward the group, attempting to drag them into the water. And Luo's eyes flashed with purple light as he raised his hand to cast a 10-fold gravity field, instantly pinning the tongues to the ground, rendering them immobile. The toads tried to retract their tongues, but they seemed as if they were shackled, unable to move an inch. Exchanging a quick glance, Lu Yuni and Shen Huayue attacked the helpless tongues without hesitation. Lu Yuni's sword slashed, and Shen Huayue's wind blades followed. In an instant, slash, 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 dozens of slimy tongues were severed in 2, spraying blood like blooming red flowers. The rain-summoning toads writhed in agony, blood gushing like ruptured dolls. One after another, they rolled belly up, floating lifelessly on the lake's surface like slumbering corpses. Panting heavily, both Shen Huayue and Lu Yuni were visibly drained. Seeing this, Shen Huayue quickly cast another stamina restoration spell. However, as the rain-summoning toad's blood seeped into the lake, it seemed to stir some sort of power. The lake's surface began to ripple violently, resembling a boiling ocean. Noticing the change, and Luo's gaze sharpened intensely. "The big one is coming. Huayue, Yuni, fall back quickly." The 2 immediately retreated but were still a step too slow. Several thick tongues suddenly shot out from the lake, latching onto their backs and dragging them backward. "Million-fold gravity!" And Luo roared, unleashing his gravity field toward the lake. With a thunderous boom, the overwhelming gravity created a massive crater in the water's surface. The lake instantly turned crimson, blood pouring out in torrents, darkening the nearby waters. The tongues gripping Shen Huayue and Lu Yuni went limp. In those brief moments of being dragged, terrifying visions of drowning in agony and being devoured by the rain-summoning toads had flashed through their minds. They exchanged a glance, relief washing over them as they smiled at their narrow escape. Quickly getting back on their feet, they rushed to Luo's side, speaking in unison, "Thank you." "No need for thanks. Stay focused," and Luo replied, his expression cold, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The 4 of them quickly regrouped, their eyes fixed on the lake. Suddenly, a gigantic whirlpool formed in the center of the lake, and a colossal shadow emerged. The shadow gradually surfaced, revealing a rain-summoning toad king, its head spanning 10 meters wide. Its color was entirely distinct from the previous toads, a deep and pure blue. It was a level 6 beast, clearly the true ruler of this lake. The level 6 Toad King fixed its enormous eyes on the 4 humans at the shore. Its long tongue extended, drool dripping as if it could hardly wait to feast on their flesh and blood. The 3 sisters trembled, overwhelmed by the intense sense of threat emanating from this terrifying creature. Facing such a formidable foe, a trace of fear crept into their hearts. And Luo's expression finally turned serious. His battle with the level 5 Ape King had left him unscathed, but this level 6 Toad King represented an unprecedented challenge. "You all fall back. I'll fight it." And Luo declared, confidence blazing in his eyes. "What? And Luo, don't be reckless. It's 2 whole levels above you. Shen Huayue protested anxiously. Luo, calm down. This is a level 6 beast, we can't win. Shen Huayu pleaded nervously. I won't lose. Luo shook his head resolutely, stepping forward to the lakeshore with a provocative smile. The level 6 Toad King, infuriated by the audacity of the small human, let out a deafening roar toward the sky. The sky darkened instantly, and the rain turned murky, carrying a sickening aura. The polluted rain fell on the trees, instantly withering their leaves, clearly toxic. The Toad King glared down at the 4 humans on shore, shocked to find them completely unharmed. Its anger surged. The 3 sisters noticed Luo's determination and knew they couldn't stop him. Reluctantly, they retreated, giving him space. The Toad King raised its upper body, its massive form causing the lake to surge, flooding the shore. Luo took flight, wings unfurling, and challenged the colossal beast with a smirk. Hey, big frog. If you don't want to die, you'd better get serious. The Toad King, enraged, summoned hundreds of massive water dragons from the lake, launching them at Luo from all directions. Luo sneered, unbothered by the impending assault. With a wave of his hand, his millionfold gravity field enveloped the area. The water dragons were instantly crushed by the immense gravity, collapsing back into harmless water that obediently returned to the lake. The Toad King felt the overwhelming gravity. Though unharmed, its eyes betrayed its astonishment. It stared at the diminutive human, who wielded such a rare and powerful force, and felt a growing displeasure. Opening its massive mouth, the Toad King spat out a blue orb. Luo's eyes widened in shock. What is that? Luo, that's a treasure. You must claim it, a voice from the insect companion, and Tong, echoed in his mind. Luo smiled faintly, already formulating a plan. The Toad King gazed at the orb with a hint of tenderness. This was the culmination of its life's energy, imbued with immense water element power. It was only with this orb that it had been able to guard the lake and reign as its undisputed king. If other exotic beasts wanted to drink water, they had to offer their offspring as tribute to gain the right to drink. The Toad King stared at the blue orb before him. The water energy inside it was instantly activated by his control, radiating a dazzling brilliance that surged outward, forming a massive wave of blue energy that shot straight toward Luo in the sky. Luo clenched his right fist tightly, white vibrational energy gathering in his hand. He struck out fiercely with a punch at the oncoming energy wave. However, he barely lasted 2 seconds before the overwhelming force sent him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, his back slamming against it, and skidded for quite a distance before he managed to stabilize himself. Standing back up, Luo looked at the blue flames burning on his body, utterly shocked. The power of that energy wave was immense, even a light graze had caused him serious injuries. What shocked him even more was that his unique ability to repel all matter seemed completely ineffective against this energy wave. As he pondered, the voice of Ntong echoed in his mind once again, Luo, the water energy in that orb has been refined by the Toad King to an extremely pure state, faintly brushing against the laws of the starry sky. You absolutely cannot confront it head-on. The laws of the starry sky? That sounds impressive. Luo's curiosity was piqued. But since it's still energy, can my open eye block it? Of course it can. Activate your open eye and take this chance to kill it. Seize the orb. Ntong's voice was firm and resolute. No. The orb is secondary. I want its 6th level crystal core. Luo replied confidently, his heart surging with intense fighting spirit. With the blue flames healing his injuries rapidly, Luo closed his eyes and activated the 3rd eye at the center of his brow. Upon seeing Luo close his eyes on the spot, the Toad King's lips curled into a sinister grin, thinking, this weak human has finally accepted his fate. It activated the orb once more, sending a powerful energy wave surging toward Luo. Shen Huayue and the other 2 women shouted anxiously, Luo, dodge it quickly. However, Luo paid no attention to their cries. He stood his ground, murmuring softly under his breath, 3rd eye, open. The energy wave approached in an instant, and the Toad King's grin became even more sinister. Boom! With a deafening roar, the energy wave struck Luo directly, the explosive sound shaking the air. But in the next second, the Toad King's expression froze. Luo stood completely unharmed, steady as a rock, as if the attack had never touched him. The Toad King was bewildered. This attack had never failed before. How could this human remain unscathed? Unwilling to accept this, the Toad King activated the orb again, sending another energy wave toward Luo. Yet this time, not only did Luo not retreat, he charged forward instead. Under the Toad King's stunned gaze, the energy wave disappeared into thin air upon contact with Luo's body. Impossible, the Toad King roared internally in disbelief. By this time, Luo was already in front of it, his right fist clenched tightly. Vibrational energy condensed as he infused it with the power of the first layer of the Nine Heavens technique, delivering a ferocious punch to the Toad King's head. Crack, crack. The sound of space shattering rang out, and the skin on the Toad King's head split open instantly. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the fractured space expanded over 10 meters, fully encompassing the Toad King's head. The three sisters held their breath in nervous anticipation, fearing that their anxiety might distract Luo. At first, the Toad King believed the punch would not cause much harm. It had thick skin and a sturdy body, and this tiny human couldn't possibly injure it. However, as time passed, the Toad King felt an increasing pain in its head. Eventually, it couldn't hold back and spat out fresh blood, the crimson liquid staining its entire head. Roar! The Toad King bellowed in fury, finally noticing that the human before it had a third eye. That eye emanated a strange power it couldn't comprehend. And Luo quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the Toad King. After its enraged roar, the Toad King appeared slightly dazed, staggering before it collapsed into the water, clearly disoriented from the blow to its head. And Luo hovered in midair, calmly watching the lake's surface. After all, the Toad King was a 6th-level exotic beast, it wouldn't die so easily. Suddenly, a barbed tongue shot out from the water like lightning, aiming straight for him. And Luo squinted his eyes, rapidly forming an elastic shield in his hands. The tongue was deflected the moment it touched the shield, unable to come close to him. The Toad King, growing anxious, tried to withdraw its tongue, but Luo grabbed it firmly. Unfazed by the barbs on the tongue, Luo yanked it with all his might. He had to force the Toad King out of the water for a proper battle, lest his open eye drained all his energy. The Toad King had no choice but to surface. Luo tugged at its tongue as he flew toward the shore, attempting to drag it out of the lake. Losing its home field advantage, the Toad King was filled with regret. By now, Luo had enveloped his hand with an elastic shield to ensure safety. With his immense strength, he forcibly pulled the Toad King out of the water. The beast towered several dozen meters high, each step it took causing the ground to quake. At that moment, the wound on the Toad King's head split open again, blood gushing out like a fountain. The crimson liquid instantly dyed the surrounding trees, which withered in an instant, clearly poisoned by the blood's toxicity. Grr! The Toad King felt a wave of dizziness, stumbling before it tripped over a tree and crashed heavily into a grove. Seeing this, Luo smirked slightly. The Nine Heavens manual master gave me really is incredible, he thought. The power of the first layer combined with vibrational force had severely injured the Toad King, even damaging its brain. If he could master the highest level of the Nine Heavens, what kind of power would that bring? The thought ignited a burning determination in Luo's heart. The Toad King lay on the ground, blood slowly seeping from its eyes, its vision turning red as though it were trapped in a nightmare of blood. For the first time, it felt an overwhelming terror, its body trembling involuntarily. I was once a level 1 exotic beast, rising to level 5 through unparalleled talent. By mastering the power of water, I refined the blue orb and ascended to level 6, ruling this great lake. Its heart was filled with unwillingness and fear. To face such a dire situation now, was this retribution? Suddenly, the Toad King had an idea. It spat out the blue orb from its mouth, staring directly at Luo as if to offer it in exchange for freedom. However, Luo's gaze was as cold as ice, unmoved. That 6th-level exotic beast crystal core, I'm taking it all. Seeing Luo remain indifferent, the Toad King made a ruthless decision. It severed its own tongue and desperately tried to escape into the lake. The tongue could regenerate, but if its life were lost, there would be no second chance. Luo, seeing the Toad King act so decisively, grew incredibly anxious. I can't let the treasure slip away, he thought. Without hesitation, he activated the water-repelling shield and dove into the lake, following the Toad King. The lake water was as dark as ink, but with his third eye, Luo could see through the darkness as if it were broad daylight. Glancing downward, he saw the Toad King frantically swimming toward the lake's bottom. Luo was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. This level 6 crystal core, I'll feed it to the demon fruit tree. Luo resolved silently, his body darting like an arrow toward the Toad King. Meanwhile, on the shore, Shin Huayuet and the other two were stunned and panicked when they saw Luo dive in after the Toad King. The underwater environment was completely different from the surface, and they couldn't help but worry whether Luo still held any advantage in the water. What should we do? Brother Luo actually went after it. Shin Huayu asked anxiously. Don't panic, Huayu. If Luo dared to chase it, it means he's confident. We just need to wait patiently, Lu Yuni replied calmly, though the furrow in her brows betrayed her concern. As the three waited anxiously, rustling noises suddenly came from the dense forest behind them. They quickly turned around and saw four figures emerging from the woods, their heights similar to theirs. The three immediately adopted a defensive stance. After all, in this perilous wilderness, caution was paramount. The four individuals, holding umbrellas, stepped out of the forest and appeared surprised to see the trio by the lakeshore. It seemed they hadn't expected to encounter living people here. However, upon noticing the trio's state, their surprise turned to shock. They weren't using umbrellas, yet their clothes and hair remained completely dry, as if the rain had vanished upon touching them. Shenhuayue and the others scrutinized the newcomers, realizing it was a group of 3 men and 1 woman, likely here to explore the area as well. Hello, we are second-year students from the Artifact God Ability University. My name is Li Qingtian, and I'm the leader of this team. The leading man introduced himself, his gaze scanning their surroundings. We are first-year students from the Giant Ability University. My name is Shenhuayue. Our team leader went into the lake to chase a level 6 beast. We're waiting here for his return, Shenhuayue responded, her voice catching the newcomers off guard. Your first-year students, and your leader went after a level 6 beast? Li Qingtian and his teammates exchanged looks, realizing that their leader must be exceptionally powerful, likely a third-year student who had reached the 9th stage of the Transcendental Realm or even the Skywalker Realm. Oh, I see, Li Qingtian smiled, then gestured toward his teammates behind him. Let me introduce my 3 reliable teammates. This is Wu Hao, whose ability is Grade A Master of Blades. This is Qian Xing, whose ability is Grade A Master of Archery. And this is Chao Yuer, the only woman in our team, whose ability is Grade A Master of Throwing Weapons. Lastly, I am Li Qingtian, and my ability is Grade S Gun King, he introduced confidently, his tone brimming with fearlessness. Shenhuayue and her team showed a hint of surprise upon hearing that Li Qingtian was an S-grade ability user, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, they had encountered plenty of S-grade ability users before, even a few SSS grade ones, so they weren't overly impressed by just an S-grade. My name is Shenhuayue, and my ability is Grade A Tornado, Shenhuayue said with a steady voice, clearing her throat. She pointed to the 2 behind her and added confidently, this is my younger sister, Shenhuayu, also a Grade A ability user with healing powers. And this is our close friend Lu Yuni, a Grade A ability user specializing in swordsmanship. Li Qingtian studied them closely, his mind filled with curiosity. Miss Shun, why aren't you using umbrellas? Why aren't you wet from the rain? The 3 exchanged glances and then laughed. Shenhuayu puffed out her chest proudly and said, that's thanks to our leader's ability, he's placed a rainproof shield over us. Li Qingtian and his teammates focused their eyes and indeed noticed a thin protective layer around the trio, with raindrops bouncing off harmlessly, leaving them completely dry. Li Qingtian couldn't help but feel envious. Walking through the forest with umbrellas was undoubtedly inconvenient, as they could easily get snagged on branches. But going without them and getting soaked, with body temperature dropping, wasn't a good option either. He glanced at the surrounding tents and turned to ask Shenhuayue, are all these tents yours? No. We only have 4. The others are abandoned, Shenhuayue explained. Li Qingtian immediately addressed his teammates, let's use these abandoned tents to build a shelter. We'll wait for the rain to stop before moving on. Wu Hao, Qian Xing, and Chao Yuer all nodded in agreement and started working. Seeing this, Shenhuayue and her companions decided to help out since they had nothing else to do. With the combined efforts of the 7, the shelter was quickly completed, spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people. Li Qingtian and his team finally put away their umbrellas and sighed in relief. I, Li Qingtian, on behalf of my team, thank you 3 ladies for your help, he said, cupping his hands in gratitude. No need to be so polite. On the Beast Continent, mutual assistance is only natural, Lu Yuni replied with a warm smile. Her demeanor and smile caused Wu Hao's heart to race, and he suddenly felt nervous. Was this what people called love at first sight? Wu Hao stole glances at Lu Yuni cautiously, his palms beginning to sweat. Finally, he summoned the courage to ask, Miss Lu, why didn't you choose to attend the Artifact God University? Why did you go to the Giant University instead? The moment he spoke, the others froze in surprise. Wu Hao, usually so quiet, had suddenly spoken up. Lu Yuni smiled gently, her eyes radiating warmth. Because we didn't want to be separated. Ha? Your classmates? Chao Yuer asked in surprise. That's right. We've grown up together since we were little, Shenhuayue replied proudly. That's amazing, to have a friendship lasting over a decade and still go to university together, Chao Yuer said, her tone full of admiration. Her own high school years had been lonely and overwhelming, and it was only recently that she had found reliable friends like these 3. Chao Yuer stepped forward to chat with the three sisters, and the atmosphere quickly became warm and friendly. Meanwhile, Wu Hao's unusual behavior didn't escape the notice of Qian Xing, who stood nearby, nor Li Qingtian, their leader. The two pulled Wu Hao aside. "Haozi, have you fallen for her?" Qian Xing teased. Wu Hao panicked, immediately covering Qian Xing's mouth. "Shoo!" Li Qingtian chuckled, his expression serious but laced with amusement. "Haozi, you're usually so reserved, yet you've said something like that today. Seems like you've got a good eye." Realizing he was already exposed, Wu Hao sighed and glanced secretly at Lu Yuni, seeing her laugh happily with her friends. He finally admitted, "Captain, Xingzi, I think I've fallen in love at first sight." The two were stunned for a moment. Hearing such words from Wu Hao was truly unexpected. "Haozi, she's not a student from our school. Long-distance relationships can be tough," Qian Xing analyzed. Wu Hao frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, he had just asked Lu Yuni why she didn't apply to their school. Li Qingtian shook his head and smiled. "Xingzi, you're jumping the gun. They're not even together yet." Qian Xing grabbed Wu Hao's chin, pointing at his face, and said, "Captain, look at my Haoji's cold and handsome aura. What girl wouldn't be smitten by him?" Li Qingtian took a serious look at Wu Hao. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he nodded. "Haozi, if you don't express your feelings this time, you might not get another chance. Go for it. Good luck." After a brief moment of thought, Wu Hao took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, and began walking toward Lu Yuni. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a deafening rumble. The 7 people were instantly startled and quickly stepped out of the rain shelter. The 4 from Qishan University didn't even have time to grab their umbrellas. The ground was still shaking, and the tremors were growing stronger. Before long, the ground stopped shaking, and the rain also began to subside. The 7 no longer needed to crouch slightly to steady themselves and avoid being toppled over. "What's going on? Is this an earthquake?" "It doesn't quite seem like it," Li Qingtian asked with lingering fear. "There might be a powerful exotic beast nearby." Qian Xing drew his bow and arrow, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "A powerful exotic beast?" The other 3 from Qishan University immediately perked up, forming a combat formation back-to-back. Shen Huayue and the other 2 exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "This earthquake is definitely not caused by an exotic beast, it is most likely the aftermath of Enluo's battle at the bottom of the lake. You 3, come over quickly. There might be a dangerous and powerful exotic beast nearby." Chao Yuer urgently shouted. Shen Huayue waved her hand and responded with a smile, "Sister Yuer, the tremor just now was probably caused by our captain fighting underwater in the lake. You don't need to worry." The 4 were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then relaxed. Thinking it over, their captain was a third-year student who could chase down a level 6 exotic beast, so causing such commotion was indeed not surprising. "Ha, I see, we were just being a bit overly sensitive. Sorry for making a fuss," Li Qingtian scratched his head and said with a laugh. "That's right, the captain's battles are quite loud, so it's understandable that you might overthink it," Shen Huayu added. Li Qingtian looked up at the sky, feeling the gradually diminishing rain, and recalling the previous commotion, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Giant University. The strength of third-year students is truly terrifying." Shen Huayue and the other 2 frowned, their faces full of confusion. The terrifying strength of third-year students? Who? Ahem, Captain Li, do we have any third-year students here? Shen Huayue asked in puzzlement. "I'm talking about your captain. Isn't she a third-year student?" Li Qingtian was equally confused. Shen Huayue and the other 2 exchanged glances, their lips slightly curved upward, thinking to themselves, no wonder they believe Enluo is a third-year student. Hunting down a level 6 beast in the lake, who would believe he's a freshman? "Captain Li, you've misunderstood. Our captain is also a freshman," Shen Huayue responded with a smile. Her words were like detonating a heavy bomb boom. All 4 of them stood frozen on the spot, wanting to speak but unable to utter a single word. The battle at the lake to hunt down a level 6 beast was actually carried out by freshmen? In the end, Captain Li Qingtian was the first to react. "Ha, the 3 ladies really know how to joke. If we didn't have some common sense, we might have actually believed it." The other 3 came to their senses, patted their chests, and let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Li Qingtian's reminder, they might have believed it. A normal human with special abilities who can reach the Transcendence realm in their freshman year is already considered top tier among humans. What's more, the semester has just started, and many freshman geniuses are still stuck in the noble realm. Taking a step back, even if you are a prodigy and reached the Transcendence realm before the semester started, the human Transcendence realm is only equivalent to the 4th level. of exotic beasts. But under the lake are level 6 exotic beasts, which are enough to give a human in the Transcendence realm a hard time, let alone being able to hunt them down. Shen Huayue and the others saw that they simply didn't believe them, so they stopped arguing further. When they witness An Luo's strength with their own eyes, they will naturally understand that facts speak louder than words. The rain in the sky gradually lessened, until finally only a sparse drizzle remained, barely noticeable when it fell on the body. At that moment, Chao Yuer seemed to have seen something terrifying. She trembled as she raised her hands and pointed toward the lake in front of her. Everyone followed her gaze and saw a large surge of blood suddenly emerge in the center of the lake, instantly dyeing an entire area red, a horrifying scene. Everyone gasped in shock. Before they could calm their emotions, a massive corpse floated up from the bloodied water. Shen Huayue and the other two, upon seeing the corpse of the Toad King, immediately beamed with joy. The Toad King was covered in cracks, clearly beaten by An Luo. They hadn't expected him to be able to forcibly kill it underwater, truly worthy of being An Luo. Li Qingtian and his group of 4, upon seeing the corpse of the Toad King and sensing its might, felt even greater anticipation for their captain. To be able to kill such a creature underwater, the captain must at least be a 9th-tier transcendent ability user, a level that would rank among the top 5 in their school. At this moment, the sky gradually cleared, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the dispersing dark clouds, shining down on the earth. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a person equipped with a water-repelling shield burst out from underwater. It was An Luo. At this moment, An Luo had already closed his third eye, returning to his original appearance. Using the third eye for an extended period had left his face pale, requiring urgent energy replenishment. He put away the water-repelling shield, unfolded his azure flame wings, hovered in the air, and looked around. Shen Huayue and the other two were waving at him simultaneously. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed 4 strangers appearing behind the 3 people. They seemed to be university students, here to explore the area. An Luo glided down from the air and stood coldly in front of the crowd. Under the rays of sunlight, his figure appeared exceptionally imposing. "Who are you?" An Luo stood with his hands behind his back, his tone unfriendly. In this desolate place, encountering a few strangers would make anyone vigilant. Seeing An Luo's somewhat aggressive tone, Shen Huayue and the other two quickly stepped forward to explain. After understanding the situation, An Luo's tone softened. "I see, so you're a sophomore at Qixin University. My name is An Luo, a freshman at Giant University. I apologize for any offense earlier and hope you seniors can forgive me." An Luo clasped his hands together and spoke sincerely with an apologetic tone. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian and the other 3 widened their eyes in shock and waved their hands repeatedly. "This is a freshman? Is this even human?" At that moment, Chao Yuer's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly took out her phone, opened the photo album, and clicked on a picture she had saved for a long time. She looked up at An Luo, so excited that she was at a loss for words. You are Luo Shen, and Luo, the one on the internet with 4 SSS level abilities." Her voice was full of shock and admiration. Upon hearing the title Luo Shen, An Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. Although the rumors online were not wrong, he preferred a simpler name. "Just call me An Luo." This title sounds a bit self-aggrandizing. Chao Yuer excitedly stepped forward and shyly asked, "An Luo, can I take a photo with you?" An Luo smiled faintly and walked to her side, silently agreeing to her request. After the photo was taken, Li Qingtian stepped forward. With a serious tone, "Hello, I am Li Qingtian, a 4th stage transcendent and team leader. May I ask about your current power level?" 9 stages of the Transcendence realm. An Luo did not hide it at all. Li Qingtian, Wu Hao, and Xian Xing were instantly shocked beyond measure. They had worked hard to cultivate for so long, barely reaching the Transcendence realm, only to find themselves surpassed by a freshman. A sense of loss welled up in their hearts. At this moment, Shen Huayue noticed that An Luo's face looked a bit pale. She walked forward with concern. "An Luo, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" "Yes, we've never seen you like this before." Shen Huayue's voice was full of worry. "An Luo, are you hurt?" Shen Huayue asked nervously, circling An Luo. "No, I'm just a bit tired and hungry. I'll be fine after eating something." An Luo waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. "Hungry? Then we'll go make you something to eat," Lu Yuni said, pulling the 2 sisters to start a campfire. An Luo couldn't help but smile and turned to look at Li Qingtian, only to find his expression somewhat strange. "Captain Li, is something wrong?" An Luo asked curiously. Li Qingtian revealed a wry smile, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, I'm just surprised by your strength. To defeat a level 6 exotic beast with a mortal body, you might be the only one in the world capable of that. And Luo smiled faintly, unwilling to be modest. It was simply the truth. Captain Li, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, join me for a meal, and Luo invited. Li Qingtian nodded in agreement. They were indeed hungry. On the bonfire, the salted meat porridge emitted a tempting aroma. The 8 people sat together, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Chao Yue, Xin Huayue, and the others chatted more and more enthusiastically, even adding each other as friends. And Luo served each person a bowl of salted meat porridge, paired with dry rations, which could be considered a hearty meal. Just as everyone was happily eating, Li Qingtian suddenly asked, "And Luo, do you have a girlfriend?" "No, why do you ask?" And Luo asked in confusion. I just wanted to know what kind of girl a genius like you would like," Li Qingtian said with a smile. And Luo fell into deep thought, and the 3 girls around him held their breath, seemingly waiting for his answer. Wu Hao's gaze fell on Lu Yuni, and seeing her nervous expression, his heart sank. He realized he had already lost. The girl he secretly admired already had someone else in her heart. His mood felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, and the bowl in his hand involuntarily slipped and shattered into pieces. "Wu Hao, what's wrong?" Chao Yue exclaimed, her eyes fixed on him. Li Qingtian saw this and immediately handed Wu Hao a few tissues, sighing inwardly. Wu Hao took the tissues and forced a smile. "I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll go rest for a while." Li Qingtian looked at Luo, raised his eyebrows, and said, "And Luo, you still haven't answered me. What type of girl do you like?" And Luo smiled bitterly, "Well, I really don't know. I've been quite introverted since I was young and haven't had many opportunities to talk to girls. Except for a friend I made in elementary school, after she transferred, I haven't had a girlfriend since. It wasn't until senior year when I became friends with you guys that I finally started socializing." And Luo shook his head helplessly. Li Qingtian nodded and then pointed to the 4 girls present, teasingly saying, "And Luo, since you can't answer the question, I'll give you a multiple choice one. Among these 4, who attracts you the most?" Li Qingtian's casual words were like a thunderclap exploding in the minds of the 4 girls. They froze for a moment, then slightly straightened their posture, as if entering a meditative state, seemingly uninterested in external matters. However, the rapid heartbeat in their chests had already betrayed their true emotions. Upon hearing the question, and Luo was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. She turned to look at the 4 calm girls, then spoke to Li Qingtian in a somewhat angry tone, "Captain Li, girls are not objects to be casually chosen. I hope you respect my teammates, as well as your own." Li Qingtian was rendered a bit flustered by Luo's words, awkwardly smiled, and quickly waved his hand. "I misspoke, sorry, just joking. Apologizing is not enough, you need to apologize to them." And Luo pointed to the 4 girls beside him. Yes, my apologies to the 4 beauties. I shouldn't have made such a joke," Li Qingtian said somewhat embarrassedly. The 4 girls smiled and shook their heads, indicating it was okay. They exchanged glances, and although they saw the disappointment in each other's eyes, they felt comforted by Luo's actions. Li Qingtian was willing to humble himself and apologize, and Luo silently nodded in approval of his character. Then, he resumed. His calm tone, "Captain Li, the principal of Divine Artifact University is Wu Chongxiao, one of the 3 supreme experts, correct?" Li Qingtian nodded proudly. "That's right, Wu Chongxiao, SSS level ability, the god of weapons, proficient in all weapons, and the creator of countless technique manuals. All the technique manuals our team practices were personally created by Principal Wu Chongxiao." Li Qingtian turned his gaze to Lu Yuni. "I remember your ability is an A-level ability, Master of Swordsmanship. If you don't have a preferred swordsmanship manual, I can help you find one when we return to school. Our school has many weapon-related manuals, there will definitely be one suitable for you," Li Qingtian added. Lu Yuni quickly waved her hand and said gratefully, "No need, Captain Li, I appreciate it, but I already have a preferred swordsmanship manual." "Oh, that's good." Li Qingtian nodded. Time flew by, and as they chatted, night had fallen. Everyone got up and returned to their tents. Li Qingtian and Shen Xing, worried about Wu Hao's safety, headed straight to his tent. Unzipping the tent, Wu Hao was lying quietly, staring straight upward, seemingly lost in thought. The 2 sat down beside him. "Haozi, what are you thinking about so deeply? Share with us," Shen Xing teased, pretending to be relaxed. Wu Hao rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and continued to immerse himself in his own world. Li Qingtian shook his head helplessly and patted Wu Hao. "Get up. If you have any thoughts, share them with us. It's so uncomfortable to keep them bottled up." Wu Hao obediently propped himself up and looked seriously at Li Qingtian and Qian Xing. Do you think I'm too cowardly, not even daring to ask for a contact number? Qian Xing patted his shoulder inside. To be honest, Yuan and Luo are not on the same level. One is the most extraordinary genius in history, and the other is a pitiful person who only doubts himself. Haozi, being cowardly isn't your fault, it's just that your opponent is too strong. After hearing this, Wu Hao painfully clutched his chest, like a deflated balloon, and lay back down, covering his head with his clothes. You guys go ahead, I want some peace and quiet. Seeing this, Li Qingtian raised his hand and gave Qian Xing a hard slap on the back of his head, thinking to himself, how can this guy say it so directly? Looking at the despondent Wu Hao, Li Qingtian cleared his throat and said, Haozi, don't be so quick to deny yourself. In my opinion, you still have a chance. Wu Hao suddenly sat up, his eyes sparkling with hope. Really? I still have a chance? Li Qingtian nodded confidently, of course. Think about it, someone like An Luo, a monstrous genius, progresses in cultivation extremely fast and will eventually go further and further, while Lu Yuni's ability is only A level and will ultimately be surpassed by An Luo. This is the moment for you to step in. Meet her quietly, gradually become part of her life, develop feelings over time, and won't you two end up together? Li Qingtian's words inspired Wu Hao, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. That's right, Captain, you're absolutely correct. Wu Hao nodded enthusiastically. Qian Xing frowned, expressing some disagreement. I think An Luo wouldn't abandon his friends. I still trust his character. Who doesn't understand this logic? Even if An Luo distances himself from Lu Yuni, with An Luo's help, Lu Yuni's status won't be low. Qian Xing spoke at length, completely oblivious to Li Qingtian frantically signaling him from the side. Li Qingtian couldn't bear it any longer and punched Qian Xing hard in the stomach to shut him up. Haozi, don't listen to Qian Xing's nonsense. Trust me, I never lie. What you need most right now is time to cultivate well and live your life. I believe that soon, you'll achieve the results you desire. At this moment, Wu Hao was filled with determination and said firmly, I will definitely wait patiently. Meanwhile, An Luo returned to the tent and eagerly took out the level 6 crystal core. And Tong, look, this is my biggest secret. She gazed at the crystal core and silently recited in her heart. And Tong's curiosity was piqued by her words, and he immediately perked up. An Luo summoned the demon fruit tree and raised her hand to feed the crystal core to it. Within seconds, the demon fruit tree bore a shocking, entirely purple demon fruit. This is the dark fruit. An Luo's voice trembled, and in his hands was none other than the legendary dark fruit. This is the devil fruit of one of the 5 emperors of the sea, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Although it is a Logiotype fruit, it cannot transform into elements. When touching other ability users, it can nullify their powers. After consumption, it cannot avoid damage like other Logiotypes. Instead, it absorbs damage, and the pain is felt more intensely than by ordinary people. When the ability is activated, the palms turn black, and thick black smoke emanates from the body, capable of devouring all surrounding darkness. The immense power compresses and crushes it. The abilities of the dark fruit are incredibly fierce. After Blackbeard consumed it, his combat power soared rapidly, allowing him to quickly secure the throne of Emperor of the Seas. The dark fruit. It really is the dark fruit. And Luo carefully picked the fruit, unable to believe it. And Tong looked confused, staring intently at the fruit in An Luo's hand. This fruit is really strange. Its ability has never appeared in the memories of my ancestors. And Luo, what is the use of this fruit? This is the dark fruit. If I eat it, I will awaken the power of darkness that devours everything. After An Luo finished speaking, he eagerly swallowed the fruit in a few bites. Soon, black smoke rose from his body, and the power of darkness had awakened. He raised his hand and looked at the hand emitting black smoke, his heart filled with uncontrollable excitement. A surge of powerful energy suddenly emerged within him, instantly breaking through the 9th stage of the mortal transformation realm and soaring to the 3rd stage of the transcendent realm. The powerful aura attracted the attention of those around. People began poking their heads out of their tents, searching for the source of the energy. When they saw An Luo's tent, they instantly understood. In their hearts, they could only think, truly the most extraordinary genius in history has broken through again. Their envy was beyond words, shaking their heads and sighing at the unfairness of fate, then silently retreating back to their tents. I actually broke through to the 3rd stage of the transcendent realm. And Luo looked down at himself in shock, feeling his power multiply. Facing that level 6 Toad King, he was confident he could kill it in just a few moves, without even giving it a chance to counterattack. After returning, can the giant phantom of the illusory tower stop me? An Luo's eyes burned with fighting spirit, recalling how she couldn't even break through the defenses before, feeling indignant. And Tong excitedly watched Luo's transformation. Due to their symbiotic relationship, the stronger Luo becomes, the stronger it will also grow. This breakthrough brought significant benefits to Tong. First, vitality has greatly increased, allowing it to live longer. Second, its mental strength has improved, so it's no longer a powerless little bug and can fight back against enemies. But it still felt shocked by Anlo's heaven-defying abilities. Anlo, were you born with this ability? More or less, Anlo answered after thinking. The demon fruit tree is indeed the ability he was born with, but his former self didn't know how to use it. Then are all your other abilities awakened by eating the fruits produced by this tree? And Tong asked. That's right, at first my only power was this fruit tree, and Luo confirmed. Hiss and Tong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In my inherited memories, I've never seen such an ability. It seems like an ordinary fruit tree, but it can bear fruits with magical powers. After eating the fruit, one can awaken the corresponding ability, truly defying the heavens. And Luo, in this lifetime, you must have many children, at least hundreds or thousands. Such heaven-defying abilities must not go extinct. And Tong said seriously. And Luo's face immediately darkened. This little bug is being improper again. However, this issue is indeed worth considering. Will his ability be inherited by his children? If it can be inherited, his descendants will surely be extraordinary. But wanting it to be inherited doesn't seem easy. Take his master Moto as an example. In order to pass down the ability, he went crazy having children, but after all these years, not a single descendant has awakened the giant transformation ability. It is evident that passing down powerful abilities is indeed not easy. Can you stop being so concerned about how many kids I might have in the future? Luo said helplessly. And Luo, reproduction is a natural instinct of life, especially for individuals like us with exceptional talents. It would be such a waste for us to go extinct, and Tong explained matter-of-factly. What you said does make sense, and Luo nodded to himself, then curiously asked, and Tong, how does your Tong insect clan reproduce? And Tong was silent for a moment and then said slowly, according to my inherited memories, we are no different from ordinary creatures, mating, laying eggs, and hatching. But I am currently still in the juvenile stage. To reproduce offspring, it will take at least another 100 years. 100 years to mature? What is your average lifespan? And Luo asked in amazement. The lifespan of us pupil worms mainly depends on the realm of our symbiotic partner. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. There are even pupil worms that can live for tens of thousands of years, and Tong said proudly. Tens of thousands of years. That would truly make them an old monster. And Luo exclaimed in shock, his heart trembling. Ah, the vast and boundless universe, anything is possible. Don't be so narrow-minded. And Tong said with a somewhat old-fashioned tone. Take, for example, the undying cicada, one of the 7 great demonic insects of the starry sky. Their species is naturally immortal, unless they encounter a great catastrophe and are completely erased from existence. Only then will they truly die. Listening to Tong's narration, a flame ignited in Luo's heart. He is bound to venture into the vast starry sky, leaving behind stories of his own. Suddenly, he remembered the blue bead, hurriedly took it out of his pocket for a closer look, and asked, and Tong, what exactly is this thing used for? And Tong saw the bead, and her eyes sparkled with amazement again. Oh my, the value of this thing on this planet is immeasurable. I didn't expect it to be successfully condensed by a toad. It's truly incredible, which shows the extraordinary talent of this toad. Unfortunately, its species limits its potential. The bead contains faint water laws within, making it a rare treasure. Take it out and feel it when you have time. It will help you comprehend the power of laws and assist in awakening true laws in the future. Most importantly, in times of crisis, this item can save your life. And Tong's voice was low and serious. Although this bead is small, it holds hidden law power, but it absolutely suppresses the abilities of your planet. Her gaze was resolute. So, be sure to take good care of it. And Luo listened, his face full of joy, and nodded vigorously. He gazed at the crystal-clear, strangely glowing bead in his hand under the moonlight streaming through the window. I'll call you Waterglow Pearl, he said to himself with a smile. The quiet night quickly passed, and as the dawn just appeared on the horizon, before the sun rose, the beast continent had already changed. The warmth of last night had been replaced by bone-chilling cold, with temperatures plummeting to below -10 degrees. Everyone was awakened by the freezing cold, and the tents were filled with the sound of sneezing. Achoo! And Luo suddenly sat up, quickly took out the cotton jacket he had prepared from his luggage, and deftly put it on. The bizarre weather of the beast continent is truly frustrating. How do the beasts living here even survive? He lamented, completely losing his sleepiness. Opening the tent, a world of silver white appeared before his eyes. Snowing? And Luo exclaimed, stepping out of the tent. With a glance, he saw that the once lush green forest was now covered in thick snow, and the lake had frozen over. In such cold weather, stay away from me, come closer to me. He thought chaotically, shook his head, and quickly dispelled the random thoughts in his mind. He wrapped himself tightly in his cotton coat, started a fire, prepared hot soup, and warmed his body. Soon, the rich aroma of the soup spread, disturbing others. Everyone came out of their tents with bowls in hand and gathered around the campfire. Anluo smiled as he ladled soup for everyone. In the cold weather, the warmth of the hot soup brought great comfort. Ah, so cozy, everyone exclaimed in unison. Thank you, Anluo, for making soup for us so early today, Li Qingtian said gratefully. You're welcome, there's still some in the pot, Anluo said with a slight smile, pointing to the soup pot. At that moment, Antong's voice echoed in his mind, Anluo, there's a large group of exotic beasts fighting. And Luo's heart trembled, and he immediately looked around, but only felt a sense of tranquility. Where is it? Why can't I see it? He asked, confused. It's a bit far from here, but my mental strength has been enhanced, so I can detect it. I estimate there are more than 3,000 of them, Antong answered confidently. 3,000. And Luo's lips curled slightly, secretly pleased. This trip is going to be quite fruitful. However, he glanced at Li Qingtian and his group, his heart slightly furrowing. Li Qingtian advanced to the third stage of the transcendent realm, greatly increasing his strength. He was absolutely confident he could quickly deal with these 3,000 exotic beasts, but should he let them share the spoils together? People are selfish, and he didn't want too many others to take a share of their gains. Besides, if they joined, the crystal cores this time might not be enough for Shen Huayue and the others to purchase their desired manuals. But on second thought, why not share a portion of the crystal cores? If it's not enough, he could always find other exotic beast groups. After deciding, he said to Li Qingtian, Captain Li, I used my mental power to detect several groups of exotic beasts fighting nearby. If we bring you along, we might gain quite a bit. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the surroundings. Although there was no movement, they all believed that Anluo wouldn't joke about such things. Wu Hao, Shen Xing, and Xiao Yuer were eager to give it a try, but whether to go or not ultimately depended on their captain. Li Qingtian fell into deep thought, showing a conflicted expression. He knew that Anluo's willingness to share demonstrated his broad-mindedness. Anluo, this is your prey. For us to go and take a share doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Li Qingtian said with a bitter smile, appearing hesitant. It's no big deal, just a crystal core. Hurry up and decide, are we going or not? Anluo said with a calm expression. Li Qingtian frowned and looked at his three teammates, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Alright, we'll go, but for the crystal cores we hunt, we'll split them 40-60. You get 60, we get 40, Li Qingtian finally said. Great. That's straightforward. Quickly pack up and let's head out. With Anluo's command, everyone immediately returned to their tents and quickly packed their belongings. Shortly after, everyone finished tidying up. Anluo spread his wings and soared high, leading the 7 to chase vigorously. Before long, everyone's bodies gradually warmed up. They sprinted for over 2 hours and finally stopped in front of a cliff. Anluo slightly bent down and made a gesture, signaling everyone to lower themselves as well. Crawling forward, they saw the scene below the cliff and were instantly stunned. Beneath the cliff, the ground was littered with the corpses of strange beasts and blood, staining the white snow crimson. Not far away, 3 groups of strange beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, numbering as many as 3,000. And Tong was indeed correct. The spiked scale giant python, the iron-armored violent bear, the crimson fire red ape. Why are these 3 groups fighting? Shen Huayue asked in confusion. Anluo gazed at the corpses and speculated, it must be because of the snow. The iron-armored violent bear and the spiked scale giant python are beasts that need to hibernate. The snow came suddenly, and they didn't have enough food, so they had to target other beasts. They happened to encounter the scarlet fire red ape, and a battle broke out. Look, the scarlet fire red ape's corpse is covered in bite marks. It seems they were starving to the limit. After listening to Anluo's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces full of approval. Brother Anluo, then let's wait here and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Shen Huayu said with a mischievous smile. Smart. Anluo clapped his hands in praise. When all 3 groups are completely exhausted, we'll strike and catch them off guard. Everyone nodded silently, their expressions focused as they stared at the 3 groups of exotic beasts below the cliff, quietly waiting for an opportunity. Time flew by, and an hour passed. After intense battles, the three groups of exotic beasts at the foot of the mountain were showing signs of fatigue. This was the perfect moment to strike. The iron-armored Violent Bear Clan, 3 level 5 exotic beasts, the Thorn-scaled Giant Python Clan, 2 level 5 exotic beasts, the Red Flame Monkey Clan, 2 level 5 exotic beasts. Leave all the level 5 beasts to me, the level 3 beasts to my 3 teammates, and you handle the level 4 beasts. No problem, right? And Luo finished assigning tasks, looked around at everyone, and seeing no objections, nodded in satisfaction. All right. He raised his hand slightly, and a transparent shield instantly appeared, enveloping everyone. This shield can help you block some damage, but it won't completely protect you. Everyone, stay safe and begin the operation. As soon as the words were spoken, and Luo grew wings on his back and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, the group quickly leapt off the cliff, using the landslide to steady their descent. They charged toward the 3 groups of alien beasts ahead. Li Qingtian and the other 3 worked in perfect harmony. Li Qingtian led the way with his spear, turning into golden light, charging straight at a fatigued level 4 iron-armored Violent Bear, and fiercely struck it flying with a single thrust. Xian Xing drew an arrow, pulled his bow, and knocked the arrow, while Chai Wei's hands flashed, sending flying knives raining down. The arrow pierced through the iron-armored Violent Bear's heart, and the flying knives struck directly at its eyes. Finally, Wu Hao made a great leap, swung his blade downward heavily, and cleaved the iron-armored Violent Bear into 2 halves. The 4 cooperated seamlessly, effortlessly hunting down a level 4 exotic beast with almost no effort. Meanwhile, Shen Huayue's team of 3 was equally impressive. Shen Huayue was responsible for large-scale attacks, releasing tornadoes to sweep up exotic beasts, rendering them completely powerless. Lu Yuni took charge of finishing off weakened beasts, dispatching a level 3 exotic beast with a single sword strike. Although it was strenuous, with Shen Huayue's stamina recovery technique, there was no need to worry at all. Luo arrived at the center of the battlefield, where the 3 clans' level 5 beasts were taking a brief rest, casually grabbing a nearby beast corpse and devouring it ravenously. However, the 2 level 5 beasts of the Scarlet Fire Red Ape clan remained motionless. And Luo quietly approached, causing unease to rise in their hearts and a sense of foreboding to emerge. Roar! The 3 iron-armored Violent Bears couldn't hold back and roared at Luo, clearly asserting their dominance. And Luo's gaze turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 foolish bears, let me show you my strength. Gravity domain. He raised his right hand, purple light flickering, and a massive purple gravity field suddenly appeared, pressing down with a roar. Bang! The 3 iron-armored Violent Bears instantly vanished, along with the ground beneath them, leaving no trace. Looking up, the 3 iron-armored Violent Bears had been pressed into the ground dozens of meters deep, unable to move, resembling 3 stones. This scene made the 2 spiny-scaled giant pythons and the 2 fiery red apes feel a chill in their hearts. These 3 iron-armored Violent Bears, though foolish, are incredibly powerful and fearless even when faced with the siege of 4 individuals. However, at this moment, they were instantly killed by this tiny human before them, without any chance to retaliate. The 2 spiny-scaled giant pythons quickly turned around and fled, knowing in their hearts that they had no chance of winning and that it was better not to fight. Although they have no legs, they crawled extremely fast and were hundreds of meters away in an instant. But Luo would never let his prey escape. Black smoke emerged from his body as he roared angrily, "Dark Sea!" With a wave of his hand, the pitch-black Dark Sea surged like a tsunami toward the 2 spike-scaled giant pythons. The 2 spike-scaled giant pythons felt a piercing chill. When they turned to look back, before they could figure out what the darkness was, they were engulfed by the Dark Sea. Luo sneered coldly and waved his hand. The Dark Sea instantly retracted, leaving him with 2 level 5 crystal cores in his hand, which were evidently from the 2 spike-scaled giant pythons. The 2 fiery red apes were so frightened that they almost wet themselves. They immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, constantly making wooloo-wooloo sounds, as if trying to say something. And Luo was about to raise his hand to kill them when Intong stopped him. "Wait. Let me listen to what they have to say." And Luo was surprised, could Intong actually understand the language of these 2 strange beasts? He slowly lowered his hand and waited for Intong's translation. The 2 fiery red apes chattered for a long time before finally stopping, looking at Luo with eager anticipation. And Luo felt a bit uneasy and impatiently asked, "Intong, what did they say?" After a brief moment of thought, Intong replied, "Luo, they said they have never harmed humans and have even helped a few times. They hope you can spare them. If you spare them, they are willing to offer tribute and present their ancestral treasure." "Ha? They've never harmed humans? And even helped humans? I don't believe it." And Luo looked at them skeptically. "And Luo, my mental power can sense the heartbeat of a species when they lie. I can testify that they are not lying, and Tong said firmly. Oh? Then forget it. Although we lost 2 level 5 crystal cores, considering they've helped humans before, let's spare their lives. And Luo withdrew his fighting intent and turned to look at the people behind him. Everyone! Do not hunt the Scarlet Fire Red Ape Clan. Only hunt the iron-armored violent bear and the thorn-scaled giant python. And Luo's voice thundered, echoing like lightning. The crowd stopped their actions, looking at him in confusion. Listen to me. The Crimson Fire Red Ape Clan will not harm you. And Luo shouted loudly again, his tone firm. Everyone finally understood and stopped attacking the Crimson Fire Red Apes. At this moment, the Crimson Fire Red Apes indeed did not attack, their eyes showing curiosity, as if they were observing these humans. And Luo slowly descended, walking toward the deep pit, facing 3 iron-armored violent bears. Their bodies were covered in blood, their eyeballs burst, yet they were still breathing faintly, their vitality shockingly strong. I can't let you continue to suffer. And Luo's heart tightened, black smoke surged from his body, and with a wave of his hand, the dark sea instantly engulfed the 3 iron-armored violent bears, leaving only the crystal cores floating in the air. He floated lightly upward and came before the 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes. They wore ingratiating smiles on their faces and slowly bowed down. What is the ancestral treasure of your clan? Anlo asked, his gaze sharp as a blade. The 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes immediately raised their heads and gestured with their hands as if drinking something, seemingly hinting at a special beverage. Anlo nodded slightly, thinking to himself, the ancestral treasure is certainly no ordinary item, it might have unexpected effects. He turned to look at the other team members and found that the iron-armored violent bear and the thorn-scaled giant python had almost been completely killed. Although many escaped, the harvest this time was still quite substantial. Just as Lu Yuni killed the last thorn-scaled giant python, the operation was considered a complete success. And Luo waved his hand, and everyone quickly gathered around, taking out the crystal cores they had hunted and began distributing the spoils. According to the 60-40 split method, and Luo commanded with an imposing aura. 245 pieces of level 3 crystal cores, 98 for you, 147 for us, he said firmly. 115 pieces of level 4 crystal cores, 46 for you, 69 for us. 5 pieces of level 5 crystal cores, 2 for you, 3 for us. Does anyone have any objections? And Luo's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone was full of joy, shaking their heads one after another, with no objections at all. Good. It's decided then. In just a few minutes, the crystal cores were distributed, and everyone returned fully loaded. Shen Huayu, and Lu Yuni. Each received 36 level 3 crystal cores and 17 level 4 crystal cores, while all 3 level 5 crystal cores were left to Luo. Li Qingtian and his group looked at the 2 level 5 crystal cores in their hands, feeling extremely excited. At the mortal transformation stage, they could hardly hunt level 5 exotic beasts, yet they unexpectedly obtained 2 level 5 crystal cores on this trip, a delightful surprise. And Luo turned to look at the 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes, confident in demeanor. Take us there. The 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes patted each other's shoulders, signaling everyone to climb on. After hesitating for a moment, the group ultimately followed in Luo and stood on their shoulders. The Scarlet Fire Red Ape let out a roar, raised its arms, and charged straight to the rear. The Scarlet Fire Red Apes on the battlefield, hearing their leader's roar, immediately became invigorated and followed with all their might. Despite the fierce battle, many Scarlet Fire Red Apes survived. There were as many as 800. Groups of Scarlet Fire Red Apes ran, resembling a crimson tsunami, shaking the snow-white forest. The main camp is not far from here, and it arrived in just over 10 minutes. The young first-level Scarlet Fire Red Apes saw the leader and were about to rush forward to greet him. However, upon seeing the human on his shoulder, they immediately stopped, cautiously stepped aside, and silently made way. The 2 leaders Scarlet Fire Red Apes walked straight toward the back of the mountain. And Luo looked around and noticed that there were no human bones. On the ground, only various berry seeds. It seems that the Scarlet Fire Red Ape tribe lives on berries and does not consume the flesh of other species. On this continent of survival of the fittest, such dietary habits appear particularly unconventional. As soon as the 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes arrived at the back of the mountain, a group of first-level Scarlet Fire Red Apes immediately put down their work and came to greet them. The 2 leaders quickly waved their hands, signaling them to continue their tasks. And Luo looked up and saw the Crimson Fire Red Apes crushing some red berries into wooden barrels, then covering them with stone slabs, seemingly waiting for the berries to ferment. Brewing wine? And Luo's heart stirred, incredulous. Could exotic beasts also brew wine? He raised his hand and patted the crimson fire red ape beneath him. The crimson fire red ape understood and picked up a large wooden ladle. It went to the wooden barrel, crouched down, and sniffed. Once it confirmed the fermentation was complete, it lifted the stone slab, revealing the crimson liquid inside the barrel. The crimson fire monkey scooped a spoonful with a wooden spoon and handed it to Luo. And Luo took the spoon, filled with the aroma of fruit wine, instantly refreshing his spirit. It really is wine. It seems the intelligence of ape-like exotic beasts far surpasses those creatures that only know how to eat. He murmured softly, raised the spoon, and drank it all in one gulp. The fruit wine slid down his throat, bringing a fiery sensation. Immediately afterward, he felt his body start to heat up slightly, but it suddenly subsided not long after. This wine. It seems to have slightly strengthened my physique. Although the improvement is barely noticeable, it has indeed made me stronger. And Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "What a treasure!" He turned to Shin Huayue and the other two, "Quick, catch it. Don't spill it." After saying that, he tossed the wooden ladle to them. Shin Huayue raised her hand, summoning a gentle breeze to support the wooden ladle, which Lu Yuni stepped forward to catch. The three of them, with their keen sense of smell, quickly identified it as a type of wine. Although surprised that a mythical beast could brew wine, their intense curiosity drove them to each take a sip. As it entered their throats, the fruity aroma filled the air, as if they were in an orchard. The wine slid into their stomachs, and instantly, a surge of warmth flowed through them, like a flame igniting within their bodies. Their cheeks and ears turned red, and the heat surged through them, causing their hearts to race. Moments later, the warmth gradually subsided, and the three of them clearly felt their physical fitness improve. Their muscles became more toned, especially in their legs, which seemed to have gained a new level of speed. The three of them looked at each other in astonishment, speechless, their hearts shaken by the overpowering effect of the fruit wine. Luo observed their reactions and secretly felt proud. It seemed this fruit wine had an even better effect on humans with lower ability levels. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. What would happen if this wine were sold at school? With his position as the principal, selling something on campus would be no problem at all. Moreover, the wine's effects were enough to attract most people who could resist the temptation of an all-around enhancement to their physique. Even his master, Moto, would surely be tempted. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and Luo actually forgot there were 4 others present. Li Qingtian and his group were very curious but saw Luo deep in thought and refrained from disturbing him. Luo snapped back to reality and noticed the gazes of Li Qingtian and the others, suddenly realizing he had forgotten about them. So, he signaled to a fiery red ape to scoop out a ladle of fruit wine for Li Qingtian and his group. After drinking it, Li Qingtian and his group felt intense changes in their bodies and marveled at the existence of such a miraculous substance. Luo leapt down to the ground. Seeing Luo dismount from the fiery red ape, the group quickly followed suit, as the fiery red ape feared him and had nothing to do with them. Luo stood firm, his gaze sharp as a torch, and calmly said to the 2 scarlet fire red apes, "Scarlet fire red apes, how about we make a deal?" The 2 apes looked at each other in confusion. Although they understood the concept of a deal, they didn't know what Luo wanted. And Tong softly said in his mind, "They want to know what kind of deal you want to make." And Luo said confidently, "I want you to provide a certain amount of fruit wine every month. In exchange, I will offer you protection and eliminate all the exotic beasts nearby that pose a threat to your tribe. Simply put, this forest will be yours, and your obligation will be to provide me with fruit wine every month. How does that sound?" Luo proposed with a smile. The 2 crimson fire apes stared at each other, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. Luo's proposal was highly tempting to them. Although their species struggled to survive and rarely fought with other beasts, provocations from other groups were inevitable. Each conflict resulted in the loss of many young members, which caused them great sorrow. If this forest truly became theirs, the population of their group would surely soar, and reaching 100,000 in the future would not be out of the question. But if they agreed, wouldn't they become mere tools for humans to brew wine? The choice between dignity and benefit left them in a difficult dilemma. The 2 apes looked distressed and finally decided to whisper to each other to discuss. Seeing this, Luo's lips curled into a mysterious smile. If they agreed, everyone would be happy. If they refused, he wouldn't mind collecting 2 more level 5 crystal cores. A few minutes later, the 2 crimson fire apes finally turned around, just about to speak, but were startled into silence by Luo's piercingly cold glare. They had originally planned to refuse, believing dignity to be more important, but faced with Anlo's chilling gaze, the cold fear in their hearts made them dare not utter a rejection. Have you two made up your minds? Do you agree to my proposal? And Luo smiled with a hint of danger, his tone gentle yet laced with threat. The two crimson fire apes felt uneasy, recalling the other beasts that Luo had easily dealt with earlier, sending chills down their spines. In the end, they had no choice but to lower their heads and silently nod. Lu. And Tong said from the side, and Luo, they agreed. Upon hearing this, and Luo's gloomy expression instantly vanished, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems you two are quite sensible after all. Alright, it's decided then. Supply me with a batch of fruit wine every month, and I'll help you deal with opponents you can't handle. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. He patted the shoulders of the two crimson fire apes, his face beaming with a smile. The two apes forced a smile that looked worse than crying, feeling helpless inside. It was the first time others had seen Luo's domineering side, and they couldn't help but find it refreshing. And Luo had always appeared gentle, but now he was showing such a strong side, leaving everyone impressed. So bad, but this isn't too bad either. Lu Yuni chuckled softly, turning to look at Shen Huayue and Shen Huayu to seek their opinions. They nodded without hesitation, agreeing with Lu Yuni's view. Bad boys attract women, especially when it involves a transaction of great benefit. They felt that Luo had not used force to coerce the Crimson Fire Ape clan, which was already considered quite benevolent. At this moment, Li Qingtian and the other three exchanged glances, feeling that Luo's actions were indeed reasonable. Faced with such immense benefits, who could resist? Over the next 3 days, Luo moved through the forest like a leopard, leading the group to search for beasts that threatened the Crimson Fire Red Ape clan, while also hunting for crystal cores. The Crimson Fire Red Ape clan was not idle either, putting all their effort into brewing fruit wine to please Luo. Time flew by, supplies gradually ran out, and the time to return home finally arrived. Li Qingtian and the other three had already packed their luggage. And Luo, and the three beautiful ladies, until we meet again. Li Qingtian smiled casually, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Goodbye. And Luo nodded and shook hands with him. Huayu, Uni, don't forget me. I'll send you messages. Chao Yuer stepped forward, warmly hugged the three girls, and whispered softly. Xian Xing turned his head in boredom and looked at Wu Hao beside him. He saw Wu Hao's eyes filled with determination, his fists tightly clenched, as if he had made some kind of decision. If I miss this opportunity, I'll never see her again, he thought to himself. Li Qingtian's persuasion could no longer sway him. He didn't want to wait for an empty hope any longer. Taking a deep breath, Wu Hao walked toward Lu Yuni. Xian Xing shook his head inside, as if he had already foreseen this scene, and immediately became expectantly entertained. Li Qingtian's heart trembled, unable to stop Wu Hao. And Luo looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was about to do. Wu Hao mustered up his courage, looked directly into Lu Yuni's eyes, and said firmly, Lu Yuni, can I have your contact information? As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings instantly froze, and everyone was stunned, then understood his intention. Shen Huayu, and Chao Yuer secretly chuckled and quietly stepped aside. Lu Yuni snapped back to reality, a trace of complex emotion appearing on her face. She understood Wu Hao's intentions, but her heart was somewhat flustered. It was clearly just a simple exchange of contact information, so why was her heartbeat racing so intensely? She glanced at Luo and saw him smiling, showing no signs of displeasure, which left her feeling helpless and angry. This blockhead, why did he have to act so indifferent? Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself, forcing a smile and softly said, I'm sorry, I can't give it to you. Wu Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body trembling, his heartbeat coming to a halt, and his gaze dimming. Was this the result after all? Forcing a faint smile, he said, I understand, it was presumptuous of me. He lowered his head and activated the spatial wristband on his arm. Instantly, a portal to the Divine Artifact University opened before him. Without hesitation, Wu Hao stepped through and vanished in an instant. The remaining three, Li Qingtian and his companions, also prepared to say their goodbyes, while Luo and his group waved farewell. Lu Yuni pouted angrily, glared fiercely at Luo, and turned to walk toward the territory of the Crimson Fire Red Ape. And Luo scratched his head in confusion, wondering why Lu Yuni was so dissatisfied with him. Shen Huayue and Shen Huayu shook their heads helplessly, gaining a new understanding of Luo's wooden-headed nature. Back in the territory of the Crimson Fire Red Ape, the two leaders had already prepared 10 barrels of fruit wine, enough to meet the demand. Not bad, you managed to brew 10 barrels in such a short time. And Luo smiled, but his tone carried a hint of sternness. I'll come back in 30 days. Next time, I want 20 barrels. Don't forget. The two leaders nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly. And Luo nodded in satisfaction, and a surge of pitch-black energy emerged beneath his feet, instantly engulfing the 10 barrels of fruit wine. When he withdrew the energy, the fruit wine had vanished without a trace. Shin Huayue and the other two were dumbfounded, completely stunned. When did Luo acquire such an ability? They were shocked, as if hinting at Luo's mysterious nature. Stop daydreaming, it's time for us to go. And Luo revealed the spatial wristband on her wrist, and the four quickly regained their senses, seamlessly activated the spatial gate, and stepped through without hesitation. As Luo disappeared, the two Crimson Fire Red Ape leaders breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to relax and celebrate joyfully. However, thinking about Luo's return in 30 days, they couldn't help but feel distressed again. Wife, how about we migrate as a tribe? That human puts too much pressure on me, one Crimson Fire Red Ape said worriedly. I agree, it's too dangerous. A moment of carelessness could cost us our lives, the other leader nodded. After discussion, they decided to migrate and escape Luo's pursuit. Just as they were about to announce this decision to their clan, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath, yet unable to understand where the pain came from. A sudden intense pain struck, as if countless sharp needles were piercing their chests. In an instant, the pain receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. The two fiery red apes hurriedly pulled apart the fur on their chests and were horrified to discover that their chests were covered with pitch-black energy imposed by Luo, interspersed with strands of cyan energy. What is this thing? The two apes were greatly alarmed, exchanging glances, understanding in their hearts that it must be related to Luo. They cautiously poked the energy with their fingers, but it remained motionless. Just as the thought of issuing a migration order to their clan arose in their minds, the intense chest pain struck again, as if any thought harmful to Luo would cause the energy to mercilessly attack their hearts, leaving them in unbearable agony. After a few seconds, the intense pain gradually subsided. The two Crimson Fire Red Apes clutched their chests, a sense of helplessness surging in their hearts. They looked at each other, tears glimmering in their eyes. Luo's absolute suppression filled them with endless despair, and they finally couldn't help but hold their heads and cry bitterly. Whoa. Meanwhile, Luo, who had returned to school through the spatial gate, felt a hint of pleasure, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The black energy mixed with green in his heart was the mark he synthesized using dark water in Phoenix Green Flame. He called this mark the Mark of Disrespect. As the name suggests, any creature marked by Luo with this imprint would be unable to harbor any thoughts of disrespect toward him. If they dared to have even the slightest improper intention, the dark water would mercilessly attack their heart, causing them immense pain. This pain would last for several seconds. Fortunately, with the protection of the Phoenix Green Flame, the marked individual's heart would not suffer actual damage. After the pain subsided, their heart would return to its original state, as if the intense pain had never occurred. Those two Crimson Fire monkeys must have gone through heart-wrenching pain and would no longer dare to disrespect him. As for when the Mark of Disrespect was placed, don't forget, Luo always liked patting their shoulders. It was at that moment that he silently planted the mark, unnoticed by anyone. Shin Huayue and the other two saw the mischievous smile on Luo's face and were filled with curiosity. And Luo, why are you so happy? Shin Huayue asked curiously. Oh, nothing. This journey has been incredibly rewarding, of course I'm happy, and Luo replied with a smile. Hearing this, the three sisters all showed radiant smiles. Everyone had gained abundantly. And Luo established a symbiotic relationship with the pupil bug, gaining a bug-level eye, and acquired the dark fruit, waterflower pearl, and physique-enhancing fruit wine. Furthermore, he used 30 level 4 crystal cores to upgrade the demon fruit tree from C level to B level, which produced 3 additional demon fruits, 6/12. The three sisters' ability levels also reached the 3rd stage of the noble realm, and they all hunted crystal cores to purchase the first layer of their desired technique manuals. As long as they train diligently, their strength is bound to rise steadily. Brother Luo, we're going to the commercial district to buy manuals. Will you come with us? Shin Huayu asked. No, I have urgent business with Principal Moto. You go ahead. Luo waved goodbye to the three sisters. Lu Yuni looked at Luo's departing figure with dissatisfaction, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Shin Huayu and Shin Huayu hurriedly caught up, took her arm, and started chatting. Luo flew to the principal's building and went straight to the principal's office door. A heated argument reached his ears. Old Mo, come on, we're practically family. It's just a student, after all. What's the big deal if you let me have them? You wish. That student is the adopted daughter of Eneen and me, my most prized disciple. If you want me to hand her over to you, it will only happen over my dead body. Sigh, you old geezer, you're really stingy. Humph. Say whatever you want. And Luo secretly speculated in his heart that anyone who could converse with the master in such a manner must hold an extraordinary status. Since they were having an intense discussion inside, he decided not to interrupt rashly and chose to return to the villa to rest for now. Returning to the villa, as soon as the door opened, Yuzi knelt on both knees, diligently cleaning the corners under the cabinet. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head, her face immediately blossoming into a smile. She quickly stood up, washed her hands, and ran over to carry in Luo's luggage on her back. Mr. and Luo, welcome home. Yuzi's face was full of smiles. I'll go prepare your bathwater first, then I'll cook. Please take a rest for a while. After saying this, Yuzi hurried upstairs. And Luo looked at the girl's responsible attitude and felt very satisfied. He couldn't understand why she chose to become a maid. Sitting on the sofa, he drank a glass of water. Not long after, Yuzi came downstairs. Mr. and Luo, your bathwater is ready. I'll go make you some food. And Luo smiled faintly and went upstairs to take a bath. When he came back downstairs after bathing, Yuzi had already prepared the meal. Tasting her cooking again, and Luo found it even more delicious. He looked at Yuzi beside him and gestured for her to sit down. Yuzi was about to refuse but was intimidated by Luo's commanding gaze and obediently sat down. Yuzi, you've been here for so many days. I've always wanted to ask you, why would a young and beautiful girl choose to work here as a maid? And Luo asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this question, Yuzi's smile instantly disappeared, and she fell into deep thought. She feared that Luo might look down on her because of it. A small, B-level ability, dreaming of making progress at Giant University by being a maid, was simply wishful thinking. However, she had long prepared herself to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Yuzi finally slowly revealed the reason for her presence here. Her voice was weak, her gaze lowered, afraid of seeing even a hint of pity or disdain in Luo's eyes. And Luo gazed at Yuzi in front of him, a sense of respect rising in his heart. This girl's desire to become stronger was truly admirable. She not only had determination but also a rare sense of responsibility, making her absolutely worth nurturing. Yuzi, I admire your determination. Lift your head, don't feel inferior, and Luo said firmly. Yuzi suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Luo, and she couldn't help but wonder, is he acting out of pity, or does he truly recognize me? And Luo was completely candid, his eyes radiating sincerity. Yuzi, just call me Luo from now on. We are equals and friends. Yuzi felt this recognition, a warm current surged through her heart. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears glimmering as she turned away, her voice trembling slightly. Okay. After she calmed down, and Luo curiously asked, Yuzi, what is your special ability? B-level ability, Moonlight Rabbit, Yuzi answered softly. Moonlight Rabbit? Is it the kind of ability that can only exert its full power at night? And Luo asked tentatively. That's right. Only when the moon rises can my ability reach its peak, and during a full moon, it can even reach the top level of A grade, Yuzi responded confidently. This should have been a good ability, but unfortunately, it has the limitation of nighttime. No wonder it's only B-level, and Luo frowned, deep in thought. He quickly finished his meal, immediately set off, and rushed to the principal's office. It was quiet in front of the door. And Luo leaned closer to listen, but there was no sound inside. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher. It's Luo. Can I come in now? Come in. Anlo pushed the door open and entered, seeing Moto sitting on the sofa. There were 2 teacups on the tea table, indicating that someone else had just left. Come, sit down. Moto waved, secretly amazed. This kid is improving so fast. As soon as Anlo sat down, Moto poured him a cup of tea. Here, try the taste. And Luo drank it all in one go, and the rich aroma of tea filled the air, far more fragrant and mellow than ordinary tea leaves. Delicious, it's definitely good tea. And Luo praised without hesitation. Ah, you have good taste, kid. This was brought by an old friend of mine, ordinary people can't get to drink it. Moto said proudly. And Luo's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a mysterious expression. Teacher, I also brought you some beverages and would like you to taste them. Moto was momentarily stunned. Huh? You've returned to the human continent? Wait a minute, didn't you go to the combat zone with 3 women? Where did you get the drink? Moto asked, puzzled. Anlo almost choked on the hot tea, coughing violently, then tried to calm down and patted his chest. Moto patted him on the back and smiled reassuringly. As men, especially ones like us with extraordinary talent, doing such things is perfectly normal. No need to feel shy. Teacher, you misunderstood. We're just friends, not in that kind of relationship. And Luo hurriedly explained. Moto became even more pleased and proudly nodded. You even know what kind of relationship. Good boy. I'm proud of you. From today on, you are my most proud disciple. No one else can take your place. And Luo, feeling helpless, had to change the topic. Teacher, do you drink alcohol? I can drink, but I don't like the feeling of being drunk and losing clarity, Moto said. Anlo waved his hand and released a barrel of fruit wine, and the wooden barrel appeared instantly. Moto's eyes widened as if he had discovered something incredible. Is this another kind of ability? A spatial type ability? This is a power I have never shown to outsiders before. It has some characteristics of spatial type abilities, but it can only store non-living objects, Anlo replied calmly. Moto was shocked. Anlo turned out to be a 6 ability user. But upon hearing that it could only store non-living things, his excitement was immediately halved. Having a portable storage space isn't bad either. Moto nodded somewhat disappointedly. Anlo got up, opened the wooden barrel, poured a glass of fruit wine, and placed it in front of Moto. Teacher, please. Moto smiled with satisfaction, picked up the wine glass, sniffed it first. The fruity aroma was overwhelming, and drank it all in one go. 5 minutes later, Moto frowned and fell into deep thought. Are you saying that this body-enhancing wine is brewed by the Scarlet Fire Red Ape clan? That's right. Anlo answered confidently. Moto was shocked. Although the effect was negligible for him, for low-level superhumans, this would definitely be a temptation. Teacher, this is definitely a fortune. Ambition flickered in Anlo's eyes. What do you want to do? Moto asked. Teacher, I'll provide the supply, and you'll be responsible for selling the wine across the country and the Ability University. Profits will be split 50-50. What do you think? Luo said with a smile. That's indeed not bad, but I'm a bit curious. Why do you want to earn this money? Moto asked, puzzled. Luo turned to look at the campus outside, full of ambition. I want to establish a city for humans on the exotic beast continent, so that my name will be forever etched in people's hearts. Moto looked at the unruly and arrogant young man, feeling immensely gratified. Good lad. You have ambition. But he fell into deep thought, seemingly recalling past events. Back then, I had the same idea, to make my name resonate across the world. Now I've achieved it, but the emptiness in my heart still wakes me up at night. If only I weren't so famous, like you, still having goals to strive for. Moto's precise-style remarks were like dazzling sunlight, so blinding that one couldn't keep their eyes open. And Luo remained calm and composed, thinking, as long as I don't speak, your high profile will be of no use. Seeing Luo unresponsive, Moto pretended to be relaxed and cleared his throat. Ahem. And Luo immediately responded, oh my. Teacher, you are truly amazing. Being able to apprentice under you is truly a blessing from a past life. Moto's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Humility leads to progress, but there's no need to say that anymore. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Disciple, what name do you plan to give this wine? Luo had already decided, Red Fire Wine. Alright, I'll contact some acquaintances in the next few days. Such a good product definitely won't have trouble finding buyers. There should be news soon, Moto said, patting his chest. Walking out of the principal's office, Luo did not return to the villa but headed straight to the commercial district. Arriving at the area specializing in secret manuals, flipping through one after another, finally found a manual suitable for Yuzi's cultivation. Cold Moon Radiance Sutra. Creator, unknown. Training requirement, lunar ability user, an ability user who draws power from the moon. Training effect, enhances the practitioner's training speed and aids in comprehending techniques. Allows absorption of lunar energy and storage within oneself, enabling full strength even during the day. However, note that during daytime battles, once the stored lunar energy is depleted, combat power will significantly decrease. Conclusion, if only the world had just the moon. Attention! There is a chance to improve the quality of abilities during cultivation, do not be surprised. The manual is divided into 5 levels. Price for the first level, 50 level 3 crystal cores. Price for the second level, 30 level 4 crystal cores. Looks good. After some consideration, Luo decided to buy the first level. Yuzi's ability level was at the 9th stage of the Transcendent Realm, more than sufficient for the first level. After purchasing the manual, he returned to the villa and saw Yuzi still busy cleaning. Yuzi, come here, I need to talk to you. Luo sat on the sofa and gestured for her to sit across from him. Yuzi felt uneasy and even suspected that Enluo wanted to drive her away. Seeing her panic, Enluo poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Then, he took out the first layer of the book Cold Moon Hua Sutra and placed it on the table. As soon as Yuzi saw it, her gaze was instantly captivated. This is a manual I specifically chose for you. Its effects are perfectly suited to you, allowing you to maintain peak combat power even during the day. Yuzi's eyes instantly lit up with extreme longing, just about to reach out. But she suddenly realized that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She raised her eyes stubbornly and asked, Enluo, I don't believe in free lunches. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Enluo revealed a mysterious smile. Yuzi sighed, seemingly unable to escape. She stood up and, within seconds, removed the maid outfit she was wearing, leaving only a set of lace close-fitting garments. Her snow-white skin under the light resembled moonlight. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, and the visible abdominal lines revealed her dedication to exercise. At this moment, she lowered her head and timidly looked at Enluo, softly saying, I'm still a first-timer, please be gentle with me. Enluo stared blankly at the beautiful scenery in front of him, his pupils dilated, and his heart raced. Coming back to his senses, he closed his eyes, suppressed the desire in his heart, wiped his mouth, and barely shifted his gaze. That's not what I meant. I want you to be my follower. You're making me really nervous like this. Yuzi was struck as if by lightning, her face flushed red, and her body stiffened. She quickly filtered through her experiences in her mind, realizing what she was doing. Who was she showing her naked body to? With just these few tricks, who could she possibly seduce? Enluo felt the nameless anger had been mostly suppressed. She stood up, crouched down, and draped the maid outfit over Yuzi. I'm going upstairs. Study this manual carefully, it will be very helpful to you. Don't let me down. Just as she stepped onto the first stair, Enluo suddenly remembered something. She turned back to look at Yuzi, who was still standing there in a daze. Don't doubt your charm, you are very attractive. After speaking, he hurried upstairs, leaving Yuzi to calm down in place. After Enluo closed the door, Yuzi slowly sat back on the sofa, stared at the manual on the table, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, not a single move, yet you say I have charm. What a liar. Back in the room, Enluo clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. That little girl, her figure is just too good, I almost couldn't hold myself back. He first went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and then watched a few episodes of melodramatic shows to divert his attention, no longer thinking about that tempting whiteness. The next morning, Yuzi voluntarily told Enluo that she was willing to be his follower. Enluo was naturally delighted and casually poured her a glass of red fire wine. Seeing this, Yuzi mistakenly thought Enluo wanted to get her drunk. Enluo, I owe you a debt of gratitude and would never resist you. Why do you have to get me drunk? Could it be that you like it this way? Enluo, feeling helpless, could only say in a firm tone, Little rabbit, stop talking nonsense. Drink it when I tell you to. If you don't, I'll force you to. For some reason, after what happened last night, Yuzi felt her heart flutter as she looked at Enluo's domineering demeanor, and she couldn't help but want to obey him. In the end, under Enluo's urging, Yuzi drank the wine in one go. Not long after, she felt the astonishing effects of the wine and exclaimed, this glass of wine. It actually enhanced my physique. How do you feel? Enluo smiled faintly, her gaze like stars. This wine is amazing. I feel like my physique has improved by 10%. Yuzi stared at the empty wineglass in surprise, her eyes full of longing, and pleaded, one more glass. Enluo cheerfully filled her glass again and reminded her, 2 glasses a day is enough, don't overindulge. Yuzi drank the scarlet fire wine again, the warmth of the alcohol making her cheeks as rosy and adorable as little apples, tempting one to take a bite. Walking out of the villa, Enluo headed straight to the training area, a surge of battle intent igniting in his heart. He was determined to challenge the giant phantom of the illusion tower again and test his current strength. As he flew over the villa area, a figure lurking in the darkness quietly emerged, eyes flashing with anger and jealousy. Transcendent realm. Damn it, how did he advance so quickly? Is he even human anymore? I can't wait any longer. If I delay further, this guy's strength will surely catch up to mine. I must take the risk and act now. The figure pondered briefly in the darkness, his gaze fixed on Enluo's villa. Then, a circular black hole appeared behind him, and he vanished instantly. Enluo flew to the illusion tower, quickly registered, and entered the tower. As soon as he opened his eyes, the familiar arena came into view. Suddenly, a gigantic palm descended from the sky, smashing the arena to pieces. Without hesitation, Enluo leapt up and flew straight toward the giant's head. On the way, he unleashed a gravity field, which, despite causing limited damage, significantly weakened the giant's reaction and attack speed. Anlo flew to the giant's head, and the giant opened its mouth to spew scorching steam. He quickly deployed an elastic shield to protect himself from the steam burns, then clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. The force of the impact, combined with the second layer of 9 heavens, struck the giant's brow fiercely, causing the space to shatter instantly. Crack! Crack! The power of the second layer followed through. Boom! Boom! The giant lost its balance and fell backward, the muffled sound echoing in the arena. However, a trace of astonishment flashed in Anlo's eyes as the giant's body emitted a green glow and began to heal its wounds automatically. He thought to himself that this was bad, the attacks must not stop, and he had to keep up the pressure. He decisively dove down, his fists raining down on the giant like a storm, giving it no chance to recover. Seeing the moment was right, Anlo's body emitted black smoke as he grabbed the giant and roared, "Dark Sea!" A pitch-black ocean spread from his body, instantly engulfing the giant. The giant gradually shrank, and Anlo was shocked to realize that he possessed the power to weaken abilities. It was akin to the dark fruit from anime, capable of nullifying the powers of ability users. He can weaken the abilities of superhumans by touching them with his hand. The degree of weakening depends on the opponent's ability level. Giants shrink to a certain extent and then stop shrinking. It seems his current strength can only weaken to this degree, but it is already sufficient. Shockwave impact. Anlo's fist slammed down fiercely once again. Instantly, a powerful shockwave mixed with a violent air current spread outward in all directions. The giant's skin cracked, and blood gushed out wildly. Congratulations to the Tower Challenger for clearing the 91st floor. Would you like to continue challenging the 92nd floor? Continue. And Luo answered without hesitation. Zing! The scene changed instantly. He found himself standing on top of a city wall. Outside the city was a vast plain, and in the distance, a dense forest. All around was silent, with only faint vibrations underfoot hinting at a potential crisis. Suddenly, the vibrations grew more intense. The first alien beast charged out of the forest, followed closely by a wave of alien beasts like a tsunami, roughly estimated to be at least 10,000. The momentum of the rampaging beasts caused the walls built by Luo to tremble slightly. He stared at the approaching tide of beasts, his fighting spirit burning fiercely, and leapt down to the base of the wall. He clenched his right fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! The earth shook and mountains quaked as the ground instantly split into hundreds of cracks, spreading like a spider web. Dust flew, and the beasts screamed as they were swallowed by the fissures, blood flowing like rivers. Luo stood up, coldly observing everything, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The true power of the force of vibration was fully revealed. However, the tide of exotic beasts had not yet ended, and massive beasts were still charging toward him. Purple light flickered in Luo's eyes as he raised his hands high and suddenly swung them downward, a millionfold pressure. Swish! Boom! An incomparably immense pressure swept across the entire area. The exotic beasts charging toward him, whether flying in the air or running on the ground, instantly had their internal organs burst, spraying blood wildly, and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The originally cracked ground became extremely smooth under the pressure, yet new exotic beasts continued to emerge from the forest, like an endless flood. This wave was just eliminated, and the next wave followed closely. And Luo did not back down, killing as many as came. Gradually, the level of the beasts increased. A level 7 beast, the Crimson Gold Flood Dragon, appeared before him. It spoke human language, with intelligence equal to that of humans, commanding the beast army to attack the city behind Luo from multiple directions. The Crimson Gold Flood Dragon engaged in fierce combat with Luo, and despite the intense battle, some beasts managed to break into the city. Tower Challenger, we regret to inform you that due to the beasts breaching the city, your challenge has failed. Highest record, 91 floors, ranked 6th in the school. Congratulations to Luo for entering the top 10 of the Tower Challengers for the first time. Your name will appear on the top 10 leaderboard of Tower Challengers. Please proceed to the front desk of the Mirage Tower to claim your reward. In 3 seconds, you will automatically exit the Mirage Tower. Please prepare yourself. Hearing the voice broadcast, Luo sighed helplessly. He was so busy that even his home was stolen by a strange beast. This Crimson Gold Flood Dragon was astonishingly clever, refusing to confront him head-on and instead harassing him from the sides, leaving him unable to focus on both ends. However, miraculously, he passed the 91st level and directly jumped to 6th place. It seems that Moto's giant phantom indeed blocked many people. Exiting the Mirage Tower, Anlo arrived at the tower's reception desk. The tower guarding robot saw him and immediately took out a small transparent box from the cabinet, which contained dust shimmering with an unknown glow. Student Anlo, this is your reward for breaking into the top 10 of tower challengers. Anlo took the small box, looked at the strange dust inside, and was full of confusion. What is this? A box of dirt? The rewards for the top 10 are actually so perfunctory? At this moment, Antong's voice echoed in his mind. I didn't expect that on your backward planet, someone would actually discover the ingenious use of this thing. Do you know what this is? And Luo asked curiously. Of course, with my racial inherited memory, under the starry sky, there is basically nothing I don't know, Antong said proudly. Then hurry up and tell me. And Luo urged impatiently. In the universe, there is a universal currency called starstones. Starstones are energy crystals formed by the power of the stars. The energy contained within can be absorbed by all living beings, which is why it has become the universal currency in the universe. This powder is called stardust, and it is also condensed from the power of the stars. However, the energy inside is not as potent as starstones, making it a lower-tier universal currency. It can also be absorbed as energy by living beings. And Luo looked at the small box of powder in surprise, not expecting it to have such a significant background. How much do you think this powder can help me advance? And Luo asked. Honestly, I don't recommend you absorb the energy inside right now, Antong answered without hesitation. Why? And Luo asked in confusion. Your current life level is too low to fully absorb the energy of this box of stardust, most of it will leak out. It's better to wait until you undergo another life transition before absorbing it. Antong explained. Undergo another life transition? That would mean I have to reach the Tianyu realm. And Luo calculated in his mind and finally decided, alright, I'll listen to you. I'll put this box of stardust away for now and deal with it later. Returning to the villa, he opened the door but didn't see Yuzi's figure. And Luo thought she was upstairs and secretly wondered, still cultivating? Walking to the dining table, his gaze unintentionally swept over and saw a small note. He stepped forward to pick it up, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. Your maid is in my hands. If you want to find her, come to Villa number 44. If you dare to tell anyone else, she will disappear. Signed, Void. After a long silence, and Luo's expression gradually became serious. He thought to himself, who did I offend that would come to my villa to kidnap me? This must be a trap, already set up and waiting for me to fall into it, but Yuzi must be saved. According to the villa district map, find Villa number 44. The villa's front door is wide open, which is obviously intentional. Looking at the silent Villa 44, a chill surged in his heart. The entire villa seemed to open its mouth wide, waiting for him to jump in, ready to tear him to pieces in an instant. Taking a deep breath, and Luo attached the elastic shield to himself to prevent being ambushed. He lifted his leg and stepped into the villa, heading straight upstairs. In a villa not far away, a pair of beautiful eyes watched him, a trace of doubt flashing in them. And Luo? Why would he go to that villa? And Luo walked downstairs. The surroundings were silent, even the sound of birds had disappeared, as if he were the only person left in the world. He cautiously examined the surroundings and approached the front door. The door was ajar, and a gentle push was all it took to open it. He stepped inside. Just as his foot stepped into the room, the surroundings instantly turned dark, as if he had entered another dimension. And Luo furrowed his brows, calmly analyzing the current situation. At that moment, sinister laughter echoed from all around. Ha ha, human, no matter how great your talent is, you're just a fool. You actually came when called, truly fearless. And Luo looked around, completely unaware of the source of the voice. Those who hide in the shadows are the most dangerous. He decisively activated the third eye at the center of his brow to locate the enemy. Unexpectedly, the person hidden in the darkness seemed to have seen something incredible. After activating the third eye, and Luo finally saw a pitch-black figure. That figure resembled a human but emitted an extraordinary energy. And Luo, be careful. This guy is an extraterrestrial species, the Soul Devourer clan, and Tong said with an unusually serious tone. Extraterrestrial species, the Soul Devourer clan? Upon hearing this, and Luo's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively shifted into a combat stance. And Tong patiently explained, the combat power of the Soul Devourer race itself is not considered strong, but they like to possess various races, utilizing their innate abilities, the Soul Devourer Black Hole. They devour powerful individuals and eventually slowly become the strongest within that race. Because the Soul Devourer race is too evil, various major races united to destroy their planet, but many still managed to escape. I didn't expect such a thing to appear on your planet. Judging by its condition, it must have already devoured quite a few people. And Luo, we must eliminate it here and now. We cannot let it wreak havoc everywhere." Upon hearing this, Luo's lips curled into a smile, clearly sharing the same intent. The pitch-black figure saw Luo's smile, anger surging in its heart, yet it had no outlet for the impending doom. "Human, you're quite lucky to have formed a symbiotic relationship with such a treasure as the pupil worm. But today, everything of yours will become mine." As soon as the shadow finished speaking, Luo felt an immense and unknown force tearing at his body. If it weren't for his sufficient strength, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. What shocked him even more was that his supernatural ability actually showed signs of being stripped away. This is the power of the devouring black hole, truly impressive. But I'm not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, Luo's entire body emitted black smoke, and endless darkness spread outward from beneath his feet. Endless dark sea. The endless darkness surged like a tsunami, instantly sweeping the surroundings, and the oppressive feeling surged like a tide. The shadow's heart tightened, and he hurriedly activated the power of the devouring spirit black hole in an attempt to resist. He wanted to absorb the dark sea released by Luo, but how could Luo let him succeed? Enduring the pain of his body being torn apart, azure flame wings emerged from his back, and he charged fiercely toward the shadow. Seeing Luo rushing toward him, the shadow instantly turned around and disappeared from the spot. Luo missed his target, and his body was torn open in several places due to the power of the devouring spirit black hole. Blood sprayed out wildly, instantly dyeing his clothes crimson. Fortunately, the phoenix's azure flames instantly healed the wounds. "Ha ha ha, human, do you know why I brought you here?" The mocking voice of the shadow rang out. "As soon as you step into this room, you enter my black hole space. Here, I am invincible. Want to defeat me? No way." And Luo frowned. This guy is really troublesome. Could it be that the only option is to drag this out? And Luo used the water glimmer pearl to suppress his power. "It's the only way," Antong said urgently. Upon hearing this, Luo quickly retrieved the water glimmer pearl, which emitted a radiant blue light from the dark space. The shadow scoffed at first, but when he felt the energy emanating from the pearl, his expression changed drastically. He stepped back several times, terror evident on his face. "This is a treasure of the law." His voice trembled, as if he had seen an incomparably terrifying existence. Luo saw the shadow so frightened and couldn't help but smile slightly. "That's right. Although it contains only a trace of the law of water, it's more than enough to deal with you." Before the words fell, Luo immediately activated the energy within the water radiance pearl. In this pitch-black space, the water radiance pearl shone brilliantly like the sun. Then, a surge of blue energy suddenly struck toward the shadow. The shadow desperately dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the energy of the water radiance pearl tore apart the devouring spirit black hole, revealing a massive cavity. The black hole was connected to the shadow's true form, and its rupture caused immense damage to the shadow, leaving it weak and collapsed on the ground, staring at Luo with eyes full of fear. "Please spare me. I am willing to be your follower, to serve you like a horse or ox," the shadow pleaded. "With your talent, you will surely break into the vast cosmos and compete with the prodigies of those powerful races. I can be your right-hand man, handling any trivial matters. Trust me." And Luo stepped forward slowly, grabbed the shadow's neck, and lifted him up. Within Luo's touch, the devouring black hole instantly collapsed, and the two returned to the villa room. It was only then that Luo saw the true appearance of the person before him. He looked like an ordinary human on the outside, but those deep black eyes and the black runes on his cheeks clearly did not belong to a human. "What is your name? Answer me," and Luo demanded in an unquestionable tone. "Cough. Song. Sun Yen." The shadow struggled to utter the name. A glint of cold light flashed in Luo's eyes. He hadn't expected this guy to make it into the top 5 at school. How many people had he devoured behind the scenes? "Where is my maid?" And Luo's voice was deep and cold, as if it came from hell. "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me." His voice carried a hint of pleading, yet it was tinged with cunning. And Luo was slightly stunned, his fingers relaxed a bit, and he fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Fine. I can promise not to kill you, but you must never provoke me again. If you see me, you must avoid me like a dog." "Fine. I promise, I will never appear in front of you again." A hint of provocation flashed in Song Shunyan's eyes, while hiding a trace of malice. "And Luo, this won't do. Letting him go is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. He will definitely come back to seek revenge on you," and Tong anxiously advised. But Enluo remained silent and coldly asked Song Xunyan, "Speak, where is she?" "Actually, I didn't kidnap her. She's in the basement of your villa. I just knocked her out, and she should be waking up soon," Song Xunyan said smugly. And Luo's breath hitched upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked in Tong in her mind, "Is what he said true? It should be true. I can't hear the heartbeat of him lying," and Tong responded helplessly. And Luo took a deep breath, loosened her fingers, and let Song Xunyan fall to the ground. Song Xunyan was panting heavily, as if he saw hope for escape. He raised his head and looked provocatively at Enluo, immediately opening the devouring spirit black hole in an attempt to flee. Suddenly, a foot stomped heavily on Song Xunyan's head, stopping his thoughts of escape. "What are you doing? You already promised to let me go." Song Xunyan cried out in panic. "I promised you, but my power of darkness did not," Enluo said coldly, staring at him. Song Xunyan's face instantly turned pale. He desperately tried to activate the devouring spirit black hole to escape into the black hole space, but Enluo's hand, filled with dark power, had already grabbed his neck once again. Song Xunyan's racial talent, devouring black hole, was unable to function due to Enluo's dark power, leaving him with no way to escape. "Time to go, Dark Star," Enluo said coldly. Under Song Xunyan's fearful gaze, the dark power in Enluo's hand transformed into a small sphere. The Dark Star possessed a peculiar magic, forcibly extracting the devouring spirit race's true form from Song Xunyan. The black viscous substance looked extremely disgusting. After being absorbed into the Dark Star, the devouring spirit race's true form was completely crushed and assimilated, leaving only Song Xunyan's human body. As the possession of the devouring spirit race disappeared, the black runes on Song Xunyan's face vanished instantly, reverting him to his true human form. And Luo let out a sigh of relief, his expression relaxed significantly. Without paying attention to the unconscious Song Xunyan, he left villa number 44 directly. In another villa not far away, those beautiful eyes saw Luo walk out and revealed a hint of surprise. "To think you could come out unscathed. And Luo, I truly find you more and more unfathomable." And Luo rushed back to the villa like the wind, heading straight for the basement without hesitation. As the door opened, the lights suddenly illuminated the dim space, revealing a scene. Yuzi was indeed here, dressed in a maid outfit, lying on her side on the ground, deeply asleep with no sign of waking up. And Luo stepped forward, gently picked her up, walked out of the basement, and placed her on the sofa. Time ticked by, but Yuzi still did not wake up, raising doubts in Luo's heart. Why hasn't this young girl woken up yet? He crouched down, carefully observing Yuzi's face, noticing her eyebrows occasionally twitching and her breathing uneven. It seemed she had long been awake but was pretending to sleep. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted, and Luo couldn't help but laugh. "Yuzi, if you keep pretending, I won't be polite to you." His voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of threat. Yuzi's ears were invaded by the warm breath, tickling her. But upon hearing Luo's words, she sneered inwardly, thinking he absolutely wouldn't dare to act, only talk. Just as she was feeling smug, Luo's hand quietly climbed onto her waist, gently exploring and sliding downward. Yuzi was startled, not expecting Luo to be so audacious. She was about to fight back but found her heart racing, her face heating up as shame and excitement intertwined. Ultimately, under Luo's teasing, she couldn't resist. Her big watery eyes opened, her face flushed, and she glared at him fiercely. "If you keep playing like this, no one will want to marry me." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of playful reproach. And Luo was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "Little rabbit, pretending again? Do you dare to continue?" He raised his eyebrows smugly. Yuzi lowered her head, her face as red as an apple, her eyes evasive, not daring to look directly at Luo. "Little rabbit, go cook. I'm hungry." And Luo's tone was commanding. Yuzi gathered her courage and stood up shakily. "Yes, I'll go change clothes and be right back." After speaking, she hurried upstairs, eager to escape. And Luo, meanwhile, washed his hands briefly in the downstairs bathroom. When Yuzi came back downstairs, Luo was sitting at the dining table and pointed to the chair opposite, signaling her to sit. Yuzi obediently sat down, her face still tinged with a blush. "Yuzi, I need to apologize to you. It's all my fault for dragging you into this and causing you to faint in the basement," Luo said seriously. "Why?" Yuzi asked curiously. "You don't need to know that much. Just know that guy has completely disappeared," Luo said bluntly. "Oh, got it." Yuzi nodded in agreement. "How is your cultivation of the Cold Moon Hua Sutra going?" Luo asked. That manual suits me perfectly. I estimate I can break through to the noble realm in the next couple of days." Yuzi replied excitedly. "That's good. Luo nodded with satisfaction, secretly feeling fortunate that the difference made by having a manual was indeed significant. Night fell, and Luo returned to his room, drew the curtains, and took out the Shuehua pearl again. At this moment, the Shuehua pearl had become dim and lifeless, as if it had lost its spirit. What's going on? Why does my Shuehua pearl seem useless? He asked Tong in confusion. You used the water pearl today, which caused it to temporarily lose energy. It will take a few days to recover, and Tong's voice echoed in his mind. But that big toad shot me with this thing so many times. Why is it out of energy after I used it just once? And Luo asked, puzzled. That big toad can extract energy from the water pearl to replenish it, but you don't have water-based energy, so you naturally can't replenish it, and Tong explained. I see, and Luo suddenly understood. It seems the water pearl can only be used at critical moments. The opportunity is too precious. Or you can find a place rich in water energy, put the water essence pearl in, and it will replenish energy faster, and Tong suggested. Easier said than done. How am I supposed to find such a place? I'll just wait for it to recover slowly on its own, and Luo said helplessly, shaking his head. Just as he was about to put away the water essence pearl, a sudden tremor came from within him. The demon fruit tree unexpectedly burst out, uncontrollably, floating in the air. And Luo was stunned, his gaze falling on the water essence pearl, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. He raised the water essence pearl and brought it close to the demon fruit tree. A miracle occurred. The water essence pearl began transferring energy to the demon fruit tree, nourishing it. Water nurtures wood, and the water laws of the water essence pearl caused a magical transformation in the demon fruit tree. Its branches gradually became lush, emitting a strange green glow. At that moment, Luo's mind was filled with some incredibly strange characters. When everything calmed down, the water splendor pearl stopped transmitting energy to the demon fruit tree, and the tree returned to Luo's body. The characters in his mind flickered and eventually formed a peculiar method. And Tong looked at Luo in surprise. Clearly, this was also the first time it had seen such a scene. And Luo, however, stood frozen in place, unresponsive for a long time. Hey! Luo! Wake up! And Tong shouted urgently. After a long while, Luo finally came to his senses and uttered a few words, flourishing branches and leaves, transcendent holy method. What is this thing? And Tong looked confused. My devil fruit tree, nourished by the law of water, has created an extremely powerful technique. Luo's words shocked Tong. And Tong pondered for a long time. That tree could bear heaven-defying fruits, so creating a technique is not surprising. What is the purpose of this method? And Tong finally calmed down and asked. And Luo's face was full of excitement, and his tone carried uncontrollable enthusiasm. I can sign a contract with a follower, and she will become a branch or leaf of my towering tree. The benefit is sharing one of my abilities, and the upper limit of aptitude will be greatly improved. The downside is that she must obey me unconditionally, or I will cut off this branch or leaf, rendering her completely useless. More importantly, when the follower's ability levels increase, my ability level will automatically increase as well. But, currently, there are only 4 slots, and the only way to increase the slots is to continue improving the quality of the devil fruit tree. After listening, Tong couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling shocked in her heart. SSS. Their clan has existed for countless years in the universe, yet this is the first time they've heard of such a heaven-defying method. This is completely different from their symbiotic relationship. This method, for Luo, not only carries no risk but is purely beneficial. And Luo, if you prune the branches of the contract holder, will that quota still exist? And Tong asked. No, the used slots will disappear directly and will never come back. And Luo shook his head. Then you need to carefully consider your choice of contractor. And Tong reminded. Yes, each slot is extremely precious and must be considered carefully. And Luo lay on the bed, the image of the first contractor appearing in his mind. That was his maid, the little rabbit Uz. Her grade B ability, Moonlight Rabbit, greatly limits her potential. Even though she has a firm determination to become stronger, breaking through the limits of her talent is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. If she signs a contract with Uz and is granted a decent ability, it would definitely significantly enhance her potential. The aptitude of a dual ability user is bound to crush 90% of peers of the same age. But, sharing abilities also needs to consider the other person's abilities. Currently, his ability doesn't seem to have anything that can work with Moonlight Rabbit's power. Vibration? Darkness? Gravity? Meatball? Phoenix? None of these seem to be suitable for Uz's Moonlight Rabbit. Slippery is not even worth mentioning, and Luo believes that Uz's charm is already sufficient. Just wait a little longer. Anyway, his devil fruit tree has already advanced to grade B, and there are 6 pending devil fruits to mature, so there's no need to rush. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Moto summoned Anlo to his office early in the morning. Anlo had a simple breakfast and immediately headed to the principal's office. Upon entering the principal's office, besides Moto, there was also a refined man dressed in a black suit and wearing glasses. "Teacher, I'm here. This gentleman is?" Anlo asked tentatively. The man smiled faintly and stood up to introduce himself, and, "I've heard a lot about you. My name is Jean Lang, an old friend of Moto." "Oh, hello, Uncle Jean," and Luo responded respectfully. "And Luo, take out a barrel of your red fire wine for him to try," Moto instructed. And Luo immediately retrieved a barrel of red fire wine from the dark space. After Jean Lang drank it, the excitement on his face was unmistakable. "This kind of wine will definitely sell like crazy, it will surely be in short supply. So, Uncle Jean, how much do you think a bottle of this wine could sell for?" And Luo asked tentatively. A bottle could sell for 1 level 4 crystal core. Jean Lang answered confidently. And Luo was shocked. "That expensive? Will anyone buy it?" Jean Lang said firmly, "Don't worry, although ordinary people may not be able to afford this wine, wealthy people will definitely scramble to buy it. After all, who wouldn't want to improve their physical fitness and live a little longer? Xiao Luo, give him the remaining wine. He will take care of the rest," Moto said with a faint smile. And Luo walked to the window and waved his hand, taking out all the remaining barrels of wine. Jean Lang looked at these barrels of wine, his face showing delight. 200 milliliters per bottle, with thousands of bottles here, this should definitely be enough. And Luo, the supply must not be interrupted. I plan to expand into the international market. And Luo nodded confidently. With his mark of irreverence on those 2 fiery red apes, the wine would certainly not run out. "Alright, let's not waste time. I'll have someone carry it away, and you can just wait to count the money." Jean Lang said decisively and left without any hesitation. This is the speed of a businessman. After Jean Lang left, Mo Tuo looked at Luo with a complicated expression, as if he was struggling with something. "Teacher, what's wrong?" And Luo asked in confusion. "Xiao Luo, you need to tell me, is the matter with Song Xunyan related to you?" Mo Tuo asked seriously. And Luo was stunned. He did indeed kill the soul devourer within Song Xunyan, but he was unaware of what happened afterward. "Song Xunyan? What happened to him?" And Luo asked with a frown. Moto stared intently at Luo, trying to determine if he was hiding something. But Luo never averted his gaze, his conscience clear. He has lost his memory, his ability level has disappeared, and his own abilities are gone too. Someone said they saw you go to his villa and stay for a while. So I want to ask you, does this matter have anything to do with you? Moto's gaze was piercing, his aura overwhelming. The pressure of a supreme being weighed on Anlo, making him feel a hint of suffocation. "Teacher, his amnesia and the disappearance of his abilities have absolutely nothing to do with me. Please believe me." Anlo's tone was firm. He only dealt with a remnant of the soul devourer race that had possessed a human, which really has nothing to do with Song Xunyan. If there must be a connection, it can only be said that he saved Song Xunyan's life, otherwise, who knows how long he would have been possessed by the soul devourer race. Moto smiled slightly upon seeing this, nodded in satisfaction, and then withdrew his oppressive aura. "Alright, remember, this matter has nothing to do with you. Do not bring it up again in the future." As the oppressive aura dissipated, and Luo felt a sense of relief, and the suffocating feeling vanished instantly. "Xiao Luo, how is your practice with that book 9 Heavens going?" Moto asked with a smile. "Teacher, I've already reached the 2nd heaven." And Luo replied respectfully. "Oh, so fast? I knew I wasn't wrong about you, you're perfectly suited for this manual." Moto patted Luo's shoulder, his face full of pride. And Luo heard this and felt puzzled. "Teacher, the creators of these secret manuals, some are human, while others are unknown beings. Why is that?" And Luo asked further. Moto paused for a moment, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. "Xiao Luo, I used to have the same question," he said slowly. "But when I became a true strong person, all the confusion was resolved. So, train hard. If you want to resolve the doubts in your heart, you must strive to climb upward. Once you reach a certain height, all questions will naturally be resolved." And Luo looked at Mo Tuo and nodded, half understanding. After leaving the principal's office, she was walking along the road back to the villa when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked closely and saw it was Kongyu, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Since their last parting, the two had not met again. After all, their relationship was not deep. They were merely in the same cohort. Moreover, Kong Yu's family background seemed quite extraordinary, and Luo didn't want to get into trouble, so she walked straight past her. Kong Yu turned around and said indifferently, "Was it you who made Song Xunyan end up like that?" And Luo suddenly stopped, turned to look at Kong Yu, and was secretly surprised. How does she know about Song Xunyan? Wondering how I know? Kong Yu's lips curved slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "This has nothing to do with me," and Luo responded coldly. "Song Xunyan's matter has nothing to do with me. If anything, I saved him." Kong Yu's gaze became sharp. "That has something to do with the thing on him, right?" And Luo was stunned and slowly turned around, a trace of vigilance flashing in her eyes. "How do you know?" "I can tell. The energy emanating from his body is completely different from that of ordinary people," Kong Yu said confidently. "So, I deduced that he is possessed by something. Is this the effect of your special ability?" And Luo looked at her with interest. Kong Yu nodded and continued, "My ability allows me to see the energy unintentionally emitted by life. And you, and Luo, from the moment I first saw you, the strands of energy emanating from you surprised me greatly. Ordinary ability users only have one strand of energy, but the energy on you is extremely chaotic, definitely more than one ability." And Luo's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Kong Yu's ability to be so extraordinary, even able to discern that his additional ability was related to the devil fruit tree. "Stop, just say what you want to do." And Luo made a gesture. Kong Yu smiled faintly. "I hope you can agree to a marriage contract with me." This sentence was like a thunderclap, and Luo was stunned. "Why?" "Because I don't want to graduate and return to the family to marry someone I don't like," Kong Yu said calmly. "Then do you like me?" And Luo pointed at himself. "No, I don't," Kong Yu shook his head. "But you have great talent, look pretty decent, and the family will definitely agree to this marriage. Most importantly, you don't seem to have much interest in me. I really dislike that feeling." A sly, mischievous smile appeared on her face. "You scheming woman, there are plenty of men in the world who aren't interested. Why do you have to cling to me?" And Luo said indignantly. "Ha? Really?" Kong Yu stepped forward, nestled in Luo's arms, wrapped her hands around his chest, and looked up at him with a pair of pitiful, doe-like eyes. And Luo looked down at her, his nose slightly twitching, catching a faint fragrance. Though unfamiliar, the scent was quite to his liking. Kong Yu noticed Luo's nose twitching, her cheeks flushed slightly, surprised that he actually had this kind of preference. "Smells good, doesn't it?" She leaned close to his ear, her voice teasing, "If you agree to marry me, you can lie on me and smell me every day." And Luo's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he lightly pecked Kong Yu's ear. Kong Yu quickly pushed him away, covering her ear, her face instantly turning red. "You! How dare you tease me? Do you have a death wish?" Kong Yu glared angrily at Luo, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light. And Luo smiled at her, crossing his arms. "Kong Yu, I know you've been playing the obedient girl in your family for too long. Now that you've gained freedom, you want to unleash your dark side. But you need to have limits, don't get so close to men so casually, especially me. I won't let a woman tease me easily, counterattacking is my specialty. As for the engagement you just mentioned, I won't agree to it. Say whatever you want, but in the end, don't provoke me. If you push me too far, I'll do whatever it takes. Goodbye." After saying that, Luo turned and left, completely ignoring Kong Yu's feelings. Kong Yu watched his departing figure, gritting his teeth in hatred but helpless to do anything. And Luo didn't return to the villa but went straight to the school's training area. Shin Huayue and the others were surely there practicing their respective techniques. Arriving at the training area, Luo saw scattered students training and began searching along the grounds. He didn't walk far before spotting Shin Huayue and Shin Huayu. At this moment, the two were cheering and encouraging in front of the field, completely unaware of Luo's arrival. He quietly crouched down, approached them softly, and suddenly, with a slap, placed his hand on their shoulders. The two turned around in shock, and upon seeing it was Luo, they immediately showed bright smiles. And Luo, look quickly, Yuni is training in a duel. And Luo looked up and saw on the field, Lu Yuni, at the third stage of the noble realm, gripping her sword tightly, panting heavily, sweat streaming down her cheeks, clearly having just gone through a tough battle. Opposite her was a massive 3-meter-tall rock armor frenzied rhino, also at the third stage of the noble realm. Lu Yuni knew her stamina was nearly exhausted and she couldn't afford to drag it out any longer. She took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Earth Splitter!" Lu Yuni's sword flashed, and her figure instantly disappeared, appearing in front of her opponent in the blink of an eye. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly raising both arms, attempting to use the rock-hard armor covering them to block Lu Yuni's attack. Lu Yuni's gaze was resolute as she gripped her sword tightly. The blade shimmered with a brown glow before she suddenly swung it forcefully. Boom! The clash of blade and rock armor resounded with a deafening roar, shaking the surroundings. However, disappointingly, the power of this strike was unable to break through the defense of the rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros. Lu Yuni's face was filled with an expression of incredulous shock. The rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros slightly curled its lips and charged forward fiercely, its massive body like a high-speed train, unstoppable. Lu Yuni struggled to resist but was knocked away with a single blow, landing heavily on the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her internal organs severely injured. She could only stab her sword into the ground and stand up with difficulty. After steadying herself, Lu Yuni's gaze remained resolute. She gripped the sword hilt tightly, staring directly at her opponent, as if vowing to continue the fight. The rock-armored rhinoceros ability user across from her sneered and shook his head, saying, "Woman, your sword can't break through my defense at all. Just admit defeat. After all, this isn't even a competition." Lu Yuni silently gathered strength and did not respond. Seeing this, the rock armor mad Rhino Esper's eyes flashed red and charged straight at her. With each step, a deafening thud followed. Lu Yuni slightly crouched, gripped her sword with both hands, and waited for the right moment. When the rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros charged at her, Lu Yuni exerted force with her legs, leaped into the air, and landed directly on the creature's head. "Void Slash," she shouted loudly, swinging her sword with both hands toward the face of the rock-armored creature. The rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros, sensing danger, tried to block with its armored limbs, but it was already too late. Click! The blade shattered upon impact, fragments flying. The rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros seized the opportunity to throw a punch, striking fiercely at Lu Yuni. She watched helplessly as she was punched and sent flying, her body tracing over 10 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Lu Yuni coughed up a mouthful of blood, holding only half of a broken sword in her hand, a trace of indescribable sorrow flashing in her eyes. The rock armor rhinoceros mutant felt lingering fear, relieved that he wasn't seriously injured, and curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Little girl, you actually dared to slash at my face. Lucky for you, that broken sword of yours snapped, or I would have made you regret it." At that moment, and Luo swiftly moved to Lu Yuni's side, helped her up, and handed her over to Shin Huayu outside the field for treatment. Turning back, and Luo coldly stared at the rock armor rhinoceros mutant. "I'll fight you. Do you dare? Who are you?" "That woman's lover," the other person asked curiously. And Luo was about to speak but was stopped by Lu Yuni. She looked up and said seriously, "And Luo, don't always stand in front of me. He is my opponent, and I want to defeat him myself." And Luo was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. The three of them took the severely injured Lu Yuni back to the dormitory to rest. And Luo recalled the broken sword she held tightly, lost in thought. Instead of returning to the villa, she headed straight to the commercial district. He walked into the area specializing in swords, where the variety of swords dazzled him. And Luo carefully examined the swords on the counter, always feeling that something was missing. The shopkeeper behind the counter saw this and greeted him with a smile. "Student, what kind of sword are you looking for? I can recommend one." And Luo stepped forward and looked around. "I want a sword with a feminine style, hard and sharp, preferably one that can be used up to the transcendent realm." The shopkeeper immediately realized this was a big deal. "Of course. Just a moment, I'll go get it." Shortly after, the shopkeeper returned with 2 swords. "Student, these 2 both meet your requirements. This one is called Golden Shadow, forged from the fang of a level 5 golden light tiger and rare metals. It is incredibly hard and its sharpness is naturally impeccable. This one is called Winter Chill, forged from the reverse scale of a level 5 cold water jiao and rare water attribute minerals. The blade emits a chill, and its moves carry cold winds that can restrict the opponent's actions. Classmate, which one will you choose?" And Luo looked at the 2 swords and ultimately chose the Golden Shadow Sword. "I want this Golden Shadow Sword. How much is it?" The shopkeeper chuckled and held up 2 fingers, 2 level 5 crystal cores. And Luo nodded and prepared to take out the crystal cores. Just then, a sharp voice came from behind. "I want this sword." And Luo turned around and saw an arrogant woman pointing at the Golden Shadow Sword, looking at him smugly. And Luo frowned and said coldly, "I've already bought this sword. You can look at the others." After speaking, he took out 2 crystal cores, handed them to the shopkeeper, picked up the Golden Shadow Sword, and prepared to leave. The woman immediately blocked his way, crossed her arms, and sneered, "Do you know who my man is? He's an SSS level ability user, and the school even arranged a villa for him. Dare to disrespect me? Believe it or not, I'll have him teach you a lesson and make sure you can't stay in school." And Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to herself, when one's strength is too weak, threats only make the other party laugh. Woman, I don't know who your man is, nor am I interested in knowing. However, if you block my way again, I won't be polite. Luo said with a smile. The woman completely disregarded Luo's words and snorted coldly. Dare to hit me? Try it. If you dare touch me, I, Lily, won't let you off, she taunted. Smack! Luo's palm swept across the sky like a comet and landed heavily on Lily's left cheek. The force of that slap was as powerful as thunder, sending Lily spinning 3.5 times in the air before she crashed heavily next to the trash can. Luo looked at his stained hand with disgust, took out a tissue to wipe it, then crumpled the tissue into a ball and mercilessly threw it at Lily. I tried, so what can you do? He said coldly. Lily was hit so hard that she felt dizzy, the surroundings spinning before her eyes. Even Luo's figure became blurry. Despite this, Lily remained defiant. Just wait, my man will be here soon, and then you'll see how serious the consequences of hitting me are. And Luo snorted coldly, turned around, and prepared to leave, not wanting to waste any more time here. Just then, a hurried voice came from afar. Lily! I'm here! Where are you? Lying on the ground, Lily heard this call, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she immediately shouted, Ayen! I'm here! Someone hit me! And Luo was slightly stunned, stopped in her tracks, and looked at the disheveled Lily with interest. Lily's gaze became dazed, pointing at Luo, she angrily said, Just wait, my man is coming. You slapped me earlier, and I will repay it tenfold. Shortly after, a man hurriedly ran over. He immediately saw Lily lying on the ground, his face darkened instantly, and he quickly stepped forward to help her up. Lily leaned into his arms, tears streaming down as she pointed at Luo and accused, Ayen, he hit me, look at my swollen little face. You have no sense of pity for women, how dare you hit a girl? You're truly too much. The man's anger instantly ignited. He looked up and stared at Luo, his angry gaze revealing a hint of unease. As his eyes met Luo's, the man's expression froze instantly, his anger turning to astonishment, even tinged with a trace of fear. Luo. Seeing his changing expression, Luo slightly raised his chin and spoke in a calm yet teasing tone, Zhou Yan, long time no see. Does your face still hurt? This man was none other than Zhou Yan, who had awakened the SSS level ability, Netherflame Dragon. Upon hearing Luo's words, Zhou Yan's face instantly darkened, his gaze wandering between Luo's face and hands. Since being knocked unconscious by Luo's punch last time, an invisible fear has grown in his heart. He has repeatedly dreamed of being punched to death by Luo, and upon waking, he can only rely on sleeping pills to fall asleep again. His nightmare seems to have become a shadow over his entire life. Luo noticed Zhou Yan's uneasy expression and curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Zhou Yan, trash should stay with trash. Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Yan looked at the trash can beside him, his heart burning with anger, yet he dared not retort due to fear. Lily, seeing Zhou Yan's unusual silence, was puzzled. Normally, as long as she acted coquettishly, Zhou Yan would beat the opponent until they were rolling on the ground. What was going on today? Yan, what's wrong? Is he someone you know? Even if he is your acquaintance, he hit you, which is equivalent to hitting me. Why haven't you taught him a lesson yet? Lily said indignantly. Zhou Yan blushed and his heart raced with shame upon hearing this. He also wanted to hit Luo, but he absolutely didn't want to be knocked out by him again, that would be too humiliating. Seeing Zhou Yan's lack of response, Luo felt bored and was about to leave. Just then, Zhou Yan finally shouted, Wait a minute. Luo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the sweat-drenched Zhou Yan. Do you have something to say? What realm are you in now? Zhou Yan asked urgently. Luo smiled faintly and released the pressure of his transcendent realm, surging toward Zhou Yan and Lily like a tsunami. Zhou Yan had just recently reached the first stage of the mortal transformation realm, while Lily was only at the 5th stage of the noble realm. Under Luo's terrifying pressure, the two could barely stand, and even their breathing became difficult. Zhou Yan shielded himself with his arm, his eyes fixed on Luo's unmatched aura. A strong sense of submission suddenly overwhelmed him, leaving him dazed. A few minutes later, the pressure abruptly ceased. Without saying another word, Luo turned and left. Zhou Yan and Lily collapsed to the ground, both physically and mentally exhausted. Zhou Yan watched Luo's departing figure, a deep sense of defeat surging in his heart, making him no longer dare to harbor any disrespectful thoughts toward Luo. Some time ago, he still fantasized about defeating Luo, but now, such thoughts seemed utterly ridiculous. If Appear's mere presence could leave him breathless, what qualifications did he have to compete with others? He could only obediently serve as a stepping stone. Zhou Yan felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he could sleep peacefully every night in the future. Meanwhile, Hu Lili remained shocked by An Luo's strength, unable to comprehend how someone of the same age could be so powerful, rendering even her exceptionally talented boyfriend completely powerless before him. Lily, tone it down in the future, Zhou Yan said as he helped Hu Lili up. Ah Yan, is he a senior high school student? Hu Lili asked tentatively. Zhou Yan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, no, he is just like us, a freshman in college. Zhou Yan's casual words were like a super bomb, leaving Hu Lili stunned in place. An Luo stood at the entrance of the high-rise dormitory area and called Lu Yuni, urging her to come down. Shortly after, Lu Yuni came out, her face pale and her steps weak. It seemed the injuries she had suffered earlier were indeed severe. An Luo quickly stepped forward, reached out to support Lu Yuni, and led her to a row of wooden chairs, letting her sit down first. Why did you only call me down here? And why did you tell me not to inform Huayu and Huayu? Lu Yuni asked, full of confusion. And Luo smiled faintly and mysteriously took out a sword from the dark space, handing it to her. This is your new sword. This sword is called Golden Shadow, a weapon with metal attributes. It perfectly suits your sharp temperament. Moreover, you can use it all the way to the transcendent realm. Take it. Lu Yuni stared at the sword emitting golden light in her hand, her eyes flickering with desire. Then she looked up at An Luo and asked, why are you so good to me? And Luo was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, we're friends, aren't we? Giving you a sword is nothing. Besides, my fruit wine business is already on track. I don't lack this little bit of money. Lu Yuni was silent for a moment, slowly drawing the broken sword from her waist. A trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. This sword holds great significance for me. It was given to me by my elder sister. She cared deeply for me, but she disappeared when I was 9 years old. Although my family never said it, I know she might no longer be alive. This sword is my only connection to her. As Lu Yuni spoke, tears streamed down uncontrollably. An Luo sat beside her, letting her lean into his embrace, quietly waiting for her to release her emotions. The passing students saw this scene, their faces full of envy and jealousy, secretly thinking, what an enviable sweet couple. They really should break up soon. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuni's sobbing gradually subsided. She slightly raised her head, her eyes flickering with a confused light. What's wrong? And Luo asked with a smile. It's nothing. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head, hurriedly pulling away from An Luo's embrace. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, An Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to let it out. Here, take this. He once again handed the golden shadow sword to her. Lu Yuni solemnly took the sword, took a deep breath, and the blade suddenly unsheathed, pointing straight to the sky. Sunlight spilled onto the golden blade, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, and the chilling sharpness of the sword was heart-stopping. With this sword, that hateful rock-armored mad rhino is definitely no match for me, Lu Yuni said confidently, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. And Luo, seeing her restored fighting spirit, felt delighted. Then I'll wait for you to redeem yourself. Tomorrow, I'll go find him. You must come and watch. Lu Yuni said firmly, nodding her head. All right. Don't forget to send me a message when the time comes. I'll head back first. An Luo got up to say goodbye and left with peace of mind. Lu Yuni watched his back, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth. With the golden shadow sword hanging at her waist, she cheerfully returned to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, Shen Huayuet and Shen Huayu immediately surrounded her, looking her over with concern. Yuni, are you all right? Shen Huayuet asked anxiously. Ha? I'm fine. Lu Yuni replied cheerfully. That sword is very important to you, don't suppress yourself. Shen Huayu reminded with concern. Lu Yuni felt warmth in her heart as she looked at the sisters' concern. She immediately opened her arms and embraced them. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Having you as friends is truly my blessing. The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, smiles appearing on their faces. A few minutes later, Lu Yuni let go of them and deliberately turned to show off the golden shadow sword at her waist. Sister Yuni, why do you have two swords? Shen Huayu exclaimed. Shen Huayuet also widened her eyes. Did you go buy a sword? No, this was given to me by An Luo, Lu Yuni replied with a light laugh. The two sisters looked at each other, and in the tacit silence, admiration for An Luo was revealed. However, because this sword is too expensive, he asked me to warm his bed for a few months, Lu Yuni playfully added. And Luo, he. The two were so shocked they couldn't speak, their eyes blank. Lu Yuni couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Then, holding back her laughter, she gently patted their heads. Don't worry, I won't move out today. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving the two sisters staring at each other at the doorway. And Luo returned to the villa, just sat down, turned on the TV to relax, when his phone started buzzing. And Luo took out his phone, and as the screen lit up, it showed messages from the two sisters, Huayue and Huayu, sent simultaneously. Opening them, without exception, they all read 3 words, "You scoundrel." These 3 big words made Luo furrow his brows. What was going on? Why would they call him a scoundrel? Unable to figure it out, he decided to ask them in person tomorrow. Early the next morning, and Luo had just gotten up and finished washing up when he suddenly felt a strong surge of energy emanating from the room. He stepped out of his door and came to Yuzi's door. Through the door panel, he could even feel a piercing chill. It must be Yuzi advancing to the noble realm, the energy fluctuation is so intense, he thought to himself. Shortly after, Yuzi came downstairs, her face full of excitement. Seeing Luo, she rushed over, her face brimming with pride, and Luo, "I've advanced to the noble realm." As she spoke, 2 adorable white long ears stood upright on her head, making her look exceptionally cute. And Luo's eyes lit up, completely captivated by her ears, and he didn't catch a word of what Yuzi said. Seeing this, Yuzi waved her hand at him in confusion, trying to snap him out of it, but Luo still didn't respond. She brushed aside the hair on her forehead, suddenly lowered her head, and leaned close to Luo's forehead to check if he was sick. Their eyes met, and Luo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It wasn't until a faint fragrance wafted over that he snapped back to reality, hurriedly pushed Yuzi away, and thought to himself, a man and a woman alone, being this close, how improper. Yuzi was pushed away and felt a bit unhappy. She pouted, looking displeased, and her ears drooped as well. And Luo smiled helplessly. This little bunny really didn't know how dangerous she was. If he couldn't control the fire in his heart, she would be in trouble. Yuzi, don't get too close in the future, it could lead to trouble. And Luo said seriously. Yuzi looked at him in confusion, unable to understand why he said that. Little bunny, my words are not to be questioned, he said domineeringly, then sat on the sofa, rubbed his hands, and revealed a mischievous smile. Come here, let me touch your long ears. Yuzi was so overwhelmed by his domineering presence that her whole body trembled, and she couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel. After a brief hesitation, her face slightly flushed, she finally obediently knelt before him and extended her ears. And Luo nodded in satisfaction, grabbed her long ears, and began to touch them up and down, fiddling with them left and right, thoroughly indulging himself. After more than 10 minutes, he was finally satisfied, released her ears, and said with a smile, the texture is really nice. These long ears will only belong to me from now on. I want to touch them every day. Little bunny, remember that, okay? I remember. Yuzi weakly collapsed onto Luo's lap, her crystal clear eyes as pure as autumn water, stirring something deep within Luo's heart. At that moment, the phone in Luo's pocket suddenly rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. He held the phone in one hand while his other hand remained on Yuzi's head, reluctant to let go. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from Lu Yuni, asking him to go to the training area to see how she defeated the rock armor rhinoceros ability user. And Luo smiled slightly and replied with an okay. I'm heading out, little bunny. Go make me some food, and Luo said. Yuzi immediately stood up. I'll go upstairs first and be right back. After she finished speaking, she quickly turned around and went upstairs without any hesitation. And Luo was just about to grab the remote control to check the news when he ran into an acquaintance as soon as he stepped out the door. Mo, the son of teacher Mo Tuo. And Luo took a look and found that he was frowning and looking down, seemingly troubled by something. And Luo quickly stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Hey! The pat brought Mo back to his senses. When he saw Luo, his expression softened slightly. And Luo, long time no see. I heard you went to the combat zone for field training with 3 girls? And Luo's expression instantly froze, almost choking on those words. It was the teacher who said that, right? He asked helplessly. Hey, how did you know? Dad told me to learn from you and find a few more women. Mo said bluntly. And Luo smiled bitterly, feeling emotional. Teacher Mo Tuo is really an unorthodox guy, daring to casually say such things. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? I noticed you don't look well, seems like you have something on your mind? And Luo quickly changed the topic. Mo looked like a wilted eggplant, instantly deflated, and sighed, sigh. And Luo, my senior sister, Sword Unbeaten is coming back. As soon as she heard that Sword Unbeaten was coming back, and Luo immediately became alert, isn't it a good thing for senior sister to return? Why do you look so worried? Mo's face turned pale, and he felt a faint pain in his body, as if recalling something. She's a lunatic, a sword lunatic. Every time she comes back, she insists on sparring with me. Officially, it's to help me train, but in reality, she just wants a punching bag to beat up. And Luo, do you know my nickname at school? Imowa asked blankly. And Luo recalled what Yuzi had said to him when he first arrived at school and tentatively replied, the one who can take the most hits? Hearing this, Mo's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He pointed at Luo's nose and nodded enthusiastically, yes, yes, yes. That's the one. The reason I can take so many hits is because she beat me up since I was little. Every time I went home, she wouldn't stop until I was covered in bruises. Whenever I think about her coming back, I feel so uncomfortable, like 10,000 ants crawling all over me. And Luo looked at Mo's indignant expression and became even more curious about this senior sister, but she's the teacher's apprentice. Why doesn't the teacher stop her? I asked him, and he actually said that everything Jin Booby does is for my own good, and even told me to thank her. That biased old man. I'm his biological son. What kind of father is this? Mo's face twisted in anger, feeling utterly aggrieved. Pftin Luo couldn't help but laugh, almost losing control, but managed to stop in time. Unfortunately, the sharp-eared Moa had already heard it. He suddenly looked up and angrily stared at Anlo. Anlo, did I hear that right? You just laughed, didn't you? No, impossible. Anlo, would never be someone who takes pleasure in others' misfortune. Anlo said with a righteous expression. Listening to Anlo's defense, Moa couldn't help but doubt whether he had misheard. I might be too nervous, causing auditory hallucinations. I'll leave for now and think carefully about where in this world I can find refuge. After saying this, Moa furrowed his brows and walked away in deep thought. Anlo watched Moa's departing figure, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile, but he restrained himself with sheer willpower. He was a man of noble character and would not take pleasure in others' misfortune. Immediately, Anlo turned his head and quickly walked toward the training area. At this moment, his joy prevented him from realizing that Mo's tragic fate would eventually befall him as well. He hurried to the training area, and although it was early morning, the training area was already crowded. Most people were practicing their own secret techniques, while a few were sparring. And Luo checked one by one and finally saw Lu Yuni and her group at one of the venues. At this moment, Lu Yuni, wearing two swords, had just stepped onto the battlefield. Her opponent was still the same rock-armored berserk rhinoceros ability user. The area around the field was packed with excited spectators, all eagerly anticipating this battle. And Luo gently patted Xin Huayue and Xin Huayu on the shoulders. The two felt a sudden tension in their hearts, turned around abruptly, and upon seeing it was in Luo, they felt a bit awkward. Because yesterday, in a moment of impulsive anger, the two had sent in Luo the words "stinking scoundrel." After the fact, Lu Yuni told the two of them that in Luo asking her to warm the bed was a joke. But the message had already been sent and couldn't be retracted. So when they saw in Luo today, they both felt guilty and didn't dare to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Luo understood it was a misunderstanding. He didn't blame them but instead asked, "How is your secret technique training going?" The two were stunned, looking up at Luo's gentle gaze without a trace of blame. Their hearts trembled. Xin Huayue was the first to react. Progress is good. I feel my ability to control wind speed has significantly improved, and the range has expanded quite a bit. However, there is still some distance to advance to S-level abilities. Hearing her sister speak, Xin Huayu followed up, "After practicing Palm Immortal technique, my healing capacity has increased significantly, and my endurance has also improved. However, the technique that sacrifices one's own vitality to forcibly extend the injured person's life is not in the first level, it should be in the second or third level." After listening, Luo nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad, keep working hard. In a few days, we'll go to the combat zone again and try to gather more crystal cores so you can advance to the Transcendence realm as soon as possible." His encouragement brought joy to the two sisters' hearts, and a radiant smile unconsciously appeared on their faces. Luo looked up at Lu Yuni on the field, meeting her gaze and giving her a cheering look. Lu Yuni nodded to herself, gripped the hilt of the golden shadow sword tightly, gathered her spirits, locked her eyes on the opponent across from her, and felt her fighting spirit surge. The opponent noticed Lu Yuni wearing two swords at her waist and couldn't help but sneer. "That sword is already broken, yet you still wear it. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Isn't it heavy?" Lu Yuni snorted coldly and ignored the other party. Swish! She drew the golden shadow sword from its sheath in one swift motion, pointing it at her opponent. The blade shimmered with golden light, its edge radiating brilliance, clearly far superior in sharpness compared to the sword from yesterday. Even so, the rock armor rhinoceros ability user still did not take Lu Yuni seriously. Because this kind of ability user with ridiculously high defense is like a tough bone to chew for sword-type ability users. As long as they make good use of their own advantages, sword-type ability users will find it very hard to break through their defense. You think you can beat me with a broken sword? Don't be like yesterday, where you slashed at me and ended up breaking your sword on my body. Lu Yuni's gaze turned slightly cold, her aura even stronger than before. Come and fight. Take this move. See split. Lu Yuni tightly gripped the golden shadow sword, her eyes flashing with golden light. She suddenly swung forward, unleashing an incredibly powerful sword energy. As the sword energy swept through, it left a deep trench on the ground, splitting the battlefield in two. The Esper of the rock armor Mad Rhino was shocked upon seeing this, but he sneered. He was absolutely confident in his defensive capabilities, believing that among Espers of the same level, blade and sword attacks could never break through his defenses. Thus, he raised his arms covered in hard rock armor, confidently blocking in front of himself. The sword energy tore through the sky, its roaring sound deafening. Boom! The sword energy struck his armor, producing a loud explosion as dust and smoke filled the air. The onlookers instinctively stepped back a few paces. The power of this move, see split, was indeed formidable. Luo squinted his eyes and observed Lu Yuni's condition through the smoke. Her gaze was resolute, she was panting heavily, and sweat was streaming down her cheeks. Clearly, the power of this strike had taken a significant toll on her as well. As the dust settled, everyone was stunned. On the armor of the rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros, Lu Yuni's sword had left alone. Gash, with blood slowly seeping out. Lu Yuni's lips curled slightly upward, evidently quite satisfied with the power of this strike. The rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros widened its eyes, feeling the pain in its arm with disbelief. How could a blade-wielding ability user of the same level break through his defense? Seeing her opponent momentarily stunned, Lu Yuni immediately seized the opportunity, powered her legs, and swiftly charged toward the rock-armored frenzied rhinoceros. The opponent snapped out of it, quickly adjusted his mindset, raised his fist, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Stone wall. Instantly, a dirt-yellow stone wall rose from the ground, blocking his front. Lu Yuni leapt up, standing on the solid rock wall, and swung her sword with all her might, slashing toward her opponent's shoulder. The rock-armored Mad Rhino's eyes widened as the blade approached, and it immediately roared, raising its fist to counterattack. The fist collided with the blade, sparks flying everywhere. SSS whoosh boom. The rock-armored Mad Rhino used all its strength in a punch, directly sending Lu Yuni flying. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, placing her sword in front of her, or else this punch would have caused serious injury. She flipped twice and a half in midair, landing steadily, her sharp gaze like an eagle's eye fixed on the rock-armored Mad Rhino, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. The rock-armored Mad Rhino stood in place, its expression serious, looking at Lu Yuni, finally acknowledging this opponent in its heart. Yesterday's battle, it hadn't taken her seriously at all, confident that she couldn't break through its defense. Only today did it realize Lu Yuni's true strength. I, Hien, acknowledge you. Lu Yuni heard this sentence, her expression remained unchanged. What she wanted was not just recognition. Stop talking nonsense. Continue the fight. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward again. Hien let out a loud roar and charged forward, the ground trembling under his power. Lu Yuni leapt lightly into the air, arriving above Hien. Hien thought she was going to use yesterday's tactic again and quickly protected his head, not realizing this was exactly what Lu Yuni had planned. A smile curved at the corner of her mouth as she gripped her sword with both hands, a flash of cold light. Void slash, she shouted, the sword light like a crescent moon, slashing down fiercely. Boom! The powerful slash exploded on Hien's arm, instantly splattering blood. Lu Yuni performed several flips and landed steadily, but she was so weakened that she could barely stand, having to plant her sword into the ground to support herself. Hien stood motionless like a sculpture. Suddenly, his arm sprayed bright red blood, gushing uncontrollably. Lu Yuni's target was not his face but the arm she had previously slashed. The wound kept expanding, blood flowed continuously, and Hien's face gradually turned pale. Eventually, he collapsed weakly, his powers disappeared, and he returned to normal. Lu Yuni sheathed the golden shadow sword and turned to look at Shin Huayu. The tacit understanding between the two required no words. Shin Huayu hurried forward and used his healing ability to treat the unconscious Hien. After all, causing a fatality in the training area was no small matter. With Shin Huayu's treatment, Hien's wound gradually healed, and the bleeding stopped. He woke up groggily, his lips still pale, clearly indicating he hadn't replenished his blood yet. Seeing him awake, Lu Yuni immediately stepped forward. Seeing her concerned expression, He Yan smiled, but her next words froze his smile. He Yan, apologize to my sword. Lu Yuni took out the broken sword, holding it in her hand, her gaze resolute as she looked at him. He Yan's bitter smile appeared. Auntie, you were the one who slashed at my face yourself. How is it my fault that it broke? It's just a sword. I'll compensate you with another one, won't that do? Lu Yuni snorted coldly and said angrily, do you think this is just a sword? This is the last thing my missing sister bought for me, and it holds great significance to me. Yet you broke it like this, shouldn't you apologize? Upon hearing this, He Yan finally understood the importance of the sword to her. Alright, I apologize. I shouldn't have broken it. Are you satisfied now? Lu Yuni beamed with a smile, nodded in satisfaction, and then hung the broken sword back at her waist. Alright, let's go, Huayu. Shin Huayu was just about to get up when He Yan hurriedly shouted, wait a moment. Lu Yuni and Shin Huayu simultaneously looked at He Yan in confusion. Do you have something else? Lu Yuni asked with a frown. He Yan felt a bit embarrassed, but his gaze kept drifting toward Shin Huayu. From the moment he woke up, he was deeply captivated by the girl who had been taking care of him with such devotion. He couldn't help but marvel in his heart, what a gentle angel. Miss, may I ask if you have a boyfriend? He Yan asked expectantly. Shin Huayu was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, turning to give Lu Yuni a glare, her lips slightly curved upward. Her expression seemed to say, you tried to help me heal, but instead caused trouble. Lu Yuni couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness, signaling to Shin Huayu, you handle this yourself. Shin Huayu furrowed her brows, her gaze unintentionally falling on Luo outside the scene, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Sorry, I have a boyfriend, and it's that person. She pointed in Luo's direction, her tone relaxed. He Yan was stunned and followed Shin Huayu's finger to look over. When he saw Luo's face clearly, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Him? But isn't he her boyfriend? He pointed at Lu Yuni, utterly puzzled. Yes, he's too outstanding, so we decided to share him. This way, we can prevent other women from interfering, Shin Huayu said with a carefree smile. These words were like waves crashing against the shore, shaking He Yan's soul. Lu Yuni was also stunned, constantly pondering, was Shin Huayu joking, or was she serious? He Yan's expression instantly lost its luster. His lips trembled as he struggled to lift his head and ask, why? What does he have? What makes him worth you doing this? Shin Huayu thought for a few seconds, then blurted out, he's handsome, he's strong, and he has great stamina. The last compliment was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at He Yan's chest, leaving him almost unable to breathe. He clutched his chest and finally fell backward helplessly. Lu Yuni and Shin Huayu exchanged a glance, then turned and left. After all, his sword wound had healed, and if he suffered heartache again, it would have nothing to do with them. A beautiful fight. And Luo looked at Lu Yuni and praised her with a bright smile. Thanks to that book, The Unbeatable Sword Technique, and this golden shadow sword, I was able to break his defense, Lu Yuni said excitedly. Split the earth, divide the sea, sever the void, are these 3 moves all from the Unbeatable Sword Technique? Shin Huayu asked curiously. Yes, although I've learned them, my ability level is too low to unleash their true power, Lu Yuni said with some frustration. Let's go to the combat zone again in a few days and gather more crystal cores to help you level up faster, and Luo suggested. Alright. Finally, it's time to set off again. Shin Huayu responded excitedly. Prepare well over the next few days, bring plenty of supplies, and plan to stay for at least 10 days to half a month, and Luo advised. Got it, the 3 replied in unison. Just as the 4 were about to leave, they suddenly heard a voice from behind Luo. You must be Luo, right? Luo was startled and turned around to look. In front of him stood a stranger. This man was handsome, well-proportioned, with slightly long black hair, fair skin, and dressed in a white and blue jacket and trousers. Who are you? Have we met before? And Luo asked with a frown. Hello, my name is Reneo. We haven't met, but I know you. After all, you're quite famous. Reneo extended his hand. Seeing the other party's politeness, Luo reached out and shook his hand. Hello, is there something you need? Reneo chuckled lightly, then his expression turned serious and he firmly said, I want to challenge you. Oh? And Luo was utterly confused, not understanding why he wanted to challenge her. I never fight with the weak. If you want me to accept your challenge, show your strength to prove it, and Luo responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Reneo immediately unleashed the aura of the 5th stage of the Transcendent Realm, pressing toward Luo like ocean waves. Luo felt the aura and began to develop some interest in the challenge. Not bad, with your strength, you should be able to rank in the top 10 of the school, he analyzed. Ren Ao, hearing this, said proudly, I am Ren Ao, ranked 6th in the school, with an SS level ability, the Proud Giant Whale, ability level Transcendent Realm 5th stage. Luo, dare to spar with me? Shin Huayu and the other two fell into deep thought after hearing this, curious about the challenger's motives. And Luo also became interested, and since there was still some time before lunch, he said, alright, I accept your challenge. Alright, follow me, let's go to the ranked battle zone. This area is too small to fully showcase our skills. Ren Ao gestured for Luo to follow. The four followed closely behind and soon arrived at the ranked battle zone. There were multiple large combat arenas here, each covering an area of 1,000 square meters, enough for them to fully unleash their abilities. The group arrived at the front desk of the ranked battle zone, where a familiar bionic robot was waiting ahead. I am Ren Ao, and I want to challenge Luo, Ren Ao said confidently. The robot looked down to check the information and then announced, third-year student, Ren Ao, ranked 6th in the battle zone, first-year student, and Luo, unranked in the battle zone. Third-year student Ren Ao, please consider carefully. Your opponent's ranking is not higher than yours, initiating this battle will bring you no benefit. I won't consider. I will directly challenge Luo, Ren Ao said decisively. Ding dong. The challenge has been issued. And Luo, please step forward and choose to either reject or accept the challenge. Accept the challenge. And Luo stepped forward without hesitation. Ding dong. And Luo has accepted the challenge. The ranking battle is established. Both parties, please immediately enter battle zone number 1. Since one of the combatants is ranked in the top 10, this battle will be broadcast live and displayed on screens throughout the campus. Both sides are requested to take this battle seriously. As soon as the robot finished speaking, the mechanical door leading to Zone 1 slowly opened, and the previously black screen on the wall immediately displayed a clear image of Zone 1. Let's go, Luo. Ren Ao waved his hand, signaling Luo to follow him into Zone 1. I'm going in. Luo shouted with a smile toward Shin Huaiyue and the other two. The three were full of confidence in Luo's strength. After all, he was someone who could slay a level 6 beast underwater. Facing an ability user of the same level, Luo should easily win. And Luo, after this battle, you'll be famous across the campus. Shin Huaiyue pointed at the live broadcast on the wall, smiling brightly. Go, Luo bro. Shin Huayu cheered excitedly. And Luo, stay safe and don't let your guard down, Lu Yuni said with concern in her eyes. Thank you for your support, I'm heading in now. And Luo smiled and waved, stepping resolutely toward the passage leading to Zone 1 of the battlefield. Ren Ao led the way, with Luo following closely behind, as a fighting spirit quietly rose between them. By the way, why did you challenge me? And Luo suddenly asked curiously. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Ren Ao glanced back slightly, his gaze firm. Unknowingly, they had already stepped into the vast number 1 battle zone. On the live broadcast screen, the figures of the two appeared simultaneously. In front of the live screen scattered across the school, the audience held their breath and stared intently at the top 10 battles, anticipation filling the air. Ren Ao exerted force with his foot and suddenly leaped, flying toward the opposite half of the field. And Luo looked at his SS level ability Ao Lai Giant Whale and became even more curious. Ren Ao steadied his posture and stared seriously at Luo. A few mysterious blue streaks appeared on his forehead, and white light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a layer of water vapor emanated around Ren Ao, and thick fog gradually spread. The entire number 1 battle zone was instantly covered in dense mist, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. And Luo could no longer see Ren Ao's figure. At that moment, a pair of giant eyes emitting blue light suddenly appeared in the thick fog, causing Luo's heartbeat to accelerate. He smelled the salty scent of seawater and heard the whispers of waves in his ears. Before he could react, a massive wave tens of meters high suddenly surged, blocking out the sky and sun. And Luo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The spectators watching the scene were also stunned into silence by the breathtaking sight. Is this the strength of the top 10? It feels like he's from another dimension. Ren Ao was originally ranked 7th, but due to the sudden disappearance of Song Xunyan, who was ranked 5th, he moved up to 6th. I heard the Rin family has an unusual background? Of course, the Rin family once had an SSS level ability user in their ancestry, their genes are powerful. Amidst the towering waves, a blue giant eye flickered with an unknown light, staring intently at Luo. Luo revealed a faint smile and thought to himself, this is what a real battle looks like. Come and fight. Luo shouted to the sky. As the voice fell, a massive wave, like a collapsing wall, surged toward the tiny figure of Luo. and Luo quickly enveloped himself in a layer of elastic shield to avoid being submerged and charged straight into the giant wave. The raging waves roared, the ground trembled violently, seawater surged in all directions, and the entire battlefield instantly turned into an ocean. Amid the turbulent waves, and Luo's eyes searched everywhere, looking for those giant eyes. Suddenly, a massive blue whale shot out from beneath Luo's feet, its tail slamming down fiercely. Luo hurriedly shielded himself with his arms, but despite the protection of the elastic shield, he was still sent flying and crashed hard against the outer wall. Although the damage was minor, the humiliation was immense. At this moment, Anton's voice echoed in his mind, and Luo, he can merge into the water, which is why you can't find him. And Luo's lips twitched, feeling displeased. Forget it, since it can't be found, then don't look for it. He suddenly charged forward, leaping out of the water and arriving at the center of the battlefield. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he raised his right fist, which emitted vibrating energy. Take this move of mine. Gravity Shock Fist. And Luo swung his fist downward, the purple gravitational energy mixed with white shock force, crashing down like a meteor. Boom! The massive shockwave caused the sea to churn, and the powerful gravitational energy compressed the water surface into a hollow. This is not over yet. Two streams of energy continued to surge into the ground, and with a loud boom, the ground shattered, forming a large pit with a diameter of dozens of meters. The surrounding seawater instantly rushed in. And Luo took the opportunity to observe carefully and finally discovered a mass of solidified seawater. A smile appeared on his face. Trying to ambush me? I'll drain all your water and see how you move now. Ren'Ao never expected Luo to act so unpredictably, using such a method to force him to reveal himself. And Luo waved his hand, and immense gravity instantly pressed down on Ren'Ao, making his movements extremely difficult. Unexpectedly, Ren'Ao suddenly opened his mouth, forming a massive vortex that drew in the surrounding seawater with powerful suction. And Luo was suddenly pulled by this unexpected suction force, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mischievous smile. Like to suck? Then I'll let you suck to your heart's content. His body began to emit black smoke. He raised his hand, and the power of darkness gathered in his palm, dark water. As the words dark water escaped his lips, streams of dark water gushed from Luo's hand, which Ren'Ao absorbed without a care. Watching this scene, Luo secretly felt pleased. Let's see how you deal with this. Sure enough, before long, Ren'Ao's movements began to stiffen. He felt as if something was churning in his stomach, and even his superpowered body started to falter. What's going on? Ren'Ao's massive whale body suddenly shrank rapidly within seconds. Watching it turn into a small whale just a few meters long, Ren'Ao's pupils dilated sharply, his heart filled with shock. What kind of power is this, capable of weakening my abilities and making me lose control? Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but laugh. Ren'Ao, you're indeed troublesome in the water, where I can't see you. But as long as I force you to reveal your true form, you pose no threat at all. Ren'Ao looked up, his face showing unwillingness, but he had to admit the truth in Luo's words. Once he left the water, he was powerless to resist. And Luo's abilities were diverse and unpredictable, leaving him completely unable to figure out her trump card. Give up, Ren'Ao, and Luo said seriously, the gap between us is too big. You have no chance of defeating me. Never. I still have the strength for one last fight. Ren'Ao roared, his eyes flashing coldly. The surrounding seawater, under his control, quickly gathered into a massive water dragon and charged toward Luo. And Luo shook his head helplessly. With a thought, gravitational energy instantly enveloped the water dragon. The dragon abruptly froze in mid-air, as if tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Then, with a forceful squeeze, the water dragon was crushed under the pressure of gravity, exploding into countless droplets that scattered in all directions. Ren'Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo's calm face, a deep sense of defeat surging within him. His all-out attack had vanished without even touching the hem of Luo's clothes. It's over. And Luo said indifferently, slowly extending his finger and gently flicking it, followed by a thunderous roar. The invisible air cannon suddenly struck Ren'Ao, and the immense force sent him plunging straight into the seabed. The audience was all dumbfounded. This battle was a complete domination. And Luo effortlessly crushed the 6th-ranked Ren'Ao without a scratch, all while wearing a faint smile on his face. The ranking battle is over, the system's voice announced. Ren'Ao has lost combat capability. The winner is Luo. Ren'Ao's rank automatically drops to 7th, while Luo takes his place as 6th. Zone 1 detected, currently excessive water levels, initiating drainage. Nearby, drainage holes opened one after another, and seawater rapidly flowed away under the massive drainage outlets, revealing Ren'Ao, who had returned to human form. And Luo slowly descended and stood beside Ren Ao. Ren Ao, can you tell me now why you wanted to challenge me? Ren Ao gasped for breath, looked up at Luo, and said with a bitter smile, it was the head of our Ren family who insisted that I build a good relationship with you. To be honest, at first, I was quite unconvinced by you. You're just a bit more handsome than me, your abilities are slightly stronger than mine, and you have more of them, but I thought you might not necessarily be better than me. So I challenged you to show the family head how I could defeat you. But as it turns out, I was wrong. You are truly strong. In front of you, I don't stand a chance. I admit defeat. And Luo smiled. Ren Ao, remember, if someone is more handsome than you, has stronger abilities than you, and has more abilities than you, then they are indeed better than you. He patted Ren Ao on the shoulder. Goodbye. At that moment, Ren Ao suddenly spoke, and Luo, can I be your follower? And Luo was stunned, not expecting him to have such an unconventional thought. Sorry, I don't need one, he decisively refused and turned to leave. Ren Ao was dumbfounded, not expecting to be rejected so straightforwardly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Walking out of the number 1 battle zone, Shin Huayue and the other two had faint smiles on their faces. They had long anticipated and Luo's victory and felt no worry. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. And Luo smiled and waved, signaling the three to follow. After the meal, Luo bought some fruits and snacks and shared them with them. Back at the villa, he saw Yuzi's busy figure and nodded to himself. He hoped to gain an ability to cooperate with Yuzi this time. Yuzi, I bought you fruits and snacks, they're on the table. Remember to take them back to your room. And Luo shouted loudly. Yuzi looked up and nodded happily. After returning to his room, Luo took out his phone to search for information about Jian Bubi. But to his surprise, Jian Bubi's information was completely unknown online, not even a photo or gender. It's really strange, the top student of a famous university doesn't have any information at all, and Luo wondered to himself. He had a sudden idea and searched for information about Moa. Unlike the mystery surrounding Sword Invincible, Moa's information was very comprehensive online, including details about his parents and sisters. And Luo felt a surge of doubt in his heart. Moa's information is so abundant, yet Sword Invincible is completely blank. Could this person really exist? Meanwhile, in a certain place on the exotic beast continent, a golden giant ape emitting the aura of a level 7 exotic beast stared blankly at the tiny human girl beneath its feet. Surrounding it were the corpses of giant apes, ranging from level 5 to level 6, all in a gruesome state of death. The golden level 7 giant ape's legs went weak, retreating in fear, and it spoke in human language. Who are you? Someone who uses a sword. The girl thought for a moment and replied. Are you kidding me? Before the giant ape finished speaking, it immediately turned and ran away, using both its hands and feet. The girl did not chase after it but simply gazed faintly at the fleeing figure of the ape, gripping the sword in her hand tightly and murmuring, I desire to sever the void. A dazzling sword light tore through the sky, emitting a piercing sword hum wherever it passed. The ground was carved with a deep trench by the sword energy, which surged straight toward the golden giant ape. Swish! The sword energy pierced through the golden giant ape's body, causing its movements to suddenly freeze. Its pupils dilated as it looked down at its body. A sword energy scar could be seen extending from the top of its head down to its crotch, and blood was already slowly seeping out. Following that, there was a squelching sound. The golden giant ape's body instantly split into two halves from the top of its head, each falling to opposite sides. The girl saw this scene without a trace of surprise. Suddenly leaping into the air, she landed beside the golden giant ape's corpse and dug out its level 7 crystal core. It's time to go back, the girl murmured softly. The next morning, Luo was feeling very comfortable at this moment because the breakfast Yuzi made today was very much to his taste. As a reward, he vigorously stroked Yuzi's long ears for quite a while. This made Yuzi's face blush, her legs clenched tightly, and she went upstairs to change her clothes. At that moment, Luo's phone rang. Luo took out his phone and saw that it was a message from his teacher, Moto. It said that his senior sister, Jian Bubi, had returned and asked him to come over. Was he finally going to meet that mysterious senior sister? Quickly finished the meal and immediately headed to the principal's office. Arriving at the door of the principal's office, Luo knocked on the door. Teacher, I'm here. Oh, Xiao Luo, come in. Moto's voice sounded. Luo pushed the door open and immediately saw the girl sitting on the sofa. The girl's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, making people afraid to meet her eyes. Her overall attire was primarily platinum-colored, with a platinum top and platinum pants, and there were some bloodstains on her clothes. She wore a white sword at her waist, which looked extremely valuable. This must be the mysterious senior sister, Sword Invincible. When the girl saw Luo, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes, followed by extreme disbelief. But in just an instant, she suppressed all these emotions. "Hello, senior sister Sword. My name is Luo." Luo stepped forward and greeted with a smile. When the name Luo was mentioned, Jian Bubi was momentarily dazed, and a trace of inexplicable loss flashed in his eyes. "Didn't recognize it, huh?" Moto noticed Jian Bubi was stunned and felt a bit puzzled. This disciple of his had always been very calm and had never shown such an expression before. Luo saw that Jian Bubi was just looking at him but completely ignoring him, which left him a bit at a loss. "Senior sister Jian? What's wrong?" Jian Bubi was startled by Luo's question and suddenly snapped back to reality. "It's nothing, I just got back and feel a bit tired." Jian Bubi waved her hand and said with a light smile. Moto saw the smile on Sword Invincible's face, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This disciple of his had never given a smile to a stranger. This was the first time meeting Luo, and he actually smiled. Truly amazing. Could it be because of Luo's appearance? Thinking of this, Moto looked up at Anlo. After a few seconds, he nodded slightly, then shook his head. Although Anlo's appearance does indeed conform to mainstream aesthetics. But his apprentice has absolutely no interest in handsome men, his mind is filled only with swords, without any unnecessary distractions. After thinking it over, there is only one possibility. It must be to give him, as a teacher, some face, which is why he smiled at Luo. After all, if the two of them don't get along, wouldn't it be difficult for him as their teacher? Looking at it this way, his eldest disciple has truly grown up and even knows how to be considerate of his teacher. Moto's self-indulgent imagination moved him deeply. But obviously, Jian Bubi revealed a smile, which had nothing to do with him. "And Luo, right? Come and sit." Jian Bubi smiled and patted the seat beside her, signaling Luo to come over and sit. Faced with senior sister Jian Bubi's friendly gesture, Luo did not hesitate for a moment and directly stepped forward to sit beside her. Seeing this scene, Moto was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Just because Jian Bubi never lost, she had never let any man get so close to her, not even her teacher. "What's going on? Am I dreaming?" Luo seems a bit distant. "How about I call you Xiao Luo from now on?" Jian Bubi looked at Luo and asked with a smile. "Sure, senior sister Jian can call me whatever she likes." Luo responded with a smile. Moto's eyes widened, staring at his two disciples, suddenly feeling like he had become an outsider. "Hey, you two, leaving me, your teacher, aside, is that appropriate?" Moto said, blowing his beard and glaring. "Oh, sorry, teacher, I forgot you were still here," Sword Invincible said, putting away his smile and speaking indifferently. Seeing Sword Invincible's indifferent demeanor, Moto immediately clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, but dared not say much more. Luo saw this situation and felt a bit puzzled. What a strange teacher-student relationship. The teacher seems to have no way to deal with Sword's senior sister. Why is that? Sword Invincible snorted coldly at the sight, completely unmoved by Moto's sadness. Turning his head to look at Luo, he instantly became all smiles. "Xiao Luo, I came in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gifts for you. Take this crystal core." Jian Bubi said this as he took out a crystal core and handed it to Luo. It was only when Luo received it that he realized it was actually a level 7 crystal core. 7-level crystal core. No, Sword senior sister, I can't accept this. This crystal core is too precious, you should keep it for yourself. Luo said, trying to return the crystal core in his hand to Jian Bubi. "Hey! Xiao Luo, not listening, huh? I told you to take it, so just take it and stop giving me nonsense." Jian Bubi pouted, pretending to be angry, and forced Luo to accept the crystal core. Luo quickly put the crystal core away upon seeing this. Since senior sister said so, if he still refused to accept it, it would be too disrespectful to her. "Thank you, senior sister, for giving me the crystal core." Luo said sincerely. "No need to be polite with me," Sword Unbeaten said with a light smile. Looking at the smile on Sword Unbeaten's face, Luo could only feel that this kid, never spoke the truth. Such a gentle and considerate senior sister, yet he was so afraid of her. At this moment, the principal's office door opened. A few people turned their heads to look, and the massive figure resembling Moto was deeply memorable. It was unmistakably Moa. Moa pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he saw Sword Invincible on the sofa, he trembled like a mouse seeing a cat, but still forced himself to muster some courage. "Sister Invincible, welcome back," Moa said respectfully with a flattering smile as he stepped forward. Ninth stage of the transcendent realm, still haven't broken through to the skywalking realm. It seems that without me by your side, you've been slacking off again. Sword Unbeaten instantly revealed Mo's ability level and noticed that Mo hadn't been training properly. Upon hearing this, Mo quickly looked at his dad, Mo, hoping Mo would save him. Mo sought his son's pleading gaze but showed no reaction at all. Obviously, he also thought Mo had been slacking off in his training and needed to be properly disciplined. Seeing his father so incompetent, Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, full of disdain in his heart. Then, he turned to Enluo, full of expectation, hoping Enluo could help him out. Enluo noticed the situation and felt a bit troubled, but still tentatively asked, Sword Senior Sister, I have a question. Could you help me with it? Jin Bubi listened and immediately smiled at Enluo. What question? Tell me about it. Mo saw that Enluo's move was indeed effective, felt deeply grateful, and his eyes were full of approval. Enluo gathered his courage and asked the question that had been on his mind. I can find a lot of people's information online, so why can't I find any details about you? Jin Bubi was momentarily stunned, then smiled mysteriously and raised his index finger to his lips. Sure, that's a secret. A secret? Enluo was dumbfounded and immediately turned to his teacher Mo. Mo looked calm, evidently aware of the situation, while Mo was utterly confused and had no idea what was going on. Alright, since it's a secret, I won't ask. Enluo said helplessly. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, shall Luo take me back? Jin Bubi looked at Enluo expectantly, waiting for his response. Okay, I'll take you back. Enluo immediately stood up and followed Jin Bubi. Teacher, Mo, we're leaving now, bye. After saying goodbye, Enluo quickly caught up with Jin Bubi, leaving Moto and Moa, the father and son, sitting in place, looking at each other in confusion. Dad, what happened to Sister Unbeatable? Moa asked in confusion. You're asking me? I don't get it either, I'm completely baffled. Moto rolled his eyes at his son helplessly, feeling irritated. She's never been so close to any man before. Could it be, because Anlo was her junior disciple? She wants to portray the image of a gentle senior sister? Moa began to analyze. Stop guessing. Even I, as her teacher, can't see through her. You don't need to worry about it. Hurry up and cultivate, break through to the skywalking realm as soon as possible. When that time comes. Moto stopped halfway, making Moa feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? What will happen when I break through to the skywalking realm? Tell me quickly. Moa asked eagerly. Not saying. If you want to know, hurry up and break through. Moto waved his hand, signaling Moa to go cultivate. Moa helplessly scratched his head, finding this half-concealing attitude the most annoying. Enluo escorted Jin Bubi to her villa, which was not far from his own. Enluo's villa was number 66, while Jin Bubi's was number 63, just a few steps away. Thank you, Xiao Luo, I'll head back now. Jin Bubi gave a playful smile, gently patted Enluo's head, and then softly ruffled his hair. Enluo watched as senior sister Jin left, and a strange feeling suddenly flashed through his heart, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But the feeling quickly faded, and he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, how could I possibly forget a girl as beautiful and charming as her? With a subtle feeling in his heart, Enluo took one last look at the villa before turning to leave. Jin Bubi pulled aside the curtain, gazing at Enluo's back with an increasingly intense smile. I didn't expect him to change so much, but no matter how you change, you still can't escape my eyes. In the room behind her, the walls were covered with various paintings. Color paintings, sketches, pencil drawings, without exception, all depicted the same boy. The boy clenched his fists with tears in his eyes, looking at the girl opposite him, his mouth slightly open as if saying something. Jin Bubi approached, her gaze dreamy, quietly staring at these paintings. Suddenly, she raised her hand and gently placed it on the crying boy's head, her face softening into a smile as she softly said, Don't cry, I'm back again. Enluo returned to the villa, rushed upstairs quickly, and Yuzi, who was cleaning, looked puzzled. After closing the door, Enluo took out the level 7 crystal core and unhesitatingly summoned the demon fruit tree, feeding it the crystal core. The demon fruit tree absorbed the energy of the level 7 crystal core and soon bore an ice blue demon fruit. Frozen fruit! Enluo shouted to the sky, overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. The ice fruit is Kuzan's devil fruit in one piece, granting the ability to transform into ice and generate cold air. When fully developed, it can permanently alter geology and weather. Enluo trembled as he picked the ice fruit, holding it in his palm and feeling its icy touch. He sighed with emotion, heaven has eyes, it finally gave me a true Logia-type fruit. While the dark fruit also belongs to the Logia category, it cannot truly transform into elements, making it significantly different from genuine Logio-type fruits. Then, Luo lowered his head and took bite after bite of the ice fruit. Its taste was somewhat like frozen cantaloupe. Shortly after, the energy of the ice fruit began to erupt within him. After a period of training, Luo had already advanced from the third stage of the transcendent realm to the fourth stage. The energy of the ice fruit propelled him directly to the sixth stage. After the ability level stabilized, Luo looked down at the hand, emitting a cold chill. With a gentle wave, the room was instantly covered with a thin layer of frost, crystal clear. Seeing this scene, Luo fell into deep thought. The power of freezing might be very suitable for Yuzi's Moonlight Rabbit. During lunch, Luo glanced at Yuzi beside him and gestured for her to sit down. Unexpectedly, Yuzi misunderstood, her cheeks slightly red, thinking Luo wanted to touch her ears. She immediately conjured a pair of long ears, ready to kneel beside him. Seeing this, Luo quickly stopped her. Hey, that's not what I meant. I was asking you to sit down. There's something important I need to discuss with you. Yuzi's body stiffened, and she pretended to be calm as she sat on the chair, quietly watching Luo and waiting for what was to come. Yuzi, can your ability, Moonlight Rabbit, work in conjunction with freezing power? Luo asked. Yuzi was stunned for a moment, then frowned. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said, the book I practice, Frost Moonblossom Sutra, contains some techniques related to freezing. It should be possible to coordinate. After hearing this, Luo smiled and nodded, silently pondering in his heart. Yuzi, I can give you a power comparable to SSS level freezing ability. Luo's voice was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. However, this sentence stirred up a storm in Yuzi's heart. Being able to grant others SSS level abilities is simply a mythical power. She looked at Luo's calm and composed face, her hands trembling uncontrollably, but she forced herself to calm down. After all, signing the contract is almost like selling oneself. She would become Luo's personal property, at his disposal. Is this really what she wanted? I need to think carefully, please give me some time, Yuzi said seriously. Luo nodded, indicating understanding, and gave her space to think. After dinner, Yuzi still hadn't made a decision. Luo did not rush her, he would respect her choice. Early in the morning, Luo got up and began organizing his gear. He had already arranged with Xin Huayue and the other two to set out today for the combat zone to hunt for crystal cores. On his way downstairs, he happened to encounter Yuzi, who was frowning deeply. She was clearly still troubled. Don't rush, think it through before you speak. I'll be away for a few days, and you can tell me your decision when I return, Luo said softly to comfort her. Yuzi nodded, feeling slightly reassured. Watching Luo's departing figure, she couldn't help but sigh. If only Luo were a bit more assertive, I wouldn't hesitate. The four of them, fully armed, arrived at the combat zone. After registering their information, they casually found a space gate and stepped through. A flash of white light passed, and they appeared in a forest. The sound of waves echoed in their ears, and the air was filled with a salty, fishy smell. There are sounds of waves here, it seems we have arrived at the seaside, Luo said to the other three. That's great. Let's go see the sea, the scenery must be stunning. Xin Huayu suggested excitedly. Luo, what do you think? Xin Huayue asked, as he was the team leader. Enjoying the sea view sounds good, and we can also scout for any exotic beasts in the water, Luo responded with a smile. The sound is coming from that direction, follow me. Lu Yuni pointed to a spot and said. The four walked toward the seaside, completely unaware of a pair of sinister eyes in the nearby bushes, watching them cruelly. Passing through the dense bushes, they finally arrived at the beach. The vastness of the sea greeted them, instantly lifting their spirits. The salty sea breeze, so pleasant. Xin Huayu closed his eyes, enjoying the moment of comfort. I'll go up and take a look at the surroundings, Luo said, then spread his wings and soared high, overlooking the area. But for some reason, his expression suddenly became serious. Quickly descending, he conveyed his discovery to the other three. We were wrong. This isn't a forest, it's a massive island. The three were stunned and asked in unison, an island? Then how do we find the exotic beast? Do we go into the sea? Luo, how about we go back and look for another space gate? Lu Yuni suggested. Luo gazed at the small pit on the beach, shook his head, and pondered. Today, let's explore this island first and decide tonight. The three of them had doubts but didn't say much. The four of them continued along the beach, encountering a few exotic beasts living in the sea along the way. However, since their levels were low, Luo did not take action. Until they saw another island in the distance, everyone instantly perked up. Another island? It looks quite big. Xin Huayue said excitedly. If we don't find anything today, We'll go check it out tomorrow, and Luo said firmly. At this moment, a black object on the distant beach caught the attention of the four. Running quickly over, they discovered a large backpack that seemed to have been discarded not long ago, with supplies inside that had not yet spoiled. Luo opened the backpack and saw a dried bloodstain on the strap. Clearly, the owner of this backpack likely met with misfortune. However, as to why misfortune occurred, the four of them were completely baffled. If it was a beast attack, why are there no bite marks on the backpack? On this deserted island, could there be other dangers? Let's divide the supplies in the backpack. No one wants them anyway, and Luo said to the three people behind him. The three immediately stepped forward, and the four divided the supplies, leaving the backpack abandoned on the spot. Unknowingly, a day had passed, and the four hadn't hunted even a single crystal core. After setting up the tent, they sat around on the beach with a bonfire lit in front of them. As night deepened, the bright moon hung high, and its pristine light spilled over the dark sea, as if awakening something dormant. And Luo's gaze remained fixed on the sea until Intong's voice echoed in his mind, "Something is coming up from the bottom of the sea." And Luo's face instantly lit up with joy. It turned out he was right. Prepare for battle. He stood up excitedly and shouted to the other three. The three were stunned for a moment, then immediately assumed combat stances and looked toward the horizon. As pairs of blue eyes rose from the sea, the four finally understood why Luo had waited until night. He had already anticipated that strange beasts would come ashore at night. When the owners of those blue eyes gradually approached the beach, the four finally saw the true appearance of the strange beasts. A group of crab-like exotic beasts, clad in red armor, wielding one large and one small claw, greedily staring at the four people. These crab-like exotic beasts are at least level 3, with the highest reaching level 4, and no level 5 has been seen so far. Upon seeing this, Luo immediately shouted, "Perfect timing!" Cold energy surged out from his body as he waved his hands and roared, "Ice Age!" And Luo suddenly unleashed a chill, and the power of the Ice Age surged like a tide, sweeping through with bone-chilling winds, directly targeting these crab-like beasts. In an instant, the beasts seemed to be frozen in place, their entire bodies encased in ice, unable to move. The other three were stunned by Luo's abilities, their eyes wide and mouths agape, wondering, just how many secret weapons does Luo have? Go now! And Luo commanded, quickly pulling the three out of their shock. Yes! The three responded in unison, their morale soaring. Split the sea. Storm tornado. Stamina recovery. They each used their skills to attack the alien beast. Unfortunately, the defense of the level 4 alien beast was simply too strong. Even though Luo froze them, the three still found it difficult to break through the defenses. There's no way, such a powerful existence is absolutely not something they can deal with. Luo thought to herself, then leapt up, purple light flickering, and roared, "Gravity field!" In an instant, purple light burst forth in the sky, and the powerful pressure crushed these level 4 beasts into pulp. Luo's strength could rival that of level 6 beasts, making level 4 beasts no match at all. Soon, the beasts attempting to rush ashore were all killed one by one. At this moment, a person hidden in the shadows was dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Luo and her companions. Just as the four were gleefully digging for crystal cores, another wave of crab-like beasts emerged from the sea, their numbers even more astonishing. There were hundreds of them. Cheer up! The next wave is coming. Tonight is destined to be a bountiful night. Luo said excitedly. Yes. The other three also showed joyful expressions, unexpectedly gaining such a harvest on this isolated island. These exotic beasts, though numerous, don't seem to have a level 5 beast leading them. Perhaps due to their low potential, they can only reach level 4 at most. Unknowingly, the beach was already littered with corpses. The speed at which the crab-like beasts were coming ashore gradually slowed, suggesting their numbers were dwindling. Shinhuayue and the others were already exhausted and out of breath, but Luo seemed insatiable, as if he hadn't killed enough yet. As the last crab beast was slain by Lu Yuni with a single sword strike, the beach returned to tranquility. Luo hovered in the air, her gaze sweeping across the forest, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. "Ah, I'm so tired. I've used the stamina recovery technique so many times, I can't even count. My head hurts." Shinhuayu patted her head and leaned against Shinhuayue. "Although it's tiring, tonight's harvest is quite substantial. Each of us can get over 100 crystal cores. It's worth it." Shinhuayue comforted, gently patting Shinhuayu's back. Indeed, using the stamina recovery technique puts a heavy burden on the mind. Headaches are normal. Get some rest. After Lu Yuni finished speaking, Shinhuayu fell asleep soundly in her arms, seemingly exhausted. "Ha, we should get some rest too, or we won't have energy tomorrow," Luo said with a smile. Shin Huayue and Lu Yuni dragged Shin Huayu back to the tent, and each went to rest. And Luo stood outside the tent, gazing deeply at the forest not far away, then turned and entered the tent. In the middle of the night, the person hiding in the forest finally began to move. His footsteps were light, completely silent, as he quietly approached the tents of the group. The sound of steady breathing reached his ears, confirming that they were all asleep. He arrived outside Shin Huayu's tent, slowly unzipped it, and his gaze fell on the sleeping Shin Huayu. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. "Little beauty, let me pamper you well tonight." He slowly reached out, trying to touch Shin Huayu. Suddenly, a cold voice like that of a hellish demon rang out, "How do you want to die?" The man widened his eyes in terror, cold sweat streaming down. Just as he was about to run, an icy hand had already locked around his neck. "Move again, and I'll freeze your neck off." Luo's icy voice scared him so much that he wet his pants on the spot. "I won't dare anymore, please spare me. I can give you all the crystal cores." His voice trembled uncontrollably, his face full of fear. Luo looked at him coldly, the killing intent growing stronger. "Do you really think I would let you go?" At this moment, Luo's inner voice and tone reminded him that there were malicious humans hiding nearby. He had been waiting for this moment and finally caught him. "Your origin, speak quickly." Luo squeezed him forcefully, lifting him up as the azure flame wings on his back unfolded, soaring straight to an altitude of 300 meters. "My name is Huang Yu, a sophomore at Ice Flame Ability University." He cried bitterly, pleading repeatedly, "We formed a team a month ago to hunt for crystal cores here. I stayed behind to ensure safety. When I saw you appear, I was driven by impulse and ended up doing such a thing. I was wrong, spare me." Huang Yu pleaded desperately, but Luo coldly smiled and said, "All right, if you can survive, sparing you wouldn't be out of the question." As soon as Luo finished speaking, the hand gripping Huang Yu's neck instantly loosened. Huang Yu's eyes widened, as if time had frozen at that moment. He watched helplessly as Luo's figure gradually receded, the fierce wind howling in his ears, and his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. Luo remained expressionless, coldly staring at Huang Yu's terrified and distorted face, feeling no emotion in his heart. As early as the moment Huang Yu extended his sinful hand toward Shin Huayu, Luo had already sentenced him to death in her heart. Taking him to the high altitude was not only to ask about his origins but also to execute him as the second purpose. Bang! A muffled sound echoed that was the sound of Huang Yu crashing heavily onto the beach. Luo slowly descended and walked up to Huang Yu. In front of him, Huang Yu's bones were shattered, his internal organs ruptured, and blood soaked the beach. Yet, surprisingly, he was still alive. As expected of a fifth-stage transcendent ability user, surviving a fall from such a height. Luo looked indifferently at the half-dead Huang Yu, his heart slightly shaken. Huang Yu stared at Luo with despair written all over his face, wanting to say something but could only produce muffled sounds from his throat as blood kept pouring out, rendering him speechless. "In the next life, remember to recognize your role." Luo curled her lips into a mocking smile and turned to leave. Huang Yu watched Luo's departing figure, his heart filled with endless regret. The lurking beasts in the sea caught the scent of blood on the beach, poking their heads out and swimming toward the half-dead Huang Yu. After confirming there were no enemies nearby, they surged toward the shore like a tide. Despair and fear spread in Huang Yu's heart, wanting to escape but unable to move due to severe injuries. In the end, he could only be dragged into the depths of the sea by a group of crab-like beasts, ending his life in fear and despair. Returning to the tent, Luo asked in Tong in his mind, "Can you detect what's on the opposite island?" "No, that island seems to be hiding a secret. There's an invisible force blocking my perception," Tong replied in surprise. I'll go take a look tomorrow. I want to see what secrets this island holds." Luo gazed through the tent window, his eyes fixed on the mysterious island. His intense curiosity kept him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the early morning, the group woke up to find the sky outside overcast, as if it was about to rain. "What awful weather, it's going to rain again, so annoying." Shin Huayue pouted, clearly displeased with the gloomy weather. "Rain comes and goes quickly in places like this. It won't last long. Let's eat something first," Luo said reassuringly. Just as the group was preparing to start a fire and eat, they suddenly noticed something by the seaside. "What is that?" Shin Huayu raised his hand to shield his forehead and carefully examined it. "It looks like a raft?" Lu Yuni analyzed. Upon hearing the word raft, Luo immediately perked up. Reminiscing about Huang Yu's words from last night, could his teammates have returned under the cover of night? After looking around and confirming there was nothing unusual, Luo felt relieved. The four quickly stepped forward, arriving at the raft and examining it closely. It wasn't here yesterday, it must have drifted over in the deep of night, Lu Yuni said. This must be the raft made by the previous superhumans who came here. Shin Huayue touched the mast of the raft. Ah! We can just use this raft to head to that island. Shin Huayu said excitedly. No need, I can fly you all over there. This raft is nowhere near as fast as me. Let's have breakfast first, then we'll set off. Luo said with a smile. After the four of them had breakfast, the sky appeared even gloomier than before. It seemed this rain wouldn't be light. Are you ready? Luo asked, tightly holding the hands of the three. Ready, the three responded in unison. Upon hearing this, Luo leapt forward, flying toward the distant island. After more than 10 minutes, Luo slowly descended, and the four finally reached their destination. This island is much larger than it appears, almost 3 times the size of the previous island. Let's go, stay close to the group, and don't get separated, Luo instructed. Then, he took the lead and stepped into the dense forest, with the other 3 following closely behind. In the thick jungle, Luo cautiously surveyed the surroundings every few steps. Tong's probing ability seems to have failed on this island. He felt uneasy, worried that hidden dangers might take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unknowingly, the 4 had already traveled for quite a while. The sky began to drizzle. Luo raised his hand and covered everyone with a waterproof shield, continuing forward. Suddenly, a narrow path appeared ahead, and the ground was actually paved with stones. Did humans once exist here? Shin Huayue said in surprise. Moreover, the age of this road seems to be very ancient. Lu Yuni crouched down, touching the stone path on the ground. It seems the beast continent is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Luo muttered thoughtfully to herself. Let's continue exploring along this road. Shin Huayu said. The 4 walked along the stone path and arrived at a place filled with stone houses. Almost all the stone houses had collapsed, clearly abandoned for a long time. The 4 looked at these stone houses in amazement, not expecting to find traces of human life on this dangerous continent of exotic beasts. Tong, is the thing interfering with your sensing ability nearby? Luo asked Tong. Not here, but not far away, to the east, Tong answered. You 3, follow me, Luo took the lead and headed east. Shortly after, the 4 arrived at a place resembling an altar. The altar was built from various stones and stood about 1 meter above the ground. In the center of the altar, there is a small stone house, less than 1 meter high, seemingly built to store important items. Despite enduring years of wind and rain, it still stands firm, showcasing the durability of ancient human craftsmanship. This also reflects the importance of the small stone house to them. I'll go up and take a look. You wait here for me. Luo leapt forward, arriving beside the small stone house, and pushed open its door. Then, he stepped back a few steps, watching the entrance of the stone house with caution, guarding against unknown dangers. A few minutes later, Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that there was no danger around. He looked up and saw the interior of the stone house was simple, with only a sacrificial stone platform holding a leather-bound book exuding an eerie aura. Behind it stood a half-meter tall statue of a human figure. The figure had no face, only a torso, and held high a stone in its hands that shimmered with strange light, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Luo furrowed his brows and quickly reached out to grab the leather-bound book, his heart stirring with emotion. He returned to Shin Huayue and the other 2, noticing their curiosity as they gathered around him. Gradually, his sense of tension was replaced by curiosity. The material of this book, why does it feel like human skin? Luo's heart trembled, and he decisively voiced his suspicion. Before the words were finished, Shin Huayu was so frightened that she immediately took a few steps back. A book made of human skin? Were ancient people really that barbaric? Her eyes were fixed on the leather book and in Luo's hand, her face full of fear. To emphasize the importance of information, ancient people might indeed have used human skin, Shin Huayu calmly analyzed. Lu Yuni also leaned in and carefully examined the book. This is indeed human skin, and it's clearly not from just one person. Open it and take a look, Luo suggested curiously. Lu Yuni opened the leather book, and what came into view was a painting created with unknown pigments. In the painting, a humanoid creature stood under the sky, raising a stone in its hand. The stone emitted a mysterious light, illuminating the humans gazing at it. Below the painting were several lines of ancient text, the handwriting blurred and peculiar. Has anyone studied these ancient texts? Luo's gaze swept over the other 3. Shin Huayu and Lu Yuni shook their heads without hesitation. They clearly had no knowledge in this area. Just as Luo felt disappointed, Shin Huayu suddenly spoke up. I think I might have studied these before. Wait a moment and let me think. She frowned in thought, then slowly said after a moment, "These sentences seem to mean that a deity descended to the world and used a divine artifact to bless humanity." A deity descended to the world? Blessing humanity? These words stirred waves in the hearts of the three. Lu Yuni stared in amazement at the illustration on the leather book. Do deities really exist in this world? Perhaps. How else would you explain human abilities? And Luo calmly analyzed. Where has that deity gone now? Is it still in the sky? Shin Huayu gazed at the sky, full of longing. Who knows? So many years have passed, everything is unknown. Perhaps it was made up by ancient people. Although Luo said this, he secretly believed in the legend. He thought of the pupil Warmantong and the soul-devouring tribe before him, speculating that the deity might also be an alien race, similar in appearance to humans. He stared at the illustration in the book and suddenly thought of the stone held high by the statue earlier. Could it be a divine artifact? And Luo quickly returned to the small stone house and reached out to touch the stone in the statue's hand. Instantly, the statue seemed to trigger a mechanism, releasing a burst of red smoke that enveloped Luo's face. Suddenly, a strong dizziness struck, and Luo lost control, collapsing heavily to the ground. Shin Huayue and the other two witnessed this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. They immediately rushed to Luo's side, quickly carried him off the altar, and moved him into another stone house. Luo! Wake up! Shin Huayue slapped his face, calling out urgently. Shin Huayu quickly pulled open Luo's clothes and discovered a red mark on his neck. He exclaimed in shock, "Brother Luo has been poisoned. It's the deadly red demon blood poison. What should we do then?" Lu Yuni was flustered, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, with no idea what to do. Shin Huayue's mind raced as she held Luo's increasingly warm hand, her gaze resolute. "Don't panic. And Luo has the Qing Yin ability, which allows self-healing. He can still be saved. Huayu, keep casting healing spells and stamina recovery spells on Luo. Yuni, undo Luo's clothes and wipe his body." The order was given. Shin Huayu and Lu Yuni acted quickly, tense but orderly. Seeing Luo's painful expression, Shin Huayue felt as if her heart was being cut with a knife and couldn't help but softly call out with concern, "So hot, give me water." Shin Huayue immediately took out a water bottle, intending to feed Luo, but he was completely unconscious and unable to swallow, spitting out whatever was fed to him. Seeing this, Shin Huayue paused for a moment in thought and then made a resolute decision. She tilted her head back to drink a mouthful of water, then lowered her head and forcibly fed it to Luo. Shin Huayu and Lu Yuni were stunned, their mouths agape, feeling a mix of shock and envy. And Luo, in a daze, felt a stream of sweet spring water flow into her body, as if extinguishing the raging fire within, bringing immense comfort. Shin Huayue looked up and saw the two staring at her intently. She shouted urgently, "Hurry up and keep going." Shin Huayu and Lu Yuni snapped back to reality and immediately got back to work. 2 hours later, the rain cleared, and Luo's body temperature gradually dropped back to normal. Shin Huayu stood up exhausted, looked at Luo's neck, and found that the red line had disappeared. He immediately showed a relieved smile. "We did it. The poison is cured." Shin Huayue and Lu Yuni also smiled, finally feeling at ease, proving that their efforts were not in vain. Over 10 minutes later, Luo groggily opened his eyes, gazing at the dim sky, filled with confusion. "Why am I here?" Memories surged like a tide, and Luo panicked instantly, sitting up abruptly and staring intently at Shin Huayue and her two companions beside her. "I was poisoned?" he asked in disbelief, his gaze wandering. "Indeed, you were poisoned, but it's fine now. The poison has been neutralized." Shin Huayue stepped forward with concern and handed him a bottle of water. And Luo froze for a moment, took the water, and slapped his forehead hard. "Damn, I've been cautious for so long, yet I stumbled over a statue. I really shouldn't have." He looked down and found that his clothes had been unbuttoned. "Huh? What's wrong with my clothes?" he asked in confusion while buttoning up. "The red demon blood poison causes the body to heat up and dehydrate quickly. You sweated too much earlier, so Sister Yuni helped wipe you clean." Shin Huayu pointed at Lu Yuni. And Luo looked at Lu Yuni and saw that she was indeed holding a damp towel in her hand. "Feeling grateful," he said. "Yuni, thank you." Lu Yuni blushed slightly, nodded, and felt secretly delighted. She hadn't expected Luo to look at her with such an expression. "However, brother Luo, your ability is truly powerful. You can even neutralize the red demon blood poison," Shin Huayu said enviously. And Luo immediately thought of his phoenix-like ability. "The poison isn't neutralized, rather, my phoenix ability repeatedly heals the poison organs, gradually wearing out the toxicity." He looked at Shin Huayu and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you've been casting healing spells and stamina recovery spells on me the entire time, haven't you?" Shin Huayu was startled for a moment. "Brother Luo, how did you know?" My Phoenix ability consumes physical strength when healing. Without your physical strength recovery spell, I would have collapsed long ago. I wouldn't have lasted until the poison dissipated and would have died from the toxicity. Luo said seriously. Thank you, Huayu. Shin Huayu lowered her head, smiled shyly, and then pointed to Shin Huayue. It was all arranged perfectly by my sister. Just now, the two of us were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, my sister was very calm and arranged what we needed to do. She's truly the hero. And Luo was stunned, not expecting Shin Huayue to be so calm at the critical moment, revealing a talent that ordinary people don't have. He turned his head to look at Shin Huayue, and Shin Huayue was also looking at him. Huayue, thank you. For saving my life, I have nothing to repay you with except offering myself to you, and Luo said sincerely. Get lost. Who wants you to offer yourself? You're so embarrassing. Shin Huayue teased coquettishly, then rolled her eyes at him, shyly turning her head away, not daring to meet his gaze again. Ha! You said it yourself, once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. And Luo raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly. He twisted open the bottle cap, took a sip, and suddenly noticed the water tasted a bit strange. This water, why does it have a sweet flavor? And Luo frowned, leaned closer to the bottle's opening, and sniffed carefully. It doesn't seem like the taste of water? As soon as he finished speaking, he smacked his lips and pursed them again. Seeing this, Shin Huayue, who was beside him, suddenly shuddered, her face instantly turning bright red. She quickly covered her face, not daring to let others see. Shin Huayue and Lu Yuni both blushed when they saw Luo's actions and dared not look again. That sweet taste, it seems to be the taste of my lips. Did you feed me sugar water? Luo looked at the three of them curiously and found that none of them dared to meet his gaze. Especially Shin Huayue, who lowered her head and covered her face tightly. And Luo was filled with confusion. What exactly happened while he was unconscious? Brother and Luo, you shouldn't ask this question, and it's best not to bring it up again. Just treat it as if it never happened, Shin Huayu said seriously. And Luo paused for a moment, nodded in confusion, and although she didn't understand, since they didn't want to bring it up, she decided not to. Alright, then I won't bring it up. He stood up, took a sip of water, and the sweetness on his lips seemed to make him somewhat addicted. Walking out of the stone house, he returned to the altar, his gaze fixed on the open stone house and the strange stone in the statue's hand. Dark water. He waved his hand, and the pitch-black dark water quickly engulfed the entire altar, swallowing the small stone house into the darkness as well. Seeing this scene, Luo withdrew the dark water, and the altar and small stone house instantly disappeared, as if swallowed by the dark space. He reached into the dark space and took out that peculiar stone. Is this stone hindering your ability to perceive? That's right. This stone is likely not a product of Hylan Star, it's very likely something from an alien race. And Tong replied. And Tong, what's the use of this thing? And Luo asked eagerly. After carefully observing, and Tong said, this. I can't tell. This item has never appeared in the inherited memories I possess. Moreover, its energy has dissipated, and it doesn't even seem to be complete. It's probably just a fragment. And Luo carefully examined it over and over again and indeed found several strange gaps, resembling traces of fragmentation, going. Through so much trouble to obtain a fragment of an unknown item, might as well keep it. Who knows, it might be useful someday. He once again stored the stone back into the dark space, returned to the stone house, and found Shin Huayue and the other two intently focused on that leather-bound book. What did you see this time? And Luo asked curiously. And Luo, come over here quickly, Shin Huayue gestured to him. And Luo walked up to her, and Shin Huayue pointed to the words in the book and read aloud. The gods used divine artifacts to enable humans to evolve and gain many extraordinary abilities. But the blessings of the gods not only favored humans, even irrational beasts also underwent evolution. SSS. And Luo gasped sharply, deeply shocked. The bombshell news exploded like thunder. Human abilities and those ferocious beasts were actually the result of the blessings of that god? What is the purpose of all this? He murmured to himself, filled with doubt. Look here. Shin Huayue pointed to a few lines in the leather-bound book, her eyes bright. The divine artifact of the gods is called Starfire. According to legend, the gods held Starfire and circled the entire world. The light of Starfire illuminated all things and transformed the entire world. Humans acquired terrifying supernatural powers, leading to endless conflicts among various tribes, resulting in countless casualties. Until the arrival of monstrous beasts, whose terrifying power forced humanity to unite and fight together. Yet even so, the power of the monstrous beasts remained invincible. In desperation, humans sacrificed their own kind to the gods, pleading for aid. But the gods did not respond, leaving humanity in deep despair. In the end, they reluctantly left their homeland, crossed the ocean, and searched for a new home. Everyone fell silent, processing the shocking information in their hearts. I can't understand the remaining content, I need a professional to explain it. Shin Huayue helplessly closed the leather book and handed it to Enluo. Enluo took the book, placed it into the dark space, and secretly hoped to find an expert in ancient texts to solve the mystery. The rain has stopped, let's keep going. He looked at the weather outside the stone house, his tone firm. The three had just stood up when a deafening thunderclap suddenly came from outside the house. Boom! The thunder sounded like a roar, leaving everyone stunned, their hearts racing, and their eyes involuntarily drawn to the sky. In the distance, dense clouds gathered in an instant, lightning flickered, resembling a ferocious beast roaring. These dark clouds are strange. Enluo frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. Enluo, maybe we shouldn't go out. What if we get struck by lightning? Shen Huayue said with concern. What are you afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. Enluo said with a righteous expression. Shen Huayue fell silent after hearing this, seemingly preoccupied with something. Huayue, are you hiding something from me? Enluo asked with a mischievous smile, leaning in to interrogate. No. I would never do anything guilty, let's go. She lowered her head, turned sideways, and walked quickly forward. Enluo was utterly confused and turned to Shen Huayue and Luyuni. Did I say something wrong? The two exchanged a glance and said in unison, very inappropriate. As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them chased after, leaving Enluo stunned in place. What exactly did I say? He tried hard to recall but could never understand, so he could only put it behind him and quickly catch up. In the sky, thunder roared but no rain fell, and the four of them felt a vague sense of unease. Entong, what do you think? Enluo asked Entong. Someone is fighting, Entong said calmly. What were you doing earlier? Enluo said helplessly. I thought you knew, since you were heading that way, Entong answered innocently. You really are. Enluo sighed deeply. I just recovered, did I affect you? Entong said with a hint of grievance. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Enluo quickly apologized. After hearing this, Entong's tone slightly softened. Those people have strength comparable to yours, you should be able to handle them. How many? Enluo asked nervously. 3 men are attacking one woman, and that woman seems to have the tendency to suppress those 3 men. Entong's words left Enluo stunned. Are you sure? 3 against 1 and they're being overwhelmed? What are they doing? He was speechless. That's exactly how it is. Entong affirmed. I have to see how amazing this girl really is. Enluo excitedly quickened his pace. The 4 of them arrived within the range of the thunderstorm clouds, and the fluctuation of abilities made them stop in their tracks. Someone is fighting. Shen Huayue exclaimed. I also sense the fluctuation of abilities, it seems much stronger than ours, Lu Yuni analyzed. Should we retreat? Shen Huayue asked. Koanlua smiled faintly and shook her head. No need to retreat, let's go and watch the excitement. He gestured for the 3 to follow, and they followed without hesitation. On the battlefield in the center of the island, the girl's long hair floated in the air, her eyes flashing with lightning, like a goddess descending. Dark clouds loomed overhead, mixed with terrifying thunderstorms. She looked down at the 3 men below, full of disdain. Die for me! Destruction thunderstorm! At her command, the thunderstorm roared, lightning fell like rain, directly striking the 3 men below. Seeing this, the 3 men immediately unleashed their techniques to defend. Blazing fire whirlpool. Rain of light. Solid earth wall. Boom boom boom. The lightning dissipated, leaving the surroundings in chaos. The 3 people were in a sorry state, their clothes tattered and their skin scorched. The girl was also panting heavily due to the overloaded moves. Huang Gu. This crazy woman is too ruthless, she doesn't care about her own safety at all, one of the men said, panting. Don't worry. She's almost out of strength. Strike again, as long as we block it, we can make her pay the price, the man surnamed Huang said with a sinister smile. The girl in the air couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, with just you few stinky men, you want to teach me a lesson? What wishful thinking. Take this move. Furious thunderstorm. Before she finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning poured down like a torrential rain, leaving no place to hide. The man with the surname Huang saw this and immediately shouted at the man with the surname Sun, Old Sun, give it your all and block it for me. A trace of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the man with the surname Sun. He crouched down, placed his palm on the ground, and roared, Ultra-fortified Earth Fortress. In an instant, the surrounding soil seemed to be enchanted, rising up to form a sturdy fortress that faintly shimmered with a metallic luster. At that moment, a torrential rain of lightning poured down, with thunderous roars echoing through the skies. Whoosh! Boom! Zing! A few minutes later, the lightning finally subsided. The surroundings were ravaged by scorching heat waves and destructive forces, resembling the aftermath of an apocalyptic catastrophe, charred and blackened. The four people, secretly observing from the shadows, witnessed this tragic scene and collectively gasped in shock. SSS, I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. Shin Huayue exclaimed in shock. Yeah, you can't tell from her appearance. Huayu, she didn't force you, did she? Lu Yunyi's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on the girl in midair, before turning to ask Shin Huayu. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo is still here. Shin Huayu couldn't help but glance at Luo, only to find that he seemed completely out of it. And Luo stared at the girl in the sky, and information about Yuzi flashed through his mind. Fengyike, ranked 3rd in the academy, SSS level ability, Destructive Thunderstorm, with a fiery personality. What a coincidence, who would have thought that Fengyike, ranked 3rd, turned out to be a lesbian, and they happened to run into her here. Moreover, her fighting style is exceptionally fierce, leaving no room for retreat. She is Fengyike, ranked 3rd in the school, Luo said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the three were all shocked. Her? She's actually ranked 3rd in the school? SSS level ability, Destructive Thunderstorm, that's right, but why doesn't she have any teammates? And Luo felt slightly puzzled. She's a lesbian, seems to have some hostility towards men, no wonder she doesn't have teammates. Lu Yunyi shook her head and sighed. Makes sense. And Luo nodded, agreeing with Lu Yunyi's opinion. On the battlefield, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. The fortress released by the man surnamed Sun was already charred on the outside, with several large holes broken in it. Fengyike stared seriously at the fortress. After a few minutes of no movement, he looked up and laughed wildly. 3 against 1 and you got counter-killed. Do you even know how to play? Just as she was getting carried away, 2 voices suddenly rang out behind her simultaneously. Explosive flame. Divine light arrow. Flames and light arrows intertwined, soaring into the sky, directly striking Fengyike's back. Fengyike's pupils contracted sharply, instantly realizing the danger. She wanted to turn around and counterattack, but it was already too late. The flame and light arrow accurately pierced her shoulder, and blood instantly gushed out. The 4 people secretly watching, and Luo and the others, couldn't help but cover their mouths, shocked by what they witnessed. Fengyike, struck by an arrow, froze in midair for a few seconds before looking down in disbelief. She saw the light arrow on her shoulder and suddenly plummeted. Bang! Fengyike's back of the head hit the ground hard, producing a dull thud. The light arrow on her shoulder dissipated at this moment, and blood quickly stained her clothes red. She stared blankly at the sky, uncontrollably spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Her face instantly became unrecognizable, appearing extremely tragic. Seeing their sneak attack succeed, the 3 men led by the man surnamed Huang revealed excited smiles. You nasty woman, trying to take on 3 of us? You're still too inexperienced, said the man with the surname Huang, sitting on the ground exhausted, arrogantly shouting. The 3 were already exhausted, especially the man with the surname Sun, who could no longer sit up at this point. Brother Huang, can I go teach her a lesson? The last person asked. Alright, Chang Ming, give her a few hard slaps. Old Sun and I will come over slowly, ordered the man with the surname Huang. Chang Ming smiled and immediately stood up, slowly walking to Fengyike's side. He squatted down and saw Fengyike's face covered in blood, then raised his hand and slapped her. Smack! After slapping her, Chang Ming grabbed Fengyike's collar, stared into her eyes, and shouted sternly, Crazy woman! You were so tough earlier. Why aren't you tough now? Fengyike was slapped awake. Seeing the arrogant guy in front of her, she burned with anger, gathered her breath in her abdomen, and spat. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed directly onto Chang Ming's face. Chang Ming instinctively closed his eyes as the warm blood instantly stained his entire face red. Chang Ming's lips trembled, his nostrils flared, and he furiously grabbed Fengyike by the collar, throwing her out forcefully. Fengyike fell heavily to the ground again, her head hitting a rock. Her vision instantly went pitch black. She realized that she might be blind, and a wave of despair filled her heart. A few seconds later, she finally reacted, she really couldn't see. Chang Ming's face darkened. He raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, then walked up to Fengyike. Looking at Fengyike's miserable state, he curled his lips into a cold smile. You wretched woman, if you had obediently handed over the crystal core to us, it wouldn't have come to this, would it? Look at you now, I really feel it's not worth it for you. Isn't your crystal core ours? You'll still die on this nameless deserted island. Chang Ming wore a hypocritical smile. Although Feng Yike couldn't see it, she could hear it. Hearing Chang Ming's words, she was furious and couldn't hold back her anger, wanting to spit blood again, but she couldn't even see where Chang Ming was. At this moment, a man with the surname Huang, supporting a man with the surname Sun, also came to Feng Yike's side. Chang Ming took him over and switched to supporting him himself. The man with the surname Huang raised his hand and slapped Feng Yike across the face, then stomped on the wound on her shoulder. Seeing her pained expression, he sneered with satisfaction. "Huh, you wretched woman, you still ended up in my hands, Huangjia, didn't you?" Huangjia stomped on Feng Yike several times, finally venting his anger. He bent down, took the crystal core out of her pocket, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Woman, I suppose you're very puzzled as to why we suddenly appeared behind you, aren't you?" Feng Yike was filled with confusion, her face showing a perplexed expression. Huangjia and his companions exchanged smiles, seemingly enjoying her helplessness. "Want to know?" Huangjia shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Too bad, you'll never have the chance again. Take your doubts and immediately go to your death, He reached out and grabbed Feng Yike's neck, gradually increasing the pressure. The feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her, and Feng Yike's vision began to blur. She struggled to pry his hand away, but her severely injured body was completely powerless to resist. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, a clear and bright voice broke the tense atmosphere. "You3, that's enough, Huangjia and the other two turned around in shock, only to see a handsome young man who had somehow quietly appeared behind them. They hadn't noticed him at all, which sent a chill down their spines. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Huangjia asked coldly, a ball of flame beginning to form in his palm, ready to strike at any moment. And Luo smiled faintly and answered casually, "I'm just a passing Cayman rider." "Cayman rider? Are you mocking us?" Chang Ming frowned, the light arrow in his hand beginning to charge. "Calm down, I was just joking." And Luo gently lowered his hand and pointed to Feng Yike on the ground. "She's my schoolmate. Although we're not close, I can't just stand by and watch you kill her." Huangjia and the other two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with unease. Although they didn't know on Luo's background, they understood the situation was unfavorable. Huangjia showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. "Fine, one should leave room in dealing with others to meet again in the future. You can take this woman away." And Luo was stunned for a moment, not expecting the matter to be resolved so easily. "All right, thank you." He crouched down, and a ball of green flame appeared in his hand. Seeing this flame, Huangjia and the other two showed a look of terror. This flame did not carry the aura of destruction but was instead filled with vitality. And Luo gently placed the green flame on Feng Yike's chest. The flame sensed her injuries and immediately integrated into her body. In an instant, Feng Yike's entire body was enveloped by the green flames, and her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Huangjia and the other two couldn't help but gasp, their hearts in chaos. If this woman were to recover, they would definitely be in deep trouble. The three exchanged glances and made their decision: explosive flames, divine light arrow, earth rock thorns. Three powerful attacks simultaneously struck toward Luo and Feng Yike. And Luo sighed helplessly, stood up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his body emanating a bone-chilling cold. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, an intense chill instantly surged forward, freezing three attacks midair into ice sculptures that shattered with a crash. Huangjia and the other two felt their scalps tingle, realizing they were facing a dual ability user. "I gave you a chance to live, yet you show no gratitude at all?" And Luo shook his head in disappointment, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Huangjia and the other two were so terrified their legs went weak, barely managing to support each other to avoid collapsing. Huangjia suddenly dropped to his knees and pleaded, "We were wrong. We'll leave right away, please spare us." Seeing this, and Luo frowned deeply, feeling a bit troubled. "Tsk tisk tisk." Huangjia immediately took off his backpack, revealing hundreds of crystal cores inside, most of which were level 3 and 4, and even a few level 5 cores. "These are our spoils, please kindly accept them," he said with a pained expression. Truly clever." And Luo looked at the crystal cores in the backpack, a smile curling at the corner of her lips as she waved her hand to signal them to leave. Hearing this, Huangjia was overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you." He hurriedly pulled Chang Ming and Sun Tang to leave in a rush. Chang Ming let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but praise, "Brother Huang, you're really amazing. Your decisiveness makes me admire you. If it were me, I would never have thought of such a solution." Huangjia proudly raised his chin. "Humph. Why else do you think I'm your team captain? Let's go quickly. My younger brother is still waiting for us on the island. Once we meet up, we'll immediately teleport back to school," Huangjia urged. And Luo's ears twitched, and he looked at Huangja with a peculiar gaze, shouting, "Wait a moment." Her voice was like a paralyzing spell, causing Huangja and the others to stop in their tracks. Huangja mechanically turned his head and forced a smile, saying, "Do you have anything else to say? You came from that island over there, traveling by raft, didn't you?" And Luo asked. "How do you know?" "Yes, we did come by raft," Huangja answered in surprise. "Then you can't go back, the raft has drifted back to the original shore. It seems you didn't tie it properly," and Luo said indifferently. "Ha?" Huangja looked at Sun Tong, who was responsible for the raft, and saw his guilty expression. Furious, he gave him a hard kick. "What can you even do? You lost the supplies and now the raft too. I really want to kick you to death." "Ah, Brother Huang, I was wrong. This time I'll make the raft, and you two can just watch from the side," Sun Tang pleaded. "Humph. You have until the end of today to finish building the raft, or we'll beat you up," Huangja angrily threatened. After reprimanding Sun Tong, Huangja turned to Luo with a smile. "Sir, is there anything else you need? Your surname is Huang?" And Luo suddenly asked. Huangja was stunned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. "That's right, my surname is Huang. Why? What is Huang Yu to you?" And Luo's gaze turned cold, each word sharp as a knife. Huangja's heart trembled, he hadn't expected Luo to know his brother's name. Looking at her cold gaze, his premonition grew stronger. "Madam, Huang Yu is my younger brother. Have you met him?" And Luo sneered. "I did meet him, and we had a very pleasant chat." "Really?" Huangja said in surprise, feeling proud of his brother's social skills. "Of course it's true. We even played a little game called bungee jumping without a parachute." And Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. "No parachute bungee jumping?" Huangja and the other two looked at each other, full of confusion. "Brother Huang, I feel like something's not right," Changming cautiously tugged at Huangja's sleeve. "Yeah, Brother Huang, let's go quickly," Sun Tang said worriedly. Huangja wanted to leave, but facing Luo's cold gaze, he dared not say another word. "As Huang Yu's elder brother, you should know his character, right?" Luo's voice was as piercing as a cold wind. "Well, Huang Yu has been pampered since childhood. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." Huangja bowed his head respectfully. And Luo ignored him, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. "Huang Yu tried to sneak in and assault my female teammate while she was asleep, but I caught him. I let him experience a 300-meter high bungee jump without a parachute. Watching his terror as he fell, I softened. As long as he personally apologizes to my teammate, I will forgive him." Unfortunately, Huang Yu was directly smashed to pieces, unable to say a word, and was soon dragged away and eaten by a sea monster. So, although Huang Yu died without a trace, he still owes us an apology. As his brother, you should apologize to us on his behalf. After Luo finished speaking, she raised her hand to signal Shen Huayue and the other two to come out. They eagerly asked, "Who was attacked during the night?" And Luo pointed at Shen Huayu, and Shen Huayu's face instantly turned pale. She tightly held Shen Huayue's hand, feeling a surge of fear in her heart, yet also moved by Luo's protection. And Luo wore a smile of justified confidence, while Huangja and the other two were too terrified to speak. They hadn't expected Huang Yu to be so bold, daring to launch a night raid on the girls of another team, and the target of the raid was even Luo's teammate. Every time they made eye contact with Luo, it felt as if they were confronting the Grim Reaper. The chill in their hearts made them afraid to breathe loudly, fearing they might anger this formidable figure. "Are you going to apologize for your brother or not? Don't waste my time." And Luo's voice sounded slightly impatient. Upon hearing this, Huangja immediately pulled the two of them and knelt before Luo. I'm sorry, we apologize on his behalf. You're doing a great service to the people, he deserved to die." Seeing Huangja's decisiveness, a new impression flashed in Luo's eyes. "And Tong, what do you think?" Luo turned to ask. "From his way of doing things, if he doesn't die in the future, he will definitely cause trouble for you or your female companion. How to handle it depends on your decision," and Tong analyzed. And Luo smiled faintly, already having an idea in mind. "You can leave now." Huangja and the other two immediately felt relieved, lowered their heads to exchange glances, and then seemed to reach a tacit understanding, simultaneously looking up at Luo. Then they turned to look at Shen Huayue and the other two, a trace of contempt flashing in their eyes, as if they wanted to etch them deeply into their memory. "Thank you, my lord," the three said in unison. And Luo noticed their gazes. The smile on her face remained, but in her heart, she had already sentenced them to death. Just as Huangja and the other two turned to leave, and Luo gently blew out a breath. The cold air, like a blade, instantly froze them in place. Ice formed beneath. their feet, rendering them immobile. If they hadn't been extraordinary ability users of the transcendent realm, they would have already turned into ice sculptures. Old Sun, quickly use the earth escape technique to take us away. Huangzhe shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Sun Tang's face was ferocious, and he secretly cried out that something was wrong. He could only use the earth escape technique once a day, and he had already used it earlier to ambush Fengyike. Forcibly using it again now would not only cause severe injuries but might also result in a considerable downgrade of his ability level. However, at this moment, there was no other choice but to risk it and give it a try. Earth escape technique. Sun Tang roared, slamming his hands onto the ground. Instantly, the ground rolled like waves, and the three figures rapidly sank and disappeared beneath the surface in the blink of an eye. Luo smiled faintly, surprised that they had this move up their sleeves. But if you think you can escape like this, wouldn't that be too disgraceful? A strong gravitational energy surged around him, and the soil beneath him began to float under his influence. Take this bag of crystal cores and retreat with Fengyike. I will force them out. Shen Huayue and the other two quickly picked up the unconscious Fengyike, grabbed the crystal cores, and hurriedly ran back. And Luo leapt into the air, flying high. Looking down at the ground below, a flash of purple light appeared, and with hands clasped together, he shouted angrily, "Supergravity, planetary devastation." As soon as the words were spoken, the sand and soil on the ground, under Luo's control, frantically rose, spun, and gathered, quickly, forming a massive sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, resembling a giant black hole. Shen Huayue and the other two were dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at everything unfolding before them. At that moment, several hands reached out from the ground, and Huangzhe and the other two suddenly emerged. Huangzhe and Chang Ming were gasping for breath, while Sun Tang appeared dazed, his eyes bloodshot and nose bleeding profusely. It was evident that forcibly using the earth burrowing technique earlier had severely injured his body. You actually forced us out. Huangzhe looked fearfully at the giant sphere in the sky, feeling utterly hopeless. Your expressions make me uneasy. How about I make you disappear completely to avoid future trouble? Luo sneered coldly as the giant sphere slowly descended, heading straight for Huangzhe and the other two in the deep pit. Huangzhe and Chang Ming, ignoring the disoriented Sun Tang, hurriedly activated the spatial wristbands on their wrists in an attempt to escape. But to their horror, the spatial wristbands had malfunctioned. No matter how they pressed, the space gate remained tightly shut. How could this be? And Luo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She had already used her freezing power to seal the space rings of the three. Today, there's no way you can escape. The two, unwilling to give up, hurriedly crawled out of the dirt and fled in opposite directions. And Luo smiled faintly and extended her hand to release cold air, instantly surrounding the deep pit with a wall of solid ice. Huangzhe and Chang Ming desperately unleashed their moves, hoping to break the ice wall and escape, but it was already too late. They looked up at the approaching stone sphere, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Sun Tang was relatively lucky, as he lost consciousness and did not feel the approach of death. The massive stone sphere crashed down heavily, producing a loud noise, like the gruesome sound of flesh being crushed. Luo confidently thought that these three were undoubtedly dead. Descending slowly from the sky, it landed beside Shen Huayue and the other two. Fengyike was still unconscious, and his injuries seemed severe. And Luo, was that move developed using gravity-based abilities? Shen Huayue asked curiously. That's right, the inspiration came from my previous reflections on life, and Luo responded with a smile, a character from that anime Tiandao flashing in her mind. You clearly promised to let them go, why did you still take action? Shen Huayue asked cautiously. And Luo patted her head and replied, do you still remember the looks in those three people's eyes? Lu Yuni seemed thoughtful, recalling those sinister gazes and involuntarily shivered. That's right, they're watching you, remembering what you look like. Next time they meet you, they'll launch a crazy revenge. So why not deal with them now and eliminate future troubles? Luo's voice was firm. Shen Huayue and the other two exchanged glances, feeling a trace of fear in their hearts. Let's go, let's carry Fengyike. I'm afraid she'll wake up and lash out at me indiscriminately. After Luo finished speaking, he carried the bag of crystal cores and walked forward. The night gradually became hazy. They returned to the camp on the small island, lit a bonfire, and began cooking dinner. The aroma spread, and Fengyike's consciousness gradually awakened. She opened her confused eyes. Come quickly! Fengyike is awake! Shen Huayue exclaimed excitedly. And Luo and the other two quickly gathered around. Fengyike's memory was still stuck in the fear of being choked when she was blind. Faced with the current situation, she felt extremely bewildered. Why can I see again? Why doesn't my body hurt anymore? Where am I now? Wake up and get up quickly, stop lying down. And Luo, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to Feng Yike, bent down, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Feng Yike was in a daze, but when she saw on Luo's face, she was instantly struck as if by lightning and sat up abruptly. She looked around and her gaze fell on Shen Huayue and the other two. Tentatively, she asked, "Was it you who saved me?" "No, to be precise, it was Luo who saved you. We were just bystanders." Shen Huayue pointed at Luo and unhesitatingly gave him the credit. Feng Yike was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth, her face instantly twisted. Feng Yike was actually saved by a man. This was simply an indelible humiliation. Seeing this, Luo shook his head at Shen Huayue and the other two, showing a helpless expression. "What's wrong with you?" Shen Huayue asked with concern. Feng Yike lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, and let out a piercing bitter laugh. "What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. In this lifetime, I actually ended up being saved by a filthy man. If I had known earlier that I would be saved by a man, I would rather die immediately." Feng Yike finished speaking, then raised her head to glare at Luo, her eyes burning with anger, panting heavily, clearly speaking the truth. And Luo remained expressionless, coldly watching the hysterical Feng Yike, only feeling that he had saved an ungrateful wretch. "Let me make it clear first, I don't want to save you, because I know that even if I do, you won't be grateful. But I really couldn't resist the requests of those three. So I just pretended to pass by, saw a white-eyed wolf getting beaten up badly, and saved her in passing. You don't need to feel burdened, because I never expected you to have a good attitude toward me. Also, if you dare to use those eyes to stare at me so brazenly again, don't blame me for slapping your face hard like I did to that person before." And Luo's tone was cold, with a flicker of anger in his eyes. Feng Yike listened to Luo's blatant words, her face instantly flushed red, her eyes fixed on Luo, clearly unwilling to back down. Seeing this, Luo showed no mercy and raised his hand for a slap. Smack! The slap was forceful, causing Feng Yike's weakened body to roll several times on the ground before finally stopping. "So this is the person you begged me to save. Tell me, what's the point?" And Luo coldly scanned Shen Huayue and the other two. The three exchanged glances, lowered their heads in regret, not expecting Feng Yike to be so unreasonable. Treating the benefactor who saved her as an enemy, saving her turns out to be more trouble than it's worth. It's simply asking for trouble. Anluoj, don't be angry. We were wrong. Let's just leave her alone and let her fend for herself. Shen Huayue apologized, stepped forward to hold Anluo's hand, and led him toward the bonfire. Anluo took one last glance at Feng Yike, who was lying on the ground in a daze, and snorted coldly. The four of them sat around the bonfire, quietly enjoying their dinner until they finished. Feng Yike remained lying on the ground, motionless, seemingly stunned by Anluo's slap. Seeing this, Luo served a bowl of porridge, walked to Feng Yike's side, squatted down, and placed the porridge in front of her. "Finish eating and leave quickly. We'll pretend we never met you." After speaking, Luo turned around and went back to the tent, took out the bag of crystal cores, and began distributing them to the other three people. With the previous harvest combined with this bag of crystal cores, each person could receive nearly 100 third-level crystal cores, around 34th-level crystal cores, and only 1 5th-level crystal core per person. The second layer of the secret manual for Shen Huayue and the other two could definitely be purchased, and the remaining third-level crystal cores would be enough for them to cultivate for a long time. Nearing rest time, Luo glanced at Feng Yike again and found that the porridge was still untouched. She shrugged helplessly, whether she eats it or not is up to her. Then, he entered the tent and zipped it up. At Giant Superpower University, Yuzi had just finished a day's work. Looking at the shiny floor, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. Returning to her room, after washing up, she lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, feeling conflicted about becoming Luo's follower. An unconditional follower, SSS level freezing superpower, it's truly a tough decision. Yuzi furrowed his brows, his mood heavy with worry. At that moment, the phone rang. Yuzi picked up her phone and saw that it was her mother calling. She pressed the answer button and spoke cheerfully, "Hello, Mom, why are you still up so late?" However, her mother on the other end of the line seemed very anxious. "Xiaozi, something terrible has happened. Your father has been taken away." Yuzi was shocked and spoke urgently, "Mom, what happened? Take your time and tell me." "Your dad got into trouble with people he shouldn't have after winning lawsuits for some individuals, and he was forcibly taken away." "What lawsuits?" Yuzi asked in confusion. "It was about illegal land occupation. A big company wanted to forcibly develop some residential areas, but the residents were unwilling, so they entrusted your dad to file a lawsuit." The people from that big company tried to bribe your dad, but his upright and unyielding character meant he definitely wouldn't give them any leeway. After winning the lawsuit, he was walking home when suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of people appeared and forcibly took him away. The more Yuzue listened, the more anxious he felt. Daring to forcibly take someone in broad daylight, the group must have significant power, possibly belonging to some prominent family. With their small family, they simply cannot compete. Confronting them head-on would only lead to trouble. What should they do about this? Yuzi's face was solemn. She turned over and got out of bed, not even wearing shoes, pacing anxiously in the room. "Mom, did you call the police?" Yuzi asked. "I did. But the police currently have no leads. Xiaozi, I'm very worried about your dad's safety. He won't be in any danger, will he?" "No, it's just a kidnapping. My dad might suffer some physical pain, but there is absolutely no threat to his life." "Mom, don't worry, I'll figure something out." After comforting his mother, Yuzi sat alone by the bed, his mind racing, and the image of Enluo appeared. That's it. Find Enluo. He must have a solution. Hope flickered in Yuzi's eyes as he quickly sent a message to Enluo. At this moment, Enluo was just about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. Enluo was puzzled. Someone was sending him a message late at night. Slowly picking up the phone, seeing the message, her expression grew increasingly grim. Enluo stared at the message sent by Yuzi, and a thought quickly flashed through her mind. She no longer hesitated and directly dialed Yuzi's number. "Hello, Yuzi, quickly tell me the name of that company." Yuzi immediately asked her mother and replied a few seconds later, Jinshi Shengli Development Company, Limited. A name suddenly flashed through Enluo's mind. "Alright, Yuzi, don't worry. I'll hang up and wait for my update." After saying that, she directly dialed another number. "Hello, Uncle Jean, how have you been lately?" Her tone was full of respect. On the other end of the line, Jean Lang burst into laughter as soon as he heard it was Enluo. "Enluo, you rascal, why are you calling me so late?" "It's nothing major, Uncle Jean. Judging by your tone, it seems you've been quite happy lately?" "Of course. As soon as your Chi Fire wine hit the market, it immediately caused a sensation. After various families tried it, everyone marveled at the magical effects of this wine." Jean Lang's voice carried a hint of pride. "These past few days, my phone has hardly stopped ringing. It's all orders for the next batch. They don't even care if the price is raised. Can you say I'm not thrilled?" Enluo couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "Uncle Jean, you are truly amazing. It's an honor for me to cooperate with you." Jean Lang laughed heartily. "Even though you're buttering me up for no reason, I still enjoy chatting with you. Let's skip the small talk, Enluo, just tell me your purpose directly." "Uncle Jean, have you heard of Jinshi Shengli Development Company, Limited?" As soon as Enluo spoke, Jean Lang was immediately stunned and then fell into deep thought. It seems the Jean family does indeed have such a small company, but it's a company from the Jean family's collateral branch. What's going on with them? Enluo felt a surge of joy in her heart. It was indeed a company of the Jean family. "Uncle Jean, here's the situation." She explained the matter at Yuzi's home in detail, which made Jean Lang furrow his brows tightly. Especially the blatant act of abducting a lawyer, which made him so angry he almost smashed his phone. How dare they be so audacious? Jean Lang roared, slamming the table heavily. "Enluo, don't worry. I will handle this matter properly. The Jean family will absolutely not allow such things to happen." "Alright, Uncle Jean, I'll wait for your good news." Enluo breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Jean Lang hung up the phone, immediately opened the drawer, and took out a genealogy chart that clearly marked all the information about the Jean family. He quickly found the person in charge of Jinshi Shengli Development Company, Ltd. Jean Sheng, phone number. Jean Lang muttered softly and quickly dialed. At this moment, in a hidden underground room, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars was tied to a chair. Several burly men stared at him coldly, occasionally spitting at him. At that moment, the basement door opened, and a man dressed in luxurious clothing walked in. He looked to be in his 30s, walking with his head held high and exuding an imposing aura. The previously arrogant group of men immediately moved chairs for him and let him sit down. The man smoked a cigar, occasionally blowing smoke toward the man who was tied up. "Lawyer you, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it yourself." Jean Sheng coldly stared at Yu Jingxiong, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't I pay you more than those commoners? Why must you oppose me?" The bound Yu Jingxiong showed no fear, glaring angrily at Jean Sheng. "Jean dog, no matter what, Yu Jingxiong, will always stand on the side of truth. No amount of money will change that." Jean Sheng sneered dismissively. "Truth? Can truth put food on the table? Look at you now, this is the price you pay for following the truth. Is it worth it? Yu Jingxiong snorted coldly, whether it's worth it or not, I have no regrets. Jin Shang shook his head helplessly. Such a stubborn mule. Fine, keep suffering. I'll come back to see you tomorrow morning. After saying that, he was about to get up when he suddenly remembered something and turned to the few guys beside him. Oh, right. Split into 2 groups and switch every half hour. Don't let him rest. Be mindful of the force, don't beat him to death. Jin Shang sneered and prepared to leave. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, displaying Jin Lang's name, and his heart skipped a beat. Hello, master of the house, what can I do for you? He stepped aside to answer the call. Jin Lang's angry voice came through. Jin Shang. How dare you ask me what's the matter? Don't you know what you've done? Jin Shang's face turned pale instantly. Master of the house, I haven't done anything. There must be some misunderstanding. Forcibly seizing land, bribing people, and even abducting them in broad daylight, you think I don't know about all the shady things you've done? Jin Lang roared. Apologize immediately, return the person safely. I'll assign someone to take over your work. From now on, stay at home and behave yourself. Jin Shang's face turned pale as he desperately tried to explain, but Jin Lang had already hung up the phone without mercy. Jin Shang stared at the disconnected phone, still looking bewildered. He couldn't understand how the family head, far away, suddenly knew about all his dirty deeds. Yu Jingxiong, that bruised and battered guy, suddenly sparked a realization in Jin Shang's mind, as if he'd found the answer. However, he had previously investigated Yu Jingxiong and found no special background. He was just a stubborn civilian lawyer, with nothing noteworthy except a missing daughter. They had combed through Yu Jingxiong's records and concluded that he posed no threat at all. But now, things have become complicated. Which part went wrong? Yu Zhenxiang's gaze was sharp like an eagle, fixed tightly on Jin Shang. His expression instantly shifted from smugness to pale confusion. Jin dog, if you want to keep hitting your grandpa go ahead. Stop pretending, it's disgusting. Yu Jingxiong sneered with disdain and attacked Jin Shang mercilessly. Hearing these insults, Jin Shang was furious, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. He wished he could rush up and give Yu Jingxiong a good beating, but deep down he knew. He no longer had the courage. Who knows what kind of power Yu Jingxiong might have behind him? If he angered the wrong people, he might disappear from this world without a trace. After weighing the situation, the previously arrogant Jin Shang instantly changed his demeanor. Ha, lawyer you are truly the most upright and incorruptible person I have ever met. I admire you greatly. He laughed heartily as he stepped forward to untie Yu Jingxiong. Jin Shang's drastic change in behavior left his underlings behind him wide-eyed in disbelief. Yu Jingxiong was also stunned by Jin Shang's attitude shift, his gaze revealing a hint of suspicion. Humph. Jin dog, stop pretending to be sincere here. I know exactly what you're trying to do, Yu Jingxiong sneered. You're just trying to elevate me, only to ruthlessly bring me down again, making me experience the feeling of being trampled underfoot once more. I won't believe a single word you say, so don't waste your time. He closed his eyes and sat there, as immovable as a mountain-like Buddha. Jin Shang had a bitter smile on his lips. At this moment, he finally untied the rope that had bound him. Mr. Yu, I swear I haven't said a single false word. I truly admire your actions. Now that the rope is untied, you can leave. Wait. Jin Shang suddenly took out a pure gold car key from his pocket and placed it in Yu Zhenxiong's hand. As Jin Shang handed over the key, a trace of pain flashed across his face. Mr. Yu, consider this multi-million-dollar luxury car as my apology. The car is parked at the front gate. Once you step outside, press the unlock button and you'll see it. How about I escort you out? He asked with a forced smile. Unexpectedly, Yu Jingxiong let out a cold snort and fiercely smashed the solid gold car key onto Jin Shang's face. Smack! Ouch! Jin Shang painfully covered his nose as blood gushed out, his agonized groans echoing incessantly. The nearby underlings saw this and quickly handed over tissues. Jin Shang grabbed the tissues, covered his nose, his eyes filled with rage, glaring at Yu Jingxiong as if he wanted to tear him apart. Yu Jingxiong saw the situation and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! This is truly satisfying. Jin go, are you still pretending? Can't keep it up anymore, can you? Come on, torture me. If I beg for mercy, I wouldn't be your grandpa you. Despite Yu Jingxiong's bruised and battered face, his imposing presence at this moment was stronger than Jin Shang and his group. Jin Shang was burning with rage, almost ready to charge forward, but reason told him he couldn't act impulsively. He still had plenty of bright days ahead and couldn't ruin his future over a reckless hothead. However, Yu Jingxiong clearly had no intention of leaving. What should be done? Jin Shang furrowed his brows anxiously, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You guys, tie him up, blindfold him, and carry him out together. Remember to take this car key, drive my car, and send him back to where he came from. Leave the car and the key with him. Once it's done, each of you will get 100,000. Upon hearing the reward, the group immediately rushed toward Yu Jingxiong, tied him up again, and carried him out together. Jin Shang watched as Yu Jingxiong was taken away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't the one leaving, it wasn't too bad. Covering his painfully injured nose, he redialed Jean Lang's number. Hey, master of the house, I've taken care of the matter. I compensated the other party with a luxury car worth tens of millions. Can you not let someone else replace me? Jin Shang asked tentatively. Jean Lang stared coldly ahead, his tone devoid of emotion. Jin Shang, this time you've really crossed the line. Forcibly occupying land, bribery, kidnapping, and using private punishment. The Jin family is a business family, not a mafia. You must go inside for some reform to change this way of doing things. Upon hearing this, Jin Shang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale instantly. Master of the house, you're joking, right? There's no need to hurt the harmony of our family over an outsider, don't you think? He forced a smile. Jin Lang completely ignored his words, and silence replaced all responses. Jin Shang felt the long and oppressive silence and finally forced a bitter smile, pretending to be carefree. I understand, master of the house. Lastly, I want to know who has such great influence that they could compel you to personally handle this matter. After a long silence, Jin Lang finally spoke. Jin Shang, you only need to know that this is someone you absolutely cannot afford to provoke, and that is enough. Jin Shang's body trembled, and amidst his bitter laughter, he completely resigned himself. I understand, master of the house. I will follow all your arrangements. Jin Lang immediately hung up the phone. Jin Shang listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, his right hand hanging weakly, his left hand covering his nose, and he slumped to the ground. The mix of inner frustration and the sharp pain of a fractured nasal bone brought a glimmer of tears to his eyes. After hanging up the phone, Jin Lang quickly dialed in Luo's number. And Luo had been waiting by her phone for a long time, feeling anxious. The sudden ringing made her heart race, and she hurriedly answered, Hello, Uncle Jin, how did it go? And Luo, I've already taken care of the matter. The person has been sent back to their original place, and compensation will be arranged. Don't worry. Jin Lang's voice was steady as a mountain. Thank you so much, Uncle Jin. And Luo's voice was full of gratitude. It's nothing. The Jin family is in business and won't tolerate such malicious acts. Jin Lang said firmly. All right, then please rest early. I won't disturb you anymore. After Luo finished speaking, he hung up the phone and immediately called Yuzi back. At this moment, Yuzi was like an ant on a hot pan, his face heavy, pacing back and forth, holding the phone in his hand, hoping for good news in his heart. Beep beep beep. The phone rang, and Yuzi hurriedly answered. And Luo, how is it? Yuzi, everything went smoothly. Uncle has been safely brought back. Quickly ask Auntie to go pick him up. And Luo's voice was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly calming Yuzi's heart. Great. Yuzi plopped down on the bed, a satisfied smile on her face. And Luo, thank you. Listening to Yuzi's gentle voice, and Luo suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he worked to calm himself. It's nothing, you should rest early too. At this moment, in a corner of the city, a luxury car sped along. The driver nervously observed the surroundings, afraid of missing something. Yu Jingxiong in the back seat was tightly bound, his eyes covered, and his hands and feet unable to move. He thought to himself that Jin Shang must be planning to kill him directly, and they were now heading to a desolate wilderness. However, he had long anticipated all of this. His career as a lawyer had made him understand that today's outcome was already destined. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for his wife and daughter, but he believed they would bravely carry on. Just as he was lost in thought, the car suddenly stopped, and the bumpy sensation disappeared. Are we there? The driver asked. It should be here, the companion answered. Yu Jingxiong thought he had reached the end of the road and said fearlessly, then come on. The people in the car exchanged glances, clearly not understanding his meaning, and then ignored him. The driver tossed the car keys to him, opened the car door, and got out, running off in different directions. Only Yu Jingxiong was left, waiting alone for the arrival of death. A few minutes later, Yu Jingxiong felt something was wrong. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Hey! Where is everyone? Weren't you going to kill me? He shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the empty street, but there was no response. At that moment, a haggard-looking woman on the street heard his shout and hurried over. "Old you!" Her voice startled Yu Jingxiong. It sounded just like his wife, Su Jing. Su Jing, with tears streaming down her face, rushed to the car, removed his blindfold, and Yu Jingxiong finally regained his sight. Seeing his wife crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, his heart ached deeply. He looked around and finally understood that what Jin Shang had said before was true. Jin Shang really wanted to let him go. But, why? "Honey, how did you know I was here?" Yu Jingxiong asked in confusion. Su Jing untied the rope while slowly explaining what had happened. After hearing Su Jing's words, Yu Jingxiong's face instantly showed a trace of shock. "Xiaozi? Isn't she just a maid? How could she have this kind of relationship?" Su Jing supported Yu Jingxiong with concern, gently stroking the scars on his face, and shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure either. She only said not to worry about her and that she's doing well." At this moment, Yu Jingxiong felt a chill in his heart and suddenly thought, could my precious daughter be serving as a mistress for some big shot? After hearing this, Su Jing panicked and immediately took out her phone to call Yu Zi. Meanwhile, Yu Zi was standing in front of the mirror, holding a few sexy little outfits in her hands, planning to surprise Luo. When he returned. Just then, her phone rang. She answered and immediately asked, "Hello, Mom, how is it? Did Dad get home safely?" Yu Jingxiong hurriedly grabbed the phone from Su Jing's hand, his voice tense. "Hello, daughter. Tell me the truth, did you pay a great price to save me?" After hearing this, Yu Zi frowned slightly, pondering in her heart. "A great price? Following Luo for a lifetime, does that count as a price? Probably not, there are benefits too. Gaining SSS level freezing abilities, which is a top-tier talent, combined with her Moonlight Rabbit ability, she became an extremely rare dual ability user. And Luo's respect for her, even if sometimes domineering, she quite liked it. Her reliance on Luo gave her a strong sense of security. Becoming his unconditional follower, she willingly accepted it, firmly believing that this decision would not lead to regret. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zi finally said softly, "It's no price at all, everything was voluntary." "Dad, don't ask anymore." Yu Jingxiong and Su Jing listened, their faces suddenly turning pale. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing heartbreak. Unbidden, images of Yu Zi reluctantly but inevitably sacrificing herself surfaced in their minds. Yu Zi noticed her parents suddenly falling silent and felt a bit puzzled, but she didn't ask much, assuming they were just nervous and hadn't recovered. "Mom, Dad, hurry home. I'm tired too." After saying this, she hung up the phone and continued trying on clothes. Yu Jingxiong and Su Jing stared at the disconnected phone, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "Old you, let's go home," Su Jing said bitterly, holding Yu Jingxiong's hand. Yu Jingxiong's hands trembled slightly as he slammed them onto the chair, muttering to himself, "It's me, as her father, who harmed her. If I hadn't been so stubborn, my daughter wouldn't have faced this kind of ordeal." Seeing this, Su Jing hurriedly comforted, "Old you did nothing wrong. Don't blame yourself." Yu Jingxiong looked dazed and remained silent. And Luo glanced at the time, it was already past midnight. Just as she was about to rest, she suddenly remembered that Feng Yike was still lying outside. She unzipped the tent and took a quick look in her direction, finding Feng Yike already sitting up, staring blankly at the porridge beside her, as if deep in thought. And Luo shook his head helplessly, simply lay down, and ignored her. Just like that, the night passed without a word. The next morning, Luo and the other three woke up, stepped out of the tent, and felt the temperature drop sharply. Feng Yike was already nowhere to be seen, and the bowl of white porridge had disappeared as well, clearly consumed before she left. There were only 2 islands nearby, so she likely wouldn't have gone far unless she had already teleported back to school. The 4 of them tacitly avoided mentioning Feng Yike, as if they had never met her, and sat around the campfire to enjoy breakfast. "Those crab-like beasts were scared off by us last time, and with this sudden drop in temperature, they definitely won't come ashore again," and Luo suggested. "Why don't we head back today?" Shen Huayue nodded in agreement. "I agree. The crystal cores harvested last time, combined with this time's, will definitely be enough for the short term." Lu Yuni and Shen Huayu also expressed their agreement. The main purpose of Luo organizing this expedition was to help them gather enough crystal cores to purchase the second layer of the secret manual. Now that the crystal cores are sufficient, there's no need to stay any longer. "Alright, let's finish breakfast, pack up, and leave," Luo said. An hour later, the 4 of them used the spatial wristbands to teleport back to school and headed to the commercial district to purchase the second layer of the secret manual. And Luo followed along, not just to join the fun, but to buy the second layer of the Cold Moon Radiance Sutra for Yu Zi. After separating, and Luo returned to the villa and opened the door. What greeted him was the diligent Yuzi, who was cleaning the dust with a feather duster. Seeing Luo return, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, followed by a touch of shyness. Luo, you came back so quickly this time. Yuzi quickly stepped forward and took Luo's luggage. Luo sat on the sofa, and Yuzi immediately brought over a cup of warm tea, asking with concern if he was thirsty. Luo nodded with satisfaction, took out the second layer of the Cold Moon Hua Sutra, and handed it to her. This is the second layer of the manual, enough for you to cultivate to the Transcendence realm. Take it. Yuzi happily accepted it, her mind momentarily overwhelmed. She looked up at Luo and softly said, Luo, don't lock the door tonight. I have something to tell you. After speaking, she immediately ran upstairs, leaving Luo no time to react. Luo stood frozen in place, faintly feeling that something might be lost tonight. After Yuzi went downstairs, her gaze occasionally glanced at Luo. Luo remained calm and turned to look directly at her. Their gazes intertwined, sparking a subtle and wondrous connection. The atmosphere was as delicate as the calm before a storm, and time quietly slipped away in this tension. Late at night, Luo lay quietly on the bed, seemingly waiting for someone. Suddenly, there was a creak as the door was opened. Luo immediately turned his head, his eyes sparkling with amazement. The moonlight was like water, spilling over Yuzi, making her look like a fairy. Her face was flushed, her ears burning as if they were about to smoke. The long rabbit ears on top of her head trembled slightly, and the small rabbit tail behind her swayed restlessly. A white lace gown, her slender legs covered in pale silk, she was simply a dreamlike presence. Luo's gaze was like fire, staring straight at Yuzi, a surge of heat rising in his heart. Such blatant temptation was simply irresistible to him, especially since this outfit hit the mark perfectly with his tastes. Under Luo's unabashed gaze, Yuzi's cheeks flushed slightly, but a sense of pride swelled within her. It seems my outfit this time was truly a success. A minute later, Luo finally snapped out of the beautiful scenery, a mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he pointed to the space beside him. My exclusive little bunny, come here. Yuzi's heart trembled, her head lowered, but her steps were uncontrollable as she slowly walked toward Luo. Waking up in the morning, Luo instinctively reached for the beauty beside him, only to find she was already gone. The lingering warmth of the bedding was the only reminder that last night's passion was definitely not a dream. Coming downstairs, just as he reached the living room, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose. Peeking into the kitchen, sure enough, Yuzi was busy cooking. Luo's lips curled into a smile as he quietly walked up behind Yuzi and suddenly hugged her. The two were being affectionate at the breakfast table, but it was finally time to discuss serious matters. Yuzi, are you sure you want to form a contract with me and unconditionally obey me? Luo said seriously. Yuzi rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, it's probably too late to back out now, isn't it? Luo laughed proudly and looked up to the sky. Of course it's too late. After last night, you are destined to be mine. You can't escape even if you try. Yuzi listened to his words and couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, no matter what Luo does, he always looks so handsome. This must be what liking someone feels like. After his moment of pride, Luo summoned his demon fruit tree, suspending it in front of the two of them. Yuzi, drop a single drop of your blood onto this tree. Yuzi steeled herself, bit her finger, and let her bright red blood drip down. In an instant, the devil fruit tree emitted a dazzling light, and a white leaf quietly blossomed on the tree, with a white rabbit appearing on the leaf, clearly representing her. At this moment, Yuzi felt a peculiar sense of intimacy, as if her relationship with Luo had grown closer. Luo closed her eyes, and with a single thought, she could sense Yuzi's state. Noble Realm, 3rd stage. The progress is impressive, it's time. Suddenly opening her eyes, Luo summoned her freezing ability and shared the power with Yuzi through that white leaf. The ice leaf gradually formed, and the rabbit's pattern remained clear. At that moment, Yuzi's pupils flickered with blue light, her body unconsciously emitting a chilling coldness. The temperature dropped to an astonishing level, and the cup on the table instantly froze and shattered. She looked at the scene with delight, thinking to herself that she hadn't been deceived and SSS-level freezing ability truly lived up to its reputation. Luo smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. With the freezing ability combined with the power of the Moonlight Rabbit, Yuzi will become a true dual ability user, with talent rivaling over 99% of the humans on Hylan Star. Gradually, the chill around Yuzi began to dissipate. However, at that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. The Moonlight Rabbit ability within her suddenly went out of control, with ears and tail appearing, identical to the complete form Luo saw last night. A powerful energy burst forth from her body, causing the Moonlight Rabbit to begin evolving. Leaping directly from B-level to S-level Frost Moon Rabbit King, blue strange patterns appeared on Yuzi's face, her ears became wider and longer, making Enluo's heart itch. This is not over yet. Yuzi's ability level instantly soared, rising from the 3rd stage of the Noble Realm to the 3rd stage of the Transcendent Realm, crossing an entire major realm. Such a shocking and extraordinary turn of events caused the room to fall into sudden silence. Yuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this all really be true? My ability quality has actually been upgraded to S level. The supernatural ability level has crossed a major boundary. How could this happen? Yuzi was shaken. She took a deep breath, confirming this was definitely not a dream. And Luo witnessed this scene and felt equally confused. Could it be related to the shared supernatural ability? SSS level freezing ability, unexpectedly passively enhanced Yuzi's various attributes? That's right, it must be like this. Yuzi looked up, his gaze full of longing as he looked at Enluo, hoping to get an answer from her. Seeing this, Enluo smiled mysteriously and said, not bad, just as I guessed. SSS level freezing ability enhances your talents and various attributes, making you a true dual ability genius. Yuzi felt the surging power within her body, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she looked at Enluo, a wave of emotion rising in her heart. Enluo, my body is already fine, do you want to come and feel an S-level bunny? Her voice was as silky as it was alluring. She sat in Enluo's lap, her long ears gently stroking Enluo's cheek, full of provocation. Enluo could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. With ease, he picked up Yuzi and headed straight upstairs. Soon, heavy breathing sounds came from upstairs, mixed with soft and tender moans, stirring the heart. It wasn't until after 2 p.m. that the battle finally subsided. Enluo walked lightly downstairs, feeling refreshed, as if her spirit had been completely liberated. Yuzi, however, was flushed all over and had completely fallen asleep. It seemed she wouldn't wake up today. Feeling a bit hungry, as the energy consumption was too great, Enluo decided to cook a meal herself. After preparing the meal, she brought it upstairs, intending to feed Yuzi a few bites before letting her continue sleeping. But Yuzi remained deeply asleep, unwilling to wake up. Looking at Yuzi like this, Enluo gently touched her head with pity and sighed, being too strong is also a kind of sin. After finishing the meal, Enluo walked out of the villa, ready to take a stroll. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into his senior sister, Jian Bubai. Jian Bubai approached slowly, her eyes dazed, as if battling an invisible opponent. Seeing this, Enluo immediately stepped forward and stood in front of her. Xiao Luo? Jian Bubi suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes flashing with light. Sword senior sister, you're too adorable. Even walking on the street, you don't forget to practice swordsmanship? Enluo teased, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Adorable? You brat, how dare you disrespect your senior sister? You deserve a beating. Jian Bubi's face turned slightly red, her heart flustered, and she could only lightly hit Enluo as a punishment. Senior sword sister, where did you go just now? Enluo asked curiously. I went to challenge the 98th floor of the illusion tower, but I couldn't beat it. Sword Unbeaten said with some frustration. The 98th floor? What kind of illusion is that, even you couldn't beat it? Enluo asked. The principal of Divine Artifact Academy, Wu Chongxiao. Sword Unbeaten said casually. Oh, one of the 3 strongest in Huaqing Kingdom, known as the most formidable shapeshifter, Wu Chongxiao. Enluo exclaimed in surprise. Jian Bubi nodded and softly replied, the Wu Chongxiao in the illusion realm has an ability level of Tianwan realm, comparable to a level 8 exotic beast. Every time I adapt to his rhythm, he changes weapons and combat techniques, making it impossible for me to keep up with his pace. Enluo nodded to himself, indeed, it is very challenging to deal with such a versatile opponent. Sword senior sister, are you planning to return to the villa to cultivate? Enluo asked. Yes, do you want to come with me? Sword Invincible smiled smugly, as if expecting Enluo to hesitate. However, Enluo did not hesitate at all. Sure, let's go. I also want to visit Sword's senior sister's home. Seeing this, Sword Invincible panicked immediately and grabbed Enluo's arm. Wait a moment. Enluo turned back in confusion. Sword's senior sister? What's wrong? Forget it for today, my house is a mess. Come back after I tidy up. Jian Bubi's eyes wandered, appearing somewhat uneasy. A mess? Sister Jian, don't you have a maid? Enluo asked. I used to have a maid, but I feel uncomfortable having strangers manage my life, so I let her go. As Jian Bubi said this, her gaze froze, as if realizing something. Immediately, she fixed her sharp, eagle-like eyes on Enluo. Xiao Luo, do you have a maid? And Luo was completely unaware and thought Sword Senior's sister was just showing concern for him. Yes. My maid is very competent, she cleans upstairs and downstairs spotlessly, and her cooking is delicious. Sword Bupai's gaze grew colder. Oh really? I must take a good look at this extraordinary maid. And Luo's heart trembled, and he thought guiltily, this won't do. Sword Senior's sister, my maid is a bit feverish today and hasn't gotten out of bed all day. If you want to meet her, how about waiting until tomorrow when her fever subsides? And Luo said calmly, half-truthfully. Sword Unbeaten froze, thought for a moment, and seemed unable to find any flaws. All right, I'll come find you tomorrow. Anyway, we live close to each other. Bye. Sword Unbeaten waved goodbye and walked away directly. And Luo watched her back, feeling relieved and secretly thankful. Few narrowly escaped a disaster. Recalling the expression on Sword Unbeaten's face, and Luo felt a strange sense of guilt rising in his heart, yet he couldn't figure out where it came from. He pondered for a long time but still had no answer. Just as he was about to step away, he suddenly noticed someone seemingly watching him from behind. He turned around abruptly and indeed saw Feng Yai cautiously peeking out from behind the wall, staring at him intently with an eerie glint in her eyes. Feng Yai, just say what you want to do directly, don't look at me with that kind of expression, and Luo said seriously. However, Feng Yai seemed not to hear and continued to stare at him motionlessly. And Luo felt a wave of unease, frowned, decided to ignore her, and walked toward the principal's building. Arriving at the entrance of the principal's building, he glanced back and saw Feng Yai still staring at him with that strange expression, sending a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered the principal's building, determined to ignore her. Watching Luo's figure disappear, a trace of regret flashed in Feng Yai's eyes. She then squatted down dejectedly, staring longingly at the entrance of the principal's building, as if waiting for something. Luo walked into the principal's office and knocked on the door. Teacher, I'm Luo. May I come in? Oh. Xiao Luo, come in. Moto's voice rang out. And Luo pushed the door open and sat down unceremoniously. Teacher, do you know Feng Yai? Moto paused for a moment, then nodded. Ranked third in the academy, Feng Yai, a very outstanding child. Of course I know. What's the matter? Do you have any connection with her? And Luo helplessly nodded and pointed to his own head. Feng Yai, her mental state seems a bit abnormal. Tell me more. Moto put away his joking demeanor, his gaze turning serious, signaling Luo to continue. And Luo recounted in detail the events of their encounter on the island, especially the part where he saved Feng Yai's life. After listening, Moto let out a deep sigh. Xiao Luo, first of all, I have to say, hitting a girl who is much weaker than you is wrong. But I can understand saving her life and not receiving gratitude in return is indeed infuriating. Secondly, Feng Yai was brought out of prison by my daughter Mo Qinghuan. Luo was shocked upon hearing this. Prison? She served time in prison? She's so young, what did she do? Mo Tuo waved his hand, signaling Luo to calm down. Feng Yai grew up under her father's domestic violence since she was a child. Until her high school years, the physical abuse never stopped. Prolonged domestic violence made her body and spirit numb. Until one day when she was 17, her father, drunk, almost beat her mother to death. She witnessed it all, and the anger in her heart erupted instantly. Her SSS level ability destructive thunderstorm awakened in her fury, instantly electrocuting her father into charcoal. When she came to, she realized she had killed someone. But she didn't run away. She immediately took her mother to the hospital for emergency treatment, but due to severe injuries, her mother became a vegetative state. Afterwards, she turned herself in to the police. After understanding the situation, the police expressed sympathy for her plight and ultimately sentenced her to only 1 year. Later, my daughter Mo Qinghuan learned about Feng Yai's experience and directly used her connections to get her out of prison, making her a special recruit to enter the giant superpower university. And Luo listened solemnly and felt deep sympathy for Feng Yai's experience, further understanding her aversion to men. It turned out that she had been abused by her father since childhood until adulthood. No wonder she only liked girls and harbored hostility towards men. I see, such an attitude is not surprising. And Luo mused thoughtfully. Seeing this, Moto patiently said, pitiful people must have hateful aspects, and hateful people must have sorrowful suffering. Xiao Luo, when looking at things, you can't just look at the surface. And Luo nodded, teacher, I have learned. After understanding the cause and effect, and Luo bid farewell and left. Feng Yai was still squatting in the corner of the wall, staring intently at the entrance of the principal's building. When she saw Luo come out, her eyes instantly sparkled with a peculiar light. She quickly stood up and regained her previous demeanor. Seeing Fengyike's strange behavior, and Luo couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt. Could that slap have really made Fengyike lose her senses? If that were the case, he must find a way to cure her. So, Luo walked straight toward Fengyike, ready to test her state. Fengyike saw Luo approaching her, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly turned around and fled quickly, not giving Luo any chance to get close. And Luo watched Fengyike's frantically fleeing figure, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. Am I really that scary? He murmured to himself. Gradually, Fengyike disappeared from sight. And Luo shook his head helplessly and returned to his villa. The next day, everything returned to calm. Yuzi got up early, quickly changed into her maid outfit, and busily prepared breakfast while cleaning up the mess from the previous night. When Luo woke up, he was just in time to enjoy a hearty breakfast. For a moment, it felt as if they had returned to the old days. However, when their eyes met, the unusual look in each other's eyes clearly indicated that they could never go back to the past. After finishing breakfast, Luo glanced at Yuzi and saw her diligently cleaning. Her gaze became unfocused, as if she was lost in thought. Moments later, she returned to her room, took out a backpack, and casually tossed it onto the sofa. Little bunny, come here. Luo called out to Yuzi. Yuzi froze for a moment, then quickly walked over. When she saw the contents of the backpack, her pupils instantly widened. It was filled with crystal cores, ranging from level 3 to level 4. This was the first time she had seen so many crystal cores, her eyes nearly bulging out. You don't need to clean every day, once every few days is enough. Take these crystal cores and use them for cultivation. Don't let me down, Luo said seriously and firmly. Yuzi was stunned, then raised her head to look at Luo, her brows furrowed. Luo, you're giving me all the crystal cores. How will you cultivate? Luo gently shook her head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You don't need to worry about me. There are plenty of crystal cores left, enough for me to use. Take them. Hearing this, Yuzi's worries instantly disappeared. She excitedly stood on tiptoe and kissed Luo on the cheek, then happily hugged the crystal core and ran upstairs to cultivate. Watching her bouncing figure, Luo couldn't help but feel a warm smile in his heart. Shortly after, the doorbell rang, ding-dong, and Luo suddenly remembered that Jian Bubi had mentioned coming to visit. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly ran to the door. Sure enough, he saw Jian Bubi standing outside. Senior sister Jian. She excitedly opened the door and warmly welcomed her. Jian Bubi walked in and first handed the item in her hand to Luo. Luo took it and saw that it was a bottle of wine with unique packaging, featuring 3 oddly shaped stick-like objects drawn on it. Senior sister Jian, what is this? She asked in confusion. This is my visiting gift, bought in the commercial district. The shop assistant said that this is good for men's health, Jian Bubi explained unhurriedly. Good for health? Then I'll gladly accept it. Luo cheerfully took it and led Jian Bubi into the living room, personally pouring a cup of tea. Sword senior sister, my place is very clean, isn't it? Luo said proudly. Jian Bubi looked around and indeed found it spotless. She thought to herself, could Luo really be a competent maid? Without a single improper thought about her? Indeed, it's very clean. It seems you clean every day. Jian Bubi nodded in approval and then asked, where is your maid? Oh, she's upstairs, probably training. Luo casually pointed upstairs. Jian Bubi listened and nodded thoughtfully, seemingly pondering something. Sword senior sister, have you had breakfast? If not, I'll make you something delicious. Luo confidently suggested. I really haven't had breakfast yet, but, you can cook? Jian Bubi scrutinized Luo with a doubtful look, clearly not believing she could cook. Sister Jian, just watch and see. Luo said as she hurried into the kitchen. Over 10 minutes later, a nutritious breakfast with great color, aroma, and taste was ready. Jian Bubi took a bite and nodded in praise without hesitation. You have the talent to be a chef. Hearing the compliment, Luo smiled happily, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. At noon, Jian Bubi sat here, and Luo curiously asked her about the destination of her last trip. Jian Bubi smiled faintly and mentioned a place called 8 Beast City. 8 Beast City? Luo had no impression of it. It seemed not to be a city in Huaqing country. Senior sister Jian, is 8 Beast City a foreign city? Jian Bubi, however, smiled without saying a word, as if hiding something, as though saying one more word would touch upon a taboo. When you advance to Skywalker, you will know everything. Anyway, it won't be long, so there's no need to rush, she said with a squint and a smile. Alright then. And Luo suppressed her curiosity, noticed that it was almost noon, and invited, Senior Sister Jian, if you're free, why not have lunch here? Sure, since I'll be practicing when I go back anyway, why not eat here before leaving? Jian Bubi gladly accepted. Just as Luo was about to go to the fridge to look for ingredients, hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Yuzi rushed downstairs, panting, and came to Luo's side. Luo, I'm sorry. I got too absorbed in my practice and forgot to cook for you. I'll do it right away. Her expression was like that of a child who had done something wrong. Luo looked at her anxious appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He gently patted her head. It's okay, don't worry. Missing one meal won't starve us. After saying that, Luo placed his hand on Yuzi's shoulder and turned her around. Only then did Yuzi notice a cold and elegant sword beauty sitting on the sofa. Yuzi, let me introduce you to the #1 ranked person in the school, my senior, Sword Invincible. Luo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yuzi's body trembled, and various pieces of information about Sword Invincible instantly surfaced in her mind. Although she had never seen Sword Invincible's true appearance, just the extraordinary aura of the person before her made her certain that this was the mysterious Sword Invincible, the absolutely unbeatable presence in the school. Hello, Sister Sword, Yuzi said with a smile, bowing respectfully to express the highest level of courtesy. Sword Invincible looked at the polite Yuzi, and an inexplicable sense of frustration welled up in her heart. It was a feeling of having strength but nowhere to use it. Damn it! Why is she so polite? Give me some flaws to exploit. Feeling stifled, there was also a hint of bitterness in her heart. She hadn't expected Luo's maid to be of such high quality, young, lively, cute, and polite. Her skin was smooth and snow-white, except for some red marks on both sides of her neck, which looked like insect bites. Most importantly, her figure was in no way inferior to her own. Luo noticed the changes in Jian Bubi's expression within a few seconds and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Sister Jian, what's wrong? Are you okay? Jian Bubi's eyes froze for a moment upon hearing Luo's words, then she regained her composure and waved her hand. It's nothing, I just didn't expect your maid to be so beautiful. Truly surprising. Yuzi, stand up. She generously offered her praise. Yuzi stood up, her face flushed with embarrassment, and took out her phone. Sister Jian, I admire you. Can I take a photo with you? Jian Bubi shook his head and waved his hand in refusal. Sorry, Yuzi, we have rules, photos cannot be taken casually. Yuzi's originally excited expression instantly dimmed. I see, alright. Seeing this, Luo gently patted Yuzi's head, comforting her not to feel too disappointed. Jian Bubi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had noticed some unusual secret. After a brief moment of disappointment, Yuzi quickly regained her spirits and smiled. Luo, I'll go cook, you chat with Sister Jian. With that, she turned and went into the kitchen to get busy, while Luo sat back on the sofa to watch TV with Jian Bubi. But Jian Bubi's thoughts were clearly not on the TV. His gaze kept glancing toward Yuzi in the kitchen and occasionally at Luo. Luo noticed Jian Bubi's gaze, felt a trace of unease in her heart, and pretended not to see it to avoid making eye contact with him. A few minutes later, Jian Bubi finally couldn't help but speak. Xiao Luo, have you ever asked Yuzi why she wants to be a maid? And Luo was taken aback, quickly nodded, and then told Jian Bubi about Yuzi's intentions and experiences one by one. After listening, Jian Bubi's nerves relaxed slightly, and he felt a bit of admiration for Yuzi's determination to become stronger at all costs. Jian Bubi looked at Yuzi, who was busy in the kitchen, and nodded lightly. I see, she has guts. I like it. Hearing this, Luo smiled proudly. The praise from her sword senior made her feel delighted. After all, her exclusive little bunny wasn't just for anyone. During the chat, Yuzi had already prepared lunch. Luo sat down at the dining table and opened the bottle of wine brought by Jian Bubi. She first brought the bottle close to her nose and smelled a strange aroma, thinking to herself that wine often has peculiar scents, so it should be fine. Jian Bubi and Yuzi both didn't drink, so Luo poured herself a glass. She noticed the wine was reddish-brown, somewhat resembling Chihua wine, but the smell was entirely different. She picked up the glass and drank it all in one go. Shortly after, Luo felt her whole body heating up, as if a wicked fire was rising within her. She didn't pay much attention, assuming it was due to the high alcohol content, thinking she'd be fine after resting for a while. After lunch, Jian Bubi got up to leave. Luo, her face flushed, escorted her to the door. As they parted, Jian Bubi looked at Luo's reddened cheeks and said with concern, Xiao Luo, you better not drink that wine anymore. You seem to have some sensitivity to alcohol. Luo's body was burning, her eyes were bloodshot, and she bent slightly, suppressing the discomfort in her body. She quickly nodded. All right, Sword's senior sister, I understand. Take care. Watching Jian Bubi's departing figure, and Luo smiled bitterly in resignation. My dear senior sister, you don't even check properly when buying things. Can this kind of wine be casually given to someone? At first, she didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until her whole body started heating up and a certain part began to rise uncontrollably that she remembered what the three stick-like objects on the wine bottle represented. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. I'll have to trouble the little bunny. Holding back is suffocating me. And Luo trudged heavily toward the villa. Entering the living room, she heard the sound of running water coming from the kitchen. It seemed Yuzi was washing dishes. And Luo dashed into the kitchen and tightly hugged Yuzi from behind. My little bunny, I'll have to trouble you again. Yuzi instantly understood, her gaze became dazed, her body trembled, her legs weakened, and she collapsed into Luo's arms. I understand, master. And Luo bent down and carried Yuzi in a princess carry, rushed upstairs, closed the door with his foot, pulled the curtains to dim the room's lighting, creating an atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the two seemed to enter a sage-like mode of cultivation. And Luo's eyes were free of distractions, fully immersed in cultivation. Yuzi, on the other hand, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Luo, desperately avoiding him, not daring to provoke him in any way. Little bunny, come here for a moment. And Luo shouted loudly from upstairs. Yuzi was mopping the floor downstairs when she heard Luo's call, and her whole body trembled. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and the mop in her hand fell to the ground with a snap. She took a deep breath, and silently prepared herself for not getting out of bed today. Then, she walked resolutely toward the stairs, step by step approaching Luo's room, but the closer she got, the weaker her legs became. Finally, Yuzi stood at the door of Luo's room. Knock, knock, knock. And Luo, I'm coming in, Yuzi said softly. Come in. And Luo responded succinctly from inside the door. Yuzi pushed the door open and entered. What met her eyes was Luo sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed, surrounded by scattered, crystal-clear 3rd and 4th level crystal cores, clearly in the midst of cultivation. Seeing this scene, Yuzi felt puzzled. Luo had summoned her, could it be for something else? Little bunny, there aren't many ingredients left in the fridge. Go and do some shopping, Luo said with her eyes still closed. Yuzi suddenly realized that it was a reminder for her to buy groceries. She felt relieved but couldn't help feeling a tinge of disappointment. Did Luo think she was no longer attractive? Suppressing the unease in her heart, Yuzi firmly said, all right, I'll go right away. Just as she stepped out of the villa's gate, Yuzi saw a sneaky girl across the street hiding behind a signpost. The girl revealed half of her face and stared at her intently, her eyes exuding an eerie gleam that sent chills down Yuzi's spine. Forget it, better not cause trouble, Yuzi thought to herself, turning her head and walking straight toward the commercial district. The sneaky girl was none other than Fengyike. At this moment, Fengyike witnessed Yuzi's quickly departing figure, her heart surging with waves, as if she had seen something unbelievable. What's going on? Just a few days ago, she was at the 3rd stage of the noble realm, but now she's suddenly at the 3rd stage of the transcendent realm. And her demeanor is different too. Fengyike muttered to herself. Rubbing her eyes, Fengyike carefully observed Yuzi, becoming increasingly certain that she hadn't seen wrong. What kind of divine artifact in this world could allow an ordinary person to instantly leap across an entire major realm, undergo a dramatic change in demeanor, and have no side effects? Fengyike gazed thoughtfully at the villa. Could it be related to Luo? Yuzi arrived at the commercial district, headed straight to the mall, pushing a small cart, determined to fill the refrigerator. With a smile on her face, she walked into the department store area. At this moment, the surrounding boys were captivated by her and froze in place. Since Yuzi acquired the SSS level freezing ability, her temperament had undergone a dramatic transformation. Every smile and gesture exuded a cool yet vibrant aura, especially after being nurtured by Luo, adding a touch of considerate charm. Yuzi, dressed in a maid outfit, pushing a small cart with a smile on her face, how could she not attract attention? A man surrounded by several people, his gaze dazed, firmly said, I want to make her my woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the underlings around him quickly shushed him and urgently advised, Boss, you must be cautious. That's right, boss, she's the maid of someone exceptionally talented. You can't afford to provoke her. Exactly, don't let yourself be blinded by lust. Listening to these warnings, the man sneered, Humph. Do you all forget who my sister is? Everyone exchanged glances, understanding in their hearts who his sister was. At the Giant Ability University, more than 90% of people would show her some respect. Besides, it's just a maid. Who would offend my sister over her? With my personal charm, winning over a little maid is simply effortless. The man was full of confidence, with a smug smile on his face. He raised his head and walked straight toward Yuzi, seemingly determined to succeed. Yuzi lowered her head to pick out vegetables, thinking about the dishes and fruits Luo liked, planning to buy more. Just as she was about to continue walking forward, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Miss, please wait." Yuzi frowned slightly and slowly turned her head. She saw a man with a lecherous smile, looking her up and down with an aggressive gaze, which made her feel extremely disgusted. "If you keep looking at me like that, don't blame me for being rude," Yuzi said coldly. The man's face froze, surprised that the girl completely ignored his charming smile and showed no mercy. "Beautiful lady, I just wanted to get to know you. There's no need to be so cold, right?" "I'm sorry, I don't want to know you. You can leave now," Yuzi said expressionlessly, turned around, and pushed the stroller away. The man immediately panicked, quickly stepped forward to block her, and reached out to press down on the stroller. "Wait a minute." Seeing his persistence, Yuzi's face turned cold, and her body exuded an extreme chill. In an instant, the stroller was frozen, trapping the man's hand along with it. The man's pupils suddenly dilated as he stared in disbelief at the scene. However, the pain from his hand made him realize everything was real. Based on the girl's freezing ability alone, he could confirm that her superpower was definitely not weak. At the very least, it was S-level, and her ability level must be above the Transcendence realm. Such an outstanding girl, why would she willingly become a maid? He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Yuzi let go of the small cart, walked to the man's side, and softly said, "In my opinion, you're not even worth a strand of my master's hair." After saying that, she left on her own without looking back, as if he didn't exist at all. The man angrily stared at Yuzi's graceful back, then looked at his own frozen hands, his heart filled with hatred. "Damn it! At least unfreeze me before you leave," he shouted hoarsely at Yuzi. Yuzi snorted coldly, completely ignoring his cries, and continued walking forward, glancing left and right, searching for her shopping target. Inside the supermarket, the crowd surged. A scene triggered laughter among the crowd. The man's embarrassed expression, like a lit powder keg, instantly ignited the surrounding laughter. Shin Huayue and the other two were among them. They curiously observed Yuzi, watching her departing figure. This young, beautiful girl with ice powers is definitely not simple. Could she really be a maid of some prominent figure? "What do you think?" Shin Huayue turned to ask. "She must be a maid of some prominent figure, maybe the maid of Principal Moto's son?" Lu Yuni's gaze followed Yuzi, deep in thought. That sounds reasonable." Shin Huayu nodded. "I heard that every student assigned to the villa area will have a maid. What do you think? What kind of maid will Luo have?" Shin Huayue looked nervous. "And Luo is exceptionally talented, so the maid provided by the school definitely won't be bad," Lu Yuni pondered. Shin Huayu stared intently at Yuzi's back, feeling a faint sense of crisis in her heart. "Sis, Yuni, do you think something strange might happen between Luo and his maid?" She looked serious. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayue and Lu Yuni were stunned, and waves surged in their hearts. "It should not be, right?" Shin Huayue's expression was conflicted, and her tone uncertain. A man and a woman alone together, the situation Huayu described is indeed possible, Lu Yuni analyzed calmly. Lu Yuni's words sent a chill to their hearts, leaving them somewhat at a loss. "Shall we go and check out the situation?" Shin Huayue suggested. "Sure, let's say we're visiting," Shin Huayu said excitedly. "I have no objections, let's inform him first." Lu Yuni took out her phone and sent a message to Luo. At that moment, Luo was fully focused on cultivating when his phone suddenly rang. Ding dong. He picked up his phone and saw that Lu Yuni said the three of them were coming to visit and asked if it was convenient for him. And Luo naturally welcomed them, secretly looking forward to it. He sent Lu Yuni an okay along with the villa address. He agreed, "Let's go now." Lu Yuni said happily. "Wait a moment. It's our first visit, let's buy him a gift," Shen Huayue suggested. "I saw a type of wine over there that's good for men's health. Let's buy that," Shin Huayu said excitedly. The three had no objections and decided to buy the wine. They first returned to the dormitory to drop off their belongings, then headed to the villa area with the wine. Unexpectedly, they saw Yuzi again. She was pushing a shopping cart full of items, heading toward the villa area. The three exchanged glances and decided to follow her to see whose maid she really was. Lu Yuni kept checking the address sent by Luo and was surprised to find that Yuzi's direction was exactly the address of Luo's villa. Could it really be such a coincidence? Lu Yuni muttered to herself. Shin Huayue heard this and looked puzzled. What is so coincidental? It's nothing, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lu Yuni quickly shook her head. As they approached the Anlua villa, Lu Yuni's heart raced. It wasn't until she saw Yu Zi enter the villa's gate that she completely gave up. It really is such a coincidence. She looked down to confirm the address on her phone, then looked at the villa in front of her. Shin Huayue and Shin Huayu also gathered around, looking at the phone, and the three of them were stunned. She's actually Anluo's maid, Shin Huayue said in shock. The school actually values Anluo so much that they arranged such an excellent maid for him. Shin Huayu's tone carried both admiration and bitterness. The three fell into silence, an indescribable sense of inferiority washed over them. They deeply felt that they and Anluo were simply not from the same world. Being with them was a complete waste of time for Anluo. 10 minutes later, Shin Huayue, who had composed herself, curled her lips into a forced smile and said, "Let's go, don't just stand there. Anluo is still waiting for us." She grabbed both of their arms and rang the doorbell. Shortly after, Anluo came to open the door with a smile on his face. "Welcome," he greeted the three warmly. Shin Huayu tried to pull herself together and handed the wine in her hand to Anluo. Anluo took the wine and saw the familiar packaging, his face stiffened. "This is?" He looked curiously at the three, wanting to know who had chosen it. "Brother Anluo, we specifically picked this for you. They say it's good for a man's health," Shin Huayu said with a bright smile, expecting praise. Looking at her smile, Anluo felt conflicted. He didn't dare to reveal the true effects of the wine, fearing it would taint Shin Huayu's innocence. "Ah, I really like it. Thank you all, come on in." Anluo forced a smile and stepped aside to let the three enter the villa. He led them into the living room and let the three sit down freely. The three looked around, seemingly searching for someone. At that moment, Yu Zi walked out of the kitchen, saw the three on the sofa, and paused for a moment. Seeing Yu Zi up close, Shin Huayue and the other two were overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, almost suffocating. Yu Zi's heart trembled, recalling what Anluo said about friends. Could these be the three? But why are they all women? Why are their gazes so strange? The living room instantly fell into an eerie silence, urgently needing someone to break the situation. Anluo stood up, walked to Yu Zi's side, and smiled faintly. His voice was clear and firm. "Let me introduce, this is my little maid, Yu Zi." He almost slipped up but skillfully changed the topic. "These three are my high school friends, Shin Huayue and Shin Huayu are sisters, and this is Lu Yuni." Anluo's tone carried a hint of pride. Yu Zi politely stepped forward, a warm smile on her face. "Hello." Under Yu Zi's friendly greeting, the three froze for a moment, then regained their composure, extending their hands one after another to shake hers in a gesture of goodwill. "Hello, Yu Zi," the three responded in unison, their eyes revealing curiosity. "It's still early, you guys play first, I'll cook later," Yu Zi said with a smile, then turned and returned to the kitchen, continuing to busy herself with the fresh ingredients. Anluo sat back on the sofa, his gaze focused on the news being broadcast on the television. Recently, incidents of exotic beasts attacking cities have occurred consecutively in major cities of Huaqing Nation, which could potentially trigger a large-scale exotic beast tide. The specific cause is still under investigation. The news content made Anluo's brows furrow slightly, his expression becoming calm and focused. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the afternoon had arrived. Shin Huayue and the other two got up to say goodbye, while Anluo reminded Yu Zi to add the three of them as contacts. Yu Zi had almost no friends at school, so being able to make friends with Shin Huayue and the others, chat, and go shopping was a rare opportunity. The three had just walked out of the villa and hadn't gone far when someone blocked their way. "Feng Yike?" Shin Huayue cautiously protected Shin Huayu, her heart alert. Feng Yike quickly waved his hand and said mysteriously, "Don't misunderstand, I just want to tell you a shocking secret." Lu Yuni was extremely disgusted with Feng Yike's attitude and coldly responded, "Not interested, you can leave now." "Did you just see that maid?" Feng Yike kept her eyes fixed on their backs and continued speaking. The three were stunned and immediately turned their heads. "Yes, we saw her. Her name is Yu Zi. She's powerful, excellent, beautiful, and has a particularly good personality." "What's the matter?" Shin Huayue asked with a frown. "What if I told you that just a few days ago, her ability level was lower than yours? What would you think?" Feng Yike's words were like a bombshell. The pupils of the three suddenly contracted, and a mocking smile appeared on their lips. "Feng Yike, are you joking? Listen to what you're saying, does it make any sense?" Lu Yuni retorted disdainfully. "Exactly. Sister Yu Zi is at the third stage of the transcendent realm, her strength is beyond doubt. How could she possibly not surpass us? Shin Huayu also expressed disdain. Shin Huayue cast a glance at Shin Huayu, visibly disappointed. Fengyak did not back down and firmly said, I can swear, a few days ago, her ability level was only at Noble Realm Stage 3. But for some reason, overnight, she crossed an entire major realm and reached Transcendent Realm Stage 3. Her entire demeanor changed, as if she had been reborn. Fengyak's tone made the three of them hesitate for a moment, exchanging glances with doubt in their eyes. Fengyak, do you have any evidence? Shin Huayue asked. Fengyak shrugged and spread his hands. Without evidence, you can only investigate Yuzi's information. However, I have a strong intuition that Yuzi's strength is closely related to Enluo. It must be Enluo who gave Yuzi something that made her progress by leaps and bounds. Fengyak suddenly realized something and hurriedly added, I'm not trying to sow discord between you, I'm just voicing my doubts. Don't take it to heart. These words planted a seed of doubt in Shin Huayue and the others' hearts. The three furrowed their brows and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Fengyak quickly left. She was the kind of person who couldn't keep secrets in her heart. Once she expressed her doubts, she felt relieved and left, unconcerned about what others might think. A few minutes later, Shin Huayue looked at the two beside her and hurriedly held their hands. Don't overthink it. Fengyak must have misjudged Yuzi's ability level. There's no way such a divine object exists that could elevate someone by an entire major realm. Shin Huayue's analysis made sense and instantly eased the concerns in the hearts of the other two. Indeed, there couldn't possibly be such an extraordinary thing in the world. Their previous worries were truly unnecessary. At this moment, Yuzi, while tidying up, accidentally discovered the wine hidden by Enluo in the cabinet. Seeing the familiar packaging, her heart trembled. No, Enluo is already strong. Enough. If he drinks this, I won't be able to handle it. I'd better hide it. She looked around to confirm that Enluo was not nearby, then quickly ran to the room upstairs and hid the wine. As night fell, Enluo sat cross-legged on the bed, finally finishing his training. The surrounding crystal cores had been completely absorbed by him, and his ability level had risen to the 7th stage of the Transcendent Realm. Few one step further. Although it's not as fast as advancing by eating devil fruits, the progress speed is still pretty good. At this moment, he felt a surge of wonderful energy coming his way. Closing his eyes to carefully sense it, he discovered that it was the energy generated by Yuzi during her cultivation being continuously transmitted to him. No wonder he felt this way. Not bad, Yuzi is quite diligent. I won't disturb her then, Enluo nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Enluo went to the principal's office and handed the leather-bound book to Teacher Moto. Moto carefully flipped through it and nodded to indicate familiarity. Teacher, do you recognize these characters? Enluo asked cautiously. I've seen many books like this before, and the content is quite similar. Over time, I gradually understood them, Moto replied with a smile. Then what does the latter part of this book talk about? Anlo asked curiously. Since you'll find out sooner or later, why not tell you now so you can mentally prepare, Moto said, then opened the drawer below and took out a chart, handing it to Anlo. Anlo received it with both hands and examined it closely. The chart in front of him was divided into 9 unique sections, and each section was labeled with some strange names. This is... Enluo frowned, seemingly unable to make sense of it, and could only look up to ask Moto for guidance. Moto stood up, walked to Enluo's side, pointed at a red dot, and said, this is the map of the entire exotic beast continent, divided into 9 sections, and here is the location of our giant university. Enluo stared at the insignificant red dot and noticed that there were many other red dots on the map. Then, do these other red dots represent other universities? Enluo asked curiously. That's right, the red dots represent universities from various countries, Moto nodded in confirmation. Enluo lowered her head again and noticed that besides the red dots, there were also many small green dots on the map. Teacher, what do these small green dots represent? Enluo asked again. Moto gave a mysterious smile, sat back in his seat, and instead of answering directly, asked, Luo, do you know why the beast continent is divided into 9 sections? Enluo was stunned, looked down at the map in his hand, and shook his head to indicate confusion. The 9 regions were not divided by humans, but by the beasts themselves, Moto explained. To be precise, they were divided personally by the 9 level 9 beast kings. Level 9 beast kings, Enluo exclaimed. Moto nodded and continued. The sector where Giant University belongs is the territory of the Ape Emperor. The other 8 beast emperors are the Cat Emperor, Deer Emperor, Butterfly Emperor, Snake Emperor, Elephant Emperor, Crocodile Emperor, Whale Emperor, and Crane Emperor. The 9 Beast Emperors possess extraordinarily long lifespans and immense power, each dividing their own territories and agreeing not to interfere with one another. Moto's tone carried a sense of reverence. And those green dots represent living bases established by outstanding students from various universities. He pointed to a small green dot closest to Giant University. This is the city established by outstanding students, 8 Beast City. Upon hearing 8 Beast City, and Luo immediately recalled that Sword Unbeaten had mentioned it before. The last time she left school, she went there. Senior sister Jian mentioned 8 Beast City. I thought it was a foreign city on the human continent, but it turns out to be on the exotic beast continent. And Luo curiously looked at the green dot on the map. Teacher, who manages 8 Beast City? And Luo asked. 8 Beast City is managed by your master Inin, who serves as the city lord and oversees all affairs, Moto answered. Teacher, we built a city on the Ape King's territory. Won't it get angry? And Luo asked worriedly, looking at the map. Don't worry, as long as we don't get too close to its core area, it won't notice us. We're just operating on the outskirts, Moto said with a reassuring smile. And Luo pondered for a moment and asked again, Teacher, is the Beast Emperor very powerful? Have you ever fought against them? Moto shook his head. I haven't fought against the Beast Emperor, nor have Xian Han and Wu Chongxiao. But abroad, there are a few top-tier experts who have fought against the Cat Emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. Several experts joined forces to kill the Cat Emperor, but the Cat Emperor quickly revived and returned to its peak state. Later, they joined forces to kill the Cat Emperor 4 more times, but the Cat Emperor always revived, becoming even stronger each time. In the end, one of those powerful individuals was counter-killed by the Cat Emperor, and the rest fled with serious injuries. We don't know if the Cat Emperor is the only one with this resurrection ability at the moment, but the Beast Emperor is definitely not to be trifled with. Take it slow, establishing a good cooperative relationship would be best. If not, then we'll have no choice but to fight. Moto sighed. And Luo left the principal's building and returned to the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw Yuzi had already changed into casual clothes, seemingly ready to go out. How is it? Yuzi's eyes sparkled, eagerly awaiting in Luo's evaluation. It's very beautiful. And Luo smiled and gave her a generous compliment with a thumbs up. Yuzi listened, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, and gently kissed Luo on the cheek. I'm going shopping with Huayu and the others. I've already prepared lunch and put it in the fridge, just heat it up in the microwave. Yuzi pointed to the fridge. And Luo nodded and patted her hair, have fun. Watching Yuzi's departing figure, and Luo silently recited in his heart and nodded to himself. Everything is developing in the direction he anticipated. When he breaks through to the Skywalker level, he plans to head to 8 Beast City. By then, Yuzi will be very lonely without friends. Fortunately, she has now made friends with Shen Huayue and the other two, helping each other, which puts him at ease. Unlike him, others do not possess heaven-defying talent and cannot level up quickly, which means the path of cultivation will be very lonely. His original friends will only be left further and further behind, until one day, when he looks back, they will have completely disappeared from sight. So, why not start gradually distancing now, so that when he truly steps into the starry sky, they won't be so sad. Thinking of this, Luo let out a deep sigh, as if already anticipating the loneliness of the future. Yuzi and Shen Huayue met up with 3 others, and the 4 of them went shopping, ate, and watched a movie together. The 3 were very curious about Yuzi's experiences, and Yuzi did not hide anything, explaining to them why she chose to become a maid. After hearing this, the 3 were both impressed and deeply puzzled. Yuzi, what is the quality of your ability? S level? Lu Yuni asked bluntly. Yuzi was slightly stunned, turned to look at the curious eyes of the 3, and the corners of his mouth lifted. It is indeed S level. Yuzi replied with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Her S-level ability, Cold Moon Rabbit King, is beyond doubt. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock and confusion. Yuzi indeed possesses S-level abilities, but why couldn't she get into Giant University? Just as the 4 were leisurely strolling, a familiar and annoying voice suddenly came from behind. Miss, I didn't expect us to be so destined to meet again. Wouldn't you say this is heaven arranging our marriage? The 4 of them involuntarily turned around and saw that face. The smile on Yuzi's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. The other 3 quickly remembered that this was the guy who tried to strike up a conversation with Yuzi at the supermarket yesterday. Unexpectedly, they ran into him again today. Do you need something? If not, we're leaving. Yuzi said expressionlessly, pulling the 3 people beside her, ready to leave. Wait. I still have something to say. Lu Bufan hurriedly spoke to stop them. Yuzi stopped in her tracks, clicked her tongue with interest, and said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly. We have other things to do. Lu Bufan patted his chest, full of pride. Miss, you might not know who I am, but you must know who my sister is. Let me tell you, my sister's surname is Lu. Upon hearing this, the four frowned simultaneously, and a name surfaced in their minds. Lu Bufan laughed smugly. That's right, my sister is Lu Wuyan, ranked 4th in the school, and I, Lu Bufan, am her biological younger brother. The four exchanged glances, their expressions calm, as if watching a boring play. No one responded, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward, shattering Lu Bufan's confidence completely. A minute later, seeing that Lu Bufan was still indulging in self-admiration, Shin Huayu took out her phone, snapped a photo of him, and posted it on her social media with the caption, "The most foolish guy I've ever seen." Lu Bufan felt a tightness in his chest. Strangely, why was no one expressing amazement at him? Previously, whenever he mentioned Lu Wuyan, there would always be exclamations and discussions around him, but today it was so silent, making him feel extremely awkward. Lu Bufan? You should change your name to Lu Annoying. I've never seen someone so shameless, Lu Yuni said coldly. Exactly, your sister is ranked 4th, what does that have to do with you? Shin Huayue rolled her eyes. I think he's just using his sister's name to swindle and cheat, trying to gain a shred of presence. Shin Huayu bluntly stated. Ignore him. Let's go, don't let him waste our time. Yu Zi said. The four turned away, completely ignoring Lu Bufan, discussing what to eat and which movie to watch tonight as they walked. Lu Bufan lowered his head, his face as red as an apple, filled with anger. His pace quickened until he had to escape the scene by running. He made a silent vow, just wait, all of you. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the four of them returned to the villa with excitement. And Luo had just finished cooking, the timing was just perfect. After dinner, and Luo held Yuzi in his arms, and the two lazily lay on the sofa watching TV, chatting about the interesting events of the day. Yuzi decided not to hide anything and told Luo about Lu Bufan's attempt at flirting. Hearing this, and Luo waved his hand dismissively, showing utter disdain for Lu Bufan. However, he was full of curiosity about his sister Lu Wuyan. She was one of the top 5 ranked students in the school, almost all of whom he was familiar with, except for Lu Wuyan, who seemed to be like a hermit and had never appeared in public. At this moment, and Luo's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw a message from her teacher, Moto, stating that personnel from foreign universities would visit Giant University in the coming days for study and exchange. However, the purpose of this study and exchange is clearly to suppress Giant University. The visitors will undoubtedly propose a challenge, and if they choose Luo, she must defeat them with absolute strength and completely crush their arrogance. And Luo smiled slightly and confidently replied, okay, I guarantee to complete the task. Yuzi saw Luo's smile and couldn't help but ask curiously, and Luo, why are you suddenly so happy? And Luo handed the phone to Yuzi. Yuzi took a closer look and couldn't help but snort twice, looking for trouble? Sister Jian alone can beat them to a pulp. I agree with that. Sister Jian is indeed formidable. A few foreigners are no match for her, and Luo said confidently. However, a hint of contemplation flashed in Luo's eyes, but I think their visit this time is definitely not just for a simple sparring match. What do you mean? Yuzi asked, puzzled. I think they are most likely coming for me. And Luo's tone was firm, as if he had seen through everything. Why? Yuzi's brows furrowed tightly, alert in his heart. My talent makes them feel threatened. This time, they might be coming to eliminate me. And Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. Should we avoid them? Yuzi was deeply worried. And Luo shook his head and smiled, saying, no need. Since the teacher wants me to crush their arrogance, he will definitely protect me from harm. Just wait and watch the show. And Luo gently patted Yuzi's back, signaling her to relax. Despite this, Yuzi's face still carried a look of sorrow, her heart full of worry. Seeing this, and Luo curled his lips into a mischievous smile, leaned close to Yuzi's ear, and said teasingly, little bunny, I want to see your lace lingerie again. Yuzi immediately shivered, her cheeks slightly flushed. She shyly gave Luo a glance and responded coquettishly, you naughty master, I actually have several lace lingerie pieces. Hearing this, Luo's blood boiled, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. He immediately stood up, scooped Yuzi into a princess carry, left the TV on, and headed straight to Yuzi's room, ready to have her try them on one by one for him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa area, Lu Bufan angrily pressed the doorbell of the villa in front of him. Ding dong. After a while, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion came from the doorbell. may I ask who is this? Lu Bufan immediately spoke. I am Lu Bufan, Lu Wuyan's younger brother. After a brief silence, a crisp voice sounded, identity verification successful, Lu Bufan, welcome. Click, the villa's main door slowly opened, and Lu Bufan headed straight upstairs. Entering the living room, the darkness was like ink, and deathly silence prevailed. He navigated skillfully, his finger lightly touching the fingerprint unlocker on the wall. Ding dong, the lights suddenly turned on. The living room was empty, without a trace of life. Lu Bufan didn't care at all and headed straight to the basement entrance. Looking up, the surveillance camera emitted a faint light. He shouted loudly, "Sis! Your dear brother Lu Bufan is here. Stop being such a shut-in." Buzz. The monitors suddenly lit up, and an emotionless voice sounded, "Is there something important? The girl I like looks down on me. Even mentioning your name didn't help." Lu Bufan said indignantly, his expression aggrieved. "Are you crazy? Why would you mention my name to the girl you like? Doesn't that mean I just want her to fall for me?" Lu Bufan said unabashedly, with righteous confidence. "Doing this will only make her laugh at you. Forget about her falling for you, this is downright stupid." Though the voice was emotionless, the disappointment was unmistakable. "Sis, I'm your own brother. How can you mock me like this?" Lu Bufan slammed the door in frustration. "Lu Bufan, mother entrusted you to me so I could educate you properly, not so you could use my name to form cliques and attract girls." The mechanical voice was cold and merciless, and Lu Bufan shuddered all over. "I give you 2 days to cut ties with those shady friends, or don't blame me for remotely controlling a mech to teach you a lesson in public." As soon as the words were spoken, the monitoring light suddenly dimmed and completely ignored Lu Bufan. Lu Bufan's heart tightened. He was a man who cared deeply about his reputation. Lu Wuyan was someone who meant what she said. If she dared to say it, she would dare to do it. If her mech really disciplined him in public, it would be better to just kill him outright. "I understand. I'll disband them immediately, please don't do anything rash." After saying this, Lu Bufan quickly left the villa as if fleeing for his life, leaving behind a thoroughly embarrassed figure. As he departed, the villa's main gate was remotely controlled to shut tightly once again. At this moment, beneath the villa, it resembled a mechanical kingdom. Countless mechanical beings, following their programmed roles, maintained the mechanical world created by Lu Wuyan. In the center, a white mech towering tens of meters high, resembling a Gundam, stands tall. In front of the mech, a girl is standing. She is tall, exudes extraordinary charm, and carries an air of elegance. Wearing glasses, with red shoulder-length hair, dressed in a white high-neck coat. Clearly, she is Lu Wuyan, ranked 4th in the school. Lu Wuyan looked at the mech in front of her and smiled slightly, evidently quite satisfied with this mech. Behind her, various models of mechs were neatly arranged, estimated to number over 100. Each mech had a unique design and specialized in different areas. Some excelled in attack, others in defense, and some were dedicated to logistics and repairs. Lu Wuyan turned around, a satisfied smile appeared. These mechas are precisely the source of her combat confidence. She turned, leapt lightly, and landed on the chest of the white mecha, which automatically opened. Entering the mecha, she looked around, feeling very pleased. Then, she activated her superpower SSS level ability, Mechanical Armament. Energy spread across the entire mech like a tide. In the next moment, the mech gradually became transparent, eventually transforming into a mass of energy that merged into Lu Wuyan's body. She slowly descended from the air, revealing the true power of her ability. As long as there is a crisis, she can summon a mech, arm herself, and control the mech to fight. Why is she called the Endurance Warrior at school? Because her body can store unlimited mechs. When one is damaged, she immediately switches to the next one. As long as there are enough mechs, she can fight forever. Such a bug-like ability naturally comes with its flaws. The drawback is that the mecha stored within her must be personally manufactured by her, with no external intervention allowed. Moreover, the process of manufacturing mechas cannot be interrupted for more than a day, otherwise, the unfinished mechas will be directly scrapped. This forces Lu Wuyan to stay at home and build mechas in order to enhance her combat power. She would stay home for 10 days or half a month at a time, unable to engage in any social activities. Over time, she became a legend. Only heard of the name, but never seen the person. Slowly landing, Lu Wuyan took a deep breath, stretched lazily, and stepped away from the place. Passing through the mechanical world, climbing the stairs, pushing open the basement door, and arriving at the living room. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly came. "Welcome back, Master. May I ask if you need something to eat?" As the sound rang out, a robot indistinguishable from a human walked out from the corner of the room and approached Lu Wuyan. This guy is a housekeeping robot created by Lu Wuyan. When she was in seclusion building mechas, it was responsible for everything at home, which is why the living room is so clean. Lu Wuyan thought for a moment, took out a pen and a small notebook from her chest, wrote down a command, and handed it to the robot. The robot finished identifying and handed the notebook back to her. Order received: an extra large portion of boiled sliced meat, a big bowl of fried rice with eggs, and a large bottle of iced cola. I'll prepare it for you right away. After speaking, the robot went into the kitchen and started preparing food for Lu Wuyan. Taking advantage of the robot's busy moment, Lu Wuyan went upstairs to take a shower, changed into loose and comfortable clothes, and walked with a duong 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 sound. When she came downstairs, the housekeeping robot had already prepared all the food and set it on the table. On the table were a large iron basin filled with boiled sliced meat, a large iron basin filled with egg fried rice, and a big bottle of cola. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Lu Wuyan's eyes lit up, and she picked up a spoon larger than her face and started eating. No one knows how much time had passed. Burp. With a loud burp, Lu Wuyan was finally full. The boiled pork slices and egg fried rice on the table were completely devoured, and the large bottle of cola was also finished without a drop left. Even after eating so much, her stomach remained flat as ever, showing no signs of bloating at all. Truly enviable. At this moment, in the high-rise dormitory area, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Shen Huayu, and Lu Yuni sat around the table, their eyes sharp, seemingly brewing some major decision. Huayu, are you telling the truth? Lu Yuni's sharp gaze fixed seriously on Shen Huayu. Shen Huayu nodded slightly, her voice firm. Absolutely true. She is Yuji's hometown friend. Although they are not close, the impression Yuji left on her during the college entrance exam was profound. Then, for Yuji's ability to leap from B level to S level, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Shen Huayu lightly tapped the table with her fingers, a bold idea flashing through her mind. It seems Feng Yak was right. Yuji underwent a complete transformation in a short time, and all of this is very likely related to Enluo. Lu Yuni gripped the sword at her waist tightly, appearing somewhat uneasy. But Sister Yuzi and brother Enluo haven't known each other for long. Why would brother Enluo do this? Or, why not choose us? Shen Huayu bit her lip, her heart full of confusion and unwillingness. Her words were exactly what Shen Huayu and Lu Yuni wanted to say, but they didn't dare to speak directly. After a moment of silence, Shen Huayu frowned deeply and slowly said, "Do you think Enluo might have some concerns?" "Concerns? What do you mean?" Lu Yuni looked puzzled. "I can't explain it clearly, it's just a feeling that Enluo might be concerned about something. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Shen Huayu lightly patted her head, trying to dispel the distracting thoughts in her mind. "Then why don't we just go and ask brother Enluo directly?" Shen Huayu suddenly suggested, her smile carrying a hint of anticipation. "No. Since Enluo doesn't want to talk about it, we shouldn't ask. I'm afraid if we keep pressing him, we won't even be able to stay friends." Shen Huayu shook her head resolutely, strongly opposing Shen Huayu's suggestion. "Alright, fine." Shen Huayu's disappointment was evident. Lu Yuni lowered her head to look at the golden shadow sword at her waist, her gaze slightly focused, as if pondering something. The night passed without a word. What a spectacular costume show! And Luo couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At this moment, and Tong in her mind finally couldn't help but interject, "And Luo, I really don't understand the point of this behavior. That woman just changed her clothes, is it worth getting so excited?" And Luo smiled faintly, "You're not human, so how could you understand its beauty?" "Beauty? How strange. It's the same person, just changing clothes. How beautiful could it possibly be?" And Tong responded disdainfully. And Luo shook his head helplessly, deciding not to argue with her anymore. After all, their racial differences destined them to have different perspectives. Getting out of bed and walking downstairs, and Luo noticed the phone screen on the living room table was still flashing, seemingly with a few messages. Picking up the phone, he saw a message from Teacher Moto, asking him to go to the principal's office after breakfast. And Luo quickly finished freshening up and started preparing breakfast. Just after finishing breakfast, Yuzi also got dressed and came downstairs rubbing her eyes. She saw Enluo, immediately ran up to him, hugged his neck, and gently kissed his cheek. And Luo smiled slightly and gently stroked Yuzi's hair. "Little bunny, the teacher called me for something, so I have to go now. Your breakfast is kept warm in the microwave, you can eat it any time." Yuzi nodded obediently. "Okay." And Luo went to the principal's office and met with Teacher Moto. Moto got straight to the point and handed in Luo a document. "The foreigners visiting the school this time are from the Eagle Nation, a total of 6 people. Ethan Cole, ability level, Transcendent Realm, SSS level ability, Storm Knight. Benjamin Hayes, ability level, Transcendent Realm, SSS level ability, Necromancer. Willow Grace, ability level, Transcendent Realm, SSS level ability, Fallen Angel. The other three are their family guardians, specific information is unknown. These three are the top geniuses of the Eagle Nation. Luo, you should know the purpose of their visit, right? Moto looked at Luo expectantly. Of course. They didn't go to the Divine Artifact University or the Iceflame University, but instead came to Giant University. Obviously, they're here for me. And Luo calmly analyzed. Ahaha, I knew it. Their little tricks could never fool you. Moto's face was full of smiles, clearly very satisfied with Luo's response. However, I think these three are nothing more than insignificant opponents and pose no threat to me. Luo flipped through the documents in his hand, a trace of disdain appearing on his face. Luo, never underestimate the enemy. Underestimating the enemy is a major taboo before battle. Moto reminded seriously. And Luo was stunned for a moment, then put away his disdain and nodded seriously. Teacher is right, after all, they are also among the few geniuses. I must not underestimate them. I will take this seriously. Moto was very satisfied with Luo's change in attitude. Good, maintaining the right attitude in battle is very important. Go back now. Luo nodded and took his leave. Just as he reached the villa's entrance, he ran into Jian Bubi. Jian Bubi saw Luo from afar, immediately smiled, and waved at him, "Little Luo." And Luo quickly walked up to Jian Bubi and respectfully called out, "Sword Senior Sister." Jian Bubi looked at Luo and guessed, "Did you go to see the teacher?" And Luo nodded, "Yes." Then he handed the document in his hand to Jian Bubi. Jian Bubi took the document, flipped through it, and nodded slightly. "I've heard a little about these three. They're considered geniuses of the Kanjiing Nation, but that's about it." His tone was calm. And Luo chuckled, "Sword Senior Sister, what is your current strength? Can you reveal it?" 8th stage of the Tianqing realm, Jian Bubi informed Luo without reservation. Upon hearing this, Luo gasped in shock, marveling inwardly, this cultivation speed is simply defying the heavens. Fortunately, he has the devil fruit tree, otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up with Sword Invincible's pace in this lifetime. That's awesome. And Luo gave a thumbs up and praised generously. Sword Invincible smiled slightly and waved humbly, saying, "It's okay." At that moment, Sword Invincible's gaze flickered, noticing a sneaky figure. That person was hiding behind the signboard, secretly observing Luo. Sword Invincible frowned. The more he looked, the more familiar the figure seemed. "Is that Feng Yike?" And Luo immediately understood what Jian Bubi had seen and said calmly, "Senior Sister Jian, don't mind her. It really is her." Jian Bubi's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of vigilance flashing through her mind. "She seems to be following you." Luo gave a helpless bitter smile and then told Jian Bubi about the matter between herself and Feng Yike. "Your teammates are actually 3 women. Jian Bubi widened his eyes, a surge of bitterness rising in his heart. "Yes, what's wrong?" And Luo was startled by Jian Bubi's expression, feeling uneasy, her gaze evasive, not daring to meet Jian Bubi's eyes. Jian Bubi snorted coldly and turned to walk toward Feng Yike. And Luo wanted to follow, but was frozen in place by Jian Bubi's glare, too scared to move. Jian Bubi walked up to Feng Yike, grabbed her arm, and dragged her away mercilessly, giving her no chance to resist. "What do you want?" Feng Yike asked cautiously, her eyes filled with fear. "Feng Yike, let me ask you, have you seen the 3 women around Luo?" Jian Bubi asked sternly. Yes, I have." "Why? Did they offend you?" Feng Yike asked tentatively. "How do they treat Luo?" Jian Bubi's tone became even more serious. Feng Yike was momentarily stunned and, after thinking for a moment, replied, It seems all 3 of them have some feelings for Luo." After hearing this, Jian Bubi gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes flashing with cold light. He hadn't expected himself to end up like this. The atmosphere around became oppressive, and Feng Yike didn't even dare to breathe loudly. A few minutes later, Jian Bubi's gaze gradually calmed down. He glanced in Luo's direction and turned to leave. Only then did Feng Yike dare to take deep breaths. She wasn't cowardly, but rather sensible. She had tangled with Jian Bubi before, but that one sword strike had instilled a natural sense of fear toward him. And Luo stood still, staring at Jian Bubi's indifferent back. His heart tightened, as if he had lost something precious, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged within him. He stepped toward Feng Yike, wanting to ask what had happened. But when Feng Yike saw him approaching, it was as if she had seen something terrifying, and she hurriedly fled in all directions. No matter how Luo called out to her, she never looked back. And Luo sighed helplessly, sigh. As expected, from that day on, Luo never saw Jian Bubi again. He rang the doorbell at her house, but there was no response. The interior was completely dark, as if it had long been uninhabited. And Luo came to the principal's office and found Teacher Moto. Teacher, do you know where senior sister Jian has been these days? Moto was taken aback. You don't know? She went back to 8 Beast City more than 10 days ago. Didn't she tell you? Luo's expression immediately turned gloomy, and he gently shook his head. That's strange. I thought you two had a good relationship. Why didn't she even tell you about this? Moto frowned, showing a hint of doubt. Luo felt confused in his heart as well, but finally shook his head vigorously, trying not to think about those distracting thoughts. Teacher, didn't you say there would be foreigners coming to visit and learn? It's been more than 10 days, why hasn't there been any movement? Luo began to feel a bit impatient. I'm not too sure either, maybe something has delayed them. But there should be news in the next few days, don't worry. Moto smiled and waved his hand, signaling Luo to stay calm. Alright, then I'll go fetch the red fire wine today. Uncle Jean is coming to collect it tomorrow. And Luo got up to take his leave, heading straight to the combat zone, finding that familiar spatial door, and resolutely stepping inside. Shortly after Luo entered the space gate, Feng Yai quietly peeked out from behind the wall. Seeing the space gate Luo had just entered, she immediately followed him inside. Arriving at the familiar forest, Luo skillfully found the territory of the Crimson Fire Red Apes. As soon as he appeared, the Crimson Fire Red Ape responsible for Lookout roared skyward. Following this roar, the 2-leader Crimson Fire Red Apes, a couple, quickly jumped out from within the territory and prostrated themselves before Luo, respectfully welcoming him. Feng Yai witnessed this scene from a distance, her mind blank with shock. What was going on? Why were those 2 exotic beasts so respectful toward Luo? A huge question filled Feng Yai's mind, making her extremely curious. Luo was taken by the Scarlet Fire Red Ape to the place where Scarlet Fire Wine was brewed. On the ground were barrels that had been prepared long ago. However, upon closer inspection, there were only 10 barrels, far fewer than the 20 barrels previously mentioned. Are you treating me like I don't matter? Luo was furious. One of the Scarlet Fire Red Apes noticed his dissatisfaction and hurriedly pointed at the wine on the ground, explaining in a flurry of chatter. Tong, translate, Luo murmured. They said the spring water used for brewing was occupied by 2 powerful lizards. They couldn't possibly defeat them, so they could only brew this much, Tong said. Lizards? What is their strength? Luo asked, looking up. Woo. Both are level 6, Tong replied. Upon hearing they were both level 6, Luo immediately felt relieved. For him at this moment, as long as they weren't level 7, it was manageable. Take me there. Luo commanded a Scarlet Fire Red Ape, his eyes flashing with determination. Upon hearing this, the Scarlet Fire Red Ape immediately started moving, leading Luo in the direction of the mountain spring's flow. The spring source wasn't far from here, and after more than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The fiery Red Ape suddenly stopped, trembling all over, not daring to take another step forward. It pointed ahead, indicating that the 2 lizards were not far away. Luo nodded slightly and then spread his wings to fly forward. Sure enough, not long after, he saw 2 strange lizard beasts sitting beside a hill. The one on the left was entirely dark green, while the one on the right was jet black. Their bodies were about 50 meters long, with sharp fangs and scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, making them appear highly defensive. Poisonous giant lizards. Luo thought to himself, his gaze locked onto the 2 strange beasts. At this moment, Tong's voice rang out. The lizard on the right is not a level 6 beast, it's a level 7 beast. Luo was instantly shocked and quickly concealed himself, hiding under a big tree. He secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't rushed over directly. Flames of anger ignited in his heart. Those 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes actually dared to deceive me. Their days are numbered. Luo said coldly, his face icy and full of resentment. Luo, don't jump to conclusions. Although the lizard on the right is a level 7 beast, judging by its aura, it has only just stepped into level 7 recently. It should have just advanced in the past few days, Tong calmly analyzed. If that's the case, then they indeed shouldn't be blamed. Luo calmed her emotions, but the sorrowful expression on her face did not fade. But, what should we do now? With my current strength at the 7th stage of the Transcendent Realm, dealing with 2 level 7 life-transitioning exotic beasts is truly difficult, especially with a level 6 exotic beast nearby. Luo frowned deeply, feeling unwilling in her heart. Should she wait until she advances to the Heavenly Movement Realm? Should she give up the lucrative business of selling red fire wine? At this moment, Tong reminded, "And Luo, you still have the water radiance pearl, don't forget." And Luo suddenly trembled, remembering this powerful weapon. He immediately took out the water radiance pearl, which emitted a dazzling light, clearly having restored its energy. The energy has almost recovered, it should be able to launch a powerful attack once. And Luo's lips curled into a smile, his confidence rising. "And Luo, the energy of the water radiance pearl is only enough for one use. If it doesn't severely injure the opponent, remember to run quickly," Tong said with a serious tone. After all, Tong had signed a symbiotic contract with Luo. If Luo died, it wouldn't survive either. It still wanted to see a broader world. "Don't worry, as long as I want to run, they absolutely can't stop me," Luo said confidently, instantly leaping into the air and charging toward the two ink poison giant lizards. But when he saw the spring in the hill, he was startled. He couldn't fight here. What if he destroyed the money tree? Two big crawlers. "Get up and face your death," Luo shouted, his voice thunderously loud. The two ink poison giant lizards instantly opened their eyes, glaring angrily at Luo. The 7th level ink poison giant lizard's eyes gleamed, drool dripping as it excitedly said, "A human? Didn't expect to encounter a human here, what a feast." The nearby level 6 ink poison giant lizard roared excitedly, clearly showing a strong interest in Luo's flesh. Luo almost laughed in anger, the killing intent surging in his heart made the corners of his mouth slightly rise and his hands tremble slightly. "Want to eat me? Catch me first." After saying that, he flew off into the distance. The two ink poison giant lizards, seeing their target fly away, immediately became displeased, using all 4 limbs and swinging their tails to chase after him. Luo deliberately slowed down his flight speed, making them feel hopeful about catching him and unwilling to give up easily. At this moment, 2 venomous black lizards simultaneously extended their long tongues covered in mucus and poison, aiming at Luo in an attempt to swallow him whole. "Luo, watch out," Tong urgently warned. Luo immediately ascended in height, the long tongues brushing past the corner of his clothes. Although they didn't touch his body, a few drops of mucus landed on his clothes, causing them to dissolve instantly and exposing several large holes. Luo's pupils contracted. Fortunately, Tong had warned him he must not underestimate the toxicity of the venomous black lizards. No time left. Luo thought to himself, turning back to confirm he was far enough from the spring so that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect the water. With a smirk, purple light flickered, and a gravitational field suddenly appeared in the sky. "A million gravity." As he shouted, immense pressure instantly swept across the entire area, roaring loudly. The ground cracked, trees were flattened, forming a massive crater. The two ink poison giant lizards instantly vanished into the crater, dust flying everywhere, as if they had been completely buried. But Anlo knew that this move posed no threat to them. All bark and no bite. He prepared to press the advantage, clasped his hands together, fully mobilized the power of gravity, and shouted, "Super gravity, planetary devastation." As soon as this move was unleashed, the sand and stones on the ground immediately floated up, enveloping the two ink poison giant lizards and trapping them in a stone sphere suspended in midair. When the time was right, Anlo squeezed, and the stone sphere instantly shattered, sending countless fragments shooting outward in all directions. However, some gravel also shot toward Luo, but he used the power of his flesh to deflect them one by one. As the scene returned to calm, the dust on the ground suddenly began to disperse, and pitch-black smoke spread in all directions. The trees it touched instantly withered. Clearly, this was the counterattack of the two ink poison giant lizards. Seeing the layer of poisonous mist approaching, and Luo's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Poison mist? Meaningless to me. Super elasticity, Shinra Tensei." His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the surroundings. An invisible shockwave rippled outward from him, with a humming sound echoing through the air. The poison mist was dispersed by the powerful shockwave, unable to approach Luo by even half a step. As the range of the almighty push continued to expand, the center of the poisonous mist revealed the figures of two giant ink poison lizards. Boom! With a loud bang, the level 6 ink poison giant lizard was violently flung hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing blood profusely. It seemed its internal organs had suffered severe damage. Meanwhile, the level 7 ink poison giant lizard remained energetic, its eyes gleaming, drool dripping, and tail swinging fiercely, clearly unfazed by Luo's attack. Luo's face darkened slightly, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "A level 7 exotic beast truly has tough skin and thick flesh." These moves had absolutely no effect on it. "And Luo, it's time," Tong urged from the side. He didn't hesitate, quickly taking out the Water Radiance Pearl from his chest and activating its power. The level 7 ink poison giant lizard saw this and licked its tongue indifferently. But when it felt the energy of the Water Radiance Pearl, its pupils instantly contracted, and cold sweat poured down. It was overwhelmed by a tidal wave of crisis brought by the pearl. No! I can't just sit and wait for death. It quickly turned around and charged toward the severely injured level 6 ink poison giant lizard, seemingly intending to use it as a shield. And Luo had already activated the Water Radiance Pearl, with blue ripples undulating within it. Though beautiful, it contained destructive power. Water Radiance Heavenly Wave. With his roar, the Water Radiance Pearl burst forth with dazzling blue light, sending a massive energy wave toward the level 7 ink poison giant lizard. The level 7 ink poison giant lizard reacted swiftly, swinging its tail to block the level 6 ink poison giant lizard in front of it, clearly prepared. The Water Radiance Heavenly Wave struck heavily against the level 6 ink poison giant lizard, its powerful force completely overwhelming its scales, instantly tearing a large hole in its body. The wave penetrated through the gap and directly struck the head of the level 7 ink poison giant lizard. Roar! The level 7 ink poison giant lizard roared in pain, loosening its tail and releasing the level 6 ink poison giant lizard, which fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Luo looked up and saw that the water Hua sky wave had created a bloody hole in the head of the level 7 ink poison giant lizard. Though its power was diminished, it still managed to injure the creature. Unfortunately, the recovery ability of a level 7 exotic beast is extraordinary. In just a few seconds, the wound began to heal, and at this rate, it would fully recover within 10 minutes. Luo's heart sank. He hadn't expected the level 7 ink poison giant lizard to be so decisive, using its companion as a shield. If he continued to tangle with it, he would surely be counter-killed. And Luo, as long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Run quickly! And Tong urgently reminded him. And Luo's heart wavered, but at that moment, the sky became overcast with dense clouds. Boom boom! The familiar sound of thunder rang out. And Luo looked up and saw Fengyike shouting in mid-air, "Destructive thunderstorm!" The raging lightning poured down like a torrential rain, striking the giant poisonous lizard. Although it didn't cause much damage, it slowed the recovery of its wounds. Time was running out. And Luo no longer pondered why Fengyike was helping. With a determined look, he put away the water pearl, which had run out of energy. He condensed an ice spear and swiftly charged at the venomous black lizard. Seeing him charge forward, the venomous black lizard glared angrily, its scales bristling, shooting at him like raindrops. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dense scales flew like bullets at high speed. And Luo was caught off guard, and his shoulder was struck by one, causing intense pain to surge instantly. He knew he was poisoned, but now was not the time to deal with the injury. Raising his hand to release gravitational energy, he kept the poisonous scales suspended in the air, unable to approach. Approaching the venomous giant lizard, and Luo raised the ice spear high and hurled it like a javelin toward the bloody hole. To enhance its power, he also used elasticity to accelerate the speed of the ice spear. Bang! The ice spear pierced into the bloody hole like lightning, spraying foul poisonous blood wildly. Roar! The level 7 ink poison giant lizard let out a mournful scream, its pupils dilating in pain. Unfortunately, the ice spear did not pierce its brain, only severely injuring it. At this moment, Fengyike quickly adjusted his strategy in mid-air. Thunder chain! Lightning chains descended from the sky, binding the limbs and tail of the venomous giant lizard, rendering it immobile. And Luo seized the opportunity, once again condensing an ice spear, leaping up, and striking directly at the bloody wound. He understood in his heart that none of the current attacks could break through the defense of the level 7 venomous black lizard. Only by giving it his all and using this blood hole to attack its brain could there be a slim chance of victory. Luo gripped the ice spear and suddenly thrust it into the venomous black lizard's head. The intense pain instantly blurred the lizard's vision, and one of its eyes lost its light. Come on! And Luo's eyes shone with unwavering determination, his body radiating a bone-chilling cold as he softly chanted, "Ice Age!" Boom! The cold surged like a tide, erupting from Luo in an instant. The entire venomous giant lizard was frozen in a moment, even its extended tongue turned into an ice sculpture. Lizards are cold-blooded animals, and in such low temperatures, it felt drowsy, as if hypnotized into a deep sleep. Don't sleep! The venomous giant lizard's mind was alarmed, struggling desperately, its tail thrashing wildly in an attempt to break free from the lightning chains while shattering the ice on its body. Luo looked up and noticed Fengyike's pale face and the lightning chains on the verge of collapse. A quick resolution was necessary. He swiftly condensed another ice spear and fiercely drove it into the lizard's head. With this strike, and Luo clearly felt a change in the sensation, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the ice spear penetrated deeper, the lizard's gaze instantly dimmed. It struggled to open its mouth wide but couldn't make any sound. Finally, it collapsed powerlessly to the ground, gradually losing its vitality. Seeing this scene, Fengyike's tense nerves instantly relaxed, but her physical strength was exhausted, and her body uncontrollably fell from the air. And Luo saw this and leapt forward, catching her steadily. "It's okay, I'm here." And Luo comforted her softly, gently laying Fengyike down, then sat cross-legged on the ground, panting to recover his strength. He tore open the fabric on his shoulder and saw the spot where the poisonous scales had pierced him. The flesh had already turned dark and emitted a foul stench. And Luo gritted his teeth, releasing cold energy from his fingers to freeze the decayed flesh and stop the toxin from spreading. "That damn lizard is really poisonous." He began treating the wound with a small knife, the crunching sound particularly clear in the silence. Swift and efficient, the poisonous scales were removed, the rotten flesh was cut away, revealing pale bones. At that moment, blue flames ignited at the wound, and within seconds, blood and flesh regenerated, healing the wound without leaving a trace. And Luo nodded in satisfaction, put his clothes back on, and prepared to extract the crystal cores of the two exotic beasts. A level 6 and a level 7 crystal core, these were bountiful spoils of war. While he was busy, Fengyike groggily woke up, her gaze vacant. It wasn't until Luo's figure entered her sight that she suddenly snapped awake, fear flashing in her eyes as she hurriedly tried to escape. "Don't move!" And Luo grabbed the back of her neck, firm yet gentle. Fengyike felt a shiver run through her, tears streaming down her face as she whimpered, "Don't hit me, Daddy!" And Luo's heart trembled, thinking that this slap had awakened the shadow deep in her heart, causing her to mistake him for her father. Her reaction left him helpless. He let go of his hand and gently stroked her hair, saying, "I won't hit you again, absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Fengyike's sobbing gradually subsided. Seeing her slowly relax, and Luo was about to get up when Fengyike grabbed his hand. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at him, tightly holding onto Luo's hands, appearing very dependent. Feeling helpless, and Luo sat back down and continued to comfort her. Fengyike took the opportunity to lean forward, lying on Luo's lap like a well-behaved kitten. And Luo felt conflicted but let her lean on him, gently stroking her hair. Gradually, Fengyike's breathing became steady, and she fell into a deep sleep on his lap, a blissful smile on her lips. Watching this scene, and Luo couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Fengyike's experiences were too tragic. Over a decade of violence and indifference had turned her heart into a dark abyss. "Sigh, sleep well, it's all over now," and Luo murmured softly. Fengyike slept deeply. No matter how Luo called her, she remained unresponsive. It wasn't until the sun set that she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Fengyike wake up, and Luo felt relieved and smiled brightly, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can move my legs. They're so numb, I'm about to go crazy. My dear little lady, you're finally awake." And Luo looked down at Fengyike and couldn't help but tease. Fengyike heard the sound, and memories flooded her mind instantly. She woke up abruptly and hurriedly got up from Luo's lap. A blush rose on her face, and she turned around in a cute and innocent manner, obediently starting to massage Luo's legs. Watching Fengyike's demeanor like a little wife, Luo felt a slight tremor in his heart, somewhat at a loss. She used to be completely unruly, but now, she was so obedient that it felt a bit unreal. However, he had to admit, her technique was excellent, making him feel as if he were floating on clouds. Not bad, your technique is great," and Luo couldn't help but praise, a contented smile appearing on his face. Hearing the compliment, Fengyike's face turned even redder, and she applied more force to her massage. After more than 10 minutes, Luo finally felt his legs restored to normal, no longer numb. "All right, that's enough, no need to pinch anymore." And Luo waved his hand to refuse. Upon hearing this, Fengyike's eyes instantly dimmed, and she exuded an air of disappointment. And Luo frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. "Let's go, it's time to head back." And Luo stopped overthinking and stood up to speak. Fengyike stood up and grabbed the corner of Luo's clothes, appearing very dependent. And Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Although he wanted to push her hand away, he ultimately softened, not wanting to see her disappointed look. Striding forward, Fengyike closely followed behind, and Luo took a step, and she took a step, like a shadow following its form. Returning once again to the territory of the Scarlet Fire Red Apes, Luo successfully took away 10 barrels of Scarlet Fire wine and informed the 2 leaders that 20 barrels must be provided next month. Back at school, Luo walked straight toward home. Fengyike still followed like a shadow, showing no intention of leaving. Students on the road pointed and whispered about them, but Luo paid no attention, knowing in her heart that they were just people who loved to gossip. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Luo finally couldn't help but turn around and softly say, "I'm home now, you should go back too." Feng Yike was momentarily stunned. She looked around and realized she had returned to the villa area, her face showing a hint of disappointment and regret. In the end, she reluctantly accepted reality. "Alright, I'll head back first, bye, Luo." Feng Yike raised her hand to bid farewell to Luo and turned to leave. Luo was left alone, standing in place and pondering. The first few words Feng Yike said were clear, but he didn't catch the name after bye. Could it be Luo? It should be, but why didn't Feng Yike make it clearer for him to hear? Luo frowned, watching Feng Yike's gradually receding figure. He felt a strange unease in his heart but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Sighing, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. It probably wasn't a big deal. Returning home, Feng Yike pushed open the villa door and headed straight upstairs, calmly opening the door. Strangely, as the door opened, a sudden rustling sound echoed in the living room, like the sound of many sheets of paper being blown by the wind. Feng Yike was not surprised by this and stepped into the dark living room, reaching out to turn on the wall light. As the light illuminated the room, the living room's appearance was fully revealed. The walls were covered with red talisman papers bearing eerie symbols, making the entire living room look as if it had been stained with blood. The talisman papers were not only plastered on the walls but also covered the TV, table, sofa, stools, and even the stairs, suggesting that the upper floor was also covered with such talisman papers. At the center of each talisman paper was a single character, meaning suppress or seal. Such a strange talisman paper, under the illumination of the light, dyed the entire living room blood red. The living room, which should have been warm and cozy, now appeared eerie and terrifying. Feng Yike's expression was calm, clearly accustomed to this. She closed the door, walked lightly to the dining table, sat down, and poured herself a glass of water from the kettle. As she drank, her gaze remained fixed on the talisman paper attached to the kettle. Suddenly, she reached out, tore off the talisman paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. "I'm no longer afraid of you seeking revenge on me." Feng Yike's eyes were resolute, her tone calm, as if she had completely let go of something. Then, she drank the water in her glass in one gulp, rolled up her sleeves, walked to the wall, and began tearing off the talisman papers. One by one, throwing them directly into the trash can. As each talisman paper was torn off, a smile finally appeared on Feng Yike's face. After more than an hour of busy work, all the talisman papers for warding off evil were finally cleaned up. The trash can was stuffed to the brim, and Feng Yike lay on the floor, breathing heavily but feeling relaxed. Under the warm light, the living room seemed completely renewed, with no trace of the eerie atmosphere, replaced by warmth and tranquility. Feng Yike sprawled on the floor, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Suddenly, she raised her right hand, pointed her index finger at the ceiling, and firmly declared, "I'm telling you, stop bothering me in my dreams. Otherwise, I'll electrocute you again. Did you hear me?" After venting, Feng Yike sat up and lowered her head to sniff herself. A reassuring fragrance instantly intoxicated her. He, and Luo's scent smells so good," she said with a silly smile, seemingly lost in the sensation. After taking in enough of the scent, Feng Yike performed a swift kip-up, quickly took off her shirt, revealing her sexy abdominal lines with faint outlines of a few abs. "I must preserve this properly. If the scent dissipates, it'll lose its value." Feng Yike muttered to herself as she hurried upstairs, rummaging through drawers until she found a sealed bag. Subsequently, she immediately sealed the blouse away, fearing the scent would dissipate. After sealing it, Feng Yike looked at the garment in her hand, a trace of happiness appearing at the corner of her mouth. After taking a shower, Luo went downstairs feeling refreshed, planning to prepare a sumptuous dinner for herself and Yuzi. Yuzi hadn't returned yet. It seemed she had gone out with Shen Huayue and the others again. Just as Luo finished cooking, Yuzi returned fully loaded, carrying shopping bags in her hands, clearly having gone shopping again. "Luo, you're back." As soon as Yuzi entered the door, a bright smile immediately blossomed on her face. "Put your things away and come eat." And Luo smiled slightly, feeling warmth in her heart. Yuzi nodded vigorously and quickly ran to the kitchen, placing the meat and frozen foods into the refrigerator one by one. Watching her busy figure, Luo couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The cultivation speed of dual abilities is indeed incomparable to single abilities. In just over 10 days, Yuzi had already advanced to the 4th stage of the Transcendence realm. When Yuzi sat at the dining table, Luo had already prepared a delicious meal for her. "How is it being with them?" And Luo asked with a smile. Very good. I'm really happy. It's just. Yuzi frowned slightly, seeming a bit puzzled. What's wrong? And Luo asked curiously. They always ask me if you've mentioned them, and whether you felt troubled when you did. Yuzi pouted and shook her head. Why would that be? And Luo's brows furrowed as well, feeling vaguely uneasy. I don't know either, they won't say. Yuzi shrugged helplessly. And Luo put down her chopsticks, her mind racing, constantly recalling those questions. Even after finishing her meal, she still couldn't figure it out. Night fell, and all things returned to silence. And Luo went back to her room, quickly locked the door, took out the level 7 black poison giant lizard crystal core, and couldn't help but smile with a hint of anticipation. The level 7 crystal core that Sword's senior sister gave me last time granted me the nature-type frozen fruit. What will this level 7 crystal core give me this time? Luo closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed in her heart, heavens bless me. Just give me a nature type or mythical beast type, and I'll be happy. After the prayer ended, she decisively sacrificed the level 7 crystal core to the demon fruit tree. Instantly, the crystal core transformed into light and vanished. The demon fruit tree immediately emitted a strange radiance, as if it were brewing some massive transformation. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! Anlo's heartbeat quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. As the light faded, a fiery red fruit suddenly appeared before him. This is the flame fruit! And Luo exclaimed in shock. The flame fruit, originating from One Piece, is Sabo's devil fruit. The power of flames has almost no upper limit in temperature, with infinite potential. And Luo pondered for a moment, reached out to pick the flame fruit, and felt its scorching heat. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, thinking it might have been some kind of mythical zoan. Well, since it's a Logia fruit, I'll eat it. He shook his head and finally made up his mind. A few bites in, the scorching flames immediately took over his body. And Luo raised his right hand, instantly transforming into a ball of blazing fire. When he raised his left hand, it turned into ice emitting an extreme chill. Ice and fire, a perfect combination, so marvelous. And Luo exclaimed in fascination. But soon, he fell into deep thought. The power of the flames was so compatible with Shinhuayue's tornado ability. If combined, it would surely form a powerful fire tornado. However, he had never considered making Shinhuayue his follower. The boundary between friends and followers made him somewhat hesitant. It's really troublesome. And Luo sighed, feeling troubled. The next morning, and Luo woke up, walked to the living room, and found someone lying on the sofa. It wasn't Yuzi. He walked closer and was stunned. Fengyike? At this moment, Fengyike's hair was messy, and she was wearing a loose blue knitted sweater and white denim shorts, sleeping soundly without any guard. And Luo was puzzled. How could she be here? Just as he was pondering, Yuzi walked out of the kitchen. Why is she here? And Luo hurriedly waved to signal Yuzi to come over. She's someone you know. I saw her lying at the door, so I asked who she was. She said she was your friend and even called out your name, so I let her in, Yuzi responded. And Luo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, so she didn't climb in on her own. Indeed, she's an acquaintance. Her name is Fengyike, ranked 3rd in the academy. And Luo pointed at Fengyike and introduced her to Yuzi. Yuzi gasped in surprise, she's Fengyike? She doesn't look like it. And Luo chuckled, she really doesn't, but her skills speak for themselves. She helped me a lot yesterday, so today I'll make more food and let her have some here. Yuzi nodded and quickly returned to the kitchen to get busy. At this moment, Fengyike turned over, revealing her flat stomach and sexy abs. And Luo quickly looked away, silently reminding himself to be mindful. He went upstairs to get a blanket and gently covered Fengyike's belly, worried she might catch a cold. Just as he was covering Fengyike with the blanket, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a happy smile. And Luo sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and lowered the volume to avoid waking Fengyike. Half an hour later, the kitchen was filled with a fragrant aroma as breakfast was about to be ready. He felt a stir in his heart, immediately stood up, and prepared to wake Fengyike. Hey, Fengyike, wake up! And Luo squatted down and gently pushed Fengyike's shoulder. Fengyike opened her sleepy eyes, saw Luo, and instantly showed a radiant smile. Luo! Good morning! She sat up, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Good morning! Why aren't you sleeping at home in the morning and came running to me? And Luo asked in confusion. I just wanted to see you. Fengyike responded without hesitation, her gaze sparkling like the stars, leaving Luo a bit at a loss. Ahem! Let's go wash up and eat first. And Luo turned away, trying to avoid that intense gaze. Fongyak was just about to get up when her gaze was drawn to the blanket on her stomach. Her sensitive nose immediately detected Luo's scent, and her heart warmed. This feeling of being cared for made her incredibly happy, and she instantly had the idea of claiming the blanket. "And Luo, can I take this blanket with me?" Fongyak looked at Luo with longing eyes. And Luo turned her back, wondering, does this little girl not even have a blanket? But when she turned her head and saw the full anticipation in Fongyak's eyes, her heart softened. "Alright, if you need it, take it." Fongyak immediately cheered, excitedly rushed forward to hug Luo, even kissed her on the cheek, and then quickly ran towards the bathroom, leaving Luo completely stunned. And Luo lightly touched the warmth on her cheek, feeling a moment of daze in her heart. This kiss carried no complex emotions, only pure gratitude. After finishing the meal, Luo handed the level 6 crystal core she hunted yesterday to Fongyak, as Fongyak had also contributed. Fongyak took the crystal core, holding a blanket in her arms, with a happy smile on her face as she walked outside. Yuzi stood in the yard, watching Fongyak's back, her brows slightly furrowed. She always felt that Fongyak's feelings for Luo were somewhat unusual, like the bond between a mentor and a disciple, rather than a normal friendship. But she had no concrete evidence. Returning to the living room, Yuzi looked at Luo, who had just sat down, and asked, "Luo, do you think Fongyak is a bit strange?" Luo paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of confusion, "What do you mean by that?" "I think she has some kind of strange feelings for you." Yuzi looked directly at Luo, anticipating her response. "Strange feelings? I don't feel that way." Luo shook her head, smiling casually, as if she thought Yuzi was overthinking. Seeing Luo's completely oblivious demeanor, Yuzi began to waver in her own thoughts. So, Luo waved her over to sit and told her the story of Fongyak. After listening, Yuzi couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face, clenching her fists, and angrily pounding the pillow. Truly despicable, deserved to die. People like that deserve retribution. Yuzi was burning with anger, her eyes glistening with tears. So, Fongyak just felt that I treated her well and developed some sense of closeness, which is perfectly normal. Luo's tone was calm and his attitude resolute. Yuzi listened to Luo's words, and the doubts in her heart gradually dissipated. At this moment, Luo's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID was Jean Lang, she instantly understood. After bidding farewell to Yuzi, Luo headed straight to the space gate of Giant University on the human continent. In front of the space gate, Jean Lang was already waiting. Luo saw Jean Lang and immediately took out 10 barrels of red fire wine. Jean Lang took out a box and said with a smile, "Luo, there are 10 level 5 crystal cores inside. Consider it your share, take it." Luo accepted the box, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. The advancement of the demon fruit tree requires level 5 crystal cores, and he happened to be lacking them. "Thank you, Uncle Jean, for personally coming over. It's too much trouble for you." Luo said sincerely. "It's nothing. I just wanted to talk to you about the last matter." Jean Lang said. "The last matter? Is it about my maid's father being kidnapped?" Luo asked. "Exactly. That incident was truly embarrassing. I want to compensate your maid." Jean Lang took out a bank card and handed it to Luo. "There are 30 million in this card. Although it's not much, it's enough for an ordinary person to live for decades. Please help me give it to her." Jean Lang said sincerely. Luo took the card and nodded to show understanding. Returning to the villa, Luo immediately handed the card to Yuzi. 30 million? There are 30 million in this card? Yuzi stared at the card in her hand in shock, unable to believe it. "Yes, Uncle Jean said this is compensation for your family," Luo explained. "What a generous gesture." Yuzi still couldn't quite believe it. 30 million is nothing to the Jean family, Luo said casually. "I need to send this card home right away." "Luo, I'm heading out." Yuzi excitedly went upstairs to change clothes and rushed out the door. Luo returned to the room and carefully stored the 10 level 5 crystal cores. A B-grade demon fruit tree requires a total of 50 level 5 crystal cores to advance to A grade. He currently has only a little over 20, still far from the goal. This is just the advancement requirement for an A-grade demon fruit tree. Wouldn't it be even harder for an S-grade one? Luo frowned inside. After closing the box, he began today's training. At this moment in Giant City, at the entrance of Giant University, a luxurious extended sedan slowly drove up. The car stopped, and 6 people got out one after another. All of them were foreigners, exuding a strong presence. Among them were 2 young men and 1 young woman, dressed in luxurious attire. The buttons on their tops were inlaid with gemstones, and they were all handsome and beautiful. They looked at the towering outer walls of Giant University, appearing very curious. The other three women appeared mature and elegant. The woman in the middle had fair skin, a noble demeanor, golden hair like sunlight, and wore a golden long dress, clearly not an ordinary person. The two maids beside her were dressed in white maid outfits, respectfully accompanying her. Apparently, these individuals are foreign nobles visiting Giant University. Is this the place? The woman in the middle said softly. Yes, Lady Muse Grace, this is Giant University, the stronghold of the human continent, one of the maids replied respectfully. Giant University doesn't even have a welcoming party. How rude, a stubborn-looking man shouted angrily. Ethan Cole, calm down. We didn't notify them in advance, so it's normal that no one came to greet us, Muse Grace said calmly, trying to persuade him. Exactly. This isn't our Falcon country. If you cause trouble, no one will fix it for you, another man chimed in with a laugh. Benjamin Hayes, are you looking for a fight? Ethan Cole blared angrily. Just as the two were about to argue, the girl nearby sternly shouted, Enough! You too! Upon hearing this, the two immediately shut their mouths and their gazes simultaneously turned to the side. This girl was Willow Grace, who was the daughter of Muse Grace. Muse Grace looked at the servant beside her and said calmly, Call Moto and tell him we've arrived. Yes. The servant quickly nodded in response. At this moment, Moto was drinking tea in the office when he suddenly received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, Moto paused for a moment, then answered directly, I didn't expect you to come personally. Just here to observe and learn, why not? Muse Grace's tone was calm and indifferent. Alright, Miss Muse, I will send my daughter Mo Qinghuan to greet you. Please wait a moment, Moto said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Moto immediately called Mo Qinghuan and asked her to go and greet them. Upon receiving her father's instructions and learning that Willow Grace was visiting in person, Mo Qinghuan was utterly shocked. She quickly set off, rushed to the entrance, and immediately spotted Muse Grace and the others. Ms. Muse, hello, my name is Mo Qinghuan, and I am the vice principal of Giant University. Please follow me, I will take you to the space gate. Mo Qinghuan gestured sideways. Muse Grace nodded and followed closely behind. The others also followed, clearly showing that Muse Grace was their backbone. During the journey, Ethan Cole's gaze kept wandering over Mo Qinghuan, especially her figure, which mesmerized him. Mo Qinghuan had long noticed the ill-intentioned gaze and knew it was Ethan watching her. If it were her in the past, she would have flipped out and settled it by directly pinning him down and rubbing him into the ground. But now, as the vice principal, she must prioritize the bigger picture. Having just arrived here, flipping out on the spot would be too awkward, so she decided to hold back. Mo Qinghuan suppressed her anger and led the 6 people toward the space gate to the continent of exotic beasts. Ms. Muse, through this space gate, you will reach the headquarters of Giant University. My father is already waiting for you, Mo Qinghuan said respectfully. Muse Grace nodded slightly, signaling everyone to follow. However, just as Ethan Cole walked up to Mo Qinghuan suddenly erupted, and the pressure of the heavens protector surged like a torrent, instantly overwhelming Ethan Cole. Ethan Cole's pupils dilated sharply as he felt Mo Qinghuan's cold gaze, as if he were being stared down by a ruthless beast, ready to send him to meet the king of hell at any moment. Muse Grace saw this scene and immediately stopped in her tracks, releasing her own pressure to instantly neutralize Mo Qinghuan's force, saving Ethan Cole. Ethan Cole, who had regained his freedom, slumped to the ground, filled with fear. He hadn't expected Mo Qinghuan to look so young, yet she had already reached the Tianyu realm. Mo Tua truly has a remarkable daughter. So young, yet she's already reached the Tianyu realm. Her future is boundless, Muse Grace said with a smile, completely unconcerned about why Mo Qinghuan was releasing pressure. At this moment, Mo Qinghuan's face was pale, but her heart was filled with unease and fear. The pressure released by Muse Grace that she just felt was incredibly powerful. As expected of the principal of Angel University, the top university in the Eagle Nation, the Seraph Muse Grace is indeed formidable. Mo Qinghuan, who had regained her composure, forced a slight smile. Ms. Muse, you flatter me. Muse Grace said no more and continued walking forward. Ethan Cole no longer dared to glance at Mo Qinghuan, fearing he might anger her again. Benjamin Hayes, on the other hand, looked gleeful, as if Ethan Cole's embarrassment greatly amused him. Willow Grace turned her head to glance at Mo Qinghuan, her eyes flashing with determination. But she understood that with her own strength, she couldn't withstand Mo Qinghuan's attack. It was better to be cautious and endure for now. As the 6 people entered the space gate, Mo Qinghuan looked at the doorway, stomped her foot hard, and vented her dissatisfaction. The ground instantly cracked with several fissures under her strength. In the end, she snorted coldly and turned to leave. Muse Grace and the others passed through the space gate and arrived at the headquarters of Giant University. Moto, wearing a tank top, had been waiting here for a long time. Ah, the principal of Angel University, Muse Grace, gracing us with her presence. Giant University is truly honored. Moto stepped forward and said with a smile. Muse Grace smiled faintly. Mr. Moto, sorry to trouble you. Ethan Cole, Benjamin Hayes, and Muse Grace stared blankly at the bald man in front of them, feeling uneasy deep down. Is this the legendary Giant Moto? Why does he look so rustic? Ms. Muse, please follow me. Let me take you to my office for a seat, Moto said with a graceful gesture. Moto and Muse Grace walked ahead, with the others following closely behind. The unfamiliar faces caught the attention of many students, especially the figure of Principal Moto, which made everyone stop and watch. The curiosity in their eyes made Willow Grace uncomfortable. So rude, we're not animals, why are they staring at us like that? Willow Grace said coldly, curling her lips. Ha, Lady Willow, since we're dressed so dazzlingly, it's quite normal for them to look at us like that, isn't it? Benjamin Hayes said narcissistically, flipping his hair and winking at a few girls. Narcissistic and vain, Benjamin, you really make me feel sorry for you, Ethan Cole mocked mercilessly. No matter what, I'm still better than you, a brainless knight. Benjamin Hayes sneered disdainfully, his eyes flashing with a spark of provocation. Who are you calling brainless? Ethan Cole gripped the giant sword at his waist tightly, his anger surging instantly like a volcano about to erupt. Whoever admits it, that's who I'm talking about. Benjamin Hayes raised his eyebrows provocatively, completely indifferent to Ethan's fury, like an arrogant rooster. A shady guy who only plays with skeletons, so disgusting. Ethan Cole sneered coldly, even spat in disgust, showing no mercy. You! Benjamin Hayes seemed to be hit where it hurt, his eyes widened in anger, his original composure instantly vanished, and his fists were clenched, ready to strike at any moment. You too! Stop arguing. So many people around. Do you want others to laugh at us? Willow Grace turned her head and reprimanded in a low voice, her voice firm as stone. The two froze, immediately realizing the gazes around them. Sure enough, many people were snickering, and some had even taken out their phones to start recording videos. This scene made the two of them feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Embarrassment was not what they wanted, so they wisely kept quiet and ignored each other. Ethan Cole's gaze occasionally glanced at Willow Grace beside him, his eyes shimmering with profound affection, as if silently making a vow in his heart. I hope Mr. Moto won't laugh at us, Muse Grace said with a smile, looking at Moto beside her, her tone relaxed. Moto waved his hand dismissively and laughed. Ha, at their age, they're full of energy, always unwilling to yield to anyone. A little bickering is perfectly normal. Benjamin Hayes and Ethan Cole felt reassured upon hearing this, their faces showing confident smiles. Indeed, they were rare geniuses in the world, and the bald man was absolutely right. Willow Grace looked at the two smug expressions and couldn't help but shake her head, thinking to herself, truly narcissistic. Geniuses? If they count as geniuses, then what should Mr. Moto's apprentices be considered? Muse Grace asked. They should be once-in-a-century prodigies. Moto said confidently, his eyes shining with pride for his apprentices. Benjamin Hayes and Ethan Cole's smiles instantly froze at these words, replaced by disdainful sneers, clearly not believing Moto's words. Oh, then I must see Mr. Moto's extraordinary disciple. Muse Grace's curiosity was piqued. Well, you came at just the right time. My first disciple isn't here, only the second one is. Moto spread his hands and said helplessly. Oh, that is indeed a bit of a pity. Muse Grace said with slight disappointment. Willow Grace heard this and became very curious about Moto's second apprentice. To be called a prodigy by Moto, he must be extraordinary. Unknowingly, Moto led the group to the principal's building. Moa was already waiting there, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see the brilliance of foreign talents. Dad, Moa called out, his face adorned with a sunny smile. Moto nodded and turned to introduce Muse Grace. Ms. Muse, this is my son, Moa. Then, he turned to look at Moa and continued, Moa, this is the principal of Angel University, Muse Grace. You can call her Aunt Muse. Moa immediately bowed and said, Aunt Muse, hello. Muse Grace gently responded, as expected of Mr. Moto's descendant, your ability level is about to advance to Skywalker. Your talent is truly outstanding. Moto laughed heartily, feeling very proud inside. Please go upstairs. He led everyone upstairs. Moto sent a message to Anlo, asking him to come to the principal's office to welcome the foreign genius. At this moment, Anlo was fully focused on his training when a familiar ringtone suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Anlo didn't need to look to know it was a message from his teacher, Moto. He picked up his phone, and sure enough, it was asking him to go to the principal's office. The foreign genius had arrived. Looking at this message, Luo's gaze slightly tightened, and his thoughts began to drift. A few minutes later, he quickly got dressed and walked toward the principal's building. Inside the principal's office. Ms. Muse, enough with the small talk. Let's discuss your true purpose for this visit, Moto said, holding his tea, suddenly asking. The purpose is just to visit and learn, as was clearly stated before, Muse Grace responded calmly. Just visiting the school? You would come personally? Don't bother with those useless excuses. Moto clearly understood her true intentions. It's just a visit, nothing else, Muse Grace said firmly. Moto shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, whatever tricks you come up with, I'll be watching closely. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Teacher, I'm here. Moto heard the sound and immediately knew it was Anlo. Come in. Anlo pushed the door open and entered, instantly drawing everyone's attention to him. Willow Grace's pupils slightly dilated, her heartbeat quickened. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. But she knew that mere looks could never win her over. The moment Ethan Cole saw Anlo, he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. His heart sank, and he turned to look at the stunned Willow Grace beside him, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. Benjamin Hayes, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, his heart full of jealousy toward Anlo, wishing he could erase him completely. Muse Grace saw Anlo, and a trace of amazement flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it, as if that amazement had never appeared. The two maids behind Muse also froze briefly but quickly returned to normal. Anlo walked to his teacher Moto's side and nodded slightly in greeting. Ms. Muse, this is my second apprentice, Anlo, Moto proudly introduced. Xiao Luo, this is the president of Angel University, known as the Seraph, Muse Grace, he added. Hello, Aunt Muse, and Luo slightly bowed and greeted. As expected of the prodigy disciple Moto mentioned, in every aspect, truly extraordinary, Muse Grace's eyes sparkled with admiration. Aunt Muse, you flatter me, and Luo replied humbly. Anlo, Moa, you two take them and casually stroll around the campus. Moto instructed casually. All right, you three, please follow us. Moa stood up and waved with a smile. The five walked out of the principal's building, sunlight spilling across the campus, the air filled with the scent of youth. How about we check out the commercial area first? Moa turned around, showing a friendly smile. Ethan and Benjamin exchanged a glance, clearly having made up their minds. Willow was their leader here. All right, lead the way, Willow nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Walking side by side, the group listened as Moyer enthusiastically introduced every corner of the commercial district, as if narrating a fascinating adventure. However, Willow's thoughts were elsewhere. Her gaze frequently and secretly shifted to Anlo, her eyes revealing amazement, as if she had seen a priceless treasure. So good-looking, even better than my brother. I really want to put him in my room and admire him every day, Willow thought to herself. Anlo felt Willow's unabashed gaze and was overcome with a chill, as if he had become fresh meat being stared at by a hungry wolf. He hurriedly quickened his pace, using the burly Moyer to block Willow's blatant gaze. Benjamin, who was behind them, noticed this and slightly curled his lips into a mischievous smile. Do you think Willow has feelings for that guy? He whispered to Ethan. Ethan gripped the sword at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Anlo, already calculating in his mind, she wouldn't like an ordinary watching citizen. Don't talk nonsense. Benjamin interrupted, Willow is from the noble Grace family. Didn't you see the look in her eyes? Ethan glared angrily and shouted, you shady guy, if you keep going, I won't hold back. Benjamin was hit where it hurt, snorted coldly, and ignored it, knowing that he had successfully stirred up conflict. A few people arrived at the restaurant, and Moyer, feeling a bit hungry, suggested, let's take a break here and fill our stomachs. Sure, it's a good chance to try Huaxing country's cuisine. Willow's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The group entered the restaurant, booked a private room, and Moyer carefully selected a few dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Ethan suddenly asked Anlo, what is your current strength? 8th stage of the Transcendent Realm, Anlo answered without hesitation. Only the 8th stage of the Transcendent Realm? Ethan laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. Is this the so-called prodigy student that Principal Moto mentioned? I think it's nothing special. A trace of coldness flashed in Anlo's eyes, and he felt puzzled. What reason did this guy have to humiliate him? Luo is only a freshman, having the strength of the 8th stage of the Transcendent Realm at this age is truly rare. Moa defended Luo with displeasure. Ethan's smile instantly disappeared, and he looked at Luo in shock, you're only a freshman? At that time, I was still lingering in the mortal transformation realm. Willow was also stunned, her heart shaken. And Luo had already reached the 8th stage of the transcendent realm. She recalled her mother, Muse Grace, calling Luo a prodigy, and her heart immediately affirmed this fact. Benjamin's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, such a monster, if it could become my undead creature, wouldn't that mean ascension? He turned to Ethan and said, at Anlo's age, you seem to have just advanced to the transcendence realm, right? Ethan's face changed, anger surging. What are you trying to say? Nothing, just mentioning it casually, don't overthink it. Benjamin smiled innocently. Ethan was furious, his hand already gripping the sword hilt, ready to strike back. Benjamin saw the situation turning bad and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, your Cole family is a renowned knight family in the Eagle Nation, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Ethan's anger instantly dissipated, and he revealed a proud smile. That's right, our Cole family is famous for its knights. The ability I awakened is an SSS level Storm Knight. Ethan held his head high, exuding pride. Before he finished speaking, he looked at Luo with a contemptuous gaze. Which family do you belong to? And Luo sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, this guy is looking for trouble again. I don't belong to a prominent family, just an ordinary person among the masses, and Luo said calmly, his voice as still as a dead pond, without a ripple. Ethan smiled faintly, secretly feeling smug. An ordinary person? No matter how extraordinary his talent might be, the Grace family would never take notice. Without background or connections, and Luo was destined to be nothing more than a foil. When Benjamin heard the words ordinary person, the flames of greed in his heart burned even stronger. Without a family background, it meant that even if Anlo died, no one would come to trouble him, truly a relief. After hearing Anlo's words, Willow felt an even deeper curiosity about him. How could an ordinary family produce such an astonishing genius? Everyone present could see that. Apart from Anlo, the others were excellent only because of their family's genetic talents. Superior genes create superior beings, while inferior genes result in inferior beings. The various families of the Eagle Nation all adhere to this principle: superior beings only pair with superior beings. If a family member insists on pairing with an inferior being, they will be expelled from the family, stripped of their surname, and forever barred from being recorded in the family genealogy. As for Anlo, coming from an ordinary family yet possessing talent even greater than theirs, this left Willow feeling incredulous. Anlo, are you sure you're from an ordinary family? Not a secret child of a prominent family? Willow asked bluntly. Anlo couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Miss Willow, the place where I grew up, wouldn't I know? Don't overthink it. Willow's face turned slightly red, and she secretly wondered how she could ask such a question. I'm sorry, I just feel that your talent really doesn't seem like it comes from an ordinary family. Willow smiled slightly and said sincerely. And Luo smiled indifferently, then suddenly his expression froze, and he fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, he knew nothing about his mother's background. She had passed away when he was born, and no family members had ever appeared. Could it be she belonged to a prominent family? Thinking of this, and Luo couldn't help but take a sip of water and decided to go back and ask his father, and Xiong, who must know. Ethan saw in Luo's silence and thought he was feeling inferior, so he said, and Luo, there's no need to feel inferior. Everything has already been predestined. And Luo was stunned for a moment, then sneered disdainfully, why would I feel inferior? Even though I don't have a prominent family behind me or powerful ancestors, I'm still far better than you. Everyone present was stunned, not expecting Luo to bluntly say such words to Ethan, even though it was indeed true. Sure enough, Ethan's anger was ignited. He glared at Luo, his eyes flashing with ferocity. What did you say? And Luo sneered coldly. I said, I'm much stronger than you. Is there something wrong with your ears? Go see a doctor quickly, don't miss the best treatment time. Bang! Ethan slammed the table, his gaze sharp as a knife. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say you're stronger than me. My ability level is at Transcendent Realm 9th stage, while you're only at Transcendent Realm 8th stage. And Luo shook his head and sighed. Even if I were only at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm, you still wouldn't be my match. Everyone present gasped in unison. And Luo's words were not just dismissive but outright contemptuous, completely disregarding Ethan. Sure enough, a murderous intent gradually emerged in Ethan's eyes. And Luo, I admit you are extraordinarily gifted, but aren't you being overly confident? And Luo looked indifferently at the furious Ethan and said coldly, Ethan, you claim to be from some knight family and possess SSS level abilities. But in my eyes, these are less valuable than a level 5 crystal core. Anlo's imposing aura was overwhelming, causing Willow to involuntarily feel a surge of battle intent. Meanwhile, Benjamin revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, let's see how Ethan reacts next. Ethan suddenly stood up, leaning forward with his hands pressed on the dining table, looking down at Anlo from above. He spoke firmly and forcefully. In your eyes, my family is worth less than a level 5 crystal core? I advise you to take back those words, or bear the consequences. Anlo dismissed it indifferently. Ethan, you misunderstood me. What I meant was, your family truly isn't worth much, otherwise, how could they have raised a useless person like you? With a smile on his face, he casually uttered these words, causing Ethan to burn with rage on the spot. Boom! Ethan, furious beyond measure, drew the sword from his waist and slashed fiercely at Anlo's neck. The blade cut through Anlo's neck, entering from the left side and exiting from the right, as if it were a clean and decisive beheading. To outsiders, Anlo appeared to be as dead as one could possibly be. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe that Ethan dared to strike so ruthlessly. Willow, seeing the red line on Anlo's neck, thought to herself that Anlo was nothing special. How could he die so carelessly? Benjamin secretly chuckled to himself. His goal had been achieved. Next, he would summon Anlo's soul and turn him into his undead creature. Anlo! Moa's pupils dilated, burning with rage. He immediately transformed into golden behemoth claws and launched a fierce attack at Ethan, intending to capture him and make him pay with his life. At that moment, Anlo's voice rang out, "Don't panic, I'm fine." As soon as Anlo spoke, the few people present were instantly stunned and almost simultaneously turned to look at him. They saw him smiling, and the wound on his neck suddenly ignited with a blue flame, as if to tell them he was completely unharmed. SSS Anlo gently moved his neck, as if the injury he had just suffered was merely a trivial matter. This scene was like a bomb exploding in everyone's hearts, leaving them feeling dizzy and disoriented. A human being decapitated and still fine? What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Ethan's pupils trembled, his heart filled with doubt. His hand holding the sword slightly shook as he began to question Anlo's identity. Willow's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, unconsciously wanting to approach Anlo for a closer look. However, at this moment, she still chose to keep her distance. In contrast, Benjamin was both shocked and slightly disappointed. He had originally thought Anlo was doomed, secretly calculating how to summon his spirit. Yet Anlo emerged unscathed, leaving Benjamin's excitement in vain. Moa silently observed Anlo, recalling that he seemed to possess flame-based healing abilities. However, this healing effect was simply too astonishing. Ethan, I'm sitting right here, letting you strike, and you still can't kill me. Now, what else do you have to say? Anlo stroked his intact neck, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Ethan's expression darkened, his hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and doubt began to creep into his heart. Ethan, where's the pride of your Cole family? Show it. Anlo is just a bit better at recovery. With your strength, defeating him should be a piece of cake. Benjamin interjected urgently, trying to ignite Ethan's fighting spirit. That's right. Anlo, what good is your recovery ability? Battles are won with raw strength. Come on, dare to fight me? Ethan regained his confidence and challenged Anlo, his eyes blazing with the fire of battle. Anlo gently stroked his chin, his gaze wandering between Ethan and Benjamin, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I think it's boring to fight just one of you. I want to fight both of you. This sentence left everyone stunned in place. Moa lowered his head and quickly sent a message to Moto, giving him a heads up to avoid being too shocked later. Meanwhile, Willow showed a hint of an expectant smile, seemingly full of interest in the upcoming duel. Ethan and Benjamin's reactions were completely different, a mix of anger and humiliation. Anlo's words were undoubtedly a show of contempt toward them. Ethan's face turned red, seemingly unable to contain himself, while Benjamin was calculating in his mind how to torment Anlo's soul. How about it? You too? Do you agree with my proposal? Anlo was calm and composed, with a smile on his face. Ethan nodded, but his gaze shifted to Benjamin, waiting for his response. I have no objections, just hope you won't regret it. Benjamin chuckled lightly, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Then it's happily decided. Anlo responded cheerfully. At this moment, the private room door was pushed open, and the waiter brought in a sumptuous meal. Everyone ate in silence, but the atmosphere seemed particularly heavy. Ethan and Benjamin were distracted, their minds filled with thoughts of how to kill Anlo, while Anlo remained completely indifferent, eating with great relish, as if this battle was nothing more than a game to him. This guy, pretending to be calm won't work. Ethan and Benjamin exchanged glances, growing increasingly angry. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Moto looked at the message on his phone, furious, and handed the phone to Muse. It's just kids messing around, Muse said indifferently. Messing around? Messing around involves using a sword to slash someone's neck? If it weren't for Xiao Luo's heaven-defying ability, he'd be gone by now. Moto scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Muse's attitude. This is indeed Ethan's fault. I will compensate Luo on his behalf, Muse said softly. Just give the compensation to me, and I'll pass it on to Xiao Luo, Moto insisted. No, this is compensation for Luo. I wouldn't feel at ease giving it to you, Muse said bluntly. You really are blunt. Moto sighed helplessly. Sorry, I'm straightforward when I speak. If it upsets you, please reflect on it yourself. Muse responded indifferently, completely unconcerned. Talking to you is really infuriating. Moto shook his head helplessly. Do you have confidence in Anlo taking on 2 opponents at once? Muse suddenly asked. I just hope those 2 kids don't get killed by Anlo, Moto replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Muse immediately stood up. Mr. Moto, lead the way. I want to watch the match in person. Moto smiled faintly and quickly reassured her. Ms. Muse, don't worry. Anlo knows his limits. At most, he'll leave those 2 kids half crippled, but he won't kill them. They all come from prominent families. If anything happens to them, my prestige at school will take a big hit. Moto, quickly take me to find them. Muse frowned deeply, her tone filled with urgency. All right, follow me. Seeing Muse so anxious, Moto immediately got up and led the way. Luo and his group have already arrived at the ranking battle zone. The robot spoke, and Luo, you are ranked in the top 10 within the school. Your battle footage will be broadcasted on screens across the campus. A temporary battle arena has been arranged for you. Please proceed. As soon as the words were spoken, a large door slowly opened. Anlo turned to look at Ethan and Benjamin, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips as he gestured for them to follow. Ethan snorted coldly, tightened his grip on the sword hilt, and followed. Benjamin's eyes glimmered with a sinister light as he walked, glaring viciously at Anlo, clearly already considering him a dead man. Moa said to Willow beside him, Miss Willow, let's take a break here. We can also get a clear view of the images above. Willow was startled and looked up. Sure enough, there was a screen broadcasting images of the 3. This is amazing. Our school doesn't have this kind of equipment, it's so convenient. I must tell my mother to get one for the school. Moa listened, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. As the 3 officially entered the battlefield, their figures suddenly appeared on all the broadcast screens across the campus. The unexpected broadcast images made many students stop and curiously look at the screens. Isn't that the prodigy freshman Luo? Oh, that's right, only he could be this handsome. Damn, even as a guy, I think he's handsome. Am I being turned gay by him? Get lost. You sissy, how dare you covet brother Luo? Look at yourself and see what you're like. And Luo's name is known to everyone at Titan University. Not only is he handsome, but he's also powerful, ranking in the top 10 of the school as a freshman. As for the 2 unfamiliar foreign faces opposite him, apart from a few people who have seen them on the street, most students are filled with curiosity about them. How could Luo's opponents be 2 foreigners? Judging by their attire, they all seem quite extraordinary. Is Luo planning to take on 2 opponents at once? Isn't that too confident? I think if he's daring to do this, he must have absolute confidence. This battle is sure to be exciting. At this moment, Xinhuayu, and Lu Yuni, who were strolling on the street, happened to be among the crowd watching. Brother Luo is live streaming again. But why are his opponents 2 foreigners? Does the school have foreign students? Xinhuayu asked curiously. They should be from another school, right? Xinhuayu answered uncertainly. It looks like Luo plans to take on 2 opponents at once. Hopefully, those 2 guys won't lose too badly, Lu Yuni said confidently. Ha, Sister Yuni, you really know how to talk. I think the same as you. Xinhuayu responded with a smile. Xinhuayu stared intently at Luo on the screen. Although she had full confidence in him, she couldn't help but worry about unexpected incidents during the battle, leaving her feeling a bit uneasy. Just as Moa and Willow sat down, a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind them, and the 2 immediately turned around. Moto, Muse, and her 2 maids were seen walking this way, clearly here to watch the battle. The 2 immediately stood up and greeted Moto and Muse. The 4 sat down, and on the screen, Anlo, Ethan, and Benjamin were each ready. Anlo looked expressionless, calmly gazing at the 2 opposite him, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Ethan drew the greatsword from his waist, his eyes flashing with blue light. Intense winds began to swirl around his body and the greatsword in his hand, showcasing the abilities of a storm knight. Benjamin, on the other hand, stared at Anlo, emitting a ghostly green energy around his body. Accompanied by this power, several skeletal undead creatures emerged from the ground and stood before him. Ethan turned to Benjamin with a disdainful smile. Remember, don't let your skeletons hold me back, or I'll kill them along with you. Benjamin sneered, I'm more worried about you, that brainless knight, holding me back. Then just wait and see. Ethan shouted as the wind suddenly intensified. He leapt up, riding the wind, and swung his sword toward Anlo. Meanwhile, a glimmer of eerie light flashed in Benjamin's eyes. With a thought, hundreds of undead creatures surged toward Anlo like a tide, as if to engulf him. In contrast, Anlo remained utterly unperturbed by the scene before him, even feeling a bit amused. Phew, is that all? Then you're in for a rough time, Anlo said with a light chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands, his right hand igniting in blazing flames, while his left hand condensed into a mass of chilling ice, exuding an intense cold. Taste my original technique. Polar extremes of fire and ice. Two extreme forces intertwine in Luo's hands, forming a vortex of energy flickering with crimson flames and crystal blue ice. Go! The energy vortex flew toward Ethan and the charging skeleton army, where the powers of ice and fire collided, radiating dazzling light. The skeleton army at the forefront bore the brunt, instantly shattered by the polar strike of ice and fire, turning into ashes. Ethan in the sky watched the incoming polar strike of ice and fire, his mind in chaos. What's going on? Ice and fire? Isn't his ability the heaven-defying regenerative power of cyan flames? How are there two abilities now? A hint of doubt also flashed in Benjamin's eyes. And Luo was unexpectedly outstanding, not only possessing heaven-defying recovery abilities but also wielding powerful ice and fire abilities, making him a hexagonal warrior. What should I do? He even thought about turning Luo into his own undead creature. Ethan and Benjamin were not the only ones with doubts, almost all the spectators were puzzled. Xin Huayue and her companions were astonished by Luo's sudden emergence of flame abilities. Willow's eyes were almost popping out, her curiosity about to erupt like a volcano. Muse, on the other hand, had a flicker in her gaze and a strange smile on her lips, hinting at some plan brewing in her mind. Moto nodded in satisfaction. He was well aware that Anlo harbored a big secret, so he didn't want to probe too much, lest it affect their relationship. In contrast, Moa was indifferent. He had long been accustomed to Anlo's extraordinary behavior and was not surprised by it. On the battlefield, Ethan faced unprecedented pressure. The attack was already closing in, leaving him no time to think. He swung his great sword and shouted, "Storm Destruction Slash!" The sword light was like a raging storm, slashing toward Anlo's ice and fire polar heaven. Ethan initially thought this move could easily destroy Anlo's attack, but something unexpected happened. His attack was shattered within 2 seconds, and the ice and fire polar heaven surged straight toward him. Ethan's pupils dilated sharply, unable to believe it, but his reaction was swift. He quickly raised his great sword, attempting to fend off this powerful force. Boom! The clash between the ice-fire polar sky and the great sword erupted with a deafening roar. Surprisingly, although Ethan barely managed to withstand it, it was only for a fleeting moment. The piercing cold ice and scorching flames surrounded him, as if tearing at his soul. Ethan's sweat poured down like raindrops, only to instantly freeze into ice beads that fell to the ground. His hand gripping the great sword trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the impact of the ice-fire polar sky sent him flying, his body crashing heavily to the ground, one half burned red, the other covered in a thin layer of frost. Pitiful fellow. Benjamin's lips curled into a mocking smile. As the future heir of the Cole family, to be beaten into such a sorry state was truly disgraceful. Necromantic seal. Benjamin raised his right hand and cast a ghostly green charm. Anlo's expression shifted slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He leapt effortlessly, arms spread wide, and calmly said, "Super elasticity, Shinra Tensei." In an instant, a transparent wave barrier erupted from his body, scattering the talismans and repelling the undead creatures. At this moment, Benjamin's face turned pale, almost unable to believe his eyes. His lips trembled, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. Another powerful ability. It can even repel my cursed seals, simply unbelievable, he cursed inwardly. Ethan, lying on the ground, also regained his senses. He looked up at the approaching wave barrier, his heart filled with shock. Without hesitation, he raised his great sword again and charged toward Anlo. Benjamin saw this, his heart tightened, he took a deep breath, bent down, and slapped the ground forcefully. "Come forth, my strongest undead bone dragon." As soon as the words were spoken, black runes emerged from the ground, and a bone dragon appeared from them. It was 30 meters long, its entire skeleton glowing faintly, exuding an imposing aura. "Bone dragon, go take down that guy," Benjamin commanded, though his face was pale, clearly indicating that this move had consumed a lot of his energy. The bone dragon obeyed, soaring into the sky and heading straight for Anlo. At the same time, Ethan gripped his greatsword and roared, "Wrath of the Storm." The clash of swordlight and the barrier of airwaves sent sparks flying. The bone dragon spewed scorching green flames, but they were deflected one by the airwave barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the great sword emitted the sound of breaking. Ethan's heart tightened as the great sword in his hand was about to shatter. Damn it! Am I really going to lose like this? Anger burned in his heart. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to be so humiliated. Anlo, do you dare to fight me in close combat? Ethan challenged loudly. And Luo was slightly stunned, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself, in your current situation, do you still have the right to make demands? Ethan, look at yourself now. You want to negotiate terms with me? Luo said with a face full of disdain. Ethan's face turned red with anger and unwillingness. He gritted his teeth and said, as long as you agree to close combat, I'll give you 5 level 6 crystal cores after the battle. And Luo's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, now that's the attitude for making demands. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I can agree, but I want 1 level 7 crystal core. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Anlo to speak so ruthlessly. A level 7 crystal core, though only 1 level higher than a level 6 crystal core, is vastly more precious. The difference between the two seems minor, but in reality, it marks the boundary of life's essence. A level 7 crystal core is the product of 2 life transitions for a beast, whereas a level 6 crystal core is merely the result of one. The gap between them is as vast as heaven and earth. Even the weakest level 7 beast has no need to fear an attack from dozens of level 6 beasts. The attacks of level 6 beasts cannot penetrate the defenses of a level 7 beast, no matter how many there are, it is futile. Ethan gazed up at Anlo, who remained calm and composed in mid-air, his heart filled with frustration and suppression. But he absolutely refused to admit defeat. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. If it meant bleeding heavily, so be it. Close combat might still offer a slim chance of victory. Alright, Anlo. I agree with you. I'll give you a level 7 crystal core. Ethan roared furiously, his face twisted in anger. Upon hearing this, Anlo immediately withdrew the intense energy. At this moment, Benjamin's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a command, the bone dragon opened its mouth and spewed a ball of eerie green flames, rushing straight toward Anlo. Anlo's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and waved. A surge of purple gravitational energy roared forth, instantly suppressing the flames, halting them mid-air without advancing an inch. Witnessing this scene, Benjamin's smile froze, and a chill ran through his heart. Another ability? This gravitational power is incredibly strong. Just how many hidden abilities does Anlo possess? Ethan, gasping for breath on the ground, also saw this scene. His pupils instantly dilated, his face turned pale, and his confidence in defeating Luo began to waver. Who knows if Luo has other supernatural abilities? On the big screen inside the school, everyone was staring intently at the scene. Most people showed expressions of shock and disbelief. This was practically a crushing defeat. The two foreigners on the opposing side looked pale and were clearly unable to hold on. What's even more terrifying is that, from start to finish, they hadn't even touched the hem of Luo's clothes. Willow gazed at Luo on the screen, her hands trembling slightly, and a peculiar glimmer flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but smile. Muse noticed her daughter's unusual behavior and quickly placed her hand on Willow's head. A white light flickered, soothing Willow's emotions that were on the verge of erupting. As her emotions calmed, Willow's hands gradually became still. And Luo controlled the eerie green flame, and with a squeeze of his hand, the flame instantly vanished without a trace. Then, his eyes sharpened as he suddenly charged at the bone dragon, his fist gathering a force of vibration and smashing fiercely into the dragon's skull. Boom! The bone dragon was sent flying with a punch, crashing heavily into the wall. Immediately, cracking sounds echoed as fissures began to appear on the bone dragon's skull. As the cracks multiplied, the bone dragon suddenly exploded amidst shocked gazes, turning into countless fragments of bone scattered across the ground. Benjamin stared blankly at the bone dragon that had already shattered into pieces, a chill surging in his heart. The bone dragon was renowned for its extraordinary defense, yet it had been blown apart by Anlo with a single punch, truly defying all expectations. Ethan, as Benjamin's mortal enemy, naturally understood how astonishing the bone dragon's defense was. At this moment, as he looked at the bone dragon smashed to pieces by Anlo, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He lowered his gaze to the greatsword in his hand and thought to himself, will I be able to withstand it? Anlo looked at the bone fragments on the ground with satisfaction and nodded slightly. Then, he turned to Ethan and said, "The next punch will be even stronger. If you can take this punch and still stand, I will admit defeat." Ethan was stunned for a moment, then burst into joy. "Are you sure? No take-backs." "I won't go back on my word," Anlo responded calmly. "All right. Then let's do this." Ethan excitedly gripped his greatsword as the power of the storm began to gather. Storm battle form. Activate. As soon as the words were spoken, Ethan's hair stood on end, his pupils flickered, and a powerful wave of energy surged from his body. The force of the storm enveloped him, faint streaks of lightning flashing around him. His body instantly expanded, steam swirling, veins bulging on his forehead, and his muscles seemed to double in size. Empowered by the storm battle form, Ethan's attributes were greatly enhanced. Seeing this, Anlo revealed a playful smile. "Although I can only maintain the storm battle form for 1 minute, that's more than enough," Ethan said firmly. Anlo shrugged and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Then I'll just wait for you for 1 minute." This sentence instantly froze Ethan's excitement. "You?" Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ah, just kidding, don't be so tense," Anlo teased nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned serious, as if he had become a different person. Ethan felt the pressure surge, steadied his stance, pressed his feet firmly, and stomped heavily on the ground, leaving 2 deep pits. And Luo took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and a burst of white light appeared with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Ethan gritted his teeth, feeling the immense power in Luo's fist even from afar. At this moment, the heavily exhausted Benjamin was half-squatting on the ground, slowly recovering his strength. Feeling the power contained in Luo's fist, a chill involuntarily ran through his heart. This power was the very force that shattered his bone dragon, and it was even stronger than before. Moto, who was watching the battle, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head. "It's over. It seems Anlo doesn't want to play anymore." The excited Willow froze upon hearing this. "It's over? Does Anlo's punch have such power?" Muse frowned slightly and turned to ask Moto, "What kind of ability is this?" Moto gave a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "Ms. Muse, be patient. The answer is right in front of you." The Muse no longer asked questions, her gaze refocused on Luo on the screen. And Luo let out a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at the prepared Ethan. "If I throw this punch, you might die." Ethan instantly felt a chill, cold sweat streaming down, his heart filled with mixed emotions, yet he did not back down. Seeing Ethan resolutely ready to take the punch, and Luo's lips curled into a ruthless smile, he slowly raised his right fist and murmured under his breath, "Triple heaven. Ultra shockwave shattering star." Whoosh! And Luo's figure instantly disappeared, and by the time everyone reacted, he was already in front of Ethan. Ethan's pupils suddenly contracted. He gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, and swung his greatsword forward with all his might. Bang! With a loud bang, the collision of the fist and the greatsword stirred up layers of shockwaves, deafeningly loud. Boom, boom, boom. Ethan gripped his greatsword tightly, feeling as if he was about to crack. The ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, and his body kept sinking. Although he gave his all to resist, Anlo's fist still approached. A hint of a smug smile appeared on Ethan's face. But when he saw Anlo's smile, his heart tightened, and doubt surged in his mind. He had clearly blocked it, so why was Anlo still smiling? Just as Ethan was puzzled, a tremendous force suddenly struck him, as if a mountain was crashing down on him. Boom! This force almost suffocated Ethan, leaving him terrified. In the air, several cracks quietly appeared, crackling. Ethan's eyes widened like an ox, bloodshot veins flickering in his pupils as he stared intently at the splitting fissures, shouting in his heart, "Space is actually breaking apart." Meanwhile, the great sword in his hand emitted a piercing sound, sending a chill through his heart. Oh no! Before he could react, another unparalleled force erupted from Anlo's fist. Boom! Click! Under this domineering force, Ethan's sword could not hold up and instantly shattered, the blade turning into fragments. Ethan stared blankly at the hilt of the sword left in his hand, still unable to believe it. With the collapse of the greatsword, he could no longer fend off Anlo's fists. The fist struck heavily on Ethan's face, burying his entire head into the ground in an instant. Boom! The ground shook, exploding into a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters, with Ethan's head at the center. Splat! Fresh blood spurted out, splashing onto Luo's face. The bright red liquid flowed down Luo's fist. Luo stood up calmly, took out a tissue, first wiping the blood off his face, then cleaning his fist. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit of aversion due to his cleanliness obsession. He had always disliked close combat, especially physical contact with strangers. If it weren't for the 7th level crystal core this time, he wouldn't have approached Ethan at all. After wiping off the bloodstains, he casually threw the tissue onto Ethan and turned his gaze to Ethan, who was still in pain. At this moment, Ethan's breath was weak, his face contorted. If not treated promptly, he might lose his life on the spot. His jaw was dislocated, his teeth were all gone, his nose was broken, and his face was a horrifying sight, almost completely disfigured. Benjamin was so frightened that he trembled all over, took several steps back, and thought to himself, if my face were beaten like that, I would rather die. Muse saw Ethan's miserable state and immediately stood up, angrily accusing Moto. You said Anlo wouldn't go for the kill. Moto crossed his legs casually, waved his hand indifferently, and wore a faint smile on his face. I'm not Anlo, how could I guess his thoughts? I was just speculating that he wouldn't go for the kill. His gaze turned cold, and his tone was ruthless. However, since this kid went all out against Luo, he should be prepared to face the same. Reciprocity, isn't that normal? Muse was rendered speechless by Moto's words, but she understood that he was right. If you dare to go all out, you must be prepared to face retaliation. Her expression gradually darkened, a mix of anger and helplessness. In the Eagle Nation, she could use her power to suppress others, relying on absolute strength to make them dare not defy her, but in the Watching Nation, no one would indulge her. With someone like Moto, who was on the same level as her, by her side, she couldn't take action to protect Ethan. Willow looked at the disfigured Ethan, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if his life or death had nothing to do with her. Moto saw Muse's grim expression and laughed heartily. Miss Muse, don't worry. Anlo still wants that level 7 crystal core and won't let Ethan die just like that. Muse's expression slightly softened, and the tension in her heart eased somewhat. On the battlefield, things indeed unfolded as Moto had said. Anlo extended his hand, and a cluster of phoenix blue flames rose in his palm. With a gentle wave, the blue flames flew onto Ethan, barely saving his life and preventing him from dying on the spot. At least wait until he hands over the 7th level crystal core to Luo before dying. As the phoenix's blue flame ignited, Ethan's breathing gradually stabilized, and the intense pain made him suddenly open his eyes. He saw Luo watching coldly, and his heart panicked, causing him to lose control and wet himself. SSS. The soaked pants emitted a pungent smell, spreading between the two of them. And Luo frowned, covered her nose, and stepped back a few paces. Ethan wanted to move, but his whole body was powerless, unable to muster even a bit of strength. His body was severely injured by a punch from Luo, and completely exhausted due to the consumption of the storm battle physique. Ethan, I kept my promise to fight you up close. Isn't it time to hand over the level 7 crystal core? Anlo said with a calm smile, his tone peaceful yet carrying an invisible pressure. This sentence was like the whisper of death, echoing in Ethan's ears, causing his heart to race, his body to convulse, and ultimately leading him to lose consciousness once again. Seeing this scene, Anlo's brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly stomped down, landing squarely on Ethan's leg bone. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Ethan's leg instantly twisted and broke, blood gushing out wildly. A normal person experiencing such pain would have cried out in agony long ago, but Ethan remained as motionless as a corpse, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Anlo felt a sense of relief. Ethan had truly passed out and wasn't pretending to avoid responsibility. Next, Anlo's gaze shifted to Benjamin, his cold eyes pressing in like the edge of a blade. Benjamin couldn't help but shiver. Faced with those icy eyes, a wave of panic surged in his heart. Seeing Ethan's miserable state, he was overwhelmed with shame. How could he have foolishly imagined turning Anlo into his undead creature? What a ridiculous notion! The bone dragon he had just summoned had consumed 70% of his strength, leaving him so weak that he could barely stand. Against Anlo, he had no chance of winning. Anlo, I surrender. The battle is over, you win. Benjamin dropped to his knees, raised both hands high, and shouted urgently. But how could Anlo let him off so easily? With a swish, Anlo instantly appeared in front of Benjamin, grabbed his neck, and lifted him into the air. Cough. Anlo, I've already surrendered, you can't do this. Fear flickered in Benjamin's eyes as he struggled desperately. Anlo coldly stared at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Benjamin, fighting with Ethan wasn't even the thing I hated the most. What truly disgusts me is you. If it weren't for you manipulating things behind the scenes, Ethan wouldn't have ended up like this. Although he's foolish, that's no reason for you to exploit him. Benjamin, tell me your purpose. What are you trying to do? Why did you make Ethan provoke me? What benefit does this bring you? Anlo's voice was low and resolute, his gaze piercing, directly targeting Benjamin's soul. Benjamin's heart panicked, and his first reaction was that he absolutely couldn't reveal the truth. If he did, he would surely die a horrible death. I have no purpose, I just found it amusing to use Ethan to provoke you. I absolutely had no other intentions. He tried his best to appear sincere, looking directly into Anlo's eyes. And Luo's lips curved slightly, then she raised her hand and slapped him with a loud smack. Benjamin was immediately dumbfounded, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his right cheek quickly swelled. Benjamin, you really haven't been beaten enough, have you? How dare you lie? And Luo shouted angrily. Benjamin was in great pain and understood in his heart that he had lied, and this slap was well deserved. However, he couldn't comprehend why Luo was so certain of his lie and mercilessly slapped him. I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Really? Please believe me, he pleaded desperately. Unexpectedly, Anlo raised his hand once again and slapped heavily, smack. The force of this slap was even stronger, and a clear cracking sound was heard. The sound of bones dislocating made Benjamin's heart tighten, and fear swept over him. Urine dripped down Benjamin's pant leg, and he instantly turned red with embarrassment, ashamed to the point of wanting to die. Anlo sneered coldly, gripping his neck and increasing the pressure. You people are disgusting, wetting your pants in a situation like this. Benjamin was overwhelmed with shame, tears streaming down his face and falling onto Anlo's hand, causing Anlo to frown slightly. What's the use of crying? Benjamin, speak the truth quickly. Anlo mercilessly pressed him for answers. Benjamin was breathing heavily, his vision darkened, and he was on the verge of suffocation. He dared not lie anymore. I am actually a necromancer. Seeing your extraordinary talent and simple background, I wanted Ethan to kill you and then turn you into my undead creature. That way, I could have a powerful undead creature. This is my true intention. Please spare my life. He struggled desperately, his face turning purple, his legs flailing. Anlo's gaze grew increasingly grim, and he had already made up his mind. He couldn't let someone like this live, it made him feel uneasy. Sigh, Benjamin, I didn't want to kill people casually, but with someone like you alive, I can never feel at ease. Anlo's voice was low, like the call of death, chilling to the bone. Benjamin's pupils suddenly dilated, and fear surged like a tide. He didn't want to die. He still had many unfulfilled dreams. How could he fall here? A strong will to survive made his mind race as he tried to scratch Anlo's arm with his nails, hoping for a slim chance of survival. However, his feeble fingers couldn't penetrate Anlo's defenses. Seeing this, Muse hurriedly stood up and shouted to Moto, Moto, Anlo is going for the kill, aren't you going to stop him? I have to save him myself. Moto raised his gaze, and the overwhelming aura of his heaven's chosen realm scattered in all directions, making Vilo and Mova dare not act rashly. My disciple doesn't need Ms. Muse to take action personally. Moto responded coldly. Muse's face turned cold as she released her aura. The people I brought here must not die in this place. The oppressive aura of two heavens chosen instantly forced Moa and Willow to their knees, struggling to catch their breath. Moto! This is your school, don't blame me for not warning you. If I get angry, all the students in this school will die. Muse's eyes glimmered with a golden red light, and her body exuded an unapproachable angelic presence, clearly no longer joking. Seeing this scene, and Luo's brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly stomped down, hitting Ethan's leg bone directly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, Ethan's leg instantly twisted and broke, blood gushing out wildly. A normal person experiencing such pain would have screamed their heart out, yet Ethan remained like a corpse, completely unresponsive. Seeing this, and Luo felt relieved. It seemed he had truly passed out and wasn't pretending to avoid paying his debt. Next, and Luo's gaze turned to Benjamin, his cold eyes pressing forward like sharp blades. Benjamin couldn't help but shiver. Facing those cold eyes, a wave of panic surged in his heart. Seeing Ethan's miserable state, an endless sense of shame welled up within him. How could he have been so delusional as to think of turning Anlo into his undead creature? What a ridiculous idea! The bone dragon he had just summoned had consumed 70% of his strength. Now, he was so weak that he could barely stand. Facing Anlo, he had no chance of winning at all. Anlo, I surrender, I surrender. The battle is over, you win. Benjamin dropped to his knees, raised both hands high, and shouted urgently. But how could Anlo let him off so easily? With a swish, Anlo instantly appeared in front of Benjamin, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Luo, I already admit defeat, you can't do this. Benjamin's eyes flashed with fear as he struggled desperately. And Luo coldly stared at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Benjamin, fighting with Ethan isn't even what I hate the most. What truly disgusts me is you. If it weren't for you manipulating things behind the scenes, Ethan wouldn't have ended up like this. Although he's foolish, that's no excuse for you to exploit him. Benjamin, tell me your purpose. What are you trying to do? Why did you make Ethan provoke me? What benefit does this bring you? And Luo's voice was low and resolute, her gaze piercing straight into Benjamin's soul. Benjamin's heart sank in panic, and his first reaction was that he absolutely couldn't reveal the truth. If he did, he would surely need a terrible end. I have no ulterior motive, I just found it amusing and used Ethan to provoke you. I absolutely had no other intentions. He tried hard to appear sincere, looking directly into Anlo's eyes. Anlo's lips curled into a slight smile, then she raised her hand, smack. A loud slap landed, leaving Benjamin dumbfounded. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his right cheek quickly swelled. Benjamin, you really haven't been beaten enough, have you? How dare you lie again? Anlo shouted angrily. Benjamin was in great pain, knowing deep down that he had lied and deserved the slap. However, he couldn't understand why Anlo was so certain of his lie and mercilessly slapped him. I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Really? Please believe me, he pleaded anxiously. Unexpectedly, Anlo raised his hand again and slapped him heavily. Smack! The force of this slap was even greater, and the clear sound of a crack was heard. The sound of bones dislocating made Benjamin's heart tighten, and fear swept over him. Urine dripped down Benjamin's pant leg, and he instantly turned red with shame, wishing he could die from embarrassment. Anlo sneered coldly, grabbed his neck, and tightened his grip. You people are disgusting, wetting your pants in a situation like this. Benjamin felt unbearable shame in his heart, tears welled up and fell onto Anlo's hand, causing Anlo to frown slightly. What's the use of crying? Benjamin, tell the truth quickly. Anlo demanded mercilessly. Benjamin's breathing became rapid, his vision darkened, and he was on the verge of suffocation. He dared not lie anymore. I am actually a necromancer. Seeing your exceptional talent and simple background, I wanted Ethan to kill you and then turn you into my undead creature. That way, I could have a powerful undead being. This is my true intention. Please spare my life. He struggled desperately, his face turning purple, his legs flailing wildly. Luo's gaze gradually darkened, and he had already made up his mind. He couldn't let such a person live, his heart always felt uneasy. Benjamin, I didn't want to kill casually, but with someone like you alive, I can never feel at ease, and Luo's voice was low, like the call of death, chilling to the bone. Benjamin's pupils suddenly dilated, and fear surged like a tide. He didn't want to die. He still had many unfulfilled dreams, how could he fall here? A strong desire to survive made his mind race, trying to scratch on Luo's arm with his nails to seize a glimmer of hope. However, his feeble fingers couldn't penetrate in Luo's defenses. Seeing this, Muse hurriedly stood up and shouted to Moto, Moto, Anlo is going all out, aren't you going to intervene? I have to personally save him. Moto raised his gaze, and the scattered aura of the heaven's chosen realm surged like a rainbow, making Vilo and Moa dare not act recklessly. My disciple doesn't need Muse herself to step in. Moto responded coldly. Muse's expression turned cold as she unleashed her aura. The people I brought here must not die in this place. The overwhelming aura of the two heavens chosen realm instantly suffocated Moa and Wei Luo, forcing them to kneel and struggle to breathe. Moto! This is your school. Don't blame me for not warning you. If I get angry, every student in this school will die. Muse's eyes glimmered with a golden red light, and her body radiated an unapproachable angelic aura, clearly no longer joking. As soon as Muse said this, Moto's expression instantly turned unfamiliar, as if he had never anticipated her being so blunt. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and sneered, Muse, what you're doing is tantamount to declaring war on Huaqing Nation. You can never escape the heavenly dragon kingdom. Even your daughter Willow will meet her end here. Is it worth it? Muse frowned and bit her lip. She had already thought about this question, but she had no choice. She had to use the lives of all the students to force Moto to make Anlo release Benjamin. Moto! You have 5 seconds to decide. Immediately make Anlo release Benjamin, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Before the words had even finished, the angelic wings behind Muse suddenly spread wide, ready for battle. Seeing this, Moto's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. He didn't care, facing Muse, although he might not be able to defeat her, he was confident he could remain undefeated. But he also had hundreds of students, and if Muse, this crazy woman, lost control, even a casual move from her could plunge them all into despair. In the end, he chose to compromise, raising his hand to reassure her, all right, rest assured, I will stop Anlo's actions. Upon hearing this, Muse's expression softened slightly, her gaze fixed on Moto, clearly urging him to act quickly. Moto smiled helplessly and stepped toward the robot beside Anlo. Cough cough cough. Anlo's grip gradually tightened, Benjamin's face turned blue and purple, his eyes rolled upward, and his legs kicked frantically. The instinct to survive drove him to search for a leverage point. However, under Anlo's murderous intent, all of this was in vain. Just as Benjamin was about to suffocate, Moto's voice suddenly rang out, "Xiao Luo, let him go." And Luo was stunned and slightly loosened his grip, but his hand around Benjamin's neck did not completely let go. Benjamin finally managed to breathe, taking deep gulps of fresh air, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Seeing Benjamin's expression and Luo's killing intent burned even stronger. "Teacher, why won't you let me kill him?" "Xiao Luo, if you kill him, most of the students at the school will suffer because of my battle with Muse. Think about it yourself," Moto said seriously. Moto's words made Luo's pupils shrink sharply. Benjamin, on the other hand, was smug, secretly relieved that he was saved. And Luo looked at the smug Benjamin, a surge of anger rising in his heart, almost wanting to snap his neck directly, but reason stopped him. Killing Benjamin was easy, but the consequences were unbearable. Sigh, my strength is still not enough, and Luo thought to himself. The person he wanted to kill was right in front of him. With a little effort, he could end the other party, but he had no choice but to let go. At this moment, Anlo's desire for power reached its peak. Benjamin took the opportunity to mock, "Anlo, let go of me. Do you want so many people to die recklessly because of your decision?" Benjamin's arrogance made Anlo's gaze turn cold, and his mind quickly raced. He thought of a way to let Benjamin live but make him suffer immensely. "Benjamin, you are very lucky today, you narrowly escaped. But I won't let you off easily. You will suffer for a lifetime, until the day you truly die." And Luo's tone was as frosty as ice, making Benjamin feel a chill. As soon as the words were spoken, and Luo released his grip on Benjamin's neck, Benjamin collapsed powerlessly into his own urine, making a muffled sound. Bang! And Luo glanced down at him, a mocking smile flickering in his eyes, then turned and left. Seeing Luo turn away, Benjamin laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha, and Luo, no matter how talented you are, no matter how strong your combat power is, what does it matter? Without the protection of a family, you're nothing but." His voice abruptly stopped before he could finish speaking, and Luo turned his back, revealing a strange smile. Clearly, everything was within his expectations. Benjamin's mouth slightly opened, his eyes widened, sweat poured down as he clutched his chest in disbelief, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. "So painful. The pain in my chest is unbearable." Intense pain radiated from the heart, growing increasingly severe. Thud. The intense heartache caused Benjamin to involuntarily kneel on the ground. His intuition told him this was definitely Anlo's scheme, but he had no evidence, and at this moment, he was in such agony that he didn't even have the strength to loudly question Anlo. Anlo turned to look at Benjamin, who was kneeling on the ground, secretly feeling proud. When he grabbed Benjamin's neck, he used his self-created technique, Mark of Disrespect. As long as Benjamin harbored even a trace of disrespect toward him, this mark would corrode his heart, causing intense pain and torment. Benjamin, being the kind of person he was, wouldn't easily let go of his hatred for him. He believed that within 2 days, Benjamin would be tortured to the point of collapse, and by then, he would surely kneel and apologize. Just wait and see. Finally, Anlo glanced at the unconscious Ethan and stepped toward the exit. As Anlo left, the broadcast screen of the venue also shut off. Losing their source of entertainment, the students who had been watching quickly put away their phones and dispersed. The scene where Ethan and Benjamin were frightened and embarrassed quickly caused a stir online. Anlo walked out of the passage and came to his teacher Moto's side. Moto patted Anlo's shoulder, feeling proud of his decision to set aside personal grudges and protect the school. "Xiao Luo, don't take it too seriously. I promise that in a few years, you can kill whoever you want. For now, just wait." Moto smiled broadly, completely unconcerned that Muse was still nearby. Anlo smiled and nodded, "Teacher, I understand. Alright, Xiao Luo, you go back and rest first. I'll call you if I need anything." Moto patted Luo's back, letting him leave first. And Luo stepped forward, and as he passed by Muse, he didn't even glance at her, walking straight ahead. Muse didn't mind this at all and immediately instructed the 2 maids beside her to take Ethan and Benjamin for treatment. When the 2 maids carried the 2 men out, everyone was shocked by their miserable condition. Ethan is in a deep coma, his face is unrecognizable, blood is flowing non-stop, and one of his legs is broken. Benjamin clutches his chest, his body convulsing, constantly moaning, as if suffering from an acute heart attack. Both of them, without exception, emit a pungent smell of urine. Muse and Willow, the mother and son, have eyes like mirrors, reflecting disdain and a hint of disgust. The two maids are long accustomed to this, their faces showing no reaction. They squatted down simultaneously, activated their abilities, and began healing the injured Ethan and Benjamin. Clearly, they were both healers with special abilities. Moto saw this, took out 2 sets of keys, and handed them to Muse. Ms. Muse, these are the keys to 2 villas. The numbers are on them, and they have been cleaned. You can use them freely, whether for recovery or rest. Muse took the keys and handed them to Willow, saying calmly, "Thank you, Mr. Moto." The two spoke in a calm tone, as if they were old friends. The previously tense atmosphere seemed to dissipate at this moment. "Ms. Muse, let's go. I'll take you to the villa area," Moto said with a smile. After speaking, he gave Moa a look. Moa immediately understood, stood up, and said, "I'll carry them." He bent down, lifted Ethan and Benjamin, and stepped forward. "Let's go too, Ms. Muse." Moto took the lead and left. Muse turned back to look at Willow, who immediately followed, and the maids followed closely behind. Luo had just returned home when he heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen. Clearly, Uz had already finished sending the package and was busy. The aroma of food wafting from the kitchen brought a touch of warmth to Luo, though he wondered how long this warmth would last. As night fell, inside Villa number 88, Muse sat on the sofa, gently stroking Wei Luo's hair, a hint of distress in her eyes. "Luckily, I was by your side today to prevent the risk of you losing control." Wei Luo was unconcerned, shook her head, and a smile appeared on her lips. "It's fine, Mom. I was just a bit excited, but I definitely won't lose control. Besides, I can suppress it." The Muse sighed after hearing this. "You are too confident. That is a power beyond your realm, tormenting your mind and body for years. It's already remarkable that you haven't gone mad, let alone suppressed it." Willow's lips gradually curved into a smile as she asked, "Mom, am I your pride?" "Of course, you've always been my pride, Willow," the Muse nodded without hesitation. Willow's smile was as radiant as sunlight. The two maids were long accustomed to this conversation and showed no expression on their faces. Muse continued to comb Willow's hair and asked, "How are Ethan and Benjamin?" A maid responded, reporting to the master, "Lord Ethan's facial bones are severely damaged, and after treatment, they have recovered by 60%. His leg bones were fractured but have been healed. Other injuries are not life-threatening, and he is currently asleep." Another maid added, reporting to the master, "Lord Benjamin is physically weak and not seriously injured, but he is experiencing severe heart pain. Healing spells have been ineffective, and he is still groaning in agony." Muse nodded, "No matter what, they cannot die. Make sure to watch over them carefully and report any abnormalities to me immediately." "Yes," the two maids answered in unison. A night quietly passed. Ethan woke up in excruciating pain, struggling to open his eyes, and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Despite such severe injuries, he was still alive. He tried to move his body, but even a slight movement triggered unbearable pain. Lying quietly on the bed, his mind involuntarily conjured up Anlo's cold, soul-piercing gaze, filling him with deep shame. He is the future head of the Cole family, yet he was scared out of composure by a mere glance. This is truly the blackest of black marks in his history. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, so he simply stopped thinking. After all, surviving under Anlo's punch was already a blessing in disguise. He struggled to raise his hand and touched his face. The sensation told him it was no longer the same as before. Thinking of this, a tear slid down Ethan's cheek. If only he had known this would happen, why act so recklessly back then? If he hadn't listened to Benjamin's slander and impulsively tried to kill Anlo, how could things have come to this today? When he recovers, he must skin Benjamin to vent his anger. At this moment, he suddenly remembered where Benjamin had gone. After losing consciousness yesterday, he knew nothing about what had happened. As for Benjamin's current situation, he had no way of knowing. Based on his understanding of Benjamin, seeing him beaten so badly, he would surely kneel and admit defeat. Ah! A piercing scream interrupted his thoughts, almost causing his heart to skip a beat. He perked up his ears, listening to the intermittent screams, which sounded like Benjamin. Doubts arose in his mind. Early in the morning, what is Benjamin screaming about? Could it be that he was beaten up too? Moreover, it sounds like his injuries are even worse. Unable to witness Benjamin's miserable state firsthand, Ethan felt an itch in his heart and could only rely on his imagination to console himself. At this moment, Benjamin's face was pale, his lips were cracked, and the sweat from his body had soaked the entire bedsheet. Clenching his teeth tightly, he held his chest with both hands as a wave of intense pain struck him, causing him to faint again. Anlo truly has foresight. For someone like Benjamin, who harbors hatred in his heart, he will inevitably be obsessed with revenge. However, with the mark of disrespect imposed by Anlo on him, every time he thinks of revenge, his heart is corroded by dark water, causing intense pain. Benjamin curled up on the bed, thinking about revenge all night, and suffering all night. Even so, he still pondered how to take revenge on Anlo. Clearly, this had become his obsession, difficult to let go. At this moment, two maids entered the room, changed Benjamin's bedsheets, poured some water, and placed some food by the bedside. Following the muse's command, they must survive. And Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, with a few third-level and fourth-level crystal cores scattered around him. He was completely indifferent to what happened yesterday. A damned person had nearly escaped from his grasp. Once his strength increases, he can still crush Benjamin to death, no matter how much longer he jumps around. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and Yuzi opened it, poking her head out, and Luo, two women are looking for you. And Luo, who was fully focused on cultivating, was slightly stunned. Two women? He thought for a moment and calmly said, I'll go down right away. He quickly walked downstairs, his gaze falling on the two people on the sofa. Sure enough, it was Muse and her daughter Willow. Yesterday, Muse had threatened the lives of all the students in the school to save Benjamin, which caused Luo's impression of her to plummet. Even though she was a strong figure in the Heaven's chosen realm, and Luo did not want to say much to her. She came to find him early this morning. Could it be to stir up trouble? Feeling uneasy, and Luo went downstairs. Willow noticed his movement, stood up, and waved at him with a smile. And Luo responded to her as well. You too, is there something you need? And Luo calmly sat down and asked. Muse raised her eyes, a peculiar glimmer flashing in them. Anlo, yesterday's incident was caused by us. Today, I have come personally to apologize to you. Anlo was startled. A strong figure from the Heaven's chosen realm would actually apologize to him? This undoubtedly gave him face. If he didn't accept, it would seem like he was being disrespectful. And Muse, I accept your apology, and I also apologize for my rudeness to you yesterday. He smiled slightly, but your visit today is probably not just to apologize, right? Muse smiled faintly, as if she had already anticipated his reaction. Anlo, you are very clever. I do indeed have something I need your help with. Please speak, Anlo responded seriously. Muse suddenly turned her head to look at Willow, gesturing for Anlo to pay attention to her. Anlo directed his gaze toward Willow and noticed that her expression seemed somewhat off. Moments later, he was horrified to realize that Willow's gaze was constantly changing, as if several different people were looking at him, which sent chills down his spine. Are you Willow? Or someone else? Anlo frowned, his tone firm. Upon hearing this, Willow chuckled but did not respond. She stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at him. This reaction left Anlo even more perplexed, and he turned to Muse. And Muse, it seems like there's more than just Willow inside her. A trace of surprise flashed in Muse's eyes, followed by delight. I didn't expect you to guess it. It seems finding you was the right choice. Why is she like this? Anlo said as he moved closer to Willow, carefully observing her every move. Muse took a deep breath, his expression solemn. This is all my fault. More than 10 years ago, when I was pregnant with Willow, there was a disturbance caused by the Star God Society within the borders of the Falcon Kingdom. Leading the chaos was the former Scorpio demon, General Zachary, whose ability was SSS level Dark Scorpion. I killed him with my Heaven's chosen realm power but forgot about the child in my womb. The dark energy released by Zachary affected Willow, causing her to suffer from birth and mutating her ability into fallen angel. I tried to purify the dark energy within her, but that power seemed to have fused with her completely. Forcibly separating it could be fatal. Over time, Willow's mental state was also affected, leading to a split personality. I don't know if the current Willow is still her true self, and this fills me with immense fear. Until I saw your message and learned that your Azure Flame has a powerful healing effect, I thought it might help Willow. I hope you can assist me. Anlo took a deep breath and shook his head. Ms. Muse, I am not confident about this. If Willow dies during the process, I cannot bear the consequences. Muse became anxious. I don't need you to take responsibility. Just do your best to save her life with the Azure Flame. Even if she dies, I won't blame you. Anlo furrowed his brows, hesitating. He walked up to Willow and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Unexpectedly, Willow suddenly grabbed his hand. Anlo, fight me fiercely. I haven't trained in a long time. Looking at her excited expression, and Luo realized that Wei Luo had switched personalities again. Although he didn't understand the feeling, he could imagine the pain of having other people living inside one's body. Sigh. And Muse, I can help you, but I need to record a video. If Wei Luo suddenly dies during the process, you must promise not to hold me accountable. Upon hearing this, Muse was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. She followed in Luo's request and recorded the video. Follow me. And Luo waved his hand, signaling them to follow. He led them to an empty room, which contained only a large bed. Sunlight streamed through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire room warm and bright. Muse nodded with satisfaction and gently patted Willow's shoulder. Willow turned back in confusion, just in time to meet Muse's gaze. A strange energy emanated from Muse's eyes, causing Willow to instantly fall asleep and collapse straight into her arms. Muse's expression was complex as she gently stroked Willow's face and softly said, "Let's begin." Muse gently placed Willow on the bed. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and fell on her, as if draping her in a layer of golden radiance. Anlo clenched his fist tightly, summoning a cluster of azure flames, and instantly infused it into Willow's body. He stayed close to Willow, his gaze sharp, constantly alert for any potential mishaps. The time has come. Muse's pupils instantly turned crimson gold, and the 3 pairs of angelic wings on his back unfolded like mythical spirits, filling the room with an overwhelming aura. Anlo could feel the oppressive force, as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily on his heart. "I'm ready to begin, Anlo." Muse looked at him with unwavering determination. "Let's begin. I will do my utmost to save Willow's life." Anlo nodded, his tone filled with fearless determination. Muse spread her wings, and the purifying power surged toward Willow like a tide. Her tense face gradually relaxed. She took a deep breath, raised her palm high, and began to strip away the dark energy within Willow. Muse's movements were as gentle as a dancer's, and the black-purple energy drifted away from Willow like smoke. Anlo frowned deeply, feeling a pang of emotion. Willow had endured such venomous power since childhood. Just as Muse was fully focused, Willow suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the bright red liquid instantly staining the sheets. Her flesh seemed to rapidly wither, and the skin on her face visibly peeled away at an alarming speed. "Oh no!" Muse's pupils shrank sharply, and she turned to Anlo in panic. Anlo raised his hand, signaling her not to worry. Sure enough, in the next second, Willow's body ignited with blue flames, and her flesh began to rapidly regenerate, as if reborn. "It'll work. This time it'll work," Muse whispered excitedly to herself. The blue flame seed within Anlo's body was soon exhausted, and he had to continuously channel new blue flames to sustain Willow's vitality. As the dark aura was stripped away, the entire room instantly became piercingly cold. Suddenly, 3 pairs of black-purple angel wings unfolded behind Willow. The black energy gradually faded away, eventually returning to pure white. Seeing this, Muse and Anlo couldn't help but smile. It seemed the separation plan was proceeding quite smoothly. After an unknown amount of time, Muse was amazed to discover that the dark aura within Willow had completely vanished. After confirming it, she finally smiled and nodded to Anlo in acknowledgement. Due to continuously channeling the green flame, Anlo's face appeared pale. However, seeing Willow safe and sound filled his heart with relief. All the effort had not been in vain. However, accidents always strike unexpectedly. The dark aura in the room instinctively moved toward Willow, seemingly attempting to invade her body once again. "Sanction of holy light!" Muse shouted loudly, waving her hand to summon crimson gold light. The scorching energy instantly dispelled the dark aura. All of this happened in an instant, and Anlo didn't even have time to react. Fortunately, Muse responded quickly, preventing all efforts from turning into nothing. "Phew, it's all over." Anlo wearily withdrew the blue flame, crouching by the bedside, panting heavily. Muse leaned close to Willow's chest, quietly listening to her heartbeat, and softly whispered, "My Willow, my child, come back, it's all over." The sleeping Willow seemed to hear the call of Muse, and opened her eyes in confusion, her gaze full of puzzlement. "Mom, where is this? Don't you remember?" Muse asked in astonishment. Willow shook her head, her face showing unease. She turned her head and saw Anlo, instantly startled. She jumped up from the bed and pointed at him, questioning loudly, "Who are you? Why are you on my bed?" Anlo was momentarily stunned. Willow clearly didn't recognize him, and he didn't know how to explain. "Willow, do you really not remember what happened here?" Muse gently patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. Hearing her mother's words, Willow frowned deeply. Memories surged in her mind like a tide, making her feel unreal. "They left?" A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, clearly referring to the personalities within her. Seeing this, Anlo took a mirror from the bedside table and handed it to Willow. Willow took the mirror, feeling uneasy, not daring to look directly at herself in the mirror, afraid of seeing the figures of other personalities again. Muse looked on with distress, knowing how much psychological trauma these personalities had caused her. "Don't be afraid, Willow, they are already gone," Muse comforted. Taking a deep breath, Willow finally mustered the courage to look at the mirror. In the next moment, her tension finally turned into relief. There was only her in the reflection, no one else. "I'm finally a normal person," Willow exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, droplets hitting the mirror and creating ripples. Muse tenderly pulled her into her arms, and the mother and daughter embraced each other, crying. And Luo silently stepped aside, giving them space to vent their emotions. After going downstairs, and Luo found that Yuzi was not there, she must have gone back to her room to cultivate. Half an hour later, Muse and Willow finally came downstairs, their emotions gradually calming down. Muse sat on the sofa, took out 2 level 7 crystal cores, and handed them to Luo. And Luo, here are 2 level 7 crystal cores. One is on behalf of the Ethan family for you, and the other is your reward for helping us. Please accept them. And Luo excitedly took the 2 level 7 crystal cores, her heart surging with joy. These 2 crystal cores are practically 2 powerful devil fruits, he thought to himself. As an 8th tier transcendent, if he could absorb these 2 fruits, he would surely soar to great heights, advancing to the skywalking realm, and his strength would skyrocket. "Thank you, Aunt Muse," he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "This is what you deserve, no need to be polite," Muse responded with a smile. Willow also took the opportunity to say, "Anlo, thanks to you, I was able to fully liberate myself. I deeply apologize for the previous questioning. It's fine, I didn't take it to heart. You had just regained consciousness at the time, so it's normal not to recognize me." And Luo waved casually, completely unconcerned. Wei Luo sought his magnanimity and smiled lightly, nodding. "And Luo, there's something I must tell you." Muse's expression suddenly turned serious. "Please go ahead, Aunt Muse." And Luo put away his smile and responded earnestly. "The families of Ethan and Benjamin are both renowned families in the Falcon Nation," Muse said. "I can order them not to trouble you, but privately, they may not let it go easily. You need to be extra careful." Anlo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "Aunt Muse, how could they possibly make a move on me while I'm on campus?" "You're overthinking it, don't worry." Muse insisted, "They are unlikely to act directly, but you need to guard against their underhanded tricks." Hearing her say this, Anlo's smile immediately faded. He had to admit that Muse's words made a lot of sense. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden ones are hard to defend against. Who knows if those guys might resort to dirty tricks? "All right, Aunt Muse, I remember. I will always be careful," and Luo said seriously. After sending the 2 away, and Luo immediately ran upstairs, locked the door, tightly held 2 level 7 crystal cores in his hand, his heart pounding like thunder, filled with excitement. Knock knock knock. He sat cross-legged on the bed, without hesitation, handed over 2 level 7 crystal cores to the demon fruit tree for absorption. The crystal cores disappeared instantly, and a few seconds later, 2 strange demon fruits blossomed on the branches. Fruit of Light. Azure Dragon Fruit. And Luo's eyes were like torches, his fingers trembling, incredulous. Fruit of Light, the demon fruit of Admiral Kizaru. Azure Dragon Fruit, the demon fruit of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Both fruits are top-tier divine fruits. The flash fruit, this is my chance. And Luo decisively picked the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. He felt his ability level instantly rise to the 9th stage of the Transcendent Realm, and the awakened power of Flash within him made him ecstatic. Last time when he ate the frozen fruit, he wasn't this excited. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's famous quote echoed in his mind, igniting endless fighting spirit in his heart. He extended a finger, radiating light that condensed into a laser beam. Whoosh! The laser pierced through the glass, leaving a small hole, yet the glass remained intact. Feeling the power of extreme speed, Anlu nodded in satisfaction. Next up, the main event is here. He raised his hand to pick the Azure Dragon Fruit, savoring it with great respect. 5 minutes later, the fruit was completely devoured by him. His body surface was slowly covered with a layer of hard scales, dragon horns grew on his forehead, and a dragon tail extended from his back. At this moment, the sky above the villa suddenly became overcast with dense clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if a celestial dragon was dancing wildly. The ability level had just broken through to the 9th stage of the Transcendent Realm, and unexpectedly advanced again to the 1st stage of the Skywalking Realm, surpassing unprecedented limits. And Luo took a deep breath, his pupils turned into vertical slits, and his muscle lines became more pronounced. He walked to the mirror and revealed a wickedly charming smile. "This is my half-dragon form. I feel like I can take on 10 of my former selves. Even though I've just entered the Skywalking Realm, I can dominate and reign supreme in this realm. If I unleash the true form of the Azure Dragon, even those in the Heavenly Blessing Realm might not be unbeatable. Of course, such a battle would only be just a battle, as completely defeating them would be impossible. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart, and Luo instinctively wanted to suppress it, but it seemed not so easy. He looked at himself in the mirror and immediately understood dragons are inherently lustful, and the azure dragon is no exception. The impulse was precisely the desire to reproduce. At this moment, this impulse grew even stronger, making it somewhat difficult for him to control himself. "Oh no, I don't want to get hard in broad daylight, that's too embarrassing," he thought to himself, quickly reverting from his half-dragon form. Sure enough, as soon as he reverted, that reproductive impulse immediately disappeared, and the dark clouds surrounding the villa also dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Anlo lay back on the bed and fell into deep thought. The power of brilliance is suitable for Huayu. As a healer-type ability user, she lacks survival skills. The power of brilliance will grant her formidable attack power and unparalleled speed, greatly enhancing her combat potential. The power of the Azure Dragon is suitable for Uni. It perfectly compensates for her lack of long-range attack capabilities. Lightning, flames, and storms, mastering three powerful natural forces will diversify Uni's attack methods. She can even wield a sword in a half-dragon form, greatly enhancing the power of her sword energy. She might even create her own unique sword techniques. Anlua thought more and more that it seemed feasible, but she wasn't sure what they would think. "Let's get to it." And Luo quickly sent messages to the three, inviting them to meet here. Shenhuayue and the others, upon receiving the message, exchanged glances and were momentarily stunned. Why did Luo suddenly ask us to go to his house? And all together? Shenhuayue asked in confusion. What could it be? Maybe he's inviting us to hang out, Shenhuayu said while starting to tidy herself up. Shenhuayue shook her head helplessly and turned to Lu Yuni. "Yuni, what do you think? I can't figure it out." "Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for a long time and they miss us," Lu Yuni analyzed. Shenhuayue smacked her lips, clearly not agreeing with Lu Yuni's words. "Anyway, let's go and see." After receiving the agreement from the three, and Luo immediately went out and knocked on Yuzi's door. "Yuzi, come out for a moment, I have something to tell you," she shouted loudly. Inside the house, Yuzi was focused on cultivating when she suddenly heard Luo's call. She immediately snapped out of her cultivation state and quickly opened the door. Seeing Luo's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened?" "I want to invite the three sisters over to play," and Luo excitedly told her. Upon hearing this, Yuzi immediately went downstairs to make some pastries, preparing to surprise the sisters. And Luo hesitated in her heart about whether to tell Yuzi her plan to form a contract with the three sisters. However, she worried that Yuzi might get jealous, so she decided to wait until the three sisters confirmed before saying anything. Half an hour later, Shenhuayue and the other two arrived as promised. And Luo and Yuzi warmly welcomed them, and Yuzi specially made a batch of pastries for them. Watching the group happily interact, and Luo felt secretly gratified. As the scene gradually calmed down, and Luo turned to Yuzi and said, "Yuzi, I have something to say to them. Do you want to listen in?" Yuzi looked bewildered, then suddenly realized what Luo was about to say, her eyes widening in shock. She turned to look at the three people, clearly having guessed and Luo's intention. Seeing her so stunned, and Luo gave her a reassuring look, signaling her to stay calm. "I'm not sure if they'll agree, so just stay silent." Yuzi immediately stood up and walked behind Luo, preparing to listen in as a follower. Luo nodded and turned to the three confused individuals, slowly saying, "I recently acquired a secret technique that allows me to share my abilities with others. But the condition for sharing is that you must unconditionally become my followers and remain loyal to me forever. Yuzi is my first follower. I have already shared the freezing ability with her, elevating her power from B level to SSS level, and her realm has also ascended from the noble realm to the transcendent realm. You are my friends, and I trust you to keep this secret, which is why I am sharing this with you." Luo's gaze was resolute. "Now, I want to hear your thoughts." The three were instantly so shocked that they couldn't speak, even suspecting that Luo was joking. But when they recalled Feng Yang's words, their doubts vanished in an instant, leaving only astonishment. Sharing SSS level abilities? Is there really such a heaven-defying secret technique in this world? Shenhuayue asked tentatively. "I say it exists, so it exists," and Luo answered without hesitation. "Does that mean I can have an offensive ability? I won't have to hide behind my teammates anymore," Shenhuayue said excitedly. "Of course you can. Huayu, I happen to have an ability that's perfect for you," and Luo said, raising an eyebrow. "Can I also have a long-range attack method? So I won't have to engage in close combat anymore?" Lu Yuni's eyes sparkled with longing. Of course. And not just one. And Luo responded with a smile. And Luo's words left the three in a dilemma. Who wouldn't want an SSS level ability? Only by possessing it could one have a chance to reach the pinnacle of strength. While cultivation manuals can enhance abilities, evolving from S level to SSS level is incredibly difficult. However, if they agreed, they would have to become Luo's followers, and the kind that obey unconditionally. Imagining themselves unable to resist, they felt ashamed in their hearts. In the end, the three lowered their heads, too embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Luo sighed deeply and said, I've always considered you friends and don't want our relationship to become complicated. But precisely because we're friends, I wanted to tell you these things. I don't want to see you being constrained by your talents, eventually growing old and turning to ashes, and Luo said sincerely. Her words detonated a nuclear bomb in the hearts of the three. They yearned to become peerless powerhouses and did not want their talents to stop here. This is a method to significantly raise the upper limit of talent. At the same time, as the talent limit increases, lifespan will also be extended. With SSS level abilities, you will have the opportunity to become a powerhouse in the chosen realm, and Luo continued. The abilities I am sharing with you, combined with your own abilities, will make you dual ability users, surpassing 99% of humanity in aptitude. And Luo took a sip of water and said seriously, of course, no matter how good I make it sound, the decision is still yours. I hope you can give me an answer soon. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuni stood up, walked to Luo, knelt on one knee, and lowered her head, and Luo, I am willing to become your second follower. Her voice was resolute. And Luo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Yuni to be so decisive. Yuni, are you sure? How about thinking it over? I can give you some time. Lu Yuni shook her head without hesitation. No need to think it over, I have already decided. And Luo smiled faintly and placed a hand on Lu Yuni's shoulder. Alright, from today onward, you are my second follower. I will grant you the power of the Azure Dragon to help me vanquish all enemies. The power of the Azure Dragon. Lu Yuni's eyes sparkled with intense desire. Just hearing the name made it clear it was extraordinarily powerful. And Luo summoned the demon fruit tree and placed it in front of Lu Yuni. Drip your blood onto a leaf and form a pact with me. Without hesitation, Lu Yuni swiftly drew the golden shadow sword, cut her finger, and let her blood drip onto a leaf of the demon fruit tree. The leaf absorbed her blood and gradually revealed a sword-shaped symbol. This symbolized that Lu Yuni had officially formed a pact with Luo. From then on, she would become Luo's follower, forever. At this moment, Lu Yuni felt a strong force flowing between her and Luo, as if two hearts were converging. Luo closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart, and all of Lu Yuni's information instantly flooded into his mind. He nodded slightly and said in a low voice, the contract is complete, Yuni, accept the power I bestow upon you. He gently raised his finger, and with a thought, a streak of cyan energy merged into Lu Yuni's body like lightning. Lu Yuni felt her blood boiling like hot water, instantly transforming into a torrent of power. Her pupils suddenly turned into vertical slits, two dragon horns abruptly grew on her forehead, cyan scales covered her arms, and a dragon tail shot out from her waist, joyfully swaying. Her long hair danced in the wind. Lu Yuni's figure was slender, exuding an aura of wildness and power, like a true dragon maiden. Luo nodded in satisfaction. This was almost identical to the dragon maiden image he had envisioned. Lu Yuni's ability level soared, breaking through from Noble Realm level 6 directly to Transcendent Realm level 6, surpassing Yu Zi and becoming the center of everyone's attention. Xinhuayue and Xinhuayu, the two sisters, widened their eyes in shock, unable to speak. They couldn't believe that Lu Yuni, who had been on equal footing with them just moments ago, had now leapt ahead, creating a massive gap. At this moment, Lu Yuni's original A-level ability, Sword Mastery, was quietly evolving. A-level Sword Mastery, S-level Sword King, SS-level Sword Saint, crossing 2 levels to become an SS-level ability user. This power was enough for her to sweep through 99% of humanity in this world. Lu Yuni's lips curved slightly upward as she looked down at her dragon claw, her heart brimming with confidence. She stood up, gripped the hilt of the golden shadow sword, and drew it out. The blade shimmered with lightning, exuding an imposing aura. She felt her own strength, realizing that her previous self was no match at all. Yuni, this is the half-dragon humanoid form, or dragon maiden form, that you unlocked after obtaining the Azure Dragon's power, Luo said. Slowly. All attributes have been greatly enhanced, especially physical strength and recovery ability, making you absolutely invincible. In the Dragon Maiden form, wielding the Golden Shadow Sword will undoubtedly greatly enhance its power, and Luo continued. If you unleash the full power of the Azure Dragon, abandon your original swordsmanship, and transform into the true dragon form, you will gain 3 powerful ranged attack abilities: fire breathing, wind howling, and thunder controlling. Lu Yuni's heart surged with excitement, and the continuous flow of power within her made her exhilarated. She finally possessed the capital to stand on equal footing with the world's strongest. And Luo, from today onward, I will be your follower, forever, Lu Yuni said, gazing at Luo with resolute dragon eyes, her expression incredibly serious. And Luo smiled faintly, appreciating such steadfast determination. Alright, Yuni, return to your human form, he said softly. Lu Yuni immediately mobilized the power of the Azure Dragon, quickly returning to her human form and standing beside Luo. She turned to look at Yuzi, who smiled at her as if to say, looking forward to working with you. Lu Yuni also returned the smile, then shifted her gaze to Shen Huayue and Shen Huayu, giving them a hint of encouragement. And Luo took a sip of tea and, seeing the two sisters looking dazed, asked, Huayue, Huayu, do you need time to think it over? Shen Huayue frowned slightly, biting her lip, clearly tempted but hesitant. At that moment, Shen Huayu suddenly raised her right hand and excitedly said, Me. Brother Luo. I've made up my mind. I'm willing to be your follower. Shen Huayue's expression froze instantly, her anger surging as she turned to glare at her sister, thinking to herself, such an important decision, and she didn't even consult me. Shen Huayu saw her elder sister displeased, gave a mysterious smile, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Sister, we can't escape anymore. Accept your fate. This sentence caused Shen Huayue's body to tremble, her eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected her younger sister to say something so decisive. After speaking, Shen Huayu joyfully approached Luo, imitating Lu Yuni by kneeling on one knee and pledging her loyalty. Brother Luo, I am willing to become your follower until the day I die, Shen Huayu said resolutely, without hesitation. Alright, Huayu, I will grant you the power of radiance. Your body will transform into light, possessing unparalleled speed, truly embodying speed is power, and Luo said with a smile. Shen Huayu let her blood drip onto the demon fruit tree, and a heart-shaped symbol appeared on the leaves, signifying that she and Luo had officially formed a pact. At this moment, Luo bestowed the power of radiance upon Shen Huayu. Shen Huayu's ability level leapt from Noble Realm Level 5 to Transcendent Realm Level 5, and her original Grade A healing ability underwent a mutation. Her heart trembled as she closed her eyes, sensing a mysterious transformation. When she opened her eyes, a strong burst of color erupted from them. Brother Luo, I feel like I'd become a double SSS level ability user. As soon as she finished speaking, waves of astonishment surged in everyone's hearts. Shen Huayu gently raised her hand, and a ball of green light shimmered in her palm. This is my original Grade A healing ability, which mutated into a brand new ability after absorbing the power of light. I call it Light of Life. Shen Huayu said proudly. This cluster of green light radiates a strong life force. Everyone can feel the powerful healing energy contained within it, and it is no exaggeration to call it an SSS grade ability. Based solely on this intense healing energy, it can indeed be considered an SSS grade ability. Moreover, in today's world, it seems only you possess it. And Luo nodded in satisfaction, surprised at how well the power of light resonated with Shen Huayu, causing her ability to mutate. At this moment, Shen Huayu's entire body emitted golden light, transforming into particles of light and gradually disappearing from her original position. Just as everyone was puzzled, a beam of light gathered in front of Luo, gradually forming Shen Huayu's figure. She directly sat on Luo's lap, resting her head against his chest. The scene left all the girls present stunned. No one expected Shen Huayu to be so bold, daring to be so intimate in front of everyone. And Luo was also taken aback, feeling a bit at a loss in the face of the sudden close contact. Shen Huayu paid no attention to the gazes of the people around her, her eyes provocative as she stared directly at her elder sister, Shen Huayue. Shen Huayue secretly gritted her teeth, wanting to teach this disrespectful little sister a lesson, but her strength was clearly insufficient to do so. Huayu, get off Luo right now. This is utterly inappropriate in public. Shen Huayue's face turned red as she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shen Huayu by the collar, and forcibly pulled her down. Shen Huayu pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Although her strength far surpassed Shen Huayue's, the suppression of her bloodline made her afraid to resist. She could only stand timidly to the side, quietly waiting for her elder sister's next words. And Luo felt relieved when Shen Huayu left. He looked up at Shen Huayue, reached out his hand, and placed it in front of her. Huayue, become my follower. You definitely won't regret it. His eyes sparkled with profound light, instantly captivating Shen Huayue's heart. The scene quieted down. Shen Huayue stared blankly at Enluo, her heart wavering. Seeing her silence, Enluo smiled slightly, as if he understood her hesitation. Huayue, if you don't want to, I can understand. But you will always be my friend. Dream on. My sister has already become yours, and now you want to ditch me? Shen Huayue grabbed Enluo's hand and teased. The other three girls immediately exchanged smiles. Shen Huayue's tsundere remark was irresistibly amusing. Her face flushed slightly as she tried hard not to care. Enluo finally felt a weight lifted from his heart, and he was full of admiration for Shen Huayue. In moments of crisis, she always managed to display astonishing leadership skills, which greatly satisfied him. He wanted Shen Huayue to lead his followers. I, Shen Huayue, am willing to become Enluo's follower until death. Shen Huayue knelt on one knee, her gaze sincere. She dripped her blood onto a leaf of the demon fruit tree, and a tornado-shaped symbol gradually appeared on the leaf. Huayue, I will grant you the power of blazing flames, Enluo said without hesitation. Combined with your original tornado ability, the attack range and power will be greatly enhanced. This is undoubtedly the most suitable ability for you. As the power of the blazing flames merged into Shen Huayue's body, a few fiery illusions flickered in her eyes, her body temperature rose sharply, even causing the glass cup to start melting. Her ability level advanced from Noble Realm Stage 6 to Transcendent Realm Stage 6, with her A-level tornado ability evolving into the SS level Heart of Gale. Feeling the surge of power, Shen Huayue's eyes sparkled with delight. So strong. Much stronger than before. Advancing to the Transcendent Realm involves a leap in life, naturally making one stronger, Enluo said. Listen up, from now on, Huayue will be your captain. Just follow her instructions. The group exchanged glances, especially Shen Huayue, who hadn't expected Enluo to value her so highly. She asked urgently, Enluo, where are you going? The other three also looked anxiously at Enluo, expecting his response. Well, I can't tell you the exact location, but I can tell you that it's a place only accessible to those at the Skywalking Realm. And I have officially advanced to the first stage of the Skywalking Realm. As for Enluo's strength, the group had no doubts. After all, he was a prodigy, and they had long anticipated his reaching the Skywalking Realm. But his departure left them feeling helpless, and tears welled up in Yuzi's eyes. Enluo waved his hand to signal them not to worry. Don't be afraid, it's not happening now, and I will come back periodically. From now on, the four of you will form a new team, he continued. With me by your side, you cannot truly gain experience. You need to rely on your own strength to hunt for crystal cores to qualify to follow me. What I want is a sword, not a vase. Enluo's tone was serious, carrying a sense of ambition that stirred the emotions of the four. We will not let you down, Shen Huayue said firmly. Enluo saw their reactions and nodded to himself. He stood up, raised his hand, and 4 clusters of blue flame seeds appeared in his palm. With a push forward, they merged into the bodies of the four. These clusters of blue flame seeds will save your lives at critical moments, but you must be careful, Enluo reminded them. The four nodded in unison, deeply impressed by Enluo's methods. Yuzi, I will talk to the teacher and make you a real student, so you no longer have to be my maid, Enluo said gently. 2 days from now, the four of you will form a team and head to the combat zone to work on your synergy. Especially Yuzi, experience the real wilderness. I will apply for houses in the villa area for you, providing a better environment to focus on cultivation, Enluo arranged. They had already become Enluo's followers, so naturally, they all complied with his plan. Alright, that's all for today. You can go back now, Enluo said softly. After Shen Huayue and the others left, Yuzi walked up to Enluo, gazing at him affectionately. Enluo immediately understood and picked up Yuzi, heading upstairs. After a stormy session, it was already afternoon. Yuzi, utterly exhausted, lay in Enluo's arms, the bitterness in her heart long gone. Little bunny, are you jealous? Yuzi nodded, then shook her head, her gaze firm yet flickering. At first, I was a bit hesitant, but later I understood. Her voice was crisp. Enluo, you are not an ordinary person. You need someone to help you achieve greatness. Yuzi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Your story is destined to be extraordinary, filled with fantastical colors. She smiled faintly, showing firm conviction. As for me, I'm already very happy to have a place in your story. After speaking, Yuzi gently leaned against Enluo's embrace, feeling the tranquility, with a gentle smile on her lips. Enluo stroked her hair, his heart full of comfort. Indeed, he hadn't chosen wrong. Yuzi was the first follower he had selected. Suddenly, Yuzi threw out a sentence that almost made Enluo's jaw drop. Do you want to have a child? And Luo was stunned, her eyes wide open. She lowered her head to carefully look at Yuzi in her arms, full of confusion in her heart. Little bunny, your journey is still long. There's no rush for something like having a child. And Luo gently comforted, her tone as soft as water. Alright, I was just joking. Yuzi pouted, but her tone carried a hint of disappointment, clearly not casual. But, you owe me a child, remember that. She looked up, her cute yet fierce demeanor made Luo unable to hold back his laughter. And Luo smiled, his eyes full of affection. Alright, I remember. A day flew by in the blink of an eye. Ethan woke up from the pain again, moved his body slightly, and found that the pain seemed to have eased a lot. Indeed, the recovery power of the transcendent realm is extraordinary. He carefully got out of bed. Although his broken leg still hurt a bit, he could barely walk. Stepping in the direction of Benjamin's voice, he opened the door and immediately saw a person lying on the bed, whose figure resembled Benjamin's. Feeling inexplicably lost and puzzled, Ethan looked at the unharmed Benjamin and couldn't help but feel regret. Benjamin seemed perfectly fine, so why was he screaming so miserably? He pushed open the door, walked slowly to the bedside, and his vision gradually became clear. When Ethan saw Benjamin's vacant expression, pale face, and bloodless lips, he broke out in a cold sweat. Hey! Benjamin, are you dead? He asked tentatively. Hearing the voice, Benjamin's eyes gradually regained vitality, his eyes widened, bloodshot, and he shouted hysterically, I can't die. I haven't avenged him yet, I can't die. Ethan felt a chill in his heart, a vague sense of unease rising within him. Are you trying to seek revenge on Anlo? He asked with feigned concern. Benjamin heard this, clutched his chest in pain, gritted his teeth, and glared at Ethan with resentment. You idiot, who told you to mention his name? I finally managed to distract myself, and now you've made me think about it again. He was furious, staring directly at Ethan, his tone carrying a threat. Ethan snorted at the remark, clearly dismissing Benjamin, but inwardly puzzled by his strange reaction. Did Anlo make you like this? Ethan asked deliberately. Sure enough, as soon as Benjamin heard that name, his expression became even more pained, as if he had been struck hard. Anlo, Anlo, Anlo. Ethan kept chanting in his ear, deliberately provoking him. A few minutes later, Ethan finally felt bored, his lips dry, and came up with a more effective method. He took out his phone, quickly opened the recording app, Anlo. He only said this one phrase and set it to loop playback. Under Benjamin's despairing gaze, the phone began looping, Anlo, Anlo, Anlo. The sound was like a tightening curse, causing Benjamin's heartache to surge like a tide, uncontrollable, rolling on the bed. Soon, the bed was tossed into wrinkles, even soaked in a large patch of sweat. Ethan stood by the bed, holding his phone, a mischievous smile flickering in his eyes, secretly pleased. Ha, Benjamin, now it's your turn. The wheel of karma turns, heaven spares no one. He shook his head, smugly triumphant. Such a despicable act naturally made Benjamin's hatred surge, and he secretly vowed to take revenge. At this moment, Benjamin had already regarded Ethan as his number one enemy, even pushing Anlo aside. He clenched his teeth, his gaze sharp as a knife, suddenly flipped over, and fiercely kicked Ethan's thigh. Crack! Ethan's already injured leg bone broke again, and the intense pain caused him to fall to the ground, clutching his thigh and crying out in agony. Two cries of agony echoed one after another, drawing the maids from downstairs. When they went upstairs and saw the scene, they shook their heads helplessly. There's no way around it, it's all self-inflicted and unavoidable. The maids once again settled the two down and thoughtfully locked the door to prevent such incidents from happening again. At this moment, Anlo had already arrived at his teacher Moto's office. Teacher, I would like to apply for 4 villas, Anlo said solemnly. Moto paused for a moment, did not answer immediately, but looked at Luo with a helpless smile on his lips. Xiao Luo, your promotion speed really amazes me. He shook his head, his tone full of astonishment. It's only been a few days, and you've advanced from the 8th stage of the Transcendent Realm to a Skywalker. When I was your age, I was still at the stage of shedding the mortal form, Moto remarked. Tell me, what do you need 4 villas for? And Luo smiled and said, Teacher, I have now advanced to the Skywalking realm and can go to 8 Beast City. But I hope my 4 followers can have a better cultivation environment. His eyes were firm and unwavering. Moto was stunned for a moment, seemingly not reacting. 4 followers? How many are male and how many are female? He asked curiously. All of them are female, and Luo answered candidly. Moto's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a mischievous smile. Ha, I knew it. You're quite something, kid. Your woman, just say she's your woman outright. Why pretend to be a follower here? He teased, his gaze glinting with amusement. Tell me honestly, are all 4 of these girls your women? And Luo pondered for a moment before speaking slowly, not all of them. Ha, Xiao Luo, your attitude almost made me believe it, Moto laughed heartily, patting in Luo's shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. With your charm, I believe they'll all be yours sooner or later. Teacher, let's not talk about my personal matters for now, okay? Did you promise to give me 4 villas? And Luo interrupted the teacher's teasing urgently, looking serious. Moto put away his smile, frowned in thought, and seemed a bit troubled. Xiao Luo, you know that every student who enters the villa area is exceptionally gifted. If I give 4 villas to your women for no reason, what will those outstanding students think of this? And Luo nodded to show understanding, then said firmly, Teacher, I guarantee with my integrity that their talents are worthy of living in the villa area. Moto smiled faintly, clearly not convinced. If they truly had the qualifications, they would have been discovered long ago. Why wait for you to bring it up? Xiao Luo, talent isn't something you can just alter at will. If they don't have talent, then they don't have talent, he explained patiently. Let them live in the high-rise dormitory area. I can arrange a better environment for them. What do you think? And Luo shook her head, clearly disagreeing. Teacher, what if I told you that they are all first-year students, and the lowest among them has already reached the 5th stage of the Transcendence Realm? What would you think? Moto was stunned, momentarily seeming convinced. First-year students? The 5th stage of the Transcendence Realm at minimum, he repeated suspiciously. Then their supernatural abilities must all be SSS level. How could they not be assigned to the villa area? He couldn't help but laugh. Can you conjure up 4 girls with SSS level abilities out of thin air for me? Xiao Luo, lying is not a good thing. Moto's expression began to turn serious, clearly dissatisfied with Luo's explanation. Seeing that the teacher was adamant in disbelief, and Luo was helpless. Teacher, after I leave, let them live in my villa. Is that okay? Moto nodded. This was something he could accept. This matter can be approved, but no maids will be assigned to them. They will need to clean the villa themselves, he concluded decisively. All right, it's settled then. And Luo nodded with a smile, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, teacher, I have one more thing. Among those 4 girls, one of them is my maid, Yuzi. I want her to become an official student at Giant University. That's not a problem, it can be done by tomorrow. Moto nodded and responded easily. In the blink of an eye, Giant University, Combat Zone. This is your first time teaming up, make sure to cooperate. And Luo instructed the 4 people in front of him. Huayu has been appointed as the team leader, so listen to her. Most importantly, don't act recklessly. Yes. The 4 responded in unison, full of energy. Okay, let's set off. And Luo pointed to the space gate behind the 4. They turned around in unison, stepped into the portal, and instantly disappeared. And Luo turned away and did not secretly follow them. This was their trial, and life and death were left to fate. Xin Huayue and the other 3 passed through the portal and looked up to find themselves atop a mountain thousands of meters high. Surrounded by dense, lush mountains, the atmosphere felt extremely cold and eerie. This place is so cold and eerie. I'd believe it if someone said there were ghosts here. Xin Huayu hugged her arms, shivering slightly from the cold. Seeing this, Xin Huayue began to release heat from her body, temporarily dispelling the nearby chill. Yuzi, however, didn't feel particularly cold, possibly due to her ice-related abilities. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Sure, there's something nearby. Lu Yuni frowned, drew the golden shadow sword, her eyes turning into dragon pupils, and stayed alert to the surroundings. Get closer. Shan Huayue commanded. The 4 quickly stood back to back, forming a defensive formation. As the rustling sounds around them grew more intense, the chilling sensation in the air deepened further, clearly indicating a significant number of opponents. One after another, snake-like exotic beasts surged forward like ocean waves, seemingly targeting them. Snakes! So many snakes! Yuzi's hands trembled, overwhelmed with fear, her heart racing wildly. Yuzi, stay calm. Don't panic. They're just some level 3 exotic beasts, easy to deal with. Xin Huayue reassured her in a firm voice. That's right, Sister Yuzi. We are strong individuals who have undergone life transitions. These level 3 exotic beasts are hardly worth mentioning. Xin Huayu's hands glowed with dazzling yellow light bullets, ready to attack at any moment. Yuzi, it's normal to feel nervous for the first time. Adjust your mindset and don't let fear cloud your judgment. Lu Yuni gripped the golden shadow sword tightly, its blade flickering with lightning, eager to strike. Yuzi took several deep breaths, suppressing the fear in his heart and trying to focus his attention. At this moment, the tide of snakes was gradually approaching. Shinhua wielded wind in her left hand and fire in her right, decisively shouting, "Let's strike together! Raging flame and fierce wind!" Upon hearing the command, the four immediately unleashed their unique skills. Shinhua's eyes sparkled with golden light as she pushed her hands forward, releasing a dazzling beam, laser flash. Lu Yunyi's gaze was resolute, dragon scales appeared on her arm, and she raised the golden shadow sword, swinging it fiercely, void-severing slash. Yuzi grew rabbit ears on her head, emitting cold air from her body. Raising both hands high, a beam of shimmering blue energy shot skyward, Frost Moon Soul. 4 powerful attacks were launched in 4 different directions. Shinhua's raging flame and fierce wind contained violent fire and swift gusts. The wind fueled the fire, forming a destructive force that instantly crushed the snake beast horde, either roasting them into charcoal or slicing them into pieces with wind blades. Shinhua's laser flash moved as fast as lightning and was incredibly powerful, often striking opponents before they could react. The laser flash carried intense heat, which, while not as scorching as Shinhua's flames, could still give opponents a taste of burning agony. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the corpse of the snake beast flew through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Laser flashes fired continuously, like a machine gun, shooting at the snake tide one after another. Explosions echoed incessantly, and a faint smile appeared on Shinhua's face. Lu Yunyi swung the golden shadow sword, executing the void slash. With the power of the transcendent realm combined with the strength of the azure dragon, the sword technique's power sword, leaving deep ravines wherever it passed, interspersed with lightning. The void slash instantly shattered the formation of the snake tide, sending flesh and blood flying, resembling a scene from hell. Yuzi's Frost Moon Soul resembled a massive blue snowball, charging into the snake tide. Any snake-like beasts it touched were instantly frozen. The power of the moon exploded within the frozen snake beasts, shattering them into tiny ice fragments that dissipated into the heavens and earth. The four each displayed their unique skills, with varying effects, greatly satisfying in Luo. If their abilities had similar characteristics, it would inevitably lead to aesthetic fatigue. After more than 10 minutes, the snake tide quickly retreated under the successive bombardments of the four, seemingly realizing that they could not win on their own. This also hinted that there might be a leader beast behind them. The four saw the snake tide retreat and showed a look of reluctance, but secretly rejoiced in their hearts. "We haven't unleashed enough yet. Stay alert. There's a leader beast commanding them, we can't let our guard down," Shinhua quickly reminded. As her words fell, the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood, emanating from the brutally killed snake-like beasts. A few minutes later, an inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloped the four, not particularly strong but enough to make them feel tense. Sure enough, at that moment, a 30-meter-long black-purple giant python slid down from the tree. The four looked up simultaneously, their scalps tingling. Level 5 exotic beast, corrosive poison python. Shinhua's expression was grave, her tone steady. "I'll cover the rear. You retreat first." Lu Yunyi put away the golden shadow sword, dragon horns grew on her forehead, and a dragon tail extended from her back as she prepared to fight with all her might. Shinhua shook her head without hesitation and firmly said, "We won't run. We will fight." The three were stunned. Shinhua anxiously said, "Big sis, are you okay? This is a level 5 beast. Fighting it is basically suicide." Shinhua smiled faintly, "Don't forget, we are no longer the same as before. Each of us has SSS level abilities and is in the Transcendence realm. If we can't even kill a level 5 beast, what face do we have to call ourselves followers of Enluo?" Her words struck the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer, igniting their fighting spirit. "I will unleash the light of purification to protect you from toxin erosion." Shinhua immediately took action, and a glowing green light enveloped the four, driving away the toxins. "I will freeze it to slow down its movements," Yu said seriously. "I will break through its defenses." Lu Yunyi drew the golden shadow sword once again, full of anger. "All right, everyone, take action." Shinhua took the lead, then leapt into the air, charging straight at the giant python. Explosive flame tornado. Shinhua raised both hands high, fiercely summoning the power of wind and fire. For towering flame tornadoes, each over 10 meters high, instantly formed around the venomous giant python, like 4 burning whirlwinds, tightly encircling the snake. The flames raged, reducing the surrounding trees to ashes in an instant, leaving only the giant tree standing alone at the center. The flame tornadoes charged forward, heading straight for the venomous giant python. The python sneered coldly, raised its thick tail, and swept it fiercely. The 4 flame tornadoes were instantly extinguished, leaving it completely unharmed. "These puny humans dare to resist me?" The venomous giant python's eyes were filled with contempt. It then opened its mouth, revealing sharp poisonous fangs, and sprayed powerful venom toward Shin Huayue. Don't try to scare me. Shin Huayue's eyes were resolute. Just as she was about to summon a wind wall, a green barrier suddenly appeared before her. The venom touched the barrier and instantly dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace. Its venom is ineffective against us. Shin Huayue's heart trembled, her confidence surged instantly, and she turned around to shout, "Everyone, attack freely!" Before the words had even settled, Lu Yuni charged at the venomous giant python without hesitation, the golden shadow sword in her hand shimmering with the phantom of a green dragon, accompanied by her furious roar, ascending dragon sword slash. The blade collided with the serpent's body, sparks flying everywhere. Although the venomous giant python was a level 5 exotic beast and its tough snake skin was not easily penetrated, Lu Yuni's attack showed no signs of weakness. She quickly retreated, searching for the next opportunity. At this moment, Yuzi leapt up, his hands gathering extreme icy energy, shouting, "Ice elemental soul!" The chilling air was overwhelming, and frost shot like arrows toward the venomous giant python, instantly freezing a section of its body. Shin Huayu's eyes sparkled with determination, his palm gathering red light, scorching flash. The blazing flames struck the frozen snake body with a roar, merging ice and fire, causing its scales to crack and its defenses to collapse instantly. Lu Yuni seized the opportunity and decisively charged forward again, Dragon Ascension Sword Slash. The golden shadow sword sliced through the snake's scales, piercing directly into the giant python's body. Toxic snake blood gushed out, about to splash onto Lu Yuni, but Shin Huayu's purifying light instantly neutralized it, ensuring her safety. The venomous giant python painfully swung its tail, fiercely striking Lu Yuni and sending her flying, crashing into several trees, its eyes filled with disbelief. It hadn't expected these seemingly weak humans to cause it such intense pain. Lu Yuni steadied herself, raised her sword again, and continued charging at the venomous giant python. The python opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of black-purple poisonous smoke, instantly enveloping the surroundings in an attempt to conceal its figure. However, Shin Huayue sneered coldly in mid-air, "This trick is useless against me." With a wave of her hand, a fierce wind arose, dispersing the poisonous smoke in an instant and revealing the python's figure as it tried to escape. "Don't even think about running." Scorching flame palm. Shin Huayue's right hand transformed into flames and suddenly struck out, a massive fiery palm crashing down heavily. Boom! The venomous giant python let out a piercing wail. Looking down, it saw the fiery palm print burning into its body, continuously inflicting damage, while the air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. "It's almost at its limit. Keep attacking." Shin Huayue launched another attack, Void Slash. Scorching Flash. Ice Essence. Boom! 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 The four worked together, their powerful attacks surging toward the venomous giant python like a tide. Under their confident gaze, the venomous giant python's body collapsed with a thud, emitting a foul burnt smell. As Luo just returned to her doorstep, she saw someone standing in front of the villa, peering inside. She quietly approached and patted the person's shoulder. "Feng Yike, what are you sneakily looking at?" And Luo asked curiously. Feng Yike suddenly turned around, his expression terrified, his hands unconsciously shaking. Seeing it was Luo, the terrified expression instantly turned into a smile, and Luo, "I thought you weren't home." I wasn't just now. Is there something you need?" And Luo asked. "Well, and Luo, I have something I want to ask for your help with." Feng Yike's eyes were full of hope. "What is it? If it's beyond my ability, I won't be able to help." And Luo said cautiously. Feng Yike waved her hand with a smile. "It's not a big deal. Someone very important to me was seriously injured and became a vegetative state. I want to ask you to use that cyan flame to see if it can wake her up." Hearing this, and Luo's heart trembled, and he immediately understood who the important person Feng Yike was referring to. The vegetative person Feng Yike mentioned was clearly her mother. She didn't explicitly say it, just to avoid letting Luo know about her past. Naturally, Luo wouldn't bring it up either, but a sudden thought flashed through his mind: could the Phoenix Cyan Flame really be effective for a vegetative person? "I can give it a try, but it might not work, so don't get your hopes up too high." As soon as Luo agreed, Feng Yike gave him a big hug. "Luo, thank you." Feng Yike buried her small face in Luo's chest and rubbed against it. Luo froze, not knowing where to place his hands, and could only lower his head to look at the top of her head, feeling a wave of panic in his heart. After rubbing enough, Feng Yike lifted her head and looked at Luo with a pair of crystal-clear big eyes. "And Luo, let's go now." Luo nodded. Since there was nothing else to do, he followed her to set off. The two passed through the space gate and arrived at Giant University on the human continent. The vegetative person you mentioned, is it in the hospital in Giant City? And Luo asked, his gaze sweeping over the cheerful Feng Yike. Yes, it's just a short taxi ride away. Feng Yike nodded. Do you visit her often? And Luo asked curiously. Once a week, the rest of the time is fully managed by the caregiver. Feng Yike answered with a smile. After leaving the school gate, they hailed a cab. Through the car window, and Luo looked at the towering buildings, feeling a sense of novelty. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. After getting out of the car, Feng Yike held in Luo's hand and walked straight toward the inpatient building. And Luo let her lead the way, gradually feeling a trace of warmth in his heart. Feng Yike skillfully guided in Luo to the inpatient building and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Stepping out of the elevator, she led in Luo to a luxurious hospital room, clearly showing her exceptional care for her mother. Feng Yike gently opened the door and stepped inside, with Luo following closely behind. The room was about 50 square meters, fully furnished. By the window lay a pale-faced woman, who was none other than Feng Yike's mother. Feng Yike sat by the bedside, holding her mother's hand, her eyes shimmering with a painful glow, seemingly hiding other emotions as well. Luo took a step forward, gazing at the woman on the bed. Her brows indeed bore a striking resemblance to Feng Yike's, leaving no doubt they were biologically related. Let me try first. You step back, and Luo gestured with a wave of her hand. Feng Yike immediately stepped back, making space. Luo gathered a green flame seed in her hand and gently pushed it, letting the seed enter the woman's body. In less than a second, blue flames suddenly ignited. However, the flames burned for only a few seconds before extinguishing instantly. And Luo froze, silently pondering, what's going on? Is it useless, or? Feng Yike saw this and her tense nerves instantly relaxed, her expression showing some disappointment. But when she saw Luo's utterly confused look, she hurriedly stepped forward and took his arm. And Luo, it's okay. I didn't have high hopes to begin with, Feng Yike said nonchalantly to comfort him. Luo turned his head to look at her, swallowed hard, and nodded. Then, his gaze returned to the woman on the hospital bed, his heart shrouded in a layer of gloom. Feng Yike let Luo sit wherever he liked, while she fetched a basin of water and gently wiped the woman's face and body. Throughout the process, the woman showed no reaction, allowing herself to be handled. Luo turned his back and sat on the sofa in the distance, his heart caught in an intense struggle. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Yike finished her tasks and carried the water into the bathroom. Seeing this, Luo immediately walked to the woman's bedside and couldn't help but voice the question buried deep in his heart. Aunt, I know you're awake. Why are you pretending to be in a vegetative state? As soon as the words were spoken, the woman's eyelids suddenly twitched wildly, and her breathing became somewhat irregular, clearly panicking. Luo waited for a few seconds and saw that she was determined to keep pretending. He let out a deep sigh, filled with doubt. As a mother, why would she deceive her daughter for so long? A few minutes later, Feng Yike dried her hands and came out of the restroom. Seeing Luo, she waved gently, and Luo, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for being willing to help me out. And Luo lowered his head, took a deep look at the woman on the hospital bed, and then followed Feng Yike to leave. 10 minutes later. There was no one around. The woman on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. The surroundings were silent, as if she were the only one left in the world. She sat up, walked to the window, and gazed at the departing figures of Feng Yike and Luo, a trace of relief showing in her eyes. Xiaoko, I'm sorry. After Luo and Feng Yike had dinner, the two strolled along the street. And Luo glanced at Feng Yike, hesitating whether to bring up the matter from before. Feng Yike immediately noticed his hesitation, pursed her lips with a light smile, and then asked, Luo, is there something you want to tell me? Luo nodded slowly but didn't know how to start. Are you trying to say that the woman has actually woken up? Feng Yike suddenly turned her head, her smile radiant. And Luo was stunned, completely unprepared for the fact that Feng Yike already knew. You, already knew? And Luo asked with a complicated expression. Of course, her guilty demeanor couldn't escape my eyes. Feng Yike looked up at the sky, clearly aware that her mother had been deceiving her all along. Since you already knew, why didn't you expose her? And Luo asked in confusion. And Luo, she's my mother, did you know that? Feng Yike countered. I kind of guessed a little. And Luo said, feeling a bit guilty. I don't want to expose her because I'm afraid to face her, afraid she'll say things I don't want to hear. Feng Yike's voice was hoarse, his tone deliberately light, making Luo's heart ache. He raised his hand and gently touched Feng Yike's head, trying to soothe her emotions. So you're just going to keep waiting like this? Waiting until she truly wants to wake up? Sometimes, I feel like continuing this way isn't so bad. At least both of us can relax a bit. Phonyak leaned slightly closer to Enluo and gently held his arm. Relax? Why? Enluo was utterly confused. Phonyak was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Enluo, in a fit of rage, I once used lightning to kill my father who abused me. And my mother also became a vegetative person at that time. Over the years, I have always had a question in my heart. When my father abused my mother, why did she choose to remain silent? And when I was abused, why did she stand by and do nothing? I arranged the best hospital room for her only because I was afraid that if she woke up, I wouldn't be able to question her. But when I found out she was really awake, I didn't dare to ask, and she obviously didn't dare to face me either. So, I pretended not to know. At least this way, we could still look at each other, and the relationship wouldn't be awkward. Phonyak's words stirred waves in Enluo's heart. He hadn't expected Phonyak to endure so much pain. Her mother's indifference and silence must have buried countless doubts and resentment in her heart. Then, since you already knew she was fine, why did you still ask me to come and treat her? Enluo asked in confusion. Because I want her to know that I am no longer alone. Phonyak smiled sweetly and turned to look at Enluo. Seeing the smile on her face, Enluo's complicated feelings immediately eased a lot. Come over and hang out when you have time, Yuzi really likes you. Phonyak's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Really? Will she be friends with me? As long as you don't bring up the Lily incident from before, she should be willing to be friends with you, Enluo teased. Phonyak, upon hearing this, became flustered and annoyed, lightly patting Enluo. We didn't do anything, we just hugged. I'll believe you for now, Enluo said with a laugh, raising a hand to ruffle Phonyak's hair. Seeing that Enluo didn't believe her at all, Phonyak pouted unhappily, thinking to herself that one day she would prove it with her actions. Phonyak smiled as she held Enluo's arm. After finishing their shopping, the two returned to the villa area. The sky was getting darker, but it wasn't completely dark yet. Enluo, I'm heading back now. Bye-bye. Phonyak waved goodbye and left with a cheerful stride, clearly in a good mood. Enluo returned home and, for the first time in a while, personally turned on the lights. The empty living room was instantly illuminated. Without Yuzi at home, this big villa feels a bit lonely, Enluo muttered to himself. Sitting on the sofa, he carefully sensed the state of Shen Huayue and the others. It seemed there were no major fluctuations, so it should be safe. He breathed a sigh of relief. The night was like water, and time quietly passed. Just as he got out of bed, Teacher Moto's phone rang. Xiao Luo, Ms. Muse, and the others are leaving today. Do you want to go see them off? Upon hearing that Muse and Willow were leaving, Anlo immediately replied, Of course, I will go. Alright, then come to the space gate. I'll wait for you, Moto said. After hanging up the phone, Anlo immediately set off for the space gate. As soon as he arrived at the space gate, he saw two groups of people coming from the other side. The 10 individuals appeared to be foreigners, accompanied by Teacher Mu Xiaoyu. Enluo saw Mu Xiaoyu and raised his hand to greet her, Teacher Mu. Mu Xiaoyu heard the voice, turned around, and saw Enluo, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Enluo, you've actually advanced to the Tianqing realm. That's truly impressive, she remarked. Teacher Mu, long time no see. What's this? Enluo pointed at the two groups of people, hoping for an explanation. Mu Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, then looked at him with a strange expression. Mr. Mu? Did I say something strange? Enluo asked tentatively. Mu Xiaoyu chuckled softly and shook her head. They are people from the Cole family and the Hayes family, here to pick up the wounded. Enluo suddenly understood why Mu Xiaoyu had that kind of expression. Teacher Mu, you go ahead and get busy. Enluo stepped aside to make way. Mu Xiaoyu led two teams toward the villa area to pick up Ethan and Benjamin. Before long, Teacher Moto, Muse, Willow, and two maids came over. Willow saw Enluo and her eyes lit up with joy. She immediately dashed over, spreading angel wings behind her, exuding the aura of the Skywalker realm. Holy judgment! Willow raised her arm, and a massive sword of light formed in front of her, shooting fiercely toward Anlo. Anlo sensed that the attack carried no hostility, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Lightspeed kick. Anlo instantly lifted his leg, and a flash of light charged toward the sword of light. Boom! The sword of light and the flash collided in mid-air, producing a deafening explosion. After the violent explosion, the sacred lightsaber shattered and dissipated into streams of light. Seeing this, Willow nodded in satisfaction, withdrew her powers, and walked up to Anlo. Anlo, you are indeed impressive. If I hadn't been familiarizing myself with my powers these past 2 days, I would have loved to spar with you properly, Willow said, her eyes gleaming with fiery determination. There will be opportunities in the future, Anlo responded with a smile. At this moment, Moto and Muse had already walked up to the two of them. Anlo, we're leaving now. Here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you need any help. Muse handed over a card with her contact details. Thank you, Aunt Muse, Anlo said sincerely. Just then, two groups of people suddenly appeared behind them, each carrying a stretcher. Ethan and Benjamin were lying on the stretchers. Ethan's face and thighs were wrapped in bandages, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, as if deep in thought. Benjamin, on the other hand, had his eyes closed and his hands placed on his chest, seemingly asleep. Two groups of people carrying stretchers walked past Anlo. Anlo lowered his head, looked at the closed-eyed Benjamin, and revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Benjamin, do you like the gift I gave you? And Luo's words instantly awakened Benjamin. His scarlet eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at the sky, trying hard not to think about Luo's face. The heartache had tormented him for several days, but he finally figured out the pattern. As long as he didn't think about Luo or revenge, the heartache wouldn't flare up. Benjamin forced himself to calm down, determined not to pay attention to Luo's provocations. However, seeing this, Luo's killing intent intensified. He hadn't expected this guy to be so resilient, able to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart, truly remarkable. Benjamin, good luck, get well soon, and don't miss me too much. And Luo deliberately raised his voice, mockingly bidding farewell. Benjamin heard these words and could no longer hold back. The killing intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. He clutched his chest, angrily turned his head, and glared fiercely at Luo, his gaze seemingly engraving Luo into his memory forever. Luo, just you wait. This isn't over between us, he gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour Luo alive. I'll be waiting for you. And Luo sneered disdainfully, completely unfazed by Benjamin's threats. Ethan had heard Luo's voice, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. He forced himself to remain calm and pretended not to be present. Two teams carried stretchers and gradually disappeared into the space gate. Mu Xiaoyu saw this and followed suit, leaving as well. Muse turned to Moto beside her. Mr. Moto, we should be leaving now. No need to see us off. Then she turned to Anlo. Anlo, we're leaving. See you again if fate allows. See you again if fate allows, Anlo nodded in response. After Muse and Willow disappeared through the space gate, Moto pulled Anlo close by the shoulder, showing fatherly concern. Little Lo, when are you planning to go to 8 Beast City? Moto asked casually. Wait for the four of them to come back. I don't feel at ease without them, and Luo answered while walking. Xiao Luo, are you still on good terms with your senior sister? Moto suddenly became serious. And Luo fell into deep thought. Previously, he would have answered very good without hesitation, but ever since Sword Invincible left without saying goodbye last time, he felt uncertain about this question. Moto saw Luo's conflicted expression, sighed deeply, and said earnestly, your Sword senior sister is the adopted child of your master Een. When she was 7, her parents were killed by alien beasts, leaving her an orphan. Your master Een adopted her and had her apprentice under me. Her real name is Shaoli, and she wanted to inherit her father's swordsmanship, so she took the name Sword Invincible. She devoted herself to sword training, and heaven favored her. Her ability is an SSS level specialization in swordsmanship, making her almost unbeatable. I always thought she was the pinnacle of human talent, but I didn't expect you, this prodigy, to appear. Fate truly works in mysterious ways, Moto said with a shake of his head and a smile. Shaoli? And Luo frowned slightly. This name seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Xiao Luo, don't be fooled by her invincible demeanor. Deep down, she's very fragile. Don't hurt her feelings, Moto said with utmost seriousness. Teacher, I understand, and Luo nodded without hesitation. That's good, find an opportunity to clear things up. I don't want there to be any misunderstandings between you. Moto said. Teacher, how did you know that there was a misunderstanding between me and senior sister? And Luo asked in confusion. Yesterday, I gave her a call and asked her to take care of you, to make sure you wouldn't be bullied. But as soon as I mentioned your name, she hung up the phone and didn't answer when I redialed. This is clearly a problem. Moto shook his head helplessly. And Luo smacked his lips, feeling a surge of irritation. It seemed that Sword's senior sister was still upset, and he had no idea what Feng Yak had said to her. Right now, the most urgent task was to go and find out. Teacher, why are you so certain that I will be bullied in 8 Beast City? To be honest, with my current strength, I absolutely fear no one below the 7th level of the Heavenly Blessing Realm. And Luo said confidently without any humility. Xiao Luo, you are still too naive. Moto shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, seemingly mocking Luo's ignorance. How am I naive? Teacher, can you just say everything at once? And Luo was left hanging by Moto's half-spoken words, feeling dissatisfied. Do you still remember what I said before, that the students in 8 Beast City have a minimum realm of around the 3rd stage of the Skywalking realm? Moreover, there are many exotic beasts near the wild cities, and beast tides occur from time to time. 7th level exotic beasts even like to attack the city at midnight. There are no official organizations there, and no one wants to risk their lives. Moto explains slowly. Without the constraints of official organizations, students naturally let themselves go, forming many student organizations. The wild cities of the 3 universities, Giant, Iceflame, and Artifact God, are interconnected. But they cannot provide timely support during beast tides. As a result, as soon as you enter 8 Beast City, you will become a target for various organizations to recruit, and you might even be threatened or forced to join. If you don't join, you'll offend the entire organization. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, especially in a place without constraints. No matter how talented or extraordinary you are, you can't withstand a group of geniuses taking turns against you. Moto sighed, that's why I asked your senior sister to protect you, to avoid unnecessary trouble. I didn't expect your relationship to become so strained, disrupting my plans. Teacher, don't worry. When I get to 8 Beast City, I'll first have a clear talk with my senior sister to avoid any conflicts. After Luo finished speaking, he quickly brushed off Moto's hand from his shoulder. Teacher, I have something urgent to attend to, so I can't chat now. He waved goodbye to Moto and immediately ran in the direction of Fongyike. Arriving in front of Fongyike's villa, he noticed a strange string of bells hanging on the villa's tree, wrapped in red thread, looking extremely eerie. Why has Fongyike made the villa so sinister? Could it be that she likes this style? Luo was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell, and a crisp ringing sound echoed. Ding dong. Fongyike, who was cultivating, heard the ringing sound. A trace of joy flashed in her eyes, and she immediately abandoned her cultivation and hurried downstairs. Walking out of the villa, she saw Luo from afar, and a sense of warmth filled her heart. At school, he was her only friend. Luo, how come you have time to visit me today? Fongyike quickly stepped forward, fumbling to open the door, her face beaming with a smile. Just came to check on you and ask you something. And Luo stepped into the villa, his gaze sweeping around. Come in. Fongyike held Luo's hand and led him upstairs. She settled Luo on the sofa and turned to get some drinks. Sitting on the sofa, Luo looked around. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the trash bin filled with strange red talisman papers covered in eerie symbols. What is this? Luo frowned and reached out to grab one, but Fongyike walked over at that moment. She handed the drink to Luo, then sat beside him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fongyike, I want to know, what did you say to senior sister Jin that day? Luo asked directly. Fongyike's expression changed, her eyes flickered, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. She thought to herself, Jin Booby definitely has feelings for Luo, but she herself felt uncertain about it. Luo, do you know how she feels about you? She suddenly asked this question. Feelings? We've only known each other for a few days, how could there be any feelings? It's nothing more than the camaraderie between senior and junior disciples, Luo answered matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Fongyike breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luo did not have those kinds of thoughts about Jin Bupai. Then, Fongyike recounted in detail the conversation she had with Jin Bupai that day to Luo. After listening, Luo sighed, his heart filled with worry. He suddenly felt that senior sister Jin seemed to have some special feelings for him. How could this happen? We just met. He frowned, deep in thought. So strange, Luo muttered to herself. What's strange? Fongyike asked curiously. Fongyike, do I look like the kind of guy who falls in love at first sight? He asked seriously. Pfft, ha ha. Fongyike couldn't help but burst into laughter, her laughter echoing endlessly. You're really funny, Luo. She wiped away her tears and patted him on the shoulder. Luo was helpless, thinking to himself, is this question really that funny? Alright, I understand what you mean. Luo sipped his drink gloomily, doubting his own looks in his heart. Luo, true affection is not love at first sight, but something that gradually develops through interaction, Fongyike said seriously, looking at him with deep eyes. Makes sense, I guess I was overthinking it, Luo nodded, though he still felt puzzled inside. Even if it wasn't love at first sight, why did senior sister Jian treat him so specially? At this moment, his gaze was once again drawn to the red talisman paper in the trash can. What are those talisman papers? Luo turned his head and asked Fongyike. Fongyak was slightly stunned, then smiled and walked to the trash can, taking one out and unfolding it to show him. I used to have a lot of nightmares, so I bought these talisman papers, hoping they would help me sleep well, but unfortunately, they didn't work very well. She sighed. It wasn't until a few days ago that I stopped having nightmares. And Luo nodded, suddenly understanding. At this moment, his heart suddenly trembled, feeling a sense of unease. Based on the information from the devil fruit tree, something might have happened to Shen Huayue and the other three. Thinking of this, and Luo gripped the glass tightly and instantly crushed it. Shen Huayue. He suddenly sat up, his gaze resolute, carefully probing the state of the group through the devil fruit tree. He discovered that Shen Huayue's aura was weak, clearly severely injured, and the condition of the other three was also dire. Fongyak saw the situation and hurriedly took out a tissue, anxiously pried open in Luo's hand, carefully wiped it, and urgently wanted to check for any injuries. However, with the physical strength of Luo's Tianqing realm, a few pieces of broken glass couldn't possibly harm his palm. Fongyak looked up, nervously staring at the stunned Luo, and urgently asked, Luo, don't scare me. What happened? And Luo frowned deeply, remained silent, and simply pulled Fongyak's hand, sat back on the sofa, and focused entirely on sensing the state of the four people, feeling uneasy and fearing any accidents. At this moment, deep within the mountains of the exotic beast continent, the sound of rumbling continuously echoed. Sis, are you okay? Shen Huayu quickly ran to Shen Huayue's side, tears in his eyes, asking with concern. Shen Huayue was half kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, clearly seriously injured. It's nothing, just got hit once. A little rest will do. She forced a smile and comforted. Although this was the first time she had been so seriously injured and felt very uncomfortable, the azure flame seed within her body should allow her to recover quickly. A level 5 exotic beast, the Golden Emperor Python King, truly lives up to its reputation. Its strength far surpasses that of the venomous giant python. Shen Huayue marveled inwardly, her gaze fixed ahead. In front of her, Lu Yuni and Yuzi were fiercely battling a glowing giant python, which was none other than the Golden Emperor Python King she had mentioned. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of snake-like beasts they had hunted, clearly angering the Golden Emperor Python King. Ice Origin Soul. Yuzi shouted. Ascending Dragon Sword Slash. Lu Yuni was not to be outdone. The two launched their attacks simultaneously, charging toward the Golden Emperor Python King. However, the Golden Python King completely disregarded it, standing quietly in place with a hint of contempt in its eyes. It let the attacks fall on its body without any reaction. Boom! Sizzle! Two attack sounds crossed in the air, and the shockwaves stirred up dust. Seeing this, Lu Yuni and Yuzi quickly retreated to avoid a counterattack from the Golden Emperor Python King through the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Golden Emperor Python King was unscathed, with a mocking smile at the corner of its mouth, as if ridiculing their attack as nothing more than scratching an itch. Damn it! This guy is so tough. Even for a level 5 exotic beast, it shouldn't be this resilient. Yuzi said with a troubled expression. Lu Yuni, in her dragon maiden form, also felt helpless. Despite their full efforts, they were unable to break through its defense, and their mood grew increasingly heavy. At this moment, Shen Huayue, whose injuries had recovered, walked over and firmly said, the strange golden light on the Golden Emperor Python King can significantly reduce damage, making it a powerful species among exotic beasts. With our strength at the mortal transformation realm, it's normal that we can't break its defense, Shen Huayu comforted. Then what should we do? Should we run? Shen Huayu suggested. I don't think it will let us leave. Yuzi looked ahead, her face pale. The Golden Python King suddenly opened its mouth, a low hum arose, and a large number of snake-like exotic beasts suddenly emerged from the surrounding ground, clearly summoned by it. I'll deal with the Golden Python King. You handle the other exotic beasts. Lu Yuni said decisively, putting away the golden shadow sword, her gaze firm as her body began to be surrounded by lightning and gradually grew larger. Immediately, she stomped her foot and soared into the sky, transforming into a majestic azure dragon. Roar! The dragon let out a deafening roar, stirring up fierce winds and carrying lightning. The snake-like beasts on the ground were intimidated by the powerful dragon's might, stopping in their tracks and not daring to move. Shen Huayu, and Yuzi witnessed this scene and were utterly shocked. Sister Yuni is so cool. I want to become a dragon too. Shen Huayu's eyes sparkled with envy. Your power of radiance is already strong enough, don't overthink it. Shen Huayu helplessly patted the back of her head. Yes, the ability Luo shared is already the most suitable for us, Yuzi said, her ears twitching slightly. The Golden Emperor Python King looked at the giant dragon in the sky, and the disdain in its eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by vigilance and dread. It hadn't expected that the human it had casually crushed earlier would release an aura that made its heart tremble, as if its bloodline was being suppressed, leaving it displeased. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden energy beam, directly attacking the Azure Dragon. Seeing the attack coming, the Azure Dragon opened its mouth to gather the power of flames and roared, "Furious Dragon's Heat Breath." Boom! Two powerful attacks collided in the air, producing a deafening explosion. The violent heat breath scattered, igniting the forest and instantly causing a wildfire. Shin Huayue shouted, "Take action!" Explosive Flame Tornado. 4 flame tornadoes appeared instantly, charging toward the surrounding snake swarm. Laser Light Rain. Shin Huayu leapt up, clasped his hands together, compressed the flashing energy, and suddenly released it. The light spheres poured down like a torrential rain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Yuzi slightly raised her hand, and countless tiny ice crystals rapidly condensed and shot out in all directions. Although the ice crystals were tiny, their power was immense. They instantly pierced into the bodies of the beasts, exploding and leaving them chilled to the core. The Golden Python King saw its attack blocked, locked its gaze on the Azure Dragon, and narrowed its snake-like pupils slightly, as if pondering. Lu Yuni observed the situation cautiously, waiting to see what would happen. Just as she and the Golden Python King were at a stalemate, the ground suddenly trembled. A chill ran through their hearts, and Lu Yuni, floating in midair, looked into the distance with a terrified expression. A larger Golden Emperor Python King was charging this way, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was clearly a level 6 Golden Emperor Python King. Huayue. A level 6 Golden Emperor Python King is heading this way. Lu Yuni shouted a warning from the air, her voice piercing the sky. Shin Huayue's heart tightened, and cold sweat instantly drenched her entire body. A level 5 Golden Emperor Python King was already troublesome enough, and now a level 6 one had appeared. This was surely a dead end. Run! She reacted quickly, grabbing Shin Huayu and Yuzi, and leaping fiercely into the air, flying away with the gusting wind. Seeing this, Lu Yuni immediately spewed a scorching flame from her mouth, directly striking the level 5 Golden Emperor Python King. The flame burned like a blazing sun, instantly causing the Golden Emperor Python King to feel a sharp pain. The Golden Emperor Python King angrily turned its head, only to find that the 4 had already flown away, its heart burning with rage. At this moment, the level 6 Golden Emperor Python King also caught up. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly in perfect sync, and began to pursue with all their might. The massive golden python swept across, crushing trees into powder and causing the ground to tremble violently, leaving no grass behind. The 4 turned their heads to look and couldn't help but feel tense. The oppressive aura emanating from the level 6 Golden Emperor Python King made them feel suffocated. "I'll slow them down. Ice Age!" Yuzi shouted loudly, waving her hands. A chill instantly swept through the entire forest, freezing the trees and ground in an instant. However, this bit of chill had no effect on the 2 ferocious Golden Emperor Python Kings. Instead, they charged forward without a care. Yuzi felt a chill down his back. "I can't stop them at all. What should I do?" "Yuzi, stop entangling with them. Attacking them is like striking a stone with an egg. The most important thing now is to escape." Shin Huayue responded without hesitation. "Come quickly. I'll take you away." Lu Yuni flew over, her eyes flashing with resolute determination. Shin Huayue quickly brought the 2 of them to fly above Lu Yuni's head. Lu Yuni's gaze was firm as she swung her dragon tail and continued to charge forward. At this moment, her azure dragon form moved as fast as a rainbow, leaving the Golden Emperor Python Kings on the ground far behind. Just as the 4 were about to escape, the level 6 Golden Emperor Python King roared, opened its massive mouth, and condensed a golden energy cannon flickering with lightning, blasting fiercely toward Lu Yuni. The 3 felt a chill coming from behind. When they turned around, their faces instantly turned pale. "Block it together!" Shin Huayue shouted loudly. "Furious Flame Gale! Laser Flash! Ice Primordial Soul!" The 3 attacked simultaneously, trying to block the powerful energy wave. However, the attack power of the Golden Emperor Python King was clearly beyond what they could withstand. The energy wave instantly shattered their attacks and directly struck Lu Yuni's azure dragon body, creating a massive blood hole. Roar! Lu Yuni screamed in pain. The immense agony caused her to lose the strength to maintain her azure dragon form. Her body rapidly shrank, reverting to human form, and she began to fall. "Huayu! Catch her quickly!" Shin Huayue shouted anxiously. "Leave it to me." Shin Huayu transformed into a flash of light, swiftly flying beneath Lu Yuni and catching her steadily before descending gently. Shin Huayue followed closely behind, landing beside them with Yu Zilu. At this moment, Lu Yuni's abdomen had a large gaping wound, and she was gravely injured and unconscious. Yan Yi! Yan Yi! Shen Huayu shook her anxiously, her face pale, only to receive silence in response. Suddenly, a green flame ignited in the blood hole on Lu Yuni's abdomen, and the wound gradually healed. However, she remained unconscious and unaware. The ground trembled more and more violently. Shen Huayue and Yu Zi turned around to see the two Golden Emperor Python Kings were already within reach. Quick, activate her spatial wristband. Shen Huayue crouched down, preparing to teleport Lu Yuni back. At that moment, a soft shout rang out, interrupting her actions. God-slaying arrow. A crimson arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor, aiming straight at the two Golden Emperor Python Kings. They instantly sensed the threat and turned to flee in terror. But this arrow would never give them a chance to escape. As the powerful energy approached, the Golden Emperor Python Kings were instantly reduced to ashes. The arrow pierced into the distant mountains, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. Boom boom boom. An unparalleled force instantly leveled the entire mountain range, blasting a deep crater into the ground and radiating intense heat. Such immense destructive power was caused by just a single arrow. They found it hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. The group snapped back to reality and turned to look toward the hillside. There, a woman dressed in a red trench coat with waist-length hair stood, holding a longbow and carrying a quiver of arrows on her back. She quietly gazed at them from the hilltop. Shen Huayue quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I ask your honorable name? The woman leapt gracefully and landed steadily in front of them. She pushed her sunglasses up to her forehead, revealing sharp reddish-brown eyes. My name is Ling Yu. You can just call me Senior Ling. Senior Ling, we are once again deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, Shen Huayu, and Yu Zi said in unison, their faces full of sincerity. Ling Yu smiled faintly and gestured with a wave of her hand. No need to be so polite. She looked down at Lu Yuni, her eyes filled with keen interest. Reaching out, she touched the blue flame on her abdomen, which had almost completely healed, smooth as new. Such an overbearing healing ability. Ling Yu's gaze was sharp as a blade, staring intently at the flames on Lu Yuni's abdomen, secretly astonished. This kind of domineering healing ability was simply unheard of. A deep blood hole healed completely in just over 10 seconds, leaving not even a trace. Even Ares' healing powers couldn't compare to this. It was downright terrifying. Feeling a surge of emotion, Ling Yu stood up and swept her gaze over the three people in front of her. Which university are you students from? She asked calmly. Senior Ling, we are students from Titan University. My name is Shen Huayue, a gentle voice replied. My name is Shen Huayu. My name is Yu Zi. The three stepped forward one after another and introduced themselves respectfully. Shen Huayue squatted down and gently patted Lu Yuni's face, trying to wake her up. Listening to their self-introductions, Ling Yu nodded slightly and secretly probed their strength. Are you second-year university students? No, we are freshmen. Shen Huayue answered with a smile. Oh, freshmen? That's impressive. Ling Yu's reddish-brown pupils sparkled with a peculiar light, as if discovering a treasure. As a Heaven's Favor realm-level ability user, her perception abilities were extremely strong. During the battle with the Golden Emperor Python King, she had been observing from afar. The abilities displayed by the group were undoubtedly SSS level, which astonished her. It was truly unexpected that Giant University could recruit for such outstanding SSS level ability users. You are all very talented. Would you be interested in joining our organization? Ling Yu asked with a smile. Join your organization? Shen Huayu and Yu Zi looked at each other, puzzled. Shen Huayue even raised her head and asked in confusion, is there any organization on this exotic beast continent? Well, Senior Ling, may I ask which organization you are a member of? Shen Huayue asked tentatively. I can't casually say that. Only after you truly join our organization will you be able to understand. Ling Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling them to consider. Shen Huayue immediately stood up and responded seriously, sorry, Senior Ling, we are still in school. Joining a beast hunting organization will have to wait until after graduation. Ling Yu heard this and smacked her lips in displeasure. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from her, pressing down on the three people in an instant. Feeling this oppressive force, the three of them suddenly felt a chill all over, their legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand. A wave of unease surged in their hearts. Was she going to force them? I don't like being refused, especially by people weaker than me. Ling Yu's face suddenly darkened, her tone cold and ruthless. Her oppressive aura surged like a giant wave, engulfing the three, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. As the pressure intensified, the three of them actually fell to their knees, their faces filled with fear, bowing at Ling Yu's feet. At this moment, Lu Yuni finally woke up from her daze. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the scene and instantly became alert. A flash of killing intent appeared in her gaze, and with a sudden kip up, she drew her golden shadow sword and struck directly at Ling Yu's neck. Ling Yu smiled faintly and casually waved her hand. The golden shadow sword instantly shattered into dozens of pieces. Lu Yuni's eyes widened, cold sweat breaking out all over her body. This was impossible. How could her sword be so fragile? Just as she was in a daze, Ling Yu suddenly grabbed her neck and lifted her into the air. Lu Yuni struggled in pain, her hands transforming into dragon claws, desperately clawing at Ling Yu. However, her dragon claws couldn't leave even a single mark on Ling Yu's face. Seeing this little one so bold, Ling Yu's anger surged. With a forceful grip of his right hand, Lu Yuni was forced to revert to her human form, her legs flailing wildly, on the verge of suffocation. Shin Huayue couldn't hold back anymore. She knelt on the ground and urgently shouted, "Senior Ling, as the team leader, I am willing to die in her place. Please spare her life." Ling Yu was stunned, and the other three were also taken aback. None of them had expected Shin Huayue to make such a decision. Ling Yu let go, allowing Lu Yuni to catch her breath. Just as Lu Yuni was about to speak, Ling Yu grabbed her throat again, preventing her from making a sound. "Ha, little one, you really are willing to go all out." Ling Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if ridiculing Shin Huayue's naivety. Shin Huayue clenched her teeth and looked directly into Ling Yu's eyes. "Since I am their captain, I must take responsibility for my team members. I am willing to trade my life for hers. I only ask that you spare her." "All right, I'll grant your wish." As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, he forcefully flung Lu Yuni aside and leaned down to grab Shin Huayue. Lu Yuni, who had escaped Ling Yu's control, wanted to transform into a green dragon but was suppressed by Ling Yu's aura, leaving her powerless to resist. Shin Huayu and Yu Zi couldn't even lift their hands. "Senior Ling, please spare my sister." Shin Huayu pleaded tearfully. "Senior Ling, please spare Sister Huayue," Yu Zi also shouted. In the distance, Lu Yuni looked at Shin Huayue's painful expression, her heart aching as if being cut by a knife, and cried out sorrowfully, "No. I beg you. No." Ling Yu was completely indifferent to this. She would not change her decision because of pleading. She only looked at Shin Huayue, who was gradually suffocating in her hands, with a trace of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Shin Huayue was gradually suffocating, and the scenes of her life flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Memories surged like a tide, the familiar faces of her parents flickered briefly, and tears unconsciously rolled down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Dad. Mom. I can no longer take care of Huayu," she silently murmured in her heart. Then, her consciousness gradually blurred, her mouth opened, and her struggles ceased. Ling Yu stared at Shin Huayue, who was on the verge of losing all signs of life, and sighed inwardly. With a wave of her hand, she threw Shin Huayue in front of Shin Huayu and Yu Zi. At this moment, Shin Huayue's face was pale and bluish, as if she were hovering at the gates of death. Ling Yu said coldly, considering her determination, "I'll spare your lives. Leave now." As she withdrew her oppressive aura, the group finally regained their freedom. Shin Huayu and Yu Zi immediately knelt beside Shin Huayue. Shin Huayu activated her SSS level ability, Light of Life, eagerly trying to heal her. Ling Yu was shocked and found it hard to believe. This young girl turned out to be a dual ability user? She had only seen Shin Huayu use yellow light in combat before, but she hadn't expected her healing ability to be so powerful. Such terrifying cultivation speed could likely only be achieved by a dual ability user. Yu Zi, with tears streaming down her face, bent down and felt Shin Huayue's faint breathing. Lu Yuni rushed over, knelt beside her, held her hand in anguish, and burst into tears. "Huayue, wake up, please." She helplessly shook Shin Huayue, hoping for a response. With Shin Huayue's continuous treatment, finally, Shin Huayue's breathing gradually recovered, and her complexion became rosy. She suddenly coughed a few times, gasped for air, looked around at the familiar faces in confusion, and smiled. "I'm not dead yet?" Shin Huayue's words made the four of them burst into tears and hug each other. Ling Yu silently watched from the side, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes, quickly concealed. "Shin Huayu, you're a dual ability user, aren't you?" Ling Yu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Shin Huayu nodded timidly. Ling Yu turned to Lu Yuni. "You too, right?" "That's right," Lu Yuni answered without hesitation. "Then you too are also dual ability users, right?" Ling Yu's sharp gaze locked onto Shin Huayue and Yu Zi, his tone firm. The two remained silent, their hearts feeling cornered with no escape. Seeing this, Lingyu secretly rejoiced, for dual ability users, if trained, would surely become top-tier powerhouses. She had just said she would let them go, but her mind began calculating how to keep them. At that moment, the four exchanged glances and quietly placed their hands on the space wristbands on their wrists. Suddenly, the four simultaneously opened the space gates and rushed in instantly. Lingyu watched helplessly as they escaped, leaving behind four gradually closing space gates. Ah! Don't let me see you four again! Lingyu roared angrily, his voice deafening, causing even the four who had already passed through the gates to cover their ears. Shenhuayue looked back at the closed space gate, patted her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily we were in sync. If we had been any later, it would have been too late. The look in that woman's eyes clearly showed she wanted to go back on her word. Shenhuayue was still shaken, with tears still streaking her face. Huayue, thank you. Lu Yuni hugged her tightly, her face full of gratitude. Sister Huayue, thank goodness you're okay. Yuzi, her eyes brimming with tears, held her hand, her heart still racing wildly. The four of them, having survived the ordeal, embraced each other and quietly savored the warmth of the moment. Let's go eat something to celebrate. Celebrate our safe return, Shenhuayue suggested, patting their backs. Okay. The three responded in unison. Just as they turned to leave, a panicked Luo came running over. Seeing the four of them safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. Luo, how did you know we were back? Shenhuayue asked in surprise. Luo looked at the four people, confirmed that they were fine, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can sense your condition through the devil fruit tree. Just now, your condition was unstable, so I hurried over. What happened? Luo asked in confusion. Let's talk about it when we get to the restaurant. Shenhuayue pulled him along, with the four following closely behind. Along the way, Luo, surrounded by four school beauty-level girls, attracted many envious glances, but he paid no attention to them. They found a restaurant, booked a private room, and the four of them began to slowly recount their experiences. When they heard that Shenhuayue was willing to trade her life to save Lu Yuni, Luo felt immense admiration in his heart. It was precisely because he valued Shenhuayue's sense of responsibility that he decided to make her the team leader. And now it seemed that his decision was correct. What do you all think? That woman named Lingyu, what stage is her strength likely at? Luo looked around, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Definitely above the Tianyu realm. It's very likely the Tianwan realm, Shenhuayue said, her brows tightly furrowed, after pondering for a moment. That's right. The power of her arrow was simply terrifying. With one arrow, she could level a mountain to the ground. She must be in the Tianwan realm, Shenhuayue said, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. Luo listened to the two sisters' words, his brows tightly furrowed, pondering in his heart. Unknown organization, a strong expert from the Tianwan realm. Such a violent way of acting is nothing like a righteous organization. Could it be? At this moment, Yuzi suddenly interrupted. Oh right. I saw a strange pattern on that woman's neck, not sure if it's useful. When Yuzi said this, Shenhuayue also recalled that he seemed to have seen that strange pattern too. I think I saw it too. But earlier, I was suppressed to the ground by her aura and didn't pay much attention, Shenhuayue added. A strange pattern? Can you draw it? A glimmer of hope flashed in Luo's eyes. Let's give it a try. Yuzi and Shenhuayue asked the waiter to bring paper and pen. In a moment, they had drawn the strange pattern they saw. Everyone leaned in to look, their eyes focused on the pattern on the table, falling into deep thought. This seems to be a centaur drawing a bow and arrow? Shenhuayue said uncertainly. It's not seems like, it is. Luo said without hesitation, his voice firm. Why does she have such a strange centaur on her neck? Shenhuayue asked, full of confusion. This doesn't seem like an ordinary centaur. Judging by the posture, it looks more like Sagittarius from the 12 zodiac signs, Yuzi calmly analyzed. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three looked at each other in astonishment, stunned. Sagittarius. The Star God Society. A trace of fear flashed in Shenhuayue's eyes as she couldn't help but utter these two names. That woman named Lingyu was actually a member of the Star God Society. Shenhuayue said in shock. No wonder she's so strong. Lu Yuni's expression suddenly became much more relieved. After hearing this, Yuzi's face also turned fearful. She had, of course, heard of the famous Star God Society. She didn't expect that on her first trip to the Wilderness Combat Zone, she would encounter members of the Star God Society and almost not make it back. Luo pondered, a member of the Star God Society in the Heaven's Favor realm, with a Sagittarius pattern imprinted on them. This woman named Lingyu, Could she be one of the 13 demon generals of the Star God Society, the Sagittarius Demon General? Luo boldly proposed his guess. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Huayue took a deep breath, her face filled with terror. Hiss, if that's really the case, we are incredibly lucky to be alive. Surviving under the command of the Star God's Demon General and coming out unscathed, we are simply too lucky, Lu Yuni said, a proud expression appearing on her face. 13 demon generals? Aren't there only 12 constellations? How could there be a 13th demon general? Yu Zi asked curiously and fearfully. The 13th demon general is called the Serpent Bearer General. He is very mysterious. The other demon generals have more or less some information about them, but he has none, Shen Huayu, who was evidently well-versed in the Star God's information, explained. I didn't expect the Star God's influence to have already expanded to the Beast Continent. But, why would they appear on the Beast Continent? And Luo muttered to himself, frowning deeply. That spatial gate should be blacklisted from now on. I really don't want to encounter her again, she was truly terrifying. Shen Huayue recalled the recent experience, feeling a lingering fear in her heart. And Luo pondered for a long time and suddenly noticed the shattered golden shadow sword at Lu Yuni's waist. Yuni, the golden shadow sword is broken. You need a new sword. I'll take you to buy one later, and don't refuse. And Luo's tone carried an undeniable authority. Lu Yuni could only smile faintly and reluctantly agree in her heart. After a few people finished eating, and Luo took them shopping and bought Lu Yuni a new sword named the Dragon Wandering Sword. During the forging process of the Dragon Wandering Sword, 3 types of rare minerals were added, along with a reverse scale from the chest of a level 6 exotic beast, the Ink Thunder Jiao. This made the blade of the Dragon Wandering Sword jet black, emitting a cold gleam, and imbued it with powerful lightning energy. A slight mistake could result in being injured by the lightning released by the Dragon Sword, which is absolutely not something an ordinary person can handle. Fortunately, it was encountered by Lu Yuni, otherwise, who knows how long this sword would have remained unsold. In terms of price, the Dragon Sword is much more expensive than the Golden Shadow Sword, selling for 1 level 6 crystal core, which is enough for Lu Yuni to use until the Skywalking Realm. Then, Luo updated each of the 4 people's secret manuals. I tried to negotiate with the teacher for a villa, but he didn't see your strength and simply didn't believe me. After I leave, you can live in my villa. Although there won't be a dedicated maid, you can look out for each other. Today, the 3 of you should go back and pack your things. Tomorrow, move in with me. And Luo firmly looked at the 4 of them. All right. The 4 of them responded in unison, without any objections. The 4 of them lived in a villa together, which was perfect for strengthening their bond. All right. Dismiss. And Luo did not go straight home but went directly to find the teacher. Without hesitation, she walked into the principal's office, sat in front of teacher Moto, and recounted the experiences of Shen Huayue and the others one by one. Surprisingly, Moto did not show any shock after hearing this. Instead, he appeared very calm. Seeing this, and Luo tentatively asked, "Teacher, do you know something?" Mo Tuo was stunned, turned to look at Luo, and finally nodded helplessly. It's not uncommon for important members of the Star God Society to appear on the Beast Continent. In fact, it's quite normal. After hearing this, Luo's mind was instantly flooded with countless questions. Normal? Why? Do they also have a space gate? Can it teleport to the exotic Beast Continent? Who built the space gate for them? Countless questions filled in Luo's mind, making her thoughts chaotic. Seeing in Luo's confused expression, Moto finally spoke. The headquarters of the Star God Society does indeed exist on the exotic Beast Continent. The teacher's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly leaving Luo feeling dazed. But, how did they do it? And Luo had already anticipated it, yet still couldn't help but ask. Because. Zheng Tai. Moto's tone was casual, as if discussing something insignificant. Upon hearing this, Luo already had the answer in his heart, but still felt shocked. But, why? Why would he help such an evil organization build a space gate? What benefit does he gain from doing this? And Luo was full of confusion, completely unable to understand. Moto did not answer directly but instead asked, "Luo, do you know why the Star God Society is called a world-class terrorist organization?" Is it because each of their 13 demon generals possesses strength above the Heaven's Favor realm? Anlo pondered for a moment and said slowly. Indeed, their powerful strength is one of the reasons. Moto nodded in agreement, but more importantly, it's a rule established by the leader of the Star God Society. Survival of the fittest, natural selection, purify the world. After hearing this, Anlo scratched his head in confusion. Purify? What do they want to purify? Purify humans with inferior talents. Moto sighed and revealed this shocking truth. Ha! Isn't this treating human lives like grass? Anlo was incredulous, thinking to himself how the founder of the Star God Society could describe killing so elegantly. It was truly unbelievable. Moto nodded helplessly. Indeed, all members of the Star God Society follow the rules set by this unknown leader. Over 20 years ago, the Star God Society launched a frenzied global purge of humanity, regardless of race or borders, he said coldly. For those with insufficient talent, they slaughtered them mercilessly, under the guise of enhancing humanity's overall talent. However, for those who are exceptionally gifted, they sincerely recruit them with generous rewards and abundant cultivation resources to join the organization. Under such temptation, the Star God Society rapidly expanded, becoming a world-class terrorist organization. Moto's gaze was sharp. Those women of yours seem to have quite remarkable talent, which is why that Star God Society woman named Lingyu couldn't bear to harm them. Speaking of this, Moto became deeply curious about Enluo's 4 women. It seems their talent, as Enluo mentioned, is indeed extraordinary. The Star God Society's way of operating quickly caused a global uproar, Moto continued. Strong individuals from various countries united to resist the Star God Society, but with little success. Their loyalty is baffling, as if the leader has cast a spell on them. Whenever a demon general dies, a new one immediately takes their place, as if it's never ending. He frowned, and these demon generals are elusive, you never know where they will appear. Eventually, both sides reached a stalemate, and the unknown leader of the Star God Society specifically requested to meet Zheng Tai. They agreed to meet on a secret island, talked for several hours, and finally reached an agreement. Moto's voice was low. Zheng Tai would help the Star God Society build a space gate to the Beast Continent, and in return, the Star God Society would refrain from conducting large-scale human purges in the world for 50 years. Now, half of the agreed time has passed, and some members of the Star God Society are starting to become restless again. Hearing this, Enluo always felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Frowning deeply, he tried to sort out his thoughts. SSS Enluo frowned slightly, the unease in his heart making it impossible for him to stay calm. Suddenly, Moto looked at Enluo seriously. Xiao Luo, if you encounter them, they will definitely try to recruit you. If necessary, you can choose to join, but you must hold on to your true self and not let the abyss consume your humanity. And Luo was momentarily stunned, then nodded heavily. I understand, teacher. After leaving the principal's office and returning home, Yuzi had already changed into a maid outfit and was diligently cleaning, seemingly trying to create a comfortable environment for Xin Huayue and the other 2. She had completely forgotten that she was no longer Enluo's maid but a bona fide student of Giant University. And Luo didn't say much and let Yuzi continue her work. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. And Luo went out and saw Fengyak standing at the door, her eyes full of curiosity. And Luo, why did you leave in such a hurry just now? What were you up to? Fengyak asked, puzzled. And Luo smacked his lips, troubled in his heart. How could he possibly explain that he sensed Xin Huayue and the others were in danger? Who would believe him? Perhaps noticing Enluo's difficulty, Fengyak waved her hand. It's fine. If you don't want to say, forget it. As long as nothing major happened, it's okay. And Luo grabbed Fengyak's arm and said with a smile, I'll introduce you to Yuzi. You two are sure to become good friends. Ha! Now! Fengyak's heart tightened, filled with disbelief. Since childhood, she had never made a true friend. After breaking up with her previous girlfriend, they never contacted each other again. At this moment, her heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. And Luo led Fengyak into the living room and called out to Yuzi, who was busy upstairs. Yuzi, stop what you're doing. Come here for a moment. Yuzi poked her head out and saw Fengyak standing next to Enluo, her eyes sparkling. Ever since she learned about Fengyak's past, she had hoped to become friends with her and help her overcome the shadows of her childhood. Fengyak, right? Hello, my name is Yuzi. Yuzi smiled and extended her hand to Fengyak. Fengyak looked at the smile on Yuzi's face and felt a warmth in her heart, as if she could feel the warmth of sunlight. Enluo saw Fengyak standing there in a daze and knew she was lost in thought again. Hey, what are you thinking about? Enluo patted Fengyak's back, finally bringing her back to her senses. Hello, I am Fengyak. Fengyak hurriedly extended her right hand and responded. A trace of surprise flashed in Enluo's eyes, but she was not surprised. Fengyak was older than Yuzi and, logically speaking, should be more mature. However, observing their interaction, others would definitely think Yuzi was the older sister. Yuzi held Fengyak's hand, the two of them laughing and chatting, the atmosphere light and joyful. Seeing how well they got along, Luo quietly left, giving them space to be alone. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Luo invited Fengyak to have dinner together, and Fengyak gladly accepted. After Fengyak left, Yuzi looked at Luo on the sofa, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. She turned and went upstairs, returning to her room, leaving Luo in the living room to ponder alone. Just as Luo was fully focused on watching TV, Yuzi's voice suddenly came from upstairs. "Luo, can you come here for a moment? I have something to tell you." Luo was startled, turned off the TV, and quickly walked toward Yuzi's room. He walked into the room and closed the door with his foot. As he stepped closer to Yuzi, the latent primal force within him began to stir restlessly. The wild night passed in an instant. When the two woke up, it was as if nothing had happened the night before, and they remained as sweet as ever. Only in the stillness of the night would the peculiar nature hidden deep within their hearts be unleashed. After breakfast, Luo checked the time and found it was already past 8. He immediately got up and headed to the high-rise dormitory area. At this time, Shinhuayue and the other two had already packed their luggage, and Luo arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, the luggage of the three people was instantly stored in a dark space, convenient and quick. Luo took them back to the villa, while Yuzi showed them around upstairs and downstairs, helping them choose suitable rooms. After the three chose their rooms, Luo handed over their belongings to them and went straight to the principal's office to find Teacher Moto. "Teacher, everything has been arranged. When can we go to 8 Beast City?" Luo asked directly. Moto nodded and smiled, saying, "Anytime. Go back and prepare your luggage. I'll call you in the afternoon to tell you where to go. By the way, Moa also advanced to the skywalking realm a few days ago. You can go together, so you'll have a companion," Moto added. "Oh, having a companion. That's great." Luo felt a surge of joy in his heart. At least there would be someone to look out for each other. When he returned home, Shinhuayue and the other two had already tidied up their respective rooms. The four of them were chatting in the living room, and when they saw Luo come in, they all stood up, intending to offer him a seat. "No need, everyone stay seated," Luo said with a wave of his hand. "I will be leaving school this afternoon. I came specifically to inform you so that you won't be caught off guard when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the four couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. They had long known that Luo would be leaving, but the reality of the moment still made them feel sad. Especially Shinhuayue and the other two, who had just moved in not long ago. Now that Luo was leaving, they felt even more empty inside. "After I leave, you must be extra careful and stay safe," Luo said seriously. "I don't want to hear any bad news about you just a few days after I leave." After speaking, he planted the azure flame seed for them as a precaution. "I'll go pack my things now, feel free to do as you like," Luo said, then went upstairs to start packing. Just as he took out his suitcase, Shinhuayue and the other three walked in. "Luo, we'll help you pack. You just rest," the four said with serious expressions, catching Luo a bit off guard. "Ah, all right," Luo said, unable to refuse their enthusiasm. He let them help, and the four immediately got to work. Clothes, toiletries, bed sheets, and covers were all neatly organized by them. Watching their busy figures, Luo unexpectedly felt a sense of illusion, as if he were a husband going on a journey and his wife was packing his luggage. However, from his perspective, there seemed to be a bit too many figures of the wife. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell downstairs rang. Luo gave the four of them a look, then quickly went downstairs to the front of the villa. At the door, Fengyak was smiling brightly, holding something in her hand. When she saw Luo, she waved at him. Luo stepped forward and opened the door. Fengyak hurriedly followed in and quickly handed her steaming hot cookies. "Luo, these are cookies I made myself. They taste pretty good, and I wanted you and Yuzi to try them." Fengyak's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "All right, come in. I happen to have something to tell you," Luo gestured for her to enter. The two sat in the living room, and Luo's expression was serious. "I need to leave school for a while, I'm leaving this afternoon." Fengyak was stunned, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she fell silent. After a moment, she looked up. "Where are you going?" "A city on the continent of exotic beasts, where only those who have reached the skywalking realm and strength can enter to train." "This time, I'm going with Moa," Luo added. "Actually, I wanted to tell you yesterday, but something happened, and I forgot." Fengyak is now at the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm, about to advance to the Skywalking Realm. Luo did not hide this from her. Skywalking Realm? Fengyak looked at Luo in shock, her heart stirred. She had never noticed that Luo's strength had already reached such a level. I will reach the skywalking realm as soon as possible. Feng Yai clenched her fists, her eyes burning with intense desire. At this moment, the 4 people upstairs had also finished organizing their things and came downstairs one after another. Yuzi saw Feng Yai and excitedly approached her. Feng Yai, you're here to hang out. Shinhuayu, and Lu Yuni, however, looked puzzled and asked, why are you here? They couldn't understand why Feng Yai was here. After all, their impression of Feng Yai was that of a tomboy, but today she appeared so feminine, with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a blue-purple sweatshirt and skinny jeans. And Luo noticed their confusion and smiled slightly. There were some misunderstandings before, but they've been resolved now. There's no need to dwell on it anymore. The 3 exchanged glances, nodding as if they understood but not entirely. Feng Yai felt uneasy, as the previous incident left her feeling somewhat guilty. At that moment, Feng Yai suddenly thought of something. Her gaze swept back and forth over the 3 of them before abruptly asking Yuzi, how did your abilities improve so quickly? Yuzi was momentarily stunned and was about to respond when Feng Yai suddenly realized that the 3 people's cultivation levels, like Yuzi's, had all surpassed a major realm. She turned to look at Enluo, thinking to herself, this must be related to Enluo. At this moment, Yuzi walked over, his gaze fixed on the cookies on the table, full of curiosity. Yeah, did you make these cookies? Feng Yai was pulled back from her thoughts by his words and responded with a smile, that's right. I tasted them, and they were quite good, so I specifically brought them for you and Enluo to try. Yuzi took a bite and his eyes lit up, so delicious, the sweetness is just right. Everyone, come and try. Her actions were clearly intended to create an opportunity for Feng Yai and Shinhuayu to resolve their misunderstandings. The 3 of them exchanged glances, gathered around, tasted the cookies, and couldn't stop praising them. They really are delicious. Shinhuayu praised without hesitation. Feng Yai felt a warmth in her heart and smiled slightly, thank you all. And Luo gestured for everyone to sit down. Huayu, Yuni, let's put the past behind us and not bring it up again in the future, understood? Shinhuayu and Lu Yuni nodded one after another, but Shinhuayu still felt uneasy. After all, Feng Yai had once confessed to her, which made it hard for her to let go. Feng Yai saw her reaction and immediately said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that before. I've already changed my ways now. Shinhuayu breathed a sigh of relief, no longer wanting to experience such awkwardness. You guys go ahead and have fun. I have something to discuss with Yike. And Luo patted Feng Yai's shoulder, signaling her to go upstairs with him. Arriving at Enluo's room, Enluo gestured for Feng Yai to close the door. So mysterious, what's the matter? Feng Yai asked, puzzled. You've noticed it too, their abilities have improved quite a bit, Enluo said straightforwardly. Oh? I thought you didn't want to discuss this private topic, Feng Yai said with a bright smile, feeling joyful inside. I trust you deeply, which is why I'm telling you this, Enluo said, waving his hand before continuing. I have a secret method that allows me to share my abilities with my contract followers. After forming the contract, followers must unconditionally obey my orders. All 4 of them became my followers and received one of my abilities. Feng Yai immediately reacted, shared abilities. Doesn't that make them dual ability users? Indeed, they are all humans with qualifications surpassing 99%. Enluo nodded. No way. I also want to become your follower. I want to share your abilities and become stronger. Feng Yai excitedly hugged Enluo's arm, acting coquettishly. Enluo couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around, let me finish. I can only contract 4 followers right now. If you want to become my follower, you'll have to wait until I come back next time.